Ancient 1 Chapter 2137 to Chapter 2192. Mo stood up and guffawed. Haha, good, well said. He gave a thumbs up and grinned. As a member of the monster race, you must have such courage and insight. Now, as a member of the monster race, I challenge you, the previous generation's monster king. The previous generation? Desolation was so angry that he laughed. Haha, ignorant, arrogant. Li Yunxiao, this is an internal conflict of the monster race, I hope you will not interfere. This was what he was most afraid of. He didn't know where Li Yunxiao's group came from, it was too terrifying. AI hurried to stand between the two and stop them. Please don't do anything. His face was filled with anxiety as he looked at the two of them. In the end, he looked at Li Yunxiao with a pleading expression. Li Yunxiao smiled. Mo, we are not here for you to fight for the Monster King's position. Don't cause trouble. Mo snorted. Although he was not happy with Li Yunxiao's words, he didn't disobey. He turned around and returned to his seat. He said indifferently, since young Master Yun has spoken, I naturally have to give him face. I will let you be the Monster King for a few more days. Desolation and AI were both shocked and looked at each other suspiciously. The monster race had always been violent and it was difficult for anyone to subdue them, let alone a void immortal realm expert like Mo. It was almost impossible for anyone to restrain him. They didn't expect him to listen to Li Yunxiao's words. Desolation snorted, how arrogant. I will sit on the Monster King's throne, waiting for you to come and fight me. His aura exuded the aura of an overlord. AI sighed inwardly. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. It seemed like the storm of the monster race was far from over. They must not have another storm like the one at Mount Pentacloud. Otherwise, the entire race would be doomed. He stood to the side with a worried face and didn't say anything. Huang walked up to the main seat in an awe-inspiring manner. He cast a cold and arrogant glance at Li Yunxiao and snorted, Li Yunxiao, you actually dare to come to the fantasy of moon and star. Aren't you too arrogant? Li Yunxiao smiled faintly, and said, Lord Goblin Emperor really loves to joke, if it wasn't something important, how would I dare to disturb you? Just now I have already roughly explained it to Mr. AI, he immediately recounted the matter of the ultimate in detail. Huang listened quietly the entire time without interrupting. Only, his brows furrowed from time to time. When Li Yunxiao finished, he pondered for a moment before saying, you said that the ultimate needs the power of nothingness. What is it for? Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, this is also what I am curious about, I thought that Siren King would be able to give me some advice. Huang snorted and said, nothing is the most peculiar and mysterious of all the ancient true spirits. I only established a host relationship with him, allowing me to borrow a portion of his power for a certain period of time. Who knows what the ultimate is trying to do? He looked coldly at Li Yunxiao and said, you have so many experts, are you still afraid of the ultimate? Li Yunxiao's expression was a little ugly as he shook his head and said, no one knows how strong the ultimate is, but I only know that every time I am contacted by him, I can feel his power constantly recovering. Now, he is at least at the void pole, or even higher. Higher? Huang was shocked and said in shock, don't tell me it's the creation realm? Don't joke around. How can there be a creation realm existence in this world? Haha, frog in a well. Mo sneered and said, a frog in a well cannot speak of the sea, and a summer insect cannot speak of the ice and snow. With such a crude and shallow person as the Demon King, it is no wonder that the demon race is declining and getting worse. What did you say? Huang angrily stood up and shouted, do you want to die now? His murderous aura was like a solid substance, shooting out like a sharp knife. Even the air was cut open by it. Mo was naturally not afraid and said with a sneer, there are no creation realm existences in this world? Sorry, a few days ago, we fought a great battle with creation realm existences in the sea forest, and there was more than one. What? This time, not only Huang, but even AI was shocked. They originally thought that Mo was being unreasonable and deliberately mocking them, but when they saw Li Yunxiao and the others nodding as proof, they were shocked to the extreme. AI could not help but ask, Lord Mo, young Master Yun, did you really meet creation realm existences, and more than one? Li Yunxiao said, what do you think of our strength? We almost died in the sea forest and never came back. What do you think? Huh. AI and Huang glanced at each other with unconcealable shock in their eyes. Several creation realm existences? What is going on? Huang asked in shock. Compared to the ultimate ruin, he seemed to be more interested in this. Li Yunxiao said, "It's hard to explain in a few words, but it's definitely true. Lord Huang, there's no need to panic. Those powerhouses have no grudges with the demon race, so they definitely won't come to the illusory star and moon." Huang fell silent. It was impossible to say that he was not panicking. It was like a general who thought that he was number one in the world with 1,000,000 troops. Who knew that a few people would suddenly appear, all with millions of troops? Li Yunxiao said, "Lord, you should think about the ultimate ruin first." Huang snorted. "We can only deal with it when it comes. What else can we do? I don't know what the ultimate ruin wants to do. If it's a normal request, there's no harm in agreeing to it, but if it's too much, The demon race is not to be trifled with." Li Yunxiao nodded. "That's right. But do you think it's a normal request?" "Haha, don't think of me as a bad person. My request is actually very normal." Suddenly, a woman's voice reached everyone's ears silently. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Even with their strength, they actually did not notice someone. Huang and AI were shocked. They believed what Li Yunxiao and the others had said even more. "Ultimate ruin!" Li Yunxiao roared in anger. His energy exploded in the hall uncontrollably, and he was the first to fly out. The others immediately followed behind him. Above the main hall, under the vast sky, two figures stood alone. Huang and AI were shocked. The entire illusory realm was not only an independent space, but it also had an extremely strong defensive boundary. If the demon race had not opened the restriction, it would definitely cause a commotion if they tried to force their way in. But the illusory realm remained calm, without the slightest ripple. "How did you get in?" Huang roared in anger. As the emperor of all demons, he had to stand out no matter what. His angry roar caused a commotion among the demons in the illusory realm. Many experts also noticed Ning Qiue and Tianxi's figures. They gathered from all directions and surrounded the two of them. Li Yunxiao's gaze was fixed on the two of them. He did not move at all, like a fossil that had existed for millions of years. That kind of hatred was unforgettable and heart-wrenching. Tianxi sneered. "TSK. Isn't it better for us to come in quietly? Could it be that you want to go on a killing spree and kill all these minions before you're satisfied?" "You." Huang was furious. But when he thought of Li Yunxiao's fear of the two of them, he did not dare to act rashly. He could only say hatefully, "I would be more satisfied if the two of you could inform me when you come in." Li Yunxiao turned around and said, "Lord Demon Emperor, let these demons leave. Otherwise, they will just be throwing their lives away." AI's expression changed slightly. He nodded gratefully and ordered, "Everyone, retreat 1,000 miles away immediately. No matter what happens, no one is allowed to enter within 1,000 miles." When the order was given, all the demons were shocked and in an uproar. They knew that something big must have happened. There were many brave demons in the demon race. Their faces were filled with anger and they refused to leave. Huang said in a deep voice, "Mr. AI's order is my order. Anyone who disobeys it will be considered as disobeying the order. Kill the entire clan." "What? Huh?" All sorts of shocked and gasps could be heard. Disobeying the Demon Emperor's order was a capital crime, but there was no need to kill the entire clan. Killing the entire clan was the harshest punishment. Unless the entire clan rebelled, otherwise, no matter how disobedient the clan was, it was impossible to kill the entire clan. At this moment, everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. But since the Demon Emperor had given the order, no one dared to disobey. They hurriedly retreated 1,000 miles away and informed the demons along the way. "Haha, this Demon Emperor is not bad. He still knows how to cherish his own clan." Tianxi laughed heartily. His eyes were filled with unbridled joy. Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly. Seeing that he was a little uncomfortable, he snorted disdainfully and stopped laughing. Li Yunxiao turned his gaze to Ning Qiue. He suppressed the emotions in his heart and said through gritted teeth, "Sinkhole, release Ning Qiue." "Release?" Ning Qiue's eyes were filled with surprise and mockery. Young Master Yun, I am Ning Qiue. What do you mean by release? Li Yunxiao's face twitched. He said coldly, tell me, how can I release her? Ning Qiue raised his head, his face filled with disdain as he sneered, Li Yunxiao, don't you understand? I am Ning Qiue, and I am also Sinkhole. It is not Sinkhole that has taken over Ning Qiue's body, but they have fused. Fused? Li Yunxiao's heart trembled. What do you mean? Ning Qiue said indifferently, even the me in front of you is not Ning Qiue or Sinkhole, but a combination of them. Or rather, I am two people at the same time. What I am doing now is Ning Qiue's will and Sinkhole's will. No, impossible. Li Yunxiao roared angrily, you're trying to trick me. Qiue will never be with you willingly. Ning Qiue looked at him calmly and suddenly smiled. Are you so sure? Do you really think you understand her so well? The Ning Qiue in your subconscious is just your wishful thinking. Then what do you think she should be? What is her original self? Li Yunxiao was stunned. This question had stumped him, and he could not help but ponder. Ning Qiue smiled faintly, her smile somewhat sad. If it was the Ning Qiue in your heart, what would you do now? Would you return to Crimson Moon City and continue to wait under the peach blossom tree every day, bitterly longing for her big brother Murong? Li Yunxiao shuddered. He raised his head in disbelief and gritted his teeth. But the people beside you are the murderers of Lord Murong and Churan. TCH. Tianxi snorted in disdain. Ning Qiue nodded. That's right. Big brother Murong and Churan are both dead, and they were killed by Tianxi. But why did the two of them die? Wasn't it to save you? Then, do you wish for me to fight against Tianxi and Ultimate with you, and then die in their hands? Do you think that this is the real me? To satisfy the desire in my heart? Ning Qiue smiled slightly mockingly. That is not the real me, but what you, Li Yunxiao, think of me. Li Yunxiao's body trembled violently. Large beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. His clothes had long been soaked in cold sweat. These questions struck directly at his heart, completely shattering it as if he had fallen into an abyss. Ning Qiue continued. Perhaps fusing with Ultimate is not my best choice, but, her eyes stared deeply, as resplendent as stars and as clear as lake water. She slowly said, but it is my truest choice, no, it's not. Li Yunxiao roared, his body trembling like a sieve. He absolutely could not accept this reality, could not accept Ning Qiue's words. He roared, I absolutely do not believe it. Ultimate, don't you try to bewitch me. Today, I will slay you with my sword and save Ning Qiue. His body surged with monstrous sword chi. Sword/crimson appeared in his hand. In an instant, thousands of sword rays appeared, condensing into a giant sword astral that fused with his figure. Go die. Ultimate, return Qiue to me. Sword/stars. Tens of thousands of starlight fell, illuminating the sword as it slashed towards the solitary figure. Ning Qiue did not panic. In fact, he did not even have the slightest expression on his face. He only smiled faintly. His smile was so helpless as he said, haha, the truth is always cruel. If you don't want to believe it, you can only continue to deceive and numb yourself. Tianxi also grinned and sneered, haha, ignorance is bliss. Speaking of which, I'm a little envious of these reptiles who live in their own fantasies. I won't believe your nonsense. Li Yunxiao's face was gloomy as he said coldly, as long as it's something that comes out of your mouth, I won't believe a single word. I will use the sword in my hand to defeat all of you, and then directly ask Ning Qiue's true heart. This was the first time he used a sword technique after he stepped into the emptiness extreme god realm. The entire moon and star illusory space shook under the sword. It was as if it couldn't maintain its usual terrifying power and started to crumble. Huang, AI, and the others were all shocked. AI hurriedly said, Your Majesty, quickly set up the barrier and stabilize the space. Otherwise, the entire illusory realm of stars and moon will be finished. All right. Without another word, Huang immediately teleported far away with AI and started setting up the barrier. Liao Xingyuan said, Should we help too? Gu Qingqing shook her head and said, I don't think it's necessary. When the battle starts later, how can this small space withstand it? Even if it's AI and Huang, what ability do they have to set up a barrier to stop the aftermath of the battle? Liao Xingyuan was stunned. Then, this place will definitely be destroyed? Gu Qingqing nodded and said, yes. But to the monster race, this is also a kind of opportunity. If this place is destroyed in the hands of Li Yunxiao, he will definitely give the monster race an explanation. Duanmu Youyu also said with a smile, yes. The monster race might be able to profit from this disaster and find a spiritual mountain that is more suitable for them. Their conversation was not secretly transmitted and was heard by Huang and AI at the same time. The two of them frowned. Huang released a muffled groan, while AI revealed a pensive expression. Ning Qiue looked at the sword that Li Yunxiao stabbed over, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a strange smile. His eyes turned captivating red, and he said, you want to ask your heart? Then I'll let you ask. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, seemingly feeling that something was amiss. The Ning Qiue in front of him suddenly turned around and stabbed over. It was the golden sword formed by Song of Time, but the power of this sword was only that of 8-star Emperor Wu. Bang! The Song of Time struck the red sword. Ning Qiue was clearly no match for it. He revealed a shocked expression, and his arm bent, sending the long sword flying out of his hand. Clang! The golden sword landed on the ground and stabbed into it. Shoo, shoo! There was a wave of boos in the surroundings, and they were all sighing endlessly. Gu Feiyong, aren't you a little too ungentlemanly? The Ning family's second young miss played a few moves with you, but you actually got serious the moment you started. In any case, you are the famous Emperor Wu. You boast of being romantic, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and he looked around. The scenes in front of him were actually all familiar faces. A man dressed in embroidered clothes and a jade crown walked over and helped the fallen Ning Qiue up. He said softly, are you all right? Ning Qiue's face turned slightly red, and he hurriedly struggled free from that man's hand. I'm fine. After saying that, he angrily walked back to his seat without looking back. That man smiled, and turned to Li Yunxiao, and said, Feiyong, you were distracted just now. Li Yunxiao's body trembled violently, and large beads of cold sweat continuously dripped down. Moo. Morong. Big brother, Morongzhu frowned, and asked with concern, what's wrong? You seem to be unwell, could it be that something went wrong during your cultivation? Li Yunxiao suddenly burst into tears. He stabbed the sword to cease red into the ground, and knelt down on one knee. He cried, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Morongzhu was shocked, and he hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. He asked in shock, what's wrong with you? What's going on? The surroundings instantly became quiet. All the young heroes were stunned, and the clamor just now instantly turned into a strange silence. What's going on? Did he really go berserk? He was so ruthless to the Ning family's second young miss just now, and now he's crying and kneeling. I heard that the Ning family's second young miss and Morongzhu have some feelings for each other. Maybe he was too ruthless just now, so he's afraid now that Morongzhu is standing up for him. That's why he's kneeling and begging for mercy. Didn't you hear him say I'm sorry? Damn, it can't be, right? Gu Feiyong is also a newly risen genius, and his strength isn't much weaker than Morongzhu's. In my opinion, they should be about the same. After a short moment of silence, loud clamor and mockery filled the air. When Ning Qiue heard the crowd gossiping, his gloomy mood from being injured by Gu Feiyong immediately turned into anger and shame. He wanted nothing more than to raise his sword and slash at those people. Li Yunxiao knelt on one knee on the ground. His tears were like a broken bead curtain, dripping onto the ground, and very soon, a large patch of the ground was wet. Morongzhu was a little angry, and he used all his strength to help him up. He scolded, a man's knees are made of gold. If there's anything that can't be discussed properly, why are you kneeling so easily? Li Yunxiao raised his head, and his face was also covered in tears. He sobbed, Big brother Morong, even though we're in an illusion, I'm still able to see you again. This is really too great. He opened his arms, and immediately hugged Morongzhu tightly. The two men rubbed against each other, and it immediately caused a wave of hissing and mockery. Although Morongzhu also felt that it was a little inappropriate, when he saw how emotional Gu Feiyong was, he patted his shoulder and said, all right, it's fine now. What nonsense are you babbling about? Ning Qiue's eyes widened, and he immediately covered his face with his hands in shame and anger. He angrily scolded, "Two shameless bastards." Laughter rang out in the Breeze and Moon Tavern. Jiang Churan sat at the head of the table and smiled bitterly. Both of you are heroes of the present age, so please control your emotions. After all the heroes of the world are here. You two can be so open, but I, as the host, can't. Churan. Li Yunxiao immediately let go of Murongzhu, turned around, and walked up to him. He gave him a bear hug. Jiang Churan was so frightened that he struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, Gu Feiyang hugged him so tightly that it hurt a little. Let go. I didn't expect you to have the same yang fetish. Jiang Churan was shocked and angry, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. The men around him jumped in fright and shouted, Gu Feiyang has unleashed his bestial nature and is going to rape Jiang Churan. Run. The entire Breeze and Moon Tavern immediately descended into chaos. Some were purposely jeering, while others were genuinely afraid. Everyone dodged to the side. Murongzhu sensed that something was wrong and asked in a deep voice, Feiyang, what exactly are you doing? He walked forward and grabbed Li Yunxiao's shoulder, pulling them apart. Li Yunxiao hugged him as well. He hugged both of them and cried, thank you for taking care of me, big brothers. Both of them were baffled. Jiang Churan suddenly struggled out and angrily scolded, Gu Feiyang, what's going on with you? Ning Qiue glanced at the cup of tea on Gu Feiyang's seat and asked doubtfully, was the blood tea that was served just now drugged? Jiang Churan shook his head and said, that's impossible. Every process of serving tea is strictly controlled. Who would have the ability or courage to drug someone in Red Moon City? Moreover, his face twitched and filled with disgust. He said fearfully, how could there be such a drug in this world that can turn a straight man gay? Ning Qiue shook his head and said, the world is vast and full of strange things. Perhaps it really does exist. Murongzhu stretched out his hand and formed a claw with his fingers, locking onto Li Yunxiao's shoulders. He was afraid that he would do something out of line again. Only after he felt that his grip was secure did he ask, Feiyang, what exactly happened to you? Li Yunxiao's face was covered in tears. There was even a hint of a happy smile on his face as he said, only now do I realize that sometimes, living in a dream is even better. Zhuangzhou dreams of a butterfly. Who is whose dream? His gaze moved from Murongzhu to Jiang Churan, then to the other young elites, as well as the crimson blood moon outside the Breeze and Moon Tavern. Everything is so real. I finally understand. Qiue, is that why you don't want to wake up? Ning Qiue revealed a doubtful and confused expression and said in shock, Big brother Feiyang, what are you talking about? Li Yunxiao's expression was miserable as he said in tears, Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreamed of Zhuangzhou. Did Zhuangzhou become a butterfly in his dream, or did the butterfly become Zhuangzhou? Then there must be a difference between Zhuangzhou and the butterfly. This is called materialization. But the butterfly does not need riches and honor. Murongzhu muttered, Feiyang, what's wrong with you? He asked with concern. Jiang Churan was also shocked, Feiyang, are you alright? Strange? What else can be strange? Isn't it just being gay? Everyone saw it, you must be careful. Ha 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 ha. Someone shouted with a strange voice. The crowd immediately roared with laughter, but it was more of a mischievous joke. Li Yunxiao looked through the crowd one by one. Chen Duantian, Baiming Duanzhu, Wei Qing, Xianxia, and even Lu Fian were among them. However, every face was much more immature than he remembered. At this moment, the Heaven and Earth reputation list had yet to open, and there was no titled Emperor Wu. It was during this gathering at the Breeze and Moon Tavern that Murongzhu died at the hands of Heavenly Thought. Li Yunxiao looked at Murongzhu and said with tears in his eyes, if I could do it all over again, I really hope to be with you until the end of time. Big brother Murong, be careful and take care. Murongzhu's expression finally changed, and he shouted, Feiyang, what are you saying? What's wrong with you? Li Yunxiao raised his sword and muttered to himself, I'm sorry, everyone. His expression was somewhat dazed. Under the dazzling sword light, the monster-slaying sword in his hand turned around and stabbed at Ning Qiue. Stop. Morongzhu and Jiang Churan cried out at the same time. The two attacked at the same time. Two rays of light, one gold and one white, flew over from two sides and hit the monster-slaying sword. Bang! Boundless light rippled. Bang! Bang! The three figures collided in the air and exchanged over 100 moves in the blink of an eye. The sword chi was like a rainbow, shooting in all directions. Li Yunxiao's heart sank as he shockingly discovered that his strength was only at the 9-star peak Emperor Wu. The only difference was that his comprehension of the heavenly Tao and his understanding of the laws would not be eliminated in an illusion. How is this possible? Gu Feiyang can actually fight Morongzhu and Jiang Churan to a draw at the same time? Impossible. Although Gu Feiyang's reputation has risen recently, he shouldn't be this powerful. Morongzhu is the young master of an aristocratic family from overseas. Rumor has it that he's the #1 genius in thousands of years. Moreover, Jiang Churan is the disciple of the Scarlet Moon City Lord. Both of them are top-notch experts in the world, outstanding talents among the younger generation. If both of them can't take down Gu Feiyang, wouldn't they be taking things too lightly? All sorts of shocked and doubtful voices could be heard. A large number of martial artists retreated to the outside of the Wind and Moon restaurant and stood in the air, quietly watching the fight inside. The streaks of sword chi slashed through the air, causing them to tremble in fear. Li Yunxiao was puzzled as he faced the enemy. This illusion was so realistic, it was as if he had really returned to a few decades ago. Every scene was vivid in his mind. Every subtle expression and detail was so realistic. Even his strength, if it wasn't for his extraordinary comprehension of the heavenly Tao, he would have been taken down by the two of them. Feiyang, your sword skill, Morongzhu was also shocked. He then laughed maniacally and said, "Ha ha ha, good, good. Looks like you've gone easy on me the other day. Today, let me see your true strength." 9 dragons of sword, thousands of bodies. His figure suddenly turned into thousands of shadows, attacking from all directions. It was difficult to distinguish which was real and which was fake. Snow clears in the West Mountain, sun and moon shine in the Dark Mountain. Smoke of East Mountain, wind and thunder from the 9 heavens. Jiang Churan also shouted. The silver rhinoceros sword appeared in her hand, and her figure flashed as she attacked with the force of lightning. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The two of them joined forces and immediately had an overwhelming advantage. No matter how high his comprehension of the heavenly Tao was, it was impossible for him to break through the shackles with his current strength. Bang, 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 lotus flowers kept appearing on the monster slayer, and the power of the sword realm appeared around it, blocking the two's attacks. However, it was getting weaker. Damn it! What's going on with this illusion of the bottomless chasm? How can it forcefully suppress my cultivation? Li Yunxiao panicked. If he died here, his real body might really die. Morongzhu's sword skill was like a storm, ever-changing, while Jiang Churan's attack was like lightning and thunder. It was as fast as lightning and extremely sharp. With the two of them working together, they were probably invincible under the immortal state. Bang! Finally, the sword realm shattered under the continuous attacks. It turned into thousands of fluorescent lights and slowly dissipated. 2 sharp attacks came from his left and right, aiming for his vital parts. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. However, at that moment, a red light flashed in his eyes, as if it was reflecting the blood moon in the sky outside the pavilion. Xianxia Peak. Untainted by dust. The monster slayer rose again, and 2 sword essences attacked one after another. It was the sword principle of the sword of the true dragon world. Bang, bang, Morongzhu and Jiang Churan were both sent flying. Their bodies hit the breeze and moon pavilion, and they both spat out a mouthful of blood. Feiyang, you. Both of them were shocked, and they struggled to get up from the ground. Their faces were filled with hatred. Morongzhu said angrily, "Good, good. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You were just fooling us earlier." Jiang Churan's face darkened, and he said coldly, "I'm afraid your cultivation has already reached divine transcendence." Huh? Divine transcendence? Everyone was shocked, and exclamations could be heard everywhere. All the powerful figures' expressions changed. However, someone frowned and asked suspiciously, "What is divine transcendence?" Li Yunxiao let out a long sigh and said, "The ultimate, your illusion is too realistic. If you weren't so impatient, I wouldn't have been able to find the flaw." "What do you mean? You're talking nonsense again. What is the ultimate? You've been saying this word since the beginning." Morongzhu held his sword and asked cautiously. Li Yunxiao looked at him and said sadly, "No matter how wrong I was, Brother Morong would never kill me. When the sword realm was broken, you and Churin both wanted to kill me, and that was the flaw. It was the only flaw I've found since the beginning. The illusion space cannot have any flaws, or the world will be broken. That's why, my power has returned." The monster-slaying sword in his hand also changed back to the sword-slaying red sword. His body emitted a faint light as he said sorrowfully, "If we want to leave this place, the key should be Brother Morong and Chu Ran. The ultimate, you're so evil. Do you want me to kill them?" Morongzhu's expression changed, and he said angrily, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Li Yunxiao raised the sword in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. He said, "Brothers, I'm sorry again." 2 streams of green tears flowed down from his eyes, sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto his clothes. With his current strength, he could easily kill anyone here even if he closed his eyes. "Brother Morong, if there's a next life, let's be brothers again. The only thing I can do now is to bring Kiyue back. Please forgive me." Li Yunxiao's face was pale as he casually thrust his sword forward. The sword light was dazzling, and the sword aura was so strong that no one here could match it. Morongzhu's face was filled with shock. He wanted to dodge, but he could not move his body. He was completely suppressed by the sword aura. Chi. The sword pierced through the air, and blood splattered into the air. "Kiyue!" Several exclamations were heard. Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and he suddenly opened his eyes. In front of Morongzhu, his sword had pierced Ning Kiyue's heart. "Kiyue!" Morongzhu looked up at the sky in grief. His tears finally fell, and he hugged Ning Kiyue. Li Yunxiao's body turned cold, and his mind fell into an abyss. He suddenly roared, "Why? Why?" Ning Kiyue smiled gently, and reached out to caress Morongzhu's face. She said gently, "Brother Morong, don't cry. You will be sad." "Gu Feiyong. You bastard!" Jiang Churan roared. The surrounding experts of the Scarlet Moon City were all enraged. They roared and attacked from all directions. Bang! Li Yunxiao's face was ashen, and he flipped his palm, instantly sending all of them flying. Blood flowed from his scarlet eyes, and the sword in his hand trembled. He roared, "Tell me why." Ning Kiyue shifted her gaze away from Morongzhu's face, and looked at Li Yunxiao with a smile. "How can you know that a man is a fish without experiencing the consequences? You're not me, so how can you know my true intentions? You bastard! To think that I treated you as my brother. Let me tell you why." A golden light flashed, and Morongzhu charged forward with his sword. Li Yunxiao raised his hand, and was about to slap down, but when he saw his opponent's bloodshot eyes filled with tears and blood, as well as boundless anger and despair, his raised hand stopped in the air. Chi! The void was slashed open, and Morongzhu's sword pierced into Li Yunxiao's chest, in the same spot as Ning Kiyue's body. Li Yunxiao felt pain in his heart. Morongzhu's boundless anger turned into sword chi, and rushed into his body. His clothes were dyed red with blood. Although it was painful, there was an inexplicable sense of relief. He raised his head, and his eyes were filled with tears, and Morongzhu's face could no longer be seen clearly. He said softly, "Thank you." Morongzhu let go of the sword in his hand, and turned to leave. Under the bloodshot gaze, he gradually walked further and further away. But to resolve the swaying butterfly, there is no need for riches and honor. Jiang Churan's figure could be vaguely heard walking beside him. Through the ages, the butterfly's dream is not lost. A bright moon illuminates the cool breeze. The 2 figures gradually disappeared from Li Yunxiao's sight, and he felt a sense of loneliness and emptiness in his heart, as if a piece of it had been dug out. Only Ning Kiyue's faint, sorrowful smile was left, and her eyes became clear. "I wish to become a butterfly in a dream, and the smoke and waves will never be able to circle this life." Ning Kiyue softly recited, and there was a faint purple sorrow in her voice. When Li Yunxiao heard that, he felt an unbearable suffocation in his chest, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He kept retreating in the air, his body swaying, and he couldn't stand steadily. "Young Master Yun! Alliance Lord Yun!" All sorts of exclamations rang out. Everyone was shocked. Even they couldn't see what was going on. All they saw was Li Yunxiao stabbing his sword over, but before he could even stab Ning Qiue, he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered as if he was injured. Gu Qingqing and the others flew over. The Liao brothers stood in front of him and stared at Ning Qiue vigilantly. Mo's expression was also solemn as he shouted, "What sorcery did you just use?" "Hee, sorcery?" Ning Qiue smiled calmly and said, "Ask Li Yunxiao yourselves." He was just struck by his own obsession. Li Yunxiao's face paled. He looked down and saw a bloody hole in his chest. Blood gushed out for a while before it stopped. He raised his head and recalled what he saw in the illusion. His face turned even paler. Liao Xingchen said, "I don't care what sorcery you used, but Li Yunxiao is now the Alliance Lord of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. We won't allow you to harm him. If you know what's good for you, leave immediately, or you'll have to face the combined attacks of all of us." He knew that the ultimate ruin was extraordinary, so he said the words, "combined attacks," without any fear. It was to prevent people from gossiping that so many Void Extreme Divine Realm experts were ganging up on a single person. After all, they were once peak existences, so they still wanted some face. Hee. Ning Qiue glanced at him disdainfully, as if he didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled at Li Yunxiao and softly recited, "You must look straight into Ning Qiue's heart. I've already fulfilled your wish. Are you satisfied?" Li Yunxiao's entire body trembled as he recalled the line from the poem, "I wish for a dream to transform into a butterfly, the smoke and waves will not be able to encircle this life." He could not help but feel as if a knife was twisting in his heart. His chest tightened and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth again. Gu Qingqing snorted. "Young Master Yun, don't listen to her nonsense. You're in an extremely bad state right now, so it's clear that you've fallen for her illusion technique. You can retreat and rest for a while. We will beat this person into sh*t for you and help you vent your anger." She winked at Narcissus to take Li Yunxiao away. Li Yunxiao's face was still pale, and he didn't say a word. He seemed to have suddenly aged dozens of years, and there was no spirit or luster at all. He let Narcissus help him retreat to the back. Gu Qingqing sneered at Ning Qiue and scoffed, "Demoness, let's see how you die now." A total of 5 Void Extreme God Realm cultivators surrounded Ning Qiue and Tianxi. They all had cold expressions on their faces as they looked at them with murderous intent. Ning Qiue smiled faintly. She did not take the 5 of them seriously, and she did not conceal her disdain at all. Gu Qingqing shouted angrily, "Attack!" Her aura instantly erupted to the extreme, and countless red rays of light hovered between her hands. The Liao brothers also made hand seals, and terrifying star vortexes formed in front of them. They were as vast as the sea. Panny clenched his fists in a simple manner, but there were runes flashing on his fists. It was as if a layer of faint light armor had condensed on the surface of his skin, and he adopted the most ordinary fist stance. Mo held the nether wheel in his hand and placed it in front of him. After the battle in the sea forest, he had returned the ancient dust sword to Li Yunxiao, and he kept this nether wheel for himself. He seemed to be very fond of it. This was because this wheel was incomparably sharp. Almost every move of it could easily cause blood, and blood was what he craved the most. Ning Qiue glanced at the 5 of them indifferently, and her gaze only lingered on Mo for a moment. In terms of strength, Mo had absorbed the blood of tens of thousands of sea race cultivators in the sea forest, and his cultivation was vaguely the highest among the 5 of them. Moreover, a large amount of blood power had accumulated in his body, and he was still constantly digesting and absorbing it. If he had not come to the illusory star and moon, he would have returned to Yanwu City to go into death seclusion. The next time he came out of seclusion, he would probably be as different as heaven and earth. Even so, Ning Qiue only gave him a slight pause in his gaze. She smiled faintly and made a hand seal in front of her. A strange power appeared in the void, and her clear eyes instantly turned bright red. With a bewitching gaze, she looked at everyone with a smile. This is, Gu Qingqing and the others were shocked. The Ningqiue in front of them had already disappeared, and there was only a huge blood-colored moon hanging high in the sky in front of them. Not good. Illusion technique. Gu Qingqing cried out in shock, and hurriedly closed her eyes. However, she suddenly opened them again in the next instant, because the moment she closed her eyes, endless terror would rise from her heart. However, when she opened her eyes again, the space and time in front of her had changed even more. She was in a boundless pitch-black universe, and she was constantly falling into the depths. Time and space constantly flowed away from her body, but she was unable to stop it. Moreover, what terrified her was that this feeling seemed endless, and she would spend the rest of her life falling until she died. The other 4 people were also affected by the illusion technique, but the scene was different. However, the same thing was that the 5 people's bodies froze, and the instant they were about to attack, they stopped, as if they had been frozen. Duanmuyoyu said in shock, that is, until the end of time? Within 1,000 feet of Ningqiue, everyone who looked at her could only see a red light, and not a figure. In the crack in the ground, a blood-colored moon slowly rose, hanging high in the sky. Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and he finally recovered from his dazed state. He loudly cried out, "Don't look at that moon." But it was too late. Everyone looked at that blood-colored moon in a daze, and they all became lifeless. Even Bo Mu, Bo Long, and the Duanmu siblings were affected. The only ones who were spared were Li Yunxiao, as well as Desolate and AI, who were setting up a barrier 10,000 feet away. But even Desolate and AI were trembling inside, and large beads of cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. The dazzling red light and blood-colored moon gave them an indescribable mental impact, and they became somewhat dazed. AI's body was covered in a layer of divine light, resisting the blood moon's demonic power. Through the boundless world of red light, she could vaguely see the scene inside. Ningqiue formed a seal with one hand, not moving at all. Xianxia stood next to her with a sneer, while Gu Qingqing's group of 5 were completely frozen. The 5 people stood in the sky with exhausted expressions. Their expressions varied, some happy, some sad, some confused, some angry, and some furious. What illusion technique is this? It can actually trap 5 void god realm powerhouses at once? AI was afraid, and when he looked at Li Yunxiao, he was even more shocked. He saw that in Li Yunxiao's right eye, Tsutsumi had directly burst out, occupying more than half of his face. The blood vessels that extended out from Tsutsumi crawled all over his head, and even went down his neck. Li Yunxiao! AI suddenly screamed, and he was extremely anxious. Desolate could not see the scene inside the red light, but he saw Bo Mu and the others petrified, and Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He said in shock, "Mr. AI, this ruin of end is too strong, we are not its match. Why don't we leave first while they trap these people?" He was afraid if he was also affected by the illusion technique, he would be at the mercy of others. He had never heard of such a terrifying power, let alone seen it with his own eyes. Previously, he had heard Mo say that he had encountered several manifestation realm powerhouses at once, but he had felt that it was an exaggeration. But now, from the looks of it, even manifestation realm existences might not be able to withstand this terrifying illusion technique. He finally realized that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. AI's face was also pale, and he had completely lost his composure, not knowing what to do. Although he had heard that the ruin of end was powerful, judging from the strength of Li Yunxiao and the others, 6 void god realm existences were enough to destroy the world. No matter how strong the ruin of end was, he would most likely be able to handle it. Even at the very least, it should not be a problem to fight the ruin of end to a draw. Who knew, the moment the ruin of end attacked, he instantly killed them all. Just as AI was losing his composure, he suddenly focused his eyes and saw Li Yunxiao's body surging with monstrous demonic qi. His arms were covered in demonic patterns, and he was fighting against Tsutsumi's power. Li Yunxiao's body kept trembling, and he gradually raised his hand, as if it was extremely difficult. His right hand was raised into the air, and a demonic light condensed at his fingertips. With a flip of his hand, he stabbed at his right eye. Ah! AI's body trembled, and he could not bear to watch. Qi! That demonic light directly pierced his right eye and came out from the back of his head, blood spurted out from the back of his head. Not only AI and Huang, but also Ningqiue and Xianxia. Their pupils shrank, and they stared at him coldly. Tsutsumi was injured, and he violently struggled a few times before finally retracting into his right eye. The blood vessels and various tentacles on his head retracted, and his face returned to normal. Actually, it was not considered normal. His right eye was a bloody mess, and half of his face was covered in blood. There was also a hole at the back of his head, and he looked as terrifying as a ghost. This is really troublesome. Xianxia took out her battle spear and stepped forward. She instantly appeared in front of Li Yunxiao, and the battle spear swept horizontally. Li Yunxiao's left eye shrank, and it turned into a bright black demonic eye that shot out light. Bang! Sword Death/Red responded and blocked the battle spear. Sword light surged, and a sword realm spread around Li Yunxiao, shaking Xianxia away. God welcomes three lights. Xianxia's expression slightly changed. She raised the battle spear with one hand, and her entire body turned into a smear of golden light. Like a scorching sun, she fiercely struck down. Sword realm! Li Yunxiao shouted in a deep voice. He held the sword in front of him with one hand, and a powerful sword light instantly exploded, colliding with the light of the battle spear. Boundless light waves rumbled and surged in all directions. Huang and Ai's expression greatly changed. Just this one strike caused the barrier's power to shake violently. If he used a few more moves, it would be difficult to maintain. Xianxia was pushed back dozens of zhang by Li Yunxiao's sword light. She gloomily snorted, and said, "Your strength is improving very quickly." Li Yunxiao's expression was terrifying. He did not say a word, and he placed a seal on his sword, and thousands of sword lights pierced out. Instantly, sword shadows rippled down from the sky, turning into hundreds of sword talismans that fell around Xianxia. It was densely packed with sword shadows. Xianxia was shocked. She held the battle spear and cautiously looked around. Her eyes swept across, and she immediately found a weak point, and she slashed down. Bang! Xianxia's spear cut down and immediately cut a path through the sword array. Her figure flashed and she rushed out. Just as she stepped out of the array, a lightning seal rolled in the sky, covering an area of hundreds of acres, and pressed down. Boom! The lightning seal struck Xianxia's body without any deviation. Lightning bolts tore through her body, and a large amount of flesh and blood exploded. Xianxia suddenly opened her eyes. A surge of mental power surged over and rushed into Li Yunxiao's thunder world. The mental power was like the sea, sweeping Xianxia up and directly teleporting her out. Xianxia was teleported to the side of the returning ruins in a sorry state. She was covered in blood and said with shame and indignation, "Lord, Xianxia's expression was extremely calm as she said, "You are not his match. Go kill these 5 Void Extreme God Realm martial artists first." "Yes." Xianxia responded. She raised her spear and slashed at the 5 people. The 5 people were still trapped in the illusion and seemed to have encountered a great problem. Their faces were all pale, beads of sweat rolled down their cheeks, and their bodies trembled slightly. Xianxia did not move at all. Although her expression was calm, there was a flash of worry in her eyes. It seemed that trapping the 5 people had consumed a great deal of her energy. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He roared angrily. Instantly, thousands of lightning bolts gathered in his palm and fiercely smashed towards the red light. Boom! The lightning bolts also carried a faint layer of white light. Under the full force attack, it directly rushed into the red light and shattered the great illusion barrier. Ai's heart trembled as she muttered to herself, "It really is arcane God's light." Under Li Yunxiao's lightning technique and the powerful power of the great evolution divine art fused together. The red barrier shattered like a mirror, and the scene inside instantly became clear. The 5 people trembled and immediately came out of the illusion. But the sudden change of scene still made the 5 people feel uncomfortable. Xianxia was the first to rush to Panyi's side. The moment he came out of the illusion, she slashed down with her spear. Bang! Panyi was shocked. He could not dodge in time and could only raise his hand to block. The sharp spear directly slashed into his arm, causing a metallic luster. Blood flowed down the spear and dripped onto the ground. Xianxia's expression changed slightly, void light realm physical body. He suddenly poured all his strength into the battle spear. With a chi sound, the battle spear spun in his hand and directly cut off Panyi's arm. The severed arm flew into the sky. Then, the spear turned and stabbed towards Pan Yi's throat. Pan Yi felt the pain in his hand, but it was also this pain that woke him up completely. He formed a seal with his right hand and pointed at the halberd. Pung! Both of them were hit by a huge force at the same time, and both of them flew back a few steps. Pan Yi frowned as he looked at his left hand, which had been cut off. His brows furrowed into a frown. This was the first time he had suffered such a heavy injury. But fortunately, this kind of injury to the limbs could still be reconnected, so it was not a big deal. The other four also woke up from the illusion, but they all looked tired and had different degrees of injuries on their bodies. Mo's strength was originally the strongest, but he was the one with the most injuries. Half of his body was covered in blood, which continuously dripped down. His expression was gloomy as he stared fixedly at Ning Qiue with a venomous and fearful expression. The rest of the people also could not help drawing a cold breath, only feeling a chill run down their spines. Gu Qingqing shouted angrily, "Quickly kill her. This person's demonic arts are too strong." No need for her to say, the Liao brothers and Mo already made a move. The illusionary realm earlier was seriously too terrifying. If it happened again, no one had the confidence to come out alive. Under the four people's joint attacks, Ning Qiue did not panic. He just smiled faintly and retreated backwards, pulling apart the distance between him and the four people. He said with a smile, "Li Yunxiao, your strength is even more formidable than I imagined. To actually be able to struggle free from my great illusionary art enchantment boundary. Is this because you cultivated a demonic art? TSK, demonic arts are indeed extraordinary." Li Yunxiao glanced at Pan Yi, who was currently fighting a bitter battle with Tianxi. Even though he had lost an arm, Pan Yi was still very obsessed and proficient in the study of martial techniques. He executed all kinds of movement techniques and absolute techniques, fighting fervently with Tianxi. Li Yunxiao no longer paid attention to Pan Yi. Instead, he transformed into lightning and chased after the four people to attack Ning Qiue together. The entire sky of the illusionary realm was shattered. AI and Huang's enchantment could no longer be maintained. Huang shouted, "Mr." AI nodded and shouted, "Pull." With a shout, the two of them withdrew their hands at the same time. Immediately, a terrifying shockwave rumbled out. It was as if 10,000 bolts of lightning rolled across the sky and earth, shattering the illusionary realm. Boom! At the border of the east and west regions, a terrifying green light soared into the sky. Several valleys were instantly razed to the ground. Large numbers of demons suddenly flew out from within and fled in all directions. Fortunately, they had made preparations beforehand. With all kinds of arrangements, even though some people were affected, the majority of the demons still successfully escaped. Under the leadership of several tribe leaders, tens of thousands of demons began to flee forward. After Li Yunxiao joined the battle, Ning Qiue was clearly no match for them. She retreated as she fought, but the direction she retreated in was towards Huang. Huang wanted to avoid her, but his mind suddenly trembled. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of Ning Qiue's bloodshot eyes. His body immediately trembled, and confusion appeared on his face. "Your Majesty!" AI was shocked. He suddenly formed a seal with his hands and spat out a wave of demon language. It surged through the air and shook Huang's eardrums. Blood flowed out of Huang's ears. It was clear how powerful that sound wave was. It tyrannically rushed into his mind, and only then did he wake up from his confusion. Ah! Huang's body trembled, and he was instantly afraid. Li Yunxiao and the others were also shocked. Under the joint attack of the five of them, even a manifestation realm expert would have to kneel. However, Ning Qiue remained calm and unruffled. She did not face them head-on. Moreover, in this pincer attack, she was still able to free up her mind to cast illusions on Huang. What the hell? How can she be so strong? Gu Qingqing's back was also drenched in cold sweat. She suddenly had the same feeling as when she was fighting against the abyss race in the sky above the sea forest. That feeling was that no matter how hard you tried, you would feel powerless. The other party's strength was unfathomable, and you would never be able to reach the bottom. How can there be such a powerful monster? The more Gu Qingqing killed, the more anxious she became. An indescribable fire burned in her heart, and each move was stronger than the last. Bang! Finally, a palm landed on Ning Qiue's body, shattering her protective true essence with all her might. Pfft! Ning Qiue spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned pale. Well done! Li Yunxiao and the others were overjoyed. All kinds of attacks instantly landed on Ning Qiue's body like raindrops, and she was immediately heavily injured. Mo Kuang was overjoyed. Haha, she's dead for sure now. Gu Qingqing let out a heavy breath, and her heart also relaxed. She revealed a rare smile as she looked at Ning Qiue, who was falling from the sky. The smile on Gu Qingqing's face suddenly stiffened, because she discovered that Ning Qiue was also smiling. Moreover, her smile was a little strange and somewhat mocking. What's going on? You're about to die, and you're still smiling? Gu Qingqing snorted angrily. Suddenly, she discovered that something was wrong. Li Yunxiao and the others had all disappeared, and she was the only one left in the entire world. Illusion technique! She screamed in horror. Not only was there no one around, but even Ning Qiue had disappeared. She was the only one left in the entire boundless world. Snow began to drift down from the sky, and a cold intent immediately assaulted her body. Suddenly, a green light came from the void, and it rushed towards her with an extremely powerful sound wave. Gu Qingqing! It was Li Yunxiao's wild roar. The world suddenly trembled, and the entire world suddenly changed. Gu Qingqing instantly returned to reality, and her pupils constricted. The golden sword in Ning Qiue's hand had already pierced over, directly into her heart. In shock, Gu Qingqing suddenly erupted with all the potential she had in her life, and both her hands struck towards the golden sword. Bang! The golden sword slashed through her hands, and with a chi sound, it pierced into her body. However, she forcefully blocked it, and it had already deviated from its original position, avoiding her heart. Ning Qiue's lips curled into a smile, and it was just as strange as in the illusion. He said, "How good is it to die in ignorance? That is a kind of blessing. Why go through the trouble of returning to the cold and cruel reality?" Blood flowed from the corner of Gu Qingqing's mouth. She suddenly grabbed the sword with both hands, and forcefully pulled it out. She angrily rebuked, "This lady likes to be cold and cruel. What can you do about it? Since that's the case, then I'll send you to a cruel and cold place." Ning Qiue's gentle voice rang in Gu Qingqing's ears, and it did not contain any killing intent. Gu Qingqing's body trembled, and her eyes immediately revealed a perplexed expression. "Stop!" Li Yunxiao angrily shouted, and his sword pierced over. "Don't even think of harming her." "Hee, don't worry." Ning Qiue lightly stepped on the ground, and dodged that sword. He lightly smiled and said, "I might have wanted to kill her before, but now, I've already sent her to the world she likes, and I no longer want to kill her." Gu Qingqing's entire body was enveloped by a layer of red light, and she silently floated in the void. In his shock, Li Yunxiao shouted several times, but he was unable to pull her back from the illusion. Ning Qiue smiled and said, "It's useless. This is a gift that I specially prepared for her. I won't say that no one in this world can dispel this art, but at least none of you can." Mo coldly said, "Why are you wasting words with her? Quickly kill her." The nether wheel flashed in his hand, and the sky and earth were split apart. A terrifying slash force crushed over like lightning. Chi! Ning Qiue's figure was directly cut in half by that slash, and blood spurted out. What? Seeing this scene, Mo did not feel happy at all. Instead, his heart fiercely sank. Indeed, apart from him, there was no one else in this world. Li Yunxiao and the Liao brothers were shocked. In their eyes, after Mo angrily shouted, he suddenly became motionless. Then, his body slowly emitted the same red light as Gu Qingqing's, and he quietly floated in the void. Ning Qiue turned around, winked at the Liao brothers, and said, "Don't worry, the two of you will be next." Ah! The Liao brothers jumped in fright, and hurriedly closed their eyes, not daring to look again. "Be careful!" Li Yunxiao cried out in alarm. Just as the Liao family brothers shut their eyes, Ning Qiue's figure flashed and appeared in front of the two brothers noiselessly, slashing a sword over. Her movement technique was fleeting like a ghost. With the two brothers' formidable strength, they actually did not detect it in the slightest. Bang! Li Yunxiao turned into a bolt of lightning and struck that golden sword fiercely, blasting the sword body away. Only then did he transform into his true body. Sword death cleaving red slashed over. Bang! 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 The two people unleashed several hundred swords in the air at once. Streams of light rippled out in the sky. Li Yunxiao shouted, Lord Xingqian, Lord Star Abyss, quickly think of a way to let Gu Qingqing and Mo come out from the illusionary realm. Otherwise, they'll be in danger. Regarding illusionary arts, in the present world, apart from the sinkhole, he was also the strongest. He knew its prowess. There was a type of illusionary art. Even if the illusionary realm did not kill you, as long as one stayed inside for a long time, the main body would also lose spirit and soul. The soul would forever sink into the illusionary realm, never to wake up again. Hearing Ning Qiue's words just now, Li Yunxiao thought of this sort of illusionary art. Liao Xingyuan said in shock, Alliance Head Yun, then you, 5 Void Extreme Deity Realm powerhouses were instantly killed by Ning Qiue the moment they came up. Just relying on Li Yunxiao alone could not hold on at all. Li Yunxiao said in a solemn voice, I'm fine. Sinkhole's illusionary arts are useless against me. As long as we can break her illusionary art, she won't dare to confront us head-on at all. The Liao family brothers thought about it slightly and seemed to be indeed so. Ning Qiue was dodging from start to end. Apart from casting illusionary arts, she did not confront them head-on at all. At this moment, with Li Yunxiao's strength alone, he forcefully exchanged over 100 moves with Ning Qiue. The two brothers immediately understood the logic involved. Liao Xingyuan said, We'll trouble Alliance Head Yun here. Leave Gu Qingqing and Mo to us. The two people did not dawdle either, turning around and sprinting for Gu Qingqing and Mo, thinking of ways to save them. Oh, do you really think I only know how to use illusions? Ning Qiue sneered. With a turn of his sword, he blasted Li Yunxiao away. Then, he turned around and ran towards Desolate. Isn't that so? If the illusion doesn't work, who else can you beat? Li Yunxiao's face was gloomy. How could he allow her to escape? He transformed into a streak of sword light and chased after her. Suddenly, a burly figure appeared in the air, blocking in front of Li Yunxiao, and punched out. Bang! Li Yunxiao reverted to his true form and retreated a few steps in the air. He felt the blood and qi in his body raging. The power of that punch was as vast as the sea, it was hard to defend against it. Your Majesty! Ai cried out in shock, and her heart fell to the bottom. The one blocking in front of Li Yunxiao was the demon. Emperor, Desolate. At this moment, his eyes were blood-red and filled with killing intent. With a single look, his mind was subdued, and he was controlled by the ruins of End. Ning Qiue's figure appeared behind Desolate, and he said with a faint smile, Little demon, show me the power of true spirit nihility. Let's see if you can surprise me. Roar. A deafening roar came from Desolate's mouth. It was like a human or a beast, and the entire world trembled. You finally got it under control? The space beside Ning Qiue rippled, and a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Xianxia, who was holding a battle spear, and her eyes were filled with excitement. Ning Qiue nodded with a smile, and said, It took me quite a bit of effort. Ai said in shock, So your goal is, Xianxia chuckled, Of course, our goal here is for Li Yunxiao and nihility. You dregs don't deserve Lord's effort. On the other side, Pani lost his opponent, and he flew to Li Yunxiao's side. His broken arm had already stopped bleeding, but it was temporarily unable to display its power. He could only reattach it after the battle. Desolate's face became abnormally sinister, and the power in his body continued to rise. The surrounding void began to deform under this power. Li Yunxiao looked on coldly. The entire mountain range had already been reduced to ashes in the previous battle, and it was a complete mess. At this moment, under Desolate's strange power, the sky darkened, as if an ancient demonic beast had descended into the mortal world. Ai cried out in shock, Your Majesty, stop, stop. His face was filled with shock and indignation. Desolate's aura continued to rise, and his body swelled up. A terrifying power pressed down on everyone present, but his face continued to transform, and his consciousness became weaker and weaker. This was still not the most serious thing. Once nihility completely descended, Desolate would definitely not be able to control it, and would definitely die from the backlash. Hee, stop? What a joke. Xianxia laughed wildly, and said, it has already gone out of his control. This summoning process can no longer be reversed, and he can only continue until he dies. Ai's face was lifeless, and he stood in the sky in a daze, feeling his hands and feet turn cold. Li Yunxiao also seemed to have calmed down, and he quietly looked at the sky. The darkness descended like the curtain of night, as if it had devoured all the light in the world, leaving only darkness. In this boundless darkness, there seemed to be a huge shadow that was fluctuating between the real and the illusory. Everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of this celestial phenomenon. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, Ultimate, what exactly are you trying to do? Oh, you're finally asking me this question. Ning Qiyu looked at him with a smile, and said, your heart has always been occupied by hatred. Li Yunxiao said coldly, how can my heart not be occupied? He looked at the increasingly powerful darkness power, as well as Desolate, who had completely lost his consciousness, and whose body was continuously splitting apart, and said solemnly, what exactly is your goal? Everyone listened quietly, and their faces were filled with worry. Ning Qiyu said, it's a long story, but to put it simply, I want to create a ceremony, and this ceremony requires your help. To be more precise, I need the help of Tsutsumi in your right eye. Li Yunxiao said, there are many people who can help you. Although there are very few Tsutsumi in this world, the pupil clan still exists. He had met one not long ago, and it was Lungtong. Xianxia sneered, those so-called pupil clan of yours are just a bunch of bastards that evolved. The purest of the pupil clan is only Tsutsumi. And in this space, the only Tsutsumi are you and Lord Ultimate. Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, I understand this point. Ning Qiyu grunted, and continued, this ceremony requires the power of 3 Tsutsumi to activate, and Xianxia is the power I created back then. Although it doesn't belong to the pupil clan, it is the pure power of the pupil clan. My cultivation has fallen greatly, and with the current conditions of the celestial martial world, I can no longer create a second Xianxia, or else I wouldn't need to find you. Li Yunxiao said solemnly, what kind of ceremony is it? Ning Qiyu looked at him, and his eyes became deep and solemn, and said slowly, summon the pupil clan back. Summon the pupil clan back? What do you mean? Although Li Yunxiao didn't understand, he felt that it was very powerful, and he was shocked. Hee. Xianxia laughed sinisterly, didn't you hear what I said before? The only Tsutsumi left in this space are you and Lord Ultimate, and it's just in this space. Li Yunxiao suddenly thought of something, and raised his head in shock, looking at the darkness that filled the sky, and said in horror, you mean, in the space of nothingness, there are still Tsutsumi? As soon as these words came out, everyone understood in an instant, and they were all shocked. They all looked at the sky in disbelief. Ning Qiyu said, perhaps there are no more. In the past, I was heavily wounded by a powerful enemy, and I was afraid that I would implicate the entire clan, so I exiled the entire Tsutsumi clan into the space of nothingness. Like this, my enemy wouldn't be able to find them. And because my injuries were too heavy, I pretended to be petrified, and fell into a long slumber. All the subsequent matters were left to Xianxia and my son, who is the Tsutsumi in your right eye, to handle. This Tsutsumi is your son? Li Yunxiao broke out in a cold sweat as he heard this. Exiling the entire clan into the void of nothingness, this sort of idea was far too bold. He said in horror, just who is your enemy? To think that he has such a formidable strength. If your current cultivation has fallen by a great deal, then in the past you were at least at the peak of the good fortune realm. Ning Qiyu chuckled, and said, in the past, I was a world king powerhouse. And the person who severely wounded me, coincidentally, you also happen to know him, it was that true dragon Inu. What? These pieces of news were more shocking than the one before, and it left everyone dumbfounded. Ning Qiyu said, the true dragon is the leader of all living creatures. If we offend him, how can there be a place for my clan to survive in this world? That's why I had no choice but to resort to such a method. Li Yunxiao said coldly, Inu has already appeared for a long time, why don't you go and kill him to take revenge for what happened in the past? Ning Qiyu said with a smile, so many years have passed, it's impossible for me to not have any resentment. But compared to killing Inu, the proper matter is to let the clan return to the heavenly martial realm. Moreover, to be able to see the insufferably arrogant ruler of the past become a dog, being beaten into a sorry state, fleeing for his life in all directions, this is much more interesting than killing him. Li Yunxiao said, I understand. It's just that the probability of the I clan's clansman surviving in the body of nothingness is next to nothing. You should understand this yourself, and everything you do now will be futile. I even somewhat look forward to seeing your expression of despair. Ning Qiue said very calmly, you don't have to worry about this, I have already calculated all of this in the past. Even if something really goes wrong midway, it's also the will of heaven, and it can't be forced. Humph, idiot. Do you think Lord Ultimate Ruin doesn't have the confidence? Xianxia sneered and said, the I clan can be exiled by Lord Ultimate Ruin in the sacred tool Eye of 1,000 years. What? Li Yunxiao was greatly shocked. If they were in the space formed by the sacred tool, then the possibility of the I clan surviving would be very high. Ning Qiue looked at the void and said, the void of nothingness is about to open, the ceremony can begin. Li Yunxiao became vigilant, and sneered and said, you say it starts, and you say so. Have you ever asked for my opinion? How could I possibly fulfill your wish? Ning Qiue looked at him and said calmly, could it be that you don't want Murongzhu to come back to life? What did you say? Li Yunxiao trembled and shouted, what did you just say? Ning Qiue calmly repeated, don't you want Murongzhu to come back to life? Haha, what kind of joke are you talking about? Qiue, you are really poisoned by the ultimate ruins. Li Yunxiao smiled angrily and said, how can a dead person come back to life? Ning Qiue faintly smiled. He raised his hand and casually waved it. A ray of light shot down, and with a boom, a mountain in the distance exploded into pieces. Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and didn't know what was going on. Ning Qiue said, in the eyes of an ordinary person, if you tell him that you can shatter a mountain with one punch, will he believe it? Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted and he said coldly, what are you trying to say? Ning Qiue said, with an ordinary person's knowledge, they naturally think it is impossible. Similarly, with your knowledge, you naturally think that a dead person can't come back to life. Li Yunxiao angrily rebuked, bullshit. A dead person can't come back to life. From ancient times until now, there has never been any record, not even a legend. Ning Qiue smiled and said, how can those true secrets be recorded in the annals of history? Then have you seen any annals that recorded the death of a true dragon? Li Yunxiao pondered for a while and said, don't try to deceive me. The death of a true dragon is a sign of the decay of a celestial being. In addition, if it encounters an expert of the same level, it is possible that it can't be a match. This is all normal. I practice the 4 great divine techniques and my comprehension of the heavenly martial arts realm's world power is not much worse than yours. It is impossible for a dead person to come back to life. Qiue, wake up. The world powers rule? Haha. Ning Qiue suddenly smiled and blinked, saying, but what if it surpasses the world powers rule? What? What surpasses the world powers rule? Li Yunxiao was shocked and vaguely seemed to grasp some key point. Ning Qiue said seriously, a frog in a well cannot speak of the sea because it is restricted by the well opening rule. Summer insects couldn't talk about ice and snow because they were restricted by the rule of summer. The current you is also restricted by the rules of the heavenly martial arts realm. These words were like a bucket of wisdom that directly shook Li Yunxiao's heart and mind. Even the people from the Heavenly Martial Alliance, see Emperor Palace, and AI were dumbfounded, as if they had heard something incredible. Surpassing the rules, Li Yunxiao muttered to himself. He suddenly recalled that ancient god Maha had been destroyed by the realm of heavenly martial arts because he had surpassed the realm's rules. The realm's power of heavenly martial arts couldn't tolerate him anymore. AI suddenly shouted, young Master Yun, don't fall for his trap. Even if there really is something that surpasses the rules, it doesn't mean that he can resurrect the dead. Ning Qiue said, it indeed doesn't, but I only saw an even higher mountain peak, and moved forward. As for you, your horizons are still very low. How can you understand the greatness of the universe? Li Yunxiao, don't you want to look forward? Don't you want even a sliver of a chance to resurrect Murongzhu? Li Yunxiao's mind trembled, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He raised his head and saw Murongzhu's appearance, but it was Tianxi's sneer and mockery. He immediately felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. If there really was a sliver of hope to resurrect Murongzhu, he would definitely do it regardless of everything. But was there really such a thing? No one could answer this question. It was like a pebble sinking into the boundless darkness. There was no response. Ningqiu squinted his eyes and smiled. Don't hesitate anymore. Offer up Tsutsumi's power and follow me forward. Li Yunxiao's whole body trembled. His mind was in a mess, and he seemed to be controlled by Ningqiu. The demonic pupil in his left eye gradually dimmed. His right eye, which had been injured by him, slowly opened again. It was completely red like blood. Not good. Bomu cried out in alarm. Hurry up and stop them. Li Yunxiao has been hit. The Liao brothers were shocked, and they immediately flew up. However, a loud roar rang out. Desolate, who had not moved all this time, suddenly punched out. With a loud rumble, the boundless void exploded, and a terrifying shockwave slammed into the two brothers, blasting them away. Pooh! The two brothers immediately spat out blood after being hit by this punch. Liao Xingchen was shocked. How can he be so strong? Bomu's expression was extremely ugly. This demonic emperor has probably reached the peak of the void ultimate realm. The peak of the void ultimate realm. The Liao brothers' faces were full of bitterness, while AI was filled with grief and indignation. Desolate's power was still continuously increasing, and it was likely that he would reach the manifestation realm soon. If that happened, he would definitely die. Tianxi snickered and said, "This demonic emperor is not bad. Before he dies, he can still use some of his strength. I hope he doesn't explode from the power of nothingness so early." Ningqiu glanced at Desolate and said, "He has a host relationship with nothingness in the first place. Coupled with the demonic race's powerful physical bodies, he can still hold on for a while longer. We should hurry up. If this demonic emperor explodes, those minions will come to cause trouble again. It will be troublesome." Tianxi responded. Her expression became solemn. She stood in the sky and formed a seal with one hand, standing still. Ningqiu also did the same thing, but the seal was different. Li Yunxiao's face was full of malevolence. Tsutsumi protruded out, taking up half of his face. He also walked forward step by step and formed a strange seal. The three of them formed seals at the same time, and the seal power in their hands immediately emitted red light. They closely combined and formed a huge red light that surrounded all of them. Soon, the red light was like the first ray of light before dawn. It blossomed in the huge dark space, piercing through layers of space-time. The shadow of the ruins of End slowly appeared behind Ningqiu. A huge blood-red eye rose into the sky. There were tens of thousands of runes in the eye that flickered chaotically as it looked into the depths of nothingness. In an instant, from the center of the seal the three of them formed, a huge red pillar of light shot into the sky. It directly shot into the dark night, traveling thousands of kilometers in an instant. What kind of ritual is this? AI looked at the red light in fear. He could feel the terrifying power. It was as vast as the sea. Layers of ripples spread out, making his mind agitated. Even with arcane god's light, it was difficult to resist the impact of the red light. His heart was in turmoil. Retreat. The Liao brothers also noticed the abnormality. They hurriedly brought Gu Qingqing, Mo, and the others to retreat. Only when he was several hundred miles away did he finally break free from that terrifying pressure, and he felt slightly relaxed. However, everyone's heart was extremely depressed. Big Brother Yunxiao. Quickly go and save Big Brother Yunxiao. Water deity was sobbing like a pear blossom in the rain. Everyone lowered their heads in shame and indignation. No one dared to reply to her. It was not that they were afraid of death, but it was a very unwise choice to rush forward at this time. Braun said solemnly, "Narcissus, don't mess around. We can only wait and see and wait for an opportunity to save Li Yunxiao." Narcissus cried, "We have already flown hundreds of kilometers away, how can we wait for an opportunity? Even if an opportunity appears, it will be too late." Braun was stunned. What Narcissus said was true, and he could not refute it. Duan Muyoyu counted with his fingers and said, "Narcissus, don't worry. Li Yunxiao will be fine." Really? Narcissus was relieved. She trusted Duan Muyoyu's divination very much. Duan Mutsong turned around and looked at Duan Muyoyu strangely, as if questioning him. Duan Muyoyu shook his head and sighed softly. Immediately, worry appeared on their faces. He wanted to divine Li Yunxia's fate and the result of the ritual, but Li Yunxia's fate was connected to the heavenly Tao. The power of the ritual was not something he could pry into. What he said just now was just to comfort Narcissus. Narcissus was the only one who believed it. The others could see Duan Muyoyu's worry. Bomu said, "Everyone, quickly treat your injuries. There might be a tough battle later." Gu Qingqing and Mo Lai came to check on their situation. Can anyone contact the Heavenly Martial Union and ask them to send more experts over? Otherwise, I'm worried that Li Yunxiao. He did not finish his sentence, but everyone could tell that once the ritual ended, Li Yunxiao would lose his usefulness. Duan Muyoyu said in shock, "Lord Bomu's words make sense. I will immediately contact Lord Mudi of Yanwu City." Bomu nodded and began to check on Gu Qingqing and Mo Lai. The two were still shrouded by the red radiance, and they had strange expressions on their faces as if they were in pain. Bomu frowned and began to execute the sun god technique. A golden light descended and spread over the two like a warm sun, slowly seeping into the red radiance. The sun god technique had freed him from his demonic nature, and it had a certain effect on mutant techniques. Although it could not completely expel the red radiance, Gu Qingqing and Mo Lai's expressions began to calm down, and they no longer looked as pained as before. This illusion technique is very evil. Let me take a look. AI, who was not far away, walked forward and offered himself. Bomu was overjoyed. It would be best if Sir could help. AI was full of worry and sighed. I'll do my best. The Ruins of N's illusion technique is too powerful. It's probably unparalleled in the world. Bomu nodded. Just do your best. AI nodded. She looked at the two of them with a complicated expression. One of them had sealed the monster emperor 3,000 years ago, causing the monster race to be unable to rise again. They had struggled at death's door for 3,000 years. The other was the descendant of the demon emperor, and was the strongest expert of the demon race after Desolate. Judging from the current situation, Desolate was most likely going to die, so the matter of revitalizing the demon race in the future might fall on him. AI sighed several times in his heart. His eyes could not help but turn slightly, glancing at the location of the red radiance. In the dungeon of the fantasy realm of Stars and Moon, there was still a peerless great monster expert. He originally had the fortune of the heavens, but unfortunately, he lost in the end. His cultivation was wasted, and he was locked in the dungeon. Now that the fantasy realm of Stars and Moon had been destroyed, he was most likely dead. Shang's figure appeared in AI's mind, and he sighed inwardly. Originally, if the three great monster experts could join hands, the revival of the monster race would be just around the corner. Now, only one was left, and he was still unconscious. He immediately eliminated the distracting thoughts in his mind and began to focus on Mo and Gu Qingqing's condition. What AI didn't know was that in a mountain call 1,000 li away from them, a streak of green light suddenly appeared. Where darkness and light intersected, a streak of green light suddenly appeared, fiercely descending. With a honglong sound, a deep crater was blasted open in the great earth. 3 silhouettes appeared within it and revealed themselves. It was precisely Shang and Li, as well as a young man dressed in green clothes, his appearance elegant. It was the second with spirit transformation Little Qing. The three of them looked into the boundless darkness ahead, their expressions grave. Shang gave it a look, his eyes full of disappointment. He said with a sigh, "We finally came out." "Thank you, Little Qing." Little Qing's expression was calm. "There's no need, give me the armillary sphere, I still have to help out with this small matter." Shang released a bitter laugh and said, "My body has been crippled, so the armillary sphere is useless to me as well. If there is fate in the future, you can return this holy artifact to the fiend race." Little Qing nodded and said, "All right, when I comprehend the natural laws within, this holy artifact won't be of much use to me anymore. At that time I will return it to the fiend race." Shang shook his head bitterly and said, "Huang never expected that there would be someone hiding in the armillary sphere, moreover the second would spirit transformation you." Li said, "Fortunately, Little Qing was here, or else the armillary sphere would have definitely been seized by Huang. Little Qing said, disaster and fortune are closely related, and fortune is hidden within disaster. Even though you protected the armillary sphere, you angered Huang because of this, having your true body destroyed. If you had given him the armillary sphere back then, perhaps you could have kept your cultivation. Xiang shook his head and said, it isn't that I don't want to keep my cultivation, but rather that I already sensed that my luck has reached its end, that my divine Tao path has reached its end. Oh? Little Qing's brows jumped. Xiang, great one, that won't happen. Li immediately burst into tears, covering his face as he wept, doing his best to hold it in, fearing that he would be too grieved. Xiang was instead indifferent, saying with a smile, Li, don't cry. In reality, I already had this feeling a long time ago. I have always been asking myself, am I really the one chosen by the heavenly Tao? Before, I never doubted it, because if I wasn't, then what was the meaning of me traveling for tens of thousands of years, arriving in this era? Li Qi said, Lord Xiang is the emperor of all demons. In Li's heart, he will always be the emperor of all demons. Xiang smiled faintly and said, during this period of time in the dungeon, I recalled my life. From tens of thousands of years ago until now. All kinds of scenes flashed through my mind. I suddenly felt that even if I wasn't the chosen one, there must be a reason why the heavens sent me to this era after tens of thousands of years. Little Qing said, then have you thought of your goal? Xiang nodded and said, I must do something for the demon race. Li burst into tears and said, they did this to you, and you still think of them. Xiang smiled and said, the winner takes all. This is an unchanging rule of history. I am someone from the fiend race in the end, this has nothing to do with how Huang treats me. He withdrew his smile and looked ahead worriedly. The illusory realm of stars and moon has been destroyed. What exactly happened? Little Qing was also looking forward. Then, she retracted her gaze and said, an incredible character has appeared. It's actually the leader of the I clan, Gue Su. Sinkhole? Xiang and Li were stunned. It was clear they had never heard of it before. Little Qing said, the Pupil clan was an extremely powerful clan during the ancient era of true spirits. Even among the true spirits, there were many who were controlled by their demonic eyes. Later on, they quietly disappeared from the earth. I didn't expect to see ruins of End again. The usually calmly now revealed a dignified expression. Xiang was startled. What is this person's cultivation? Does he have a grudge with my fiend race? Little Qing said, in the past, Gue Su was the true dragon's right-hand man and also a world king powerhouse. But now, it seems that he is only at the good fortune realm. I have no idea how this old monster managed to survive until now. Li couldn't help but ask, then what is he doing now? Little Qing shook her head and said, I don't know either. This darkness should be the inner space of the true spirit nihility. The I clan is an extremely fierce and dangerous race. I fear they are plotting something. Xiang said, no wonder he would seek out the fiend race. Huang is the only existence that can come into contact with nihility. I just don't know if this is good or bad for the fiend race. Little Qing lightly said, it's most likely bad. Xiang smiled bitterly and said, I think so too. Little Qing said, let's go. There is no point in staying here. If Gue Su sets his eyes on us, we will all be finished. Have you thought about where to go? Xiang nodded and said, do you still remember that human man who possessed the mother's power in the demon origin? Little Qing nodded and said with some doubt, are you sure that it was the fiend race's mother's power? Xiang smiled and said, of course, other races might not be able to sense this kind of power deeply, but I will not be wrong. That is indeed the mother's power. Little Qing frowned and said, the so-called mother should be the myriad fiend ancestor who gave birth to the 5 insects, 7 birds, and 9 beasts. It is also a famous powerhouse in the heavenly martial realm. But it has already disappeared for many years. The demon ancestor's power is also scattered among the hundreds of fiend race clans. How could there still be the mother's ancestor's power? Xiang said, the mother's power is the fiend race's power source. I once sensed it when I was in a deep sleep for several tens of thousands of years. So, the power in Li Yi's body is very clear and familiar to me. Little Qing said, the objective you speak of is referring to him? You want to extract his mother's power? Shang smiled bitterly and said, I indeed had such an idea before, but it failed. Now that my body has been broken, the mother's power is no longer of much use to me. But my demonic energy essence is still there, and I can help him to advance to a higher level. What? Li was shocked and said with a trembling voice, Lord Shang, if you lose your demonic energy essence, you will die. Shang said, I don't care about life and death. Since I reincarnated for several tens of thousands of years and came to this era, I must do something. Little Qing said, if that person really possesses the mother's ancestors' power, he will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Okay, I will go with you to find that human man. Little Qing's body turned into a green light that directly enveloped Shang and Li, turning into a streak of light that shot towards the horizon. The darkness in the sky was still expanding. Nothingness seemed to want to completely release the space within its body, and very soon, it covered 1,000 li. In the center of the darkness, a huge red pillar of light shot into the horizon, penetrating into the end of the void, exploring the boundless land. Ning Qiue, Tianxi, and Li Yunxiao all had solemn expressions. They all formed hand seals and stood in the sky without moving for several days. As for the demon emperor desolate, under the descent of nothingness, he even broke through the shackles of the void realm and stepped into the manifestation realm. But it only took a moment before it was crushed and completely dispersed into the sky, no longer existing. 100 li away, the Liao brothers and the others, after seeing Huang's death, flew over many times to destroy that red radiance. However, they discovered that there was a dark night force surrounding that red radiance, blocking all of their attacks. Bomu said in shock, that is the power of nothingness, nothingness is protecting them. Liao Xingyuan said in shock, how can this be? Bomu shook his head and said, this is the most mysterious true spirit. We don't know if it has intelligence, and we can't predict its actions either. Let's wait until the returning ruin ceremony is over. Everyone could only return resentfully. Moreover, under AI's treatment, the red light on Gu Qingqing and Mo's bodies weakened greatly, but it still did not completely disappear. AI was so tired that her whole body was covered in sweat, but she still persisted bitterly. The next day, the red light still did not dissipate, but Ling Mudi and the others rushed over from Yanwu City. When they saw this strange scene, they were all shocked. Sister Hongyan, quickly save big brother Yunxiao. Seeing that Chu Hongyan had also come, Narcissus hurriedly rushed over and started crying. Chu Hongyan's face was also full of worry. She said, what's the situation now? Ling Mudi rushed over with more than 50 people. Apart from those who were in seclusion, almost all the experts in Yanwu City had been mobilized. Liao Xingchen immediately explained the cause and effect of the matter. He even described the matter of the sea forest in detail. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard it. Ling Mudi said in a deep voice, I didn't expect so many things to have happened, and so many powerful people have come. Liao Xingchen nodded and sighed. He said, we were really ignorant in the past. I didn't expect the realm of heaven martial arts to have so many terrifying existences. Ling Mudi looked at the red light in front of them worriedly and said, even with your power, you can't break through that red light? Liao Xingchen said, it has the protection of nothingness's power, but we have so many people now, so it should not be a problem. That's right. Chu Hongyan's eyes also emitted a fierce glint. She said coldly, if we all join hands, let alone nothingness's barrier, we can even kill nothingness itself. Let's kill nothingness first, then kill the returning ruins. Ling Mudi said worriedly, what I'm most afraid of now is whether it will affect Li Yunxiao after we break through the barrier. He is only cooperating with the returning ruins to perform the ceremony, so his life should not be a problem. But if we rashly attack and destroy the ceremony, we don't know whether there will be serious consequences. Chu Hongyan was worried, and she said anxiously, are we just going to let them finish the ceremony? Ling Mudi nodded and said, that's the only thing we can do now. The returning ruins' current goal is to call back their clansmen, and they don't have any evil intentions towards Li Yunxiao. We just need to make preparations, and after their ceremony is over, we will save Li Yunxiao, and then we will attack the returning ruins and the pupil clan. Bomu also nodded and said, Lord Mudi's analysis is very reasonable. The pupil clan is too terrifying, and if they are called back to do evil, it will be a disaster not inferior to the demonic calamity. Ling Mudi said, that's right, so we have to save Li Yunxiao, and we have to exterminate the pupil clan. He ordered, everyone, get ready and wait for my order. Once there is an abnormality, we will attack immediately. Yes. Everyone replied in unison, and they all sat cross-legged in the air, calmly recuperating, and waiting for the battle. After a few more days, the red glow in front of them finally changed. The original radius of a few hundred zhang suddenly expanded, reaching a distance of several thousand zhang. Moreover, the pillar of light that soared into the sky also became slender, as if it was showing signs of dissipating. Is it going to end soon? Everyone was startled. They hastily became vigilant and flew towards the red light. Within the red light, the figures of the three gradually became clear. The red light was like willow catkins, drifting in all directions, dazzling and dreamy. Feiyang. Chu Hongyan called out eagerly from outside the red light, but Li Yunxiao did not move. Ling Mudi said in a low voice, everyone, get ready. As soon as the boundary of nothingness disappears, kill Ultimate Ruin and Xianxia immediately. Narcissus said in shock, but Ultimate Ruin's body is Lord Ningqiue. He's brother Yunxiao's best friend, Ling Mudi snorted, we can't care so much at this time. If Ultimate Ruin returns to the earth, who in this world can stop him? Everyone was silent and began to circulate their yuan qi, ready to attack at any time. At this moment, within the red light, a ball of golden light suddenly appeared in the center of the three hand seals. The ball of golden light was like a ball, emitting a dazzling light that swallowed up the red light. Ling Mudi and the others immediately felt a vast power vibrate, and they were all forced back a few steps, unable to get closer. What is that? Ling Mudi exclaimed. AI shuddered and said, Sage artifact. The golden ball of light rotated slowly. Everyone immediately understood that it should be the sage artifact of the Eye clan that Ultimate Ruin had mentioned before, the Eye of a Millennium. Oh no! Attack! Ling Mudi seemed to sense something and suddenly exclaimed. He grabbed the air, and the soul-reversing whip turned into a silver sword that stabbed forward. The other experts did not want to be left behind and also attacked. Suddenly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire space trembled, and there seemed to be the roar of an ancient beast that reverberated in the darkness. Chi La. The nothingness space could not withstand the power of so many experts, and cracks appeared from the terrifying pressure. Ling Mudi was the first to stab into the golden light. Suddenly, the golden light became brighter and pierced into everyone's eyes and even their bodies. Boom! Everyone was shocked and enraged. They immediately threw out their ultimate moves. Heaven and earth shook violently, leaving only the ancient sound and the painful moans of the true spirit nothingness. All of the darkness was instantly torn apart, dispersing the darkness for thousands of kilometers, revealing the scorching sun shining down from the sky. Everyone who had their eyes closed felt that their vision was much better, so they opened their eyes one by one. However, there was no one in front of him. Li Yunxiao, the returning void, Tianxi, and even the listening Mudi, who was at the forefront, had all disappeared. Feiyang. Chu Hongyan was shocked and hurriedly flew over. The place where the three of them had performed the ceremony was now clear, not even a trace was left. How could this be? Chu Hongyan's face turned pale and she stood in the sky in a daze. She could no longer sense Li Yunxiao's aura, not even the sinkhole's aura. AI's expression also changed slightly. He let out a long sigh and said, they are no longer here. Chu Hongyan gritted her teeth and said, Mr. AI, how could this be? They actually slipped away under everyone's eyes. Even if the ultimate is a creation realm existence, it shouldn't be so heaven-defying. Bomu also said in a low voice, that's right. Even if it is a saint artifact, how could it tear through space unknowingly? It's unheard of. AI shook his head and said, it's not unknowingly, it's just that we were unaware. Bomu was taken aback and said, what do you mean? AI said, just now, when the golden light pierced everyone's eyes, how long do you think it took? Chu Hongyan pondered for a moment and said, at most 5 breaths. What? 5 breaths? Liao Xingchen was shocked and said, why do I feel like it was 10 breaths? Duan Muyoyu's expression changed slightly and he said in shock, could it be? AI nodded and said, in truth, none of us know how long it took. Even I lost my sense of time and space under that golden light. In my opinion, that golden light trapped us for at least 30 breaths. 30 breaths. Everyone was astonished and didn't dare to believe it as they looked at each other. Bomu said bitterly, if it really was 30 breaths, it would be too terrifying. If they had this time, why didn't they kill us? If they attacked at this time, I'm afraid no one would have the strength to resist. AI shook his head and said, I don't know about this. Liao Xingchen then said, if it was 30 breaths, it would indeed not be a problem to leave calmly. This can also be explained. Narcissus immediately became anxious and pulled Duan Muyoyu's hand and said anxiously, young master Yu, what do we do now? Quickly calculate whether Big Brother Yunxiao is doing well and where he is now. Chu Hongyan also looked over, her eyes filled with expectation and doubt. Duan Muyoyu was somewhat troubled and pinched his fingers to calculate a few times. He shook his head slightly and sighed, saying, these people are too strong and have extraordinary strength. I can't calculate anything. Chu Hongyan immediately became disappointed and became somewhat absent-minded. Narcissus was so anxious that she cried and implored, you definitely didn't calculate seriously or didn't want to use your lifespan to calculate. Why don't you have any sense of responsibility and be so greedy for life and afraid of death? If it wasn't for Big Brother Yunxiao saving you, you would have already been killed by that Fengyali in the sea forest. Look at my mother, for the sake of the divination technique, she lived between life and death for so many years. Why don't you have any spirit of sacrifice? Duan Muyoyu's face was full of embarrassment and he didn't know what to do. He lowered his head in shame. It wasn't that he didn't have the spirit of sacrifice, but rather that Li Yunxiao would most likely be fine. This was because Li Yunxiao's body was filled with heaven's will. If he had a number, he would have definitely sensed something, such as restlessness. However, he didn't feel anything at this moment. It wasn't worth it to waste his lifespan just to calculate this. Narcissus, don't cause trouble. Braun rebuked angrily, his face ashen. How could he not be concerned about Li Yunxiao's whereabouts? His beloved woman was still in Li Yunxiao's universe deity steel. If anything happened to Li Yunxiao, he simply didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. His expression became extremely ugly. Liao Xingchen said, now that things have come to this, we don't have any good ideas. Why don't we return to Yanwu City first and come up with a long-term plan? I also have to report the matter of Yinyu and the ruins of N to Lord Island Lord immediately. With Lord Island Lord's power, he might have a way. After all, Li Yunxiao is the alliance master of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Lord Island Lord will definitely not sit idly by. Right. Perhaps Lord Yi might have a way. Chu Hongyan's eyes lit up and she immediately became a little more spirited. Liao Xingchen nodded and said, then let's go. Standing in the crowd, AI's expression became somewhat awkward, as if he wanted to say something but was hesitant. Chu Hongyan noticed his strange expression and invited, Mr. AI, why don't you come with us? Now that the illusory realm of stars and moon has been destroyed, the demon race is scattered in the east and west regions. I'm afraid it will be difficult to gather all of them in a short time. Moreover, reorganizing the demon race and finding a place to settle down is definitely not something that can be done in a day. AI glanced at Mo, who was still unconscious, nodded, and said, then I'll have to trouble everyone. Moreover, these two people's techniques are extremely powerful. I also want to find a spiritual mountain and treasure land to try and help them resolve their abnormalities. Chu Hongyan was overjoyed and said, that naturally couldn't be better. Yanwu City isn't just a spiritual mountain and treasure land, it also has the 10 Directions Law. Mr. AI should have heard of it. With Mr.'s talent, under the 10 Directions Law, your technique path will probably advance to the next level. AI smiled bitterly and said, let's hope so. Everyone didn't dawdle and searched the battlefield again. After confirming that Li Yunxiao and the others were indeed not there, they headed for Yanwu City. Along the way, AI also brought along all the demon race people they met. The people of Yanwu City all frowned, looking a bit unhappy. After all, Chu Hongyan had only invited AI, but before they had gone far, AI had already brought along dozens or even hundreds of people. Some people were unhappy and secretly sent a sound transmission to Chu Hongyan. Chu Hongyan faintly smiled and replied, everything is as Mr. AI wishes. With Yanwu City's current size, it wasn't a problem for it to accommodate the demon race. It was only a matter of psychological acceptance. After all, the tragic battle at Five Cloud Mountain was still vivid in many people's minds. They had a strong hatred for the demon race. Chu Hongyan's thoughts were much higher. If they could bring the demon race into the Heavenly Martial Union, that would be an inestimable help. Moreover, this wasn't impossible. Now that Huang had died and Shang had disappeared, only Mo was left of the demon race's three great powerhouses, and Mo followed Li Yunxiao blindly. Moreover, there were three great monsters in Li Yunxiao's world: Divine Steel. Lin was the monarch of 10,000 monsters 100,000 years ago, a world king powerhouse, and the strongest of the demon race, the Brahmin monster bloodline. If Mo and the three great monsters appeared, and with AI's wishes, there was a high chance that they could pull the demon race over. Everyone was at a different level, so the way they looked at problems was completely different. Many martial artists were still limited by their hatred for the demon race. As for Chu Hongyan, as the backbone of the Heavenly Martial Union, she wanted to unite all forces to resist the demonic calamity. The group brought along hundreds of demon race members and quickly returned to Yanwu City. At this moment, on a barren sandy land, sand and stones were flying everywhere. There were very few people. Suddenly, the space trembled, and there was a thunderous roar. Then, a red light tore through the void. Pung pung pung. The red light emitted a terrifying power, and with a loud explosion, light shot out in all directions. 4 silhouettes appeared and flew down from the sky. What's going on? Where is this? Li Yunxiao was startled. He suddenly recalled what had happened and looked around in shock. Besides Ning Qiuyue and Tianxi, there was also Ling Mudi. He said in surprise, "Lord Mudi?" Li Yunxiao blinked his eyes and rubbed them forcefully. Then, he formed a seal with one hand and displayed the great divine evolution technique. He used his divine sense to sweep the listening Mudi's body, afraid that it was another illusion. Ling Mudi said, "No need to doubt it. It's me." Li Yunxiao scanned around with his divine sense before he believed it. He said, "Lord, why are you here?" Ling Mudi said, "Young master, you sent a message back to Yanwu City, saying that you were held hostage by the ruins of End, so I gathered people and rushed over." Li Yunxiao said apologetically, "I'm sorry to have troubled you, my lord." Ling Mudi looked at him strangely and said, "When did you become so distant?" He looked around and said, "I don't know where this place is, but it feels uncomfortable. I'm afraid it's going to be troublesome." Li Yunxiao had always felt that the matter between him and the ruins of End and Tianxi was his personal grudge and had nothing to do with others, especially the Heavenly Martial Union, so he did not want anyone to interfere. This places, Li Yunxiao also looked around. Other than the rolling sand and astral winds, there was also the scorching sun shining down. There was no moisture in the entire space, and it was so dry that it could make one's skin crack. Ning Qiuyue and Tianxi also looked around, but their expressions were completely different. Tianxi's expression was grave as he looked at the scorching sun in the sky. The scorching light contained a faint golden color, which was actually somewhat similar to the sharp light of the spear in his hand. "Haha, an eye in 1,000 years. I'm finally back." Ning Qiuyue suddenly laughed loudly, his expression slowly turning from calm to fervent and ferocious. He was incomparably excited. Tianxi revealed shock in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it and hurriedly said, "Congratulations, my lord. You've finally found your sacred artifact and the lost pupil race." Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi were both shocked and vigilant. If they had entered the other's sacred artifact, it would be very troublesome. Ning Qiuyue laughed wildly for a while before stopping and nodding. "My long-cherished wish of many years has been fulfilled. Tianxi, you've also contributed greatly." Tianxi hurriedly said, "This is what this subordinate should do. Didn't my lord create this subordinate for this day? This subordinate is also extremely happy that my lord can fulfill his wish." Ning Qiuyue said, "You've contributed greatly, but I've always been curious about something, but it wasn't convenient for me to ask. It seems like I can now." Tianxi's heart trembled as he hurriedly said, "May I know what my lord is referring to?" Ning Qiuyue casually pointed at Li Yunxiao and said, "According to what I know, you wanted to kill Tsutsumi in that battle to the end of time." Tianxi's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly said, "How could my lord have such thoughts? You've really misunderstood me." that day, I only wanted to take Tsutsumi back. After all, Xianxia's strength was limited at that time, and it was impossible for him to fulfill milord's long-cherished wish. This subordinate wanted to take Tsutsumi back and find another suitable person. Oh, I see. Ningqiu nodded and said, I was just a little curious. You don't need to be pale and sweating profusely. Yes, yes. The moment Xianxia heard his words, more beads of sweat appeared on his face as he hurriedly replied, this subordinate's loyalty to milord, the sun and the moon can attest to it, I am absolutely loyal. Ningqiu nodded and said, I understand your loyalty, but there's still one more thing that I can't figure out. That is, in Xianxia's eyes, Tsutsumi is no longer my son. What's going on? It seems like my son separated a part of himself before he died, and that's why his strength fell greatly. Otherwise, how could he have been controlled by a mere martial Dao realm person? So I want to ask, do you know how my son died back then? This subordinate doesn't know. Xianxi's expression became abnormally ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, this subordinate has always been in the end of time, and has never left. How could I know such a secret? Ningqiu's eyes turned cold, and the corners of his mouth rose into a sinister smile. He beckoned and said, I believe you, come over. Xianxia retreated several steps with a whoosh, and his expression became even uglier than a pig's liver. Ningqiu said coldly, what do you mean by this? Xianxi's face was devoid of blood as he said, this subordinate status is lowly, how would I dare to stand by milord's side? The surroundings suddenly became strangely quiet, and only the sound of the yellow sand rustling in the strong wind could be heard. Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi could naturally tell that there was a problem between the two of them, and they had also heard many clues. Li Yunxiao was even more shocked as he recalled Ningqiu's words. After the ultimate fell silent, there was only one Tsutsumi left in this sky, and he had obtained the divine skill, Heaven Flaw, from Crimson Moon City, which was passed down by the former city lord of Crimson Moon City. However, the Tsutsumi that he obtained had died in the end of time. He immediately had a rough guess in his heart. The previous city lord of Crimson Moon City, at least one of the previous city lords had been possessed by the Ultimate's child, and had left behind the divine skill, Heaven Flaw, in order to awaken the Ultimate in the future. That Tsutsumi had died for some unknown reason, and a descendant had split from his body, which was the one in Li Yunxiao's right eye. Based on this deduction, the Tsutsumi in Li Yunxiao's right eye was the grandson of the Ultimate. The death of that Tsutsumi, who had left behind the divine skill, was very likely related to Xianxia. After all, when he had first met Xianxia, Xianxia had wanted to kill Tsutsumi with all her might. It was only after the Ultimate appeared that she hid this thought. It seemed that Xianxia's thoughts were not simple, and she seemed unwilling to be a mere vassal of the Ultimate. Hee. Ningqiu smiled faintly and said, your status is lowly, so you have to listen to my orders. If I tell you to come, then come. Otherwise, you will be disobeying my orders. Xianxia took a few more steps back and said through gritted teeth, milord, you can't be thinking of burning the bridge after crossing the river, right? If it wasn't for my help, how could milord return to the creation realm so smoothly, and how could you successfully find the Eye of 1,000 Years? Even if I didn't do anything meritorious, I should at least have worked hard. Oh? You are a living being that I created, and I am your master. Listening to my orders is your duty, and it is also the reason why I created you, as well as the reason why you exist. Now you're talking about meritorious deeds and hard work with me? Ningqiu sneered and looked at Xianxia mockingly, as if he was looking at an ant. Xianxi's face was pale as she said, this subordinate is grateful for milord's creation. I hope that milord can let me go on account of this subordinate's dedication. Dedication? Ningqiu sneered, you killed my son, wanted to exterminate the Tsutsumi clan, and even vainly wanted to refine me into a weapon. This is your dedication? Xianxia was horrified and exclaimed, so you already knew? Ningqiu said, if not for the ritual needing your power, do you think you could have lived until now? Xianxia suddenly turned around and did not dare to stay for a moment longer as she fled into the distance. Haha, what a joke. This is the space of my saint artifact, do you think you can escape? Ningqiu sneered. He formed a seal with one hand, and his divine sense moved slightly. The space in front of him wavered slightly, and a tremendous force pressed down on Xianxia. Xianxia gritted her teeth, and the battle spear danced with a sharp light, slashing out fiercely. Swish, a beam of light shot out, immediately shattering that space. With a leap, her figure fled several hundred miles away, disappearing in a few flashes. Li Yunxiao was stunned, and even more so, somewhat dumbfounded. But he was not overly worried because this was the Sinkhole Saint artifact space. Unless Xianxia tore space apart to escape, there was no way she could escape. But Ning Qiue's expression became solemn, as if she had encountered some trouble, as she frowned. Li Yunxiao's heart stirred slightly, and he cried out, "Sinkhole, you're letting him escape just like that?" Ning Qiue pondered for a while before saying, "Strange." Then, he looked around. What's going on? Although Li Yunxiao did not know what was going on, he also had a bad feeling, so he pursued the matter. Ning Qiue said, "This is definitely within this seat's saint artifact, but this seat's control over it seems to be suppressed. I can't use the power of the world as I please, and I can't even sense the world." What? Li Yunxiao was shocked. He understood what Ning Qiue meant extremely well. The so-called sense of the world referred to everything that happened within the artifact space. Any movement, as long as the master of the artifact wanted to know, he could sense it at any time. If he could not sense it, then there was only one possibility, and that was that Ning Qiue was no longer the master of the artifact. Could it be? Ning Qiue furrowed his brows, and stared at the sky with some uncertainty. He mumbled to himself, could it be that this saint artifact has already been refined by someone else? Refined by someone else? What a joke! Li Yunxiao cried out, but Ning Qiue did not seem to be joking. If he had not really lost control over the artifact, how could Xianxia have escaped? Ning Qiue was much calmer. He said, "Nothing is impossible. The eye of 1,000 years has left me for nearly 1,000,000 years. It's not strange for someone else to erase my imprint and refine it again in these 1,000,000 years." Li Yunxiao said in shock, "Then what do we do? If this artifact has another master, won't he know that we suddenly barged in now?" Ning Qiue smiled slightly. "Isn't it better if he knows? I was still worried about the fate of the Tsutsumi clan. Now it looks like there should be many powerful Tsutsumi clans." Hee, that's great." Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly fell silent. Gung Mudi said, "Do you really think it's good? You have to know that a mountain cannot hold two tigers. The Yao race is a living example. Can the current master of the artifact accommodate you, the previous generation's master of the artifact?" Ning Qiue raised her head, seeming to be very confident. "Of course. Don't compare me with those lowly Yao race. This seat is the ancestor of the Tsutsumi clan. They are all my descendants. They are all derived from me." Haha. Gung Mudi smiled faintly. "It's fine as long as you believe it. Don't forget that Xianxia was also created by you." The confidence on Ning Qiue's face immediately turned into astonishment. She pondered and said, "Xianxia is different. Xianxia is only a tool that I created. These are my true clansmen." Li Yunxiao said, "Let's hope that's the case. If I've guessed correctly, the master of the saint artifact will be coming to meet us very soon. He should have found out the moment we entered the artifact." Ning Qiue nodded. "Let's wait." It seemed that she did not have any ill intentions towards Li Yunxiao. She sat cross-legged in the air and began to adjust her strength. The three of them used the Tsutsumi ritual, and everyone consumed a lot of energy, especially Ning Qiue himself. Otherwise, even if the sacred artifact changed hands, he wouldn't let Xianxia go so easily. Li Yunxiao also sat cross-legged, feeling the spiritual energy and power between heaven and earth. The spiritual energy in the millennium I was not abundant, but the power of rules was extremely strong, and it had the complete rules of the heavenly martial arts realm. What surprised him was that even in the barren desert, there was still a steady flow of spiritual chi from the earth. This proved that the Eye of a Millennium was a self-circulating world that could grow and multiply endlessly and exist in a perpetual cycle. After Li Yunxiao observed for a while, his complicated gaze fell on Ning Qiue. He sighed deeply in his heart, then closed his eyes, and began to adjust his breathing to recover. Li Yunxiao's physical recovery speed was extremely fast, and the consumption was much less than Ning Qiue's, so he quickly recovered more than half. He suddenly opened his eyes and asked, I'm a little curious, how did you have a conflict with Inu? Was the injury on Inu caused by you? Ning Qiue ignored him and seemed to enter a meditative state. After several hours, she slowly opened her eyes and said, aren't you asking too much? Li Yinxiao smiled lightly and said, I'm purely curious. Ning Qiue thought for a while and said, Inu's injury is partly because of me, but it's not mainly because of me. What? Is there someone else who can injure him? Li Yinxiao was surprised and said, shouldn't the world's true dragon be the strongest in this realm when it's at its peak? Ning Qiue said, according to reason, it should be, but there are also exceptions. Inu's injury was brought upon by himself, and I also brought upon myself. She suddenly sighed, and her eyes were covered with a layer of gray, and her gaze became turbid. Li Yinxiao pondered for a while, and then said, since you don't want to say it, then forget it. I'll ask you one more thing, what you said before about resurrection, and a glimmer of hope, is it true or false? Please tell me the truth, don't lie to me. Ning Qiue raised her head, and the haze in her eyes dispersed, and emitted a bright light, and said, do you think it's possible? Bang! Li Yinxiao smashed his fist into the ground, stirring up endless sand and dust, which was blown away by the wind. How can a dead person come back to life? Not even a glimmer of hope was possible. You really were lying to me. Ning Qiue said calmly, I've already said it before. A frog in a well can't speak to the sea. Your cultivation and knowledge are still too shallow. In this world, there is an extremely mysterious place called the Samsara land. In the universe and the vault of heavens and earth, anything that has a spirit has to enter Samsara. If I can step into it, I might be able to bring Morongzhu back to life. Land of reincarnation? Li Yinxiao's heart trembled violently. If someone had told him this in the past, he would definitely have thought that it was a liar. However, ever since the Ghost King's light of Samsara projection appeared and he sensed the power of Samsara in the world of the demonic weapons of the six paths, he felt that it was not unacceptable for the ultimate ruins to say this. Ridiculous. Gung Mudi sneered disdainfully and said, Yunxiao, you don't believe it, do you? Li Yunxiao remained silent. TCH, how can a frog at the bottom of a well know the vastness of the world? Ning Qiue said mockingly, his face full of disdain. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Li Yinxiao suppressed the shock in his heart and continued to ask, then who exactly are you now? Ning Qiue looked at him coldly and said, I've already let you see what you want to see. Why are you still unwilling to believe me? I am Ning Qiue and the ultimate ruins. I am a fusion of them. Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, then can the two of you still separate? Separate? A fierce look flashed through Ning Qiue's eyes as he said warily, what do you want to do? Li Yunxiao said, nothing much. I just feel that you and Qiue fused together makes me very disgusted. I just want to separate the two of you. Ning Qiue said coldly, you dare to say such words in front of me. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Li Yunxiao suddenly smiled and said, if a part of you is really Qiue, you won't kill me. Oh, you're that confident? Ning Qiue sneered and said, you're the murderer who caused the death of her beloved big brother Murong. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, you keep saying that you're the fusion of Qiue and the ultimate ruins, but every time you talk about the ultimate ruins, you say I, and every time you talk about Qiue, you say she. How do you expect me to believe you? Ning Qiue laughed loudly and said, even if it's a fusion, there's also a difference in strength. The ultimate ruins will naturally occupy the dominant position, so I'm naturally more inclined towards the ultimate ruins self. Li Yunxiao, don't have delusional thoughts of separating us. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with worry and he remained silent. Ning Qiue snorted coldly and continued to close his eyes to meditate. Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi exchanged glances and asked each other for some countermeasures. They both shook their heads inwardly. Helpless, they could only sit cross-legged and meditate like the ultimate ruins. Another few hours passed. Ning Qiue suddenly opened her eyes and looked into the void in front of her. She scoffed and said, who are you? All of you come out. You want to hide this bit of cultivation from your great-grandfather? Wouldn't it make people laugh their heads off? Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi were both startled and recovered from their meditative state. When they heard Ning Qiue's words and looked at her graceful figure, they did not know whether to laugh or cry when they saw such an exquisite girl calling herself great-grandfather. The void in front of them indeed shook slightly. Then, a crack appeared and more than 10 people came out in a line. Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi were stunned. These people were all birds and beasts. There was not a single normal human. Moreover, these birds and beasts all had a huge eye on their bodies. Some were on their foreheads, some on their bellies, some on their faces, some on their right arms, and some were directly embedded in their original eye sockets. There were all kinds of them, and it was so strange that it made people's hair stand on end. Haha, it really is my pupil clan. Ning Qiue's mood immediately improved. She stood up from the void and said with a smile, although they are all mixed races, they are indeed of my pupil clan. All of you, come over here. I have something to ask you. These people looked at Ning Qiue in a daze and then looked at Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi. After looking for a while, they formed a circle and began to discuss in whispers. These 3 people look so strange. I don't think I've seen them before. Yes, it's really strange. These 3 people don't seem weak. That shouldn't be the case. There are very few human vessels in King City. No matter what, I should have an impression of them. Could it be that they came from the wildlands? How is that possible? There are only ferocious beasts in those places. There wouldn't be this type of vessel. TSK, it's actually a human-shaped vessel. It really makes us envious. After the dozen or so pupil clan members discussed for a while, they all revealed malevolent expressions. The abnormally conspicuous large eyes on their bodies widened even more as they looked at the 3 people greedily. Ning Qiue naturally heard all of this. He frowned and said with some embarrassment, these dozen or so playthings might not have seen much of the world. I've made a fool of myself. Li Yunxiao said, it's not important whether they made a fool of themselves or not. Now that you found the sacred tool and the pupil clan, can we leave now? Leave? Ning Qiue sneered. This sacred tool is a complete world with endless life. Without the permission of the sacred tool's owner, you can only forcefully tear through space and leave. But once you tear through space, you will definitely incur the wrath of the sacred tool's owner and kill him. Do you have the confidence to defeat the other party in the sacred tool? Li Yunxiao frowned and said, then what do we do? Don't tell me we don't have to leave forever? Ning Qiue said, don't panic. I must get this sacred tool back. As long as I can successfully take over the sacred tool, I will generously let you leave. Li Yunxiao said coldly, what if you can't? Ning Qiue smiled and said, then prepare to fight the sacred tool's owner. Li Yunxiao snorted, then flicked his sleeves and stood to the side. He didn't necessarily dare to fight the sacred tool's owner. After all, this sacred tool was made in the heavenly martial arts realm. Even if it had the complete power of rules, it didn't have enough spiritual energy. The strength of the Tsutsumi king here was bound to be limited. It wasn't as if he didn't dare to fight. But if there was a gentler way to leave, he naturally wouldn't bother to fight, lest he made another enemy. Hey, what are you muttering about? Among the dozen or so birds and beasts, a swan-like monster walked forward and shouted, state your identity, then accept the interrogation. Ning Qiue frowned and said, my identity is your great-grandfather. As for the interrogation, how do you want to interrogate me? Impudent. That swan angrily rebuked, damned alien, you dare to humiliate me. We are the guards of Royal City, numbered the 7th column. I am the captain, and I have the responsibility and right to interrogate you. Royal City? Ning Qiue became happy, and said, haha, I didn't expect you to develop so much. Very good, very good. She was obviously very happy, and said, quickly take me to see your city lord. A red light flashed past the large eyes on the swan's chest, and she said, how can you see the city lord so casually? Quickly state your identity, then we can report to the king. Identity? Didn't I already say it? Ning Qiue maliciously smiled and said, I am your great-grandfather's great-grandfather's great-grandfather, the founder of the Ai clan, the first-generation Tsutsumi returning ruins. Returning ruins? The swan was stunned, and looked back at her companions. Those companions all shook their heads, obviously not having heard of it. When this appearance landed in Ning Qiue's eyes, his face immediately darkened, and he said coldly, "Originally, it should be your city lord who came to see me, but this seat took into account that he's innocent and quickly brought me to see him." The swan screeched, and angrily rebuked, "You actually dare to speak nonsense about the city lord, you deserve death." He opened his mouth and spat out a flame, and with a whoosh, he enveloped Ning Qiue and Li Yunxiao, planning to execute all three of them in one go. Haha. Li Yunxiao crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said with a mocking smile, "Returning ruins, I said before that you were overly confident in your identity." The flames fell down like a dense net and landed on the three of them. Everything within a radius of several hundred feet instantly turned into a sea of fire. The eyes on the swan's body flickered with malevolence, but it quickly turned into astonishment, and then into fear. Li Yunxiao and the others did not move at all, allowing the flames to burn their bodies as if nothing had happened. Ning Qiue said coldly, "Such weak power, is it because the spiritual energy in this space is too low, and it can't give birth to powerful demonic beasts for you to possess?" The other birds and beasts also discovered the abnormality, and they all turned pale with fright. "Attack together!" The swan monster shouted loudly, flapped its wings, and leaped up, charging towards the three of them. The other dozen birds and beasts also used their own abilities to attack the three of them. "Humph. Reckless." Ning Qiue said with a sinister expression, "I'm not angry at your rudeness. But as a royal city guard, you only have such trash strength, it really makes me angry. All of you can die." She stretched out her hand, and her 5 fingers grabbed forward. The entire space was instantly sealed, and time seemed to have stopped. The dozen birds and beasts were instantly fixed in the sky and on the ground, unable to move. A red light flashed in Ning Qiue's eyes, and there was a series of explosions. The barren desert was filled with blood qi, and all the vessels exploded, turning into fine raindrops of blood that floated on the ground. After the bodies of the vessels exploded, those Tsutsumi directly flew out in fear. Every Tsutsumi emitted a strange demonic light, and the surrounding void instantly became dazzled, wanting to break through the void and escape. "TCH, what a joke. With me here, do you think you can escape?" Ning Qiue sneered, and a rune appeared in her eyes, and the faintly shaking void immediately returned to its original state. Actually, she was already being lenient, otherwise, these Tsutsumi would have all died just now. The dozen or so Tsutsumi were frightened by Ning Qiue's methods, and after flying around in the air for a while, they flew towards the horizon. "You, then. You seem to be the captain, right?" Ning Qiue made a grabbing motion with his bare hands, and Tsutsumi, who was on the swan monster's body, was pulled back into his grasp. Tsutsumi screamed in fright, "Spare me, Darren, spare me. The weaker you are, the more afraid you are of death, the angrier I am, and the more I want to kill you." Ning Qiue was furious. His eyes narrowed, and a red light rushed into Tsutsumi's body. The Tsutsumi let out a blood-curdling screech and struggled violently. But in just a moment, his body went limp, and he died. Ning Qiue unhesitatingly threw the dead Tsutsumi to the ground and said, "So that's how it is. I basically understand the situation in this space. If you don't want to die here, then follow me." She directly tore open the space, forming a huge vortex, and a passage appeared. She didn't even look at Li Yunxiao as she walked into the passage. Li Yunxiao said, "Let's go, too." Then he followed her with Gung Mudi. The inner passage in the sacred artifact wasn't much different from the one in the heavenly martial arts realm, but it was more stable, and it didn't have any terrifying energy turbulence. After a short moment, in the sky above a huge city, wind and clouds surged. A thunderous tremor came from the void, and with a loud rumbling sound, a huge hole appeared in the sky. Ning Qiue and the other two came out of the hole one by one. "This is," Li Yunxiao looked down and said in surprise, "Tsutsumi City?" The huge city below was thousands of miles away, and he couldn't see the end of it. The city was bustling with activity, and all kinds of monsters were walking around. There were hundreds of millions of people. Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi were shocked, and their eyes were filled with fright. There were so many Tsutsumi. It was completely beyond their expectations. Those Tsutsumi attached themselves to all kinds of vessels. Most of them were birds and beasts, but there were also humans and monsters. They all lived orderly lives. "Ha, ha, there are so many of my descendants. I can feel their power. Ning Qiue's eyes shone brightly, and his face was filled with excitement. Even his body trembled slightly. Li Yunxiao felt like he was too happy. Ling Mudi suddenly asked, Lord Ultimate Ruin, do you plan to move this city's Tsutsumi to the heavenly martial arts realm? Li Yunxiao shivered, and he immediately realized the crux of the problem. Of course. Ning Qiue said proudly, the Pupil clan is one of the strongest clans in the heavenly martial arts realm, and we should enjoy the heavenly martial arts realm's resources. Li Yunxiao said, those Tsutsumi have lived in the sacred artifact for hundreds of thousands of years. Can they adapt to the outside world's rules? Maybe staying in the sacred artifact space is the best choice. Humph. Ning Qiue looked at them coldly and said, I understand what you are thinking. Once the Pupil clan appears in the world, they will have conflicts with humans over resources. Humans are now occupying the continent, and even the monster clan is living here. They don't want other clans to snatch their resources. But don't forget that in this world, only the strong are respected. The Tsutsumi clan has been the overlord of the continent for as long as you humans. Ling Mudi said in a deep voice, even if what you said is correct, the past is the past. If such a huge city of alien races appeared out of nowhere, I'm afraid all the powerful warriors in the world wouldn't be willing to accept it. At that time, there would be a bloody battle. Perhaps the Moon Pupil bloodline that you've tried so hard to preserve would disappear. Ridiculous. Ning Qiue rebuked him angrily, do you think the human clan is a match for my clan? Ling Mudi said, if this sacred artifact was created by you, it can't surpass the rules of the realm of heaven martial arts. The level of the space here is probably lower than the realm of heaven martial arts, so the experts here should be weaker. Ning Qiue nodded and said, you are right, but don't forget one thing. The realm of heaven martial arts hasn't had the 10 directions rules for 100,000 years, but they exist here. In other words, the God realm's experts in the eye of 1,000 years have never disappeared. Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi didn't say anything. The Ultimate Ruin was right. The dozens of birds and beasts they had met before were all high-level Emperor Wus. Ling Mudi looked down anxiously. The Tsutsumi clans attached themselves to various clans and lived peacefully in the city. Some Tsutsumi clans didn't even attach themselves to their bodies. They just flew in the air and even used illusions to create a body to walk on the street. Ling Mudi said, what you want might not be what they want. Ning Qiue snorted coldly and said, how can it be up to them? I am the ancestor of the Tsutsumi clans. I am their highest existence. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, haven't you learned your lesson? You are the ultimate ruin. Who would know you? Who would make trouble for you? You. Ning Qiue was vaguely angry, but he calmed down. A cruel glint flickered in his eyes as he said, I will let them know. Ling Mudi suddenly said, why are some Tsutsumi clans red, while others are black, brown, yellow, or even white and colorful? Ning Qiue said, only the pure-blooded Tsutsumi clans are red. Those hybrids attach themselves to their vessels. Then, after the vessels interbreed with other vessels, the remaining hybrids have their own colors. The real pure-blooded Tsutsumi clans can only rely on self-division to give birth to the next generation. Ling Mudi nodded and said, so that's how it is. Then how many real pure-blooded Tsutsumi clans are there in this large city with a population of hundreds of millions? Ning Qiue said, with my perception, there should be 500 to 600. 500 to 600, the two of them silently counted in their hearts. They did not know whether this number was large or small, but compared to the number of hundreds of millions, it was clearly small. It was just that the pure-blooded Tsutsumi clans were clearly much stronger than those hybrids in terms of strength. Ning Qiue also explained, do you know why the human race was able to occupy the continent in such a short time? Actually, in terms of talent, bloodline, and foundation, the human race is far inferior to the other races. Li Yunxiao thought about it and said, I would like to hear the details. Ning Qiue said, because the human race has a terrifying growth ability. And this is something that the other races are very lacking in. Growth ability? Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi did not understand and said, could it be that the other races can't grow? Ning Qiue shook his head and said, it's not that they can't grow, but they have their limits. He used his hand to point at an ape-like demonic beast below. On its belly, there was an enormous eye that appeared dark yellow, with only a bright red dot in the middle. He said, for example, this Tsutsumi clan's. The pure ocular power on his body is not even 1/10 of that of a pure-blooded, so his lifetime cultivation is also suppressed below the true deity realm. At most, he can only cultivate to the peak of the martial Tao. Unless he has a monumental lucky chance, he can only break through this shackle. Her crimson-red pupils constricted, flashing with a brilliant light as she said, but you humans are different. You don't even have this kind of shackle and talent. As long as you continue to work hard, even if it's very slow, you can always walk forward. No matter how poor a person's talent is, as long as there are experts to nurture, medicinal pills to reform, and the accumulation of resources, they can always break through the current barrier. The sky of you humans is limitless. But many races are limited. Even if they are innately stronger than you, even if their cultivation speed is 10 times yours, there will always be a day when you can surpass them. Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi were both silent. Ning Qiue's words might not be correct, but they also contained an extremely deep truth. Even if the human race did not have talent in cultivation, with a terrifying population, they could still give birth to many shockingly talented experts. Even if the rules were missing, they could still use heaven-defying methods to continue climbing forward. For example, the existence of the immortal realm gave the current demonic calamity an extremely strong resistance. This was the power that the human race had accumulated for 100,000 years. It was precisely these outstanding ancestors, generation after generation, that pushed the entire race forward. Ning Qiue suddenly said, Li Yunxiao, you are now the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. You can be considered one of the most powerful and authoritative people. After I move the entire pupil clan out of the divine artifact, I will ask you for a domain of land. How about it? What? Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he angrily rebuked, give a domain to your pupil clan? Do you think it's possible? Ling Mudi also rebuked, Lord Sinkhole, you are too greedy. Big cities with a population of over 100 million are rare, but we can find a few of them. Does every city have to occupy a territory? Ning Qiue coldly looked at the two and said, the more powerful you are, the more resources you will occupy. Could it be that the strength that my clan has shown you is not enough to occupy a quarter of the Tianwu continent? Li Yunxiao snorted, being greedy is equal to being poor. Be careful that you won't get anything in the end, and instead lose the lives of your clansmen. Ning Qiue's expression turned cold, and she scolded, I don't like what you said. Either shut up or die. She released a cold killing intent from her body, and Li Yunxiao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. However, although Li Yunxiao was startled, he did not panic. He said, Sinkhole, do you want to fight here? Even if Lord Mudi and I join hands, we are not your match. However, it is hard to say whether you can protect your city with hundreds of millions of people. Ling Mudi also nodded, sacrificing the two of us to get rid of a scourge is worth it. Ning Qiue's expression changed, and she retracted her aura. She threatened, you better be smart. You will not have a good ending if you become my enemy. Otherwise, I will kill my way to the Heavenly Martial Alliance alone. Who can stop me? Li Yunxiao's gaze shifted, and he said, since you are so conceited about your strength, how about we make a bet? If you have the guts, come to Yanwu City. If the Heavenly Martial Alliance cannot keep you here, then we will give you one of the 4 domains. If you cannot defeat them, then you will definitely die in Yanwu City. As for the Tsutsumi clan, I can help you continue to exile them into the nothingness space. Perhaps after countless years, a powerful Tsutsumi clan will awaken and return to the heavenly martial realm. Humph, do you think I am stupid? Who would make such a bet with you? Ning Qiue sneered, I never thought that my strength could reach the heavens. Even when I was at the World King realm in the past, I wasn't stupid enough to think that I could contend with everyone in the world, much less now that I am only at the early good fortune realm. If I want to become enemies with the entire human race, then I am not that stupid. A cold gleam shone in her eyes as she said coldly, if I wanted to deal with the Heavenly Martial Alliance, I would have to act alone. Occasionally, I would launch a sneak attack, where I would wait outside the city gates and eliminate you all bit by bit. Li Yunxiao and listening Mudi felt an extreme chill at the same time. As a creation realm expert, the returning void actually disregarded his status and openly declared that he wanted to launch sneak attacks and assassinations. Not only was he not ashamed, but he was also proud of himself. An opponent like this who had strength and strategy, and would do anything to achieve his goal, was the most terrifying. The two of them immediately listed the sinkhole as a great enemy. However, with the Heavenly Martial Alliance's current strength, if a creation realm expert came, they would still be able to stop him. However, he did not take the initiative to attack and kill Blessed Realm martial artists. Li Yunxiao and Listening Moody exchanged a glance. They could see the worry and contemplation in each other's eyes, as well as the murderous intent in the depths of their eyes. With their current power, in addition to the two great monsters in the world Divine Monument and Fei Yan'ai, they could still fight against the sinkhole. Moreover, they were in the sky above Tsutsumi City. Once they started fighting, the city would be finished, and they could also eliminate many I clan members. However, this killing, the two of them could not help but shiver at the thought of massacring billions of living beings. Ning Qiuya did not know what they were thinking. She only said coldly, "You are also smart people. Don't do anything stupid that will be disadvantageous to everyone. As long as you don't mistreat our clan, we will also do our best in the matter of the demonic calamity." A thought occurred to Li Yunxiao and he said, "I wonder how Lord Sinkhole intends to do his best." Ning Qiuya laughed coldly and said, "Haha, this will depend on how sincere you humans are." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. This sinkhole was very cunning. He would not act until he saw a rabbit. Listening Moody said, "Then let's talk about this in the future. I hope that before we come to an agreement, Lord Sinkhole will not do anything unwise. For example, if you migrate so many I clan members to the Heavenly Martial Realm out of nowhere, our human clan will not just sit and watch." Ning Qiuya said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" Listening Moody said calmly, "You can think whatever you want. This is my intention, as well as Alliance Master Yun's intention. The Xuanli Island most likely has the same intention." Ning Qiuya said, "There is no one in this world who can threaten me. What you want to do is your own business. I will do things according to my own wishes." Even though she said this verbally, Li Yunxiao and Listening Moody could see that the sinkhole had already loosened his resolve. He was just saying some superficial words to get himself out of the situation. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. But in the blink of an eye, a large amount of hostility spread out. The space around them rippled unceasingly. Every time it rippled, an expert would appear and stare at the three of them coldly. After a short while, 200 or 300 people appeared in the sky. The atmosphere was extremely tense. But this tension was only felt by the 200 or 300 people of the I clan. Li Yunxiao and his two companions still had a harmless look on their faces. Ning Qiuya swept the surroundings with a disdainful gaze. She said, "Tell them to come and see me." "How dare you? You dare to call the king by his name?" A Tsutsumi expert scolded angrily. His scarlet eyes were embedded in a huge statue. It was a pure blood-red Tsutsumi. "He, king? Before I came, he was the king. After I came, he was no longer the king." Ning Qiuya said coldly, "If he is really the current Tsutsumi king, then he is most likely the master of the sacred artifact. Could it be that he couldn't detect our power? Did he send you to die? What nonsense are you babbling about?" The purebred Tsutsumi seemed to be the leader of the group. He scolded, "You guys killed the people of the 7th team, right?" Ning Qiuya nodded and said, "I killed one of them." The Tsutsumi said, "That's right." His eyes turned cold and a strange red glow flickered. He shouted, "Go, capture these 3 people." "Yes." Killing intent shook the sky. All the experts released their auras and crushed towards the 3 people. Because the commotion was too big, the people of the I clan in the city below also sensed it. They all raised their heads to watch the show. Over 1,000 people even flew up and watched mockingly from not far away. Ning Qiuya was so angry that she laughed and said, "Haha, capture me? You guys are slowly nibbling away at my patience." Her eyes also turned blood-red. The shadow of the ruins of End appeared behind her like a blood-red full moon. Gotcha! Everyone felt their bodies tremble and they instantly lost consciousness. Even the leading purebred Tsutsumi was instantly bewitched and his eyes became dull. The blood-red moon slowly rose from behind Ning Qiue and hung high in the sky, illuminating the entire monarch city. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The power of the ruins of N directly affected the Tsutsumi in his right eye, but it was suppressed in a few breaths' time. But the people of the Ai clan in the city, wherever his eyes looked, the people of the Ai clan became sluggish. They raised their heads to look at the blood-red moon in the sky. Their faces were filled with confusion, which gradually turned into ecstasy and excitement. Thump. Thump. A large number of people of the Ai clan knelt down on both knees and kowtowed towards the huge blood-red moon. Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi were shocked. Almost half of the people of the Ai clan in the city knelt down. The scene was extremely shocking. Beginning and end, you are the current king of the Tsutsumi. Don't you have the courage to come out and see me? Ning Qiue looked towards the center of the city. There was a majestic building that was shaped like a ring-shaped pupil. This was the residence of the monarch city's city lord, the current king of the entire Tsutsumi clan. Humph, where did these people come from? Suddenly, a stern shout came from the monarch city. 7 rays of light flew up and landed around the 3 people in the blink of an eye, surrounding them. These 7 people were of different shapes. There were 3 birds, 2 demons, and what was even rarer was that there were actually 2 vessels that looked like humans. All 7 of them were purebred Tsutsumi, and they were embedded in different parts of the vessels. Oh? A few of them are not bad. Ning Qiue smiled faintly and nodded. You must be the 7 elders. There are actually 2 at Void Pole and 5 at Divine Sovereign. This is better than I expected. She had previously searched Tsutsumi's consciousness and learned some basic information about the divine tool. It was a setup of 1 king and 7 elders. It was just that Tsutsumi's strength was limited, and he didn't know the cultivation levels of these 8 people. Ning Qiue smiled and said, then are they at Void Pole or Creation Realm? I'm really looking forward to it. These 7 elders naturally weren't as rash as the guards. Their 7 eyes swept over the 3 people, and they were all shocked. Li Yunxiao was at Void Pole, but Ning Qiue and Ling Mudi couldn't tell their cultivation levels. Ling Mudi was fine, but Ning Qiue gave them an unusually terrifying feeling. One of them looked up at the blood moon in the sky and said in shock, who exactly are you? Ning Qiue sneered and said, are you asking the obvious? Could it be that in Tsutsumi's memory, this seat doesn't have any impression of me? You are, that Tsutsumi was quite frightened, and he cried out involuntarily in shock, you are, Chi Mu. Don't be bewitched by him. Another elder berated, he must have obtained some kind of secret technique to bewitch people. The elder called Chi Mu immediately came back to his senses and said angrily, if you don't behave, then don't blame us 7 for being impolite. Ning Qiue sneered and said, stubborn, then I can only properly teach you juniors a lesson. An elder said in a deep voice, these 3 people are very strong, we'll set up the formation. Yes. The other 6 people immediately cooperated and ran around the 3 people, every step secretly resonating with the frequency of heaven and earth. TCH. Ning Qiue sneered disdainfully and said, just 1 move to kill you, and you want to set up the formation? Never mind, let this seat see exactly how strong you are. Li Yunxiao hurriedly said, everyone has misunderstood, the 2 of us are not in cahoots with this person. If you want to fight, then fight him. The 2 of us will not attack, and we have no ill intentions. He and Ling Mudi immediately retreated to the side and quietly watched. The 2 of them had the same thought as returning ruins, they wanted to see the strength of these 7 elders, and from this, they could deduce the strength of the upper echelons of the Ai clan. When the 7 elders saw that Li Yunxiao and Mudi were standing by and watching, they were delighted and focused all their attention on the ultimate ruin. Ning Qiue stood motionlessly in the sky with her arms folded in front of her chest, watching them set up the array in ridicule. But very soon, a look of surprise appeared on her face. It was not that this array was very powerful, but that the array that the 7 of them set up was a certain law embedded in the holy artifact when she refined the eye of 1,000 years back. In other words, these 7 people had comprehended this kind of law in the holy artifact and then displayed it in the form of an array. TSK, not bad. Since I came in, I've finally seen something that makes me feel gratified. Ning Qiue appeared to be interested. The 7 people quickly stood in their respective positions and formed a conical shape, like the arrowhead of an arrow. Everyone's power immediately superimposed together, and the red light connected into one, causing the space to ripple like water. Not bad, not bad. You guys have grasped the power of this law very well. Ningqiu praised sincerely. Suddenly, a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. There was a faint melody coming from the fluctuating space, and the entire fluctuation became chaotic. It was as if a huge rock had been thrown into an originally turbulent lake. A huge transparent longbow that seemed to be a miniature of the sky condensed in front of the 7 elders. Li Yunxiao exclaimed, "The power of a holy artifact." He could clearly sense that the transparent longbow was condensed from the power of the holy artifact, the Eye of 1,000 Years. Ningqiue's expression also became solemn, but she did not panic. Instead, she propped her chin with one hand and pondered. Could it be that Xianxia did not completely control this holy artifact? Her eyes flashed, and she clapped her hands. That must be the case. If he really controlled the holy artifact, there was no need for him to send you lackeys. Just by relying on himself and the power of this holy artifact, he could fight with me. No wonder he would constantly send people out to test me. Humph, a bunch of nonsense. I don't know what you're talking about. You still dare to be impudent when you're about to die. Qi roared angrily, and the 7 people formed hand seals at the same time. Everyone's power was continuously transmitted forward, superimposing together, condensing into a giant red arrow that was knocked onto the spatial bow. The arrow and the bow collided, bursting forth with infinite power. A bright red spiral rippled in the sky like a windmill. The power of the 7-man formation and the power of the saint artifact perfectly merged together, without any flaws. Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi's eyes lit up, and they kept nodding. These 7 elders practically cultivated the same type of cultivation method, and they were all the purest blood-colored Tsutsumi. Their attributes were also exactly the same, so when they used this kind of joint attack, they could connect seamlessly and perfectly. Under such a powerful move, even if it was the Origin Void, it would probably be difficult to easily resist. Sinful Moon Arrow. The 7 of them shouted at the same time. Zheng. An ancient sound reverberated through the air, and the transparent bow began to emit a humming sound. The huge red arrow pierced through the sky like a huge battleship. Ningqiu did not dare to be careless. She took 7 steps back, putting a certain distance between them. Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He could clearly sense that Ningqiue's every step was on a spatial node. She was also borrowing the power of the saint artifact. It seemed that this arrow had already posed a threat to her. After all, the Millennium Eye was created by the Origin Void, so the laws within it were clear. After taking 7 steps, her entire person had completely merged with the sky. Looking over, her aura had undergone a huge change, as if she was the Lord of the Sky. The 7 elders were equally shocked, and their hearts trembled. It was as if Ningqiu had a feeling of looking down on the world, making them look up to her. Moreover, this feeling of looking up to them was not unfamiliar, as if it was ingrained in their bones. The 2 Void Extreme God Realm elders among the 7 looked at each other in shock, and their minds almost lost. The moment Ningqiu merged with the sky, they seemed to have begun to doubt their own judgment. After Ningqiu took 7 steps back, her hands quickly formed hand seals, and a hazy red glow condensed on her body, forming the same color as her eyes. A round light rose from the seal and turned into a mirror-like barrier under his palm, blocking in front of him. Bang! The red arrow hit the barrier of light and pierced a few inches, forcing Ningqiu to slide back dozens of feet. However, it could not penetrate any further. The terrifying spiritual pressure found an outlet between the 2 forces, turning into roaming dragons that rushed in all directions. Boom! 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 Spiritual pressure dragons constantly bombarded the ground, and a large number of pupil clan members were blasted into smithereens, and the buildings collapsed. Only then did the kneeling pupil clan members wake up. They all recovered from their fanatical obsession and looked at the sky in shock. It's the 7 elders. The 7 elders have actually made a move. Heavens, who is that woman? She can actually fight against the 7 elders. Exclamations came from all directions, and the expressions of the 7 elders were extremely ugly. Because they knew that this woman was not only fighting against the seven of them, but also King Tsutsumi, Xianxia, who was hidden in Imperial City. Although Xianxia did not directly attack, he had mobilized the power of the Saint artifact and condensed it into a giant spatial bow, doubling the combined power of the seven of them. Even so, it was easily blocked by Ningqiue. At this moment, the hearts of the seven elders were in turmoil. They could not believe the scene in front of them. Qi Yan and the other Void Extreme Divine Realm Elder were even more shocked. They almost believed that the person in front of them was their ancestor, Gue Su. In the palace of Imperial City, a vessel that looked like a man also had a face full of fear as he looked at the figures in the water screen in front of him. A transparent longbow spun in front of the man. The bow flickered for a moment before disappearing in front of him. This, a vessel that looked like a woman next to the man, revealed her snow-white thighs and navel. Her face was full of shock as she said, "This. How is this possible? King, where did these people come from?" The man was King Tsutsumi, Xianxia. His face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. However, a look of fear appeared in his eyes. The woman could feel Xianxia's emotions. She carefully stuck her hot body to him and said softly, "King, don't be angry. Although this person is powerful, he is currently being suppressed by the power of the seven elders and the Saint artifact. He is not far from defeat." Pa! A clear and loud slap landed on the woman's face. The woman screamed in pain and covered her face. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth and all her teeth were broken. Xianxia stared at her gloomily and scolded, "What do you know? Get lost." The woman shed tears of grievance. She lowered her head and cried, "Yes, I don't understand. I just want to stay by King's side and serve King." Xianxia frowned and snorted. He flicked his sleeves and said, "This is really troublesome. This person is most likely the legendary ancestor of Tsutsumi, Gue Su." Gue Su? The woman was stunned and looked at the throne not far away. Behind the throne was a huge totem. A blood-colored moon was frozen in the sky, overlooking all living beings on Earth. Below it were countless people of all kinds kneeling in worship. Everyone's face was filled with fanaticism and obsession. The scene on the carving was exactly the same as the situation of the people in the city. Xianxia looked at the carving with an abnormally heavy heart. The woman rubbed her painful face and said softly, "King, since the ancestor of Gue Su has returned, isn't it better? Why are you so worried?" Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, "Legend has it that this world isn't a complete independent world, but was created by the Gue Su patriarch. Furthermore, this king has felt the shackles and pressure in this world many times in the process of cultivation. It should be the refinement power of the Sinkhole patriarch back then. Although it has been dispersed by the Moon Eye kings over the countless years, and they have ambitiously tried to refine the world again, they have never succeeded. And the space where the Gue Su patriarch lives in is a place of a higher world level. Back then, due to various reasons, my Tong clan was placed in this world." The woman was puzzled. Now that the Gue Su patriarch has returned, he might bring us to a higher world. Isn't that a good thing? Xianxia nodded and said, "It might be a good thing, but it's definitely not a good thing for you and me. First of all, the Gue Su patriarch has returned, so I, the king, will naturally no longer be king. Furthermore, once we enter a higher world, there will definitely be existences that are stronger than us. If we want to occupy the resources, there will definitely be disputes and battles. To the entire Tong clan, it might not be a good thing." The woman said, "Lord Gue Su will probably consider this. I heard that back then, my clan was exiled to this space because Lord Gue Su was being hunted. In order to preserve my clan's bloodline, the Tong clan was transferred here." Sigh. Xianxia let out a long sigh and continued to stare at the water screen gloomily. He said, "If only I could completely control the power of this world. Even the Gue Su wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Unfortunately." The woman said in shock, "Don't tell me King really wants to fight the Gue Su patriarch to the death?" Xianxia snorted and said, "Who knows?" The woman's face was filled with shock. She covered her face and did not dare to speak again. She only felt her limbs turn cold as if a huge change was waiting for her. Not only her, but the hundreds of millions of clansmen in Monarch City. Xianxia's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared from the main hall. King. The woman screamed, but there was no reply. Her face was filled with anxiety as she hurriedly turned and ran down. And at this moment, tens of thousands of miles above Monarch City, the huge red arrow and the wall of light were still in a stalemate. The difference was that the expressions of the seven elders became increasingly ugly, while Ninqiue's previous solemn expression slowly relaxed. Suddenly, the space behind Ninqiue shook slightly and was torn open with a chi sound. A man stepped out and grabbed a huge sword, slashing at Ninqiue's back. "Hee, the king who is as timid as a mouse, have you finally come out?" Ninqiue's lips curled up and he sneered disdainfully. The huge sword slashed down, directly slashing at Ninqiue's illusion and missing. What? Xianxia was shocked. He actually did not discover why Ninqiue had used teleportation to leave. No. This isn't teleportation. Xianxia's expression instantly changed. He suddenly discovered that he was the only one high up in the sky. Li Yunxiao, Ling Mudi, and that ninth elder had all disappeared. Illusion. This king actually fell for the enemy's illusion? Xianxia stood in the sky, his face full of astonishment as if he could not believe it. Illusion was the innate ability of the Ai clan, and he was the king of this path, the number one in the entire world. But after exchanging one move, he was dragged into the illusion space by the other party. This blow was simply unimaginably heavy. In an instant, the king's self-esteem and confidence collapsed, and he became absent-minded. Just 10 feet in front of him, yellow light slowly condensed and transformed into Ninqiue's figure. The corner of her mouth curled into a cold smile as she looked at him quietly. "Who the hell are you?" Xianxia was somewhat terrified. Looking at the woman in front of him, he felt a deep fear. Actually, he already believed that Ninqiue was the returning void, but he found it hard to accept. Ninqiue said coldly, "Who am I? Didn't your heart tell you? Or can you not accept it?" Her words pierced through Xianxia's heart, making him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. Instantly, he no longer had any illusions. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Greetings, old ancestor." Ninqiue smiled faintly and said, "That's right. Knowing one's mistakes and being able to correct them is the greatest virtue. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer." As soon as she finished speaking, Xianxia felt his vision blur, and he returned to the sky. Then, a loud sound followed. Ninqiue's hand seal changed, and she retreated several steps. After dispersing most of the red arrow's power, she grabbed at the air. Boom! The arrow light instantly shattered, exploding into countless fragments that flew everywhere. It was a world-shaking scene. The seven elders were all affected, and their bodies trembled slightly. Then, they focused their eyes and saw a man kneeling beside Ninqiue. That familiar figure was, my king! An elder exclaimed. The seven immediately understood and no longer doubted the identity of the returning void. "Greetings, Sinkhole Patriarch." The seven of them uniformly knelt down and prostrated before Ninqiue. Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi frowned slightly. They became even more worried as they watched the Sinkhole subdue the Pupil clan. In Royal City, after a short period of silence, there was an uproar. All the members of the Pupil clan were in an uproar. The entire city seemed to be boiling. Voices of "Am I seeing things? Am I blind? Who cast an illusion on me?" and so on could be heard everywhere. Because the positions of Li Yunxiao and the others were too high up, they did not hear how the seven elders addressed Ninqiue. They only saw the Tsutsumi king and the seven elders kneeling on the ground and immediately felt dizzy. They felt that this was a prank played by someone and that they must have fallen for an illusion. At this moment, the smile on Ninqiue's face finally unfolded, and he said, "Rise." He didn't forget to glance smugly at Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi. The seven elders still did not dare to stand up. They only dared to stand up after Xianxia stood up. The 8 of them stood at the side, trembling with fear. They became obedient and reserved, not daring to make a sound. They were completely different from their previous aggressive appearance. Xianxia's voice was slightly excited as he said, "Patriarch has finally returned. Our Pupil clan will definitely welcome a golden age." Ninqiue smiled and said, "Haha, I do have some ideas, but it will depend on your strength." Xianxia let out a long sigh and said, "Ai, Xianxia is ashamed to face Patriarch. I was unable to bring the Tsutsumi clan to glory and can only maintain the foundation left behind by the Patriarch. It is truly a shame." Ningqiu said, "You don't need to belittle yourself. Although the laws in this saint artifact are complete, the spiritual energy is limited. I am already very satisfied that 3 people have cultivated to the void ultimate realm. Tell me in detail what kind of scene it is in the saint artifact space. I can sense that you can use a portion of the saint artifact's power, but it is really very limited." "Yes." Xianxia replied carefully and said, "Patriarch, please come inside the hall. This is really not a place to talk." "All right." Ningqiu was in a great mood. He turned around and glanced at Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi, saying, "The 2 of you come along as well." Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi looked at each other and followed. It turned out that back then, Sinkhole had moved the entire pupil clan into the saint artifact space. He had also taken in a large number of people from various clans to be nurtured as vessels for his clansmen. Actually, before Sinkhole had fallen out with Inu, he had been focusing on the refinement and evolution of the saint artifact. He had long formed a spiritual energy circulation system and had many vessels within it. It was only after he offended Inu that he could not care so much. He had directly captured a large number of clans, afraid that his descendants would not have enough vessels in the future. However, he did not expect that because there were too many vessels, the spiritual energy within the saint artifact began to sharply decrease after it was exiled into the nothingness space. This caused the spiritual energy circulation system to be damaged. Spiritual energy became scarce and cultivation became extremely difficult. Back then, in order to change this situation, the leaders of the Tsutsumi clan began to massacre the other clans to prevent them from consuming too much spiritual energy and destroying the balance of supply. This was because even if the pupil clan did not attach themselves to another clan, they could still cultivate and live for a long time. Furthermore, there were enough vessels at that time. As a result, the massacre led to war. The people of the other clans instantly united and began to resist against the Tsutsumi clan. Although the Tsutsumi clan was powerful, they suffered heavy losses after suffering the counterattack of the alliance of the various clans. That was the first time that the pupil clan's numbers in the saint artifact had decreased on a large scale. Correspondingly, the clans of the vessels had also suffered heavy losses, causing their numbers to plummet. A long period of peace appeared in the saint artifact space. It was also at this time that the pupil clan built the embryonic form of Monarch City. Furthermore, the pupil clan's strategy towards the vessels changed from massacre to banishment. They banished a large number of vessels to the edge of the spiritual energy circulation system. As a result, the living space of the vessels became extremely harsh. In order to fight for some resources, they began to kill each other. What made the pupil clan overjoyed was that this strategy had an extremely good effect. Firstly, it suppressed the growth of the vessels. Secondly, because the vessels had been killing each other for a long period of time, those who could survive were all experts with extremely good talent. To the Tsutsumi clan, this was undoubtedly a joyous sight. In the next several 100,000 years, the Tsutsumi clan controlled the supreme authority and had a peaceful relationship with the vessels. But even so, there were still accidents. More than 100,000 years ago, an extremely terrifying expert suddenly appeared in the vessels. He led many clans from the wilderness to attack Monarch City. That battle was extremely tragic. The population of the Tsutsumi clan once again plummeted to its lowest point. There were dozens of sieges, lasting for hundreds of years. Monarch City was also breached no less than 10 times. But every time, they would fight to the death and hold on. The pupil clan was in a precarious situation and was about to wither away. An expert appeared in the clan. During the process of his cultivation, he felt the power of this world for the first time, which was the power of the saint artifact. Although he did not have much control over it, he relied on the power of the saint artifact to turn the tide and kill all the experts of the other side. Only then did the bloodline of the pupil clan survive. Thus, the vessels were banished to the wilderness once again. The entire world once again entered a period of relative peace and development. The Tsutsumi clan also began to spend all kinds of resources to research the saint artifact. The research process was nothing more than 2 points. One was how to erase the imprint of the ultimate and the other was how to control the power of the saint artifact. Finally, in the long years that followed, the imprint of the ultimate was almost completely erased. In this world, the pupil clan's understanding of the saint artifact also increased day by day. And what made the pupil clan even more overjoyed was that only Tsutsumi's eye power could sense and refine the power of the saint artifact. From then on, the Tsutsumi clan had truly stabilized their position in this world and could not be shaken. Because no matter how strong you were, you could not be stronger than the power of the saint artifact. But Tsutsumi could use a portion of the saint artifact's power. Thus, the period of the pupil clan's control over the vessels was once again ushered in. Until today, nothing major had happened. After Ninkyue and the others heard this, they could not help but sigh. I didn't expect it to be so complicated. It must have been hard on you. Chidi hurriedly said, It's not hard on us. Back then, the ancestor did it for our own good. I just don't know how the strong enemy from back then is now. Is the ancestor going to bring us out? Ninkyue chuckled and said, The strong enemy from back then is still there. It's just that he's not strong anymore. With this seat's power, killing him is like killing an ant. It's no longer interesting. As for you guys, I naturally want to bring you out and enjoy the better spiritual chi in the outside world. It'll let your strength soar in a short period of time. She looked full of ambition. Her eyes shone brilliantly as she looked at Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi. What do the two of you think? With the strength of my Tsutsumi clan, can't we even occupy a region? Li Yunxiao shook his head firmly and said, Absolutely not. Moreover, this isn't something that I can decide. I have to find the leaders of the various clans to discuss this. As for the result, you should have an idea. Humph. Ninkyue was clearly displeased. Her face darkened and she said coldly, In that case, you want to incite a war between the two clans. Li Yunxiao furrowed his brows and said, Ultimate ruins, don't act recklessly. Now that the demonic calamity has descended, if your clan interferes, I'm afraid that the entire heavenly martial realm will not tolerate you. At that time, even if we don't do anything, the world will annihilate you. Ning. Kyue said angrily, So what you mean is that you will wait until the demonic calamity is over before discussing this with me? How long will that take? Moreover, whether or not we can pass the demonic calamity is still a question mark. Li Yunxiao frowned. Do you have no confidence in the Heavenly Martial Alliance? Confidence? Ning Kyue sneered. In the past, the Heavenly Martial Realm had 4 World King powerhouses working together. They exhausted the power of the realm to seal the Demon Master and defeat the demons. Now, none of them are left. How can we fight against the Demon Realm? In my opinion, the current Demon Realm is not inferior to the past. She paused for a moment before adding, But one thing is for sure. The Devil World will no longer have a figure as stunning as the Heavenly Monarch. I'm sure you know the reason. Li Yunxiao said, The 6 paths demonic weapons? Ning Kyue nodded. Although the Demon Master without the 6 paths demonic weapons is powerful, he is at most a world king. He is not terrifying. Li Yunxiao was startled. How much do you know about the Demon Realm? How can you be so sure that there are world king powerhouses in the Demon Realm? According to the results of my 2 battles with the demons, the Demon Realm only has 8 Creation Realm demon sovereigns. There is no Saint Demon. Ning Kyue said, Since you know about the Saint Demon, it seems that you have obtained a lot of information. The Demon Realm is not as simple as you think. As for you saying that there are only 8 demon sovereigns, I will not believe you no matter what. Li Yunxiao fell silent. His heart became even heavier. Ning Kyue nodded. How about it? As long as you can give up a territory, my Ai clan will stand on the same side and fight against the demons together. Qi Jia and the 7 elders listened carefully, not daring to make a sound. They did not understand the situation in the outside world. They could only bow their heads and listen. But they could hear that there was an extremely powerful enemy to deal with. They were all depressed. Li Yunxiao was indeed a little tempted by this condition, but the territory of a region was just too shocking. If he were to rashly give it up, he would definitely become the greatest sinner of the human race. He could not afford to be the scapegoat. Listening Mudi had the same thought. He said, I can give you 10 royal cities, but no more. 10 royal cities. How much of a region is that? Ning Qiuye was clearly displeased and said angrily, Are you giving me charity? Li Yunxiao said coldly, These 10 royal cities are just my and Lord Moody's initial plan. As for whether it will work or not, we still don't know. We'll have to discuss it with the Heavenly Martial Alliance. This is the extent of our clan's concessions. We cannot make any more sacrifices. Then there's no point in talking anymore. Speaking of this continent, even during the era when true spirits were everywhere, my I clan's territory was more than 10 royal cities. Furthermore, the human race is so weak right now. You want to confine me to a small area? You must be dreaming. Ning Qiuye retorted mercilessly with a face full of ridicule. Li Yunxiao's expression did not change as he said, You also know that times have changed. Back then, Inu was still ruling the world. Now, you let him try ruling the world. Ning Qiuye angrily rebuked, Are you saying that my pupil clan is weak? Li Yunxiao said, The truth is in front of you. It's up to you to accept it. If not for the demonic calamity descending, I would not have agreed to even 10 cities. Also, your pupil clan's way of living is too barbaric. You must be closely monitored by my clan. What? This time, not only was Ning Qiuye furious, but Qi Jia and the 7 elders were also furious. They had listened to the previous conversation, but they clearly heard this sentence. Being monitored by another clan, was there still any freedom left? For a moment, the hall was filled with baleful aura. 7 or 8 pairs of fierce eyes were staring at him. Ning Qiuye laughed in anger and said, Hey, are you sure you're not joking? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, I'm definitely not joking. No one would like to be possessed by you. You can continue to use the vessels in the 1,000-year one eye. As for the living beings in the outside world, I won't allow you to touch them. Clap clap. Ning Qiuye actually started clapping and laughed loudly. Haha, what an impassioned speech. Even my eyes are brimming with tears listening to it. Since it's like this, then the territory that my pupil clan lost all those years ago will be personally taken back by us. Also, the 2 of you don't need to leave. Just stay in this saint artifact and live the rest of your lives. Her crimson eyes stared at him. Be careful. Li Yunxiao shouted. His eyes immediately changed. Tsutsumi also appeared in his right eye, and a white light shot out. Tian Ke. The 2 mental powers collided in the hall. There was no sound at all. Only a wave-like pattern appeared in the space. Then, it shattered like a mirror. Listening Moody was also shocked. He reacted the instant Li Yunxiao shouted. He then slapped the space with his palm. With a huge rumble, a crack appeared in the entire space of the Saint artifact. However, the crack was not deep enough and could not lead to the outside world. Boom! Boom! Another few explosions sounded. He instantly threw out over 100 punches, continuously shattering the spatial barrier. Qi Jia and the rest of the 8 people were shocked. They all made their moves. A large patch of red light fell from the sky and enveloped the 2 of them. Listening Moody's movements became sluggish. His body stopped and a dazed expression appeared on his face. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He opened his mouth and spat out a dragon's roar towards Listening Moody. The roar hit his body and produced a harp sound. However, it was unable to break him out of the illusion. Even he himself began to feel that his vision was a little blurry. If I still let you escape, it would be the biggest joke in the world. Ning Qiuye's voice came from somewhere in the surroundings. Li Yunxiao tried his best to widen his eyes. His wondrous spell spirit eyes emitted a dim light, but he could only vaguely see some shadows. Suddenly, he moved his heart and a gust of power rushed out from the world god steel. Chi La. The red light in front of him was torn apart like a curtain, and a clear world appeared. A woman's voice came, Go. Immediately after, a loud rumble could be heard. The barrier between the sacred tool and the outside world was shattered by an extremely powerful force. A tunnel filled with terrifying power immediately appeared, Li Yunxiao said in surprise, Madam Lin. The one who broke the illusion was Lin. And the ones who destroyed the sacred tool's barrier were Kan and Ho. Lin formed a seal with one hand. A patch of golden light spread out from her body. Then, she struck out a seal. Boom! Ningqiu forcefully took a palm strike and was instantly forced back a few steps. The red demonic light in her eyes dimmed. Impossible. Who are you? Ningqiu was shocked and shouted angrily. Lin ignored her. After a palm strike, she turned around and headed toward the tunnel. Ningqiu shouted, "Stop them." Xianxia and the 7 elders were also extremely shocked. They joined forces and attacked at the same time. You still want to keep us here? It's impossible. Li Yunxiao sneered. Sword Death/Red appeared and slashed out. The listening Moody and the 2 great demons also attacked at the same time. A terrifying power shook the hall and rushed in all directions. Not only the entire hall, but the area within a radius of several thousand feet was instantly flattened. Ningqiu's expression was abnormally gloomy. Suddenly, her eyes flashed and she said coldly, "A slave like you wants to leave? Stay." His eye power instantly struck the golden light in the midst of the smoke. Pfft. The golden light was struck and revealed Murongzhu's appearance. It was Xianxia. Xianxia looked back in horror. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and terror. Li Yunxiao and the others had already rushed into the tunnel. The crack was about to close. He could not care too much. With a crazy roar, he once again turned into a golden light and charged into the crack. This was his only chance to leave this place. If he lost it, he would completely become a fish under the sinkhole's knife. A slave will always be a slave. Stay here for this, Lord. Ningqiu sneered. His eyes turned, and the space in front of the crack shook. It immediately pressed down on Xianxia like an iron wall. Pfft. Xianxia was once again forced out of her original form. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the spatial power spinning like a meat grinder, she was so scared that her face turned pale. She begged, "My lord, spare me. Let me go." Go to hell. Ningqiu laughed savagely, and then he pointed his finger over. However, his finger suddenly stopped in midair. However, Xianxia immediately noticed it. Her heart pounded wildly. She suddenly turned around and turned into a golden light that leaped into the crack until she disappeared. Ningqiu's stiff body finally recovered. His face was filled with anger. Just now, the part of Ningqiu in his body resisted, causing his original body to split apart. This caused the attack to stop. "Old ancestor, what do we do now?" Qi Jiao looked at the empty space in a radius of several thousand feet and felt his scalp tingle. It was impossible to count how many people of the Pupil clan had died in the attack just now. Moreover, those who lived near Royal City were mostly purebred Crimson Tsutsumi. The loss this time was already immeasurable. A bunch of trash. You can't even stop a few people. Ningqiu scolded angrily, venting his anger on Qi Jia and the 7 elders. The 8 of them were scolded until they lowered their heads and did not dare to make a sound. In the pitch-black spatial turbulence, a jade-like light circulated. It was Li Yunxiao who had taken out the world god steel. It turned into 100 feet long and the few of them sat on it. "Lord Lin, are you all right?" "That's great." Li Yunxiao looked at Lin, who was quietly sitting in the void. Her face was rather rosy and she seemed to be in good condition. Lin smiled and opened her eyes. She said, "Thank you for your help during this period of time. Unfortunately, my time is up and I am powerless to reverse the situation." "What?" Li Yunxiao and Li Yunxiao's bodies trembled. The 2 of them instantly felt something. Li Yunxiao said with difficulty, "Could it be, could it be?" Lin nodded and said calmly, "It is the final radiance of the setting sun. I didn't think that I would be able to lend you a hand before I leave. I am very gratified." Li Yunxiao said sorrowfully, "Is there really no other way? Inu has long entered the 5 decay realm, but he has still lived until now." Lin said, "There is no need to be sorrowful. Birth, old age, sickness, death, resentment, separation from love, unattainable, and the 5 karmas are the 8 sufferings of life. No one can escape from them. We are glad to be able to accompany you until now. Can open their eyes at the same time. Both of them had smiles on their faces, looking serene and peaceful. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "My lords, you are also," Xue said, "Our lifespans are almost up. There is no point in wasting some time. Why don't we follow my lord Lin and have a companion on the road to hell?" Lin sighed, "Why do the two of you have to do this?" Ken smiled, "Even if we don't leave, we only have a few months left." Shuichang said, "The two of us have always listened to Darren. This time, let the two of us make our own decisions." Sigh. Lin let out a long sigh and nodded, "If that's the case, it's up to you." Both of their faces lit up with joy. Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi didn't know what to say. The Universe God Monument was filled with a sorrowful atmosphere. Faint golden light started to appear on Lin's body and spread out continuously. It was the sign of the universe transformation under the 5 declines. Ling Mudi said, "My lord, do you have anything else to say?" Lin smiled faintly, "My heart is bright. What else can I say?" With that, the golden light disintegrated even faster. Lin's face and figure finally turned into a wisp of golden smoke. It circled around the Universe God Monument once before disappearing into the void, never to exist again. Ken suddenly said, "Those who abandoned me yesterday cannot be kept." Xue said, "Those who disturbed my heart, tomorrow will be troublesome." Ha 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 ha. The two of them looked at each other and laughed loudly. Monstrous power spread out from their bodies and the great monster's body started to wither rapidly. In the blink of an eye, there was no flesh and blood, only 2 dried bones were left. Blown by the wind in the void turbulence, the dried bones turned into dust and scattered into the void. Li Yunxiao raised his head. In the pitch-black void, there seemed to be a wisp of golden light flying towards the horizon. Below the golden light, there were 2 majestic figures following closely. Ling Mudi's face was filled with sorrow. He stood on the Universe God Monument without saying a word and looked ahead quietly. He seemed to be in a mess. Li Yunxiao said, "My lord, don't be sad." The 3 my lords were very relaxed when they left. Ling Mudi said expressionlessly, "I understand. You don't have to comfort me." Li Yunxiao sighed in his heart. Listening Mudi's state of mind was naturally not good as he watched his old friends from 100,000 years ago leave one by one. However, this sorrow needed time to wash away, and it was very difficult to adjust in a short period of time. He controlled the World God Steel carefully. The World God Steel was the heavenly martial arts realm's sacred artifact, and it had an extremely powerful world power imprint on it. It quickly detected the heavenly martial arts realm's existence and flew out. The sky in the heavenly martial arts realm was bright and sunny, but neither of them was in a good mood. Li Yunxiao put away the World God Monument and took out the astrolabe to determine his position. The two of them were currently somewhere in the eastern region, and there was still some distance between them and the main city. There were 3 main cities that were closest to them. One of them was exceptionally conspicuous on the astrolabe, and it was larger than the other 2. It was Crimson Moon City. Crimson Moon City, Li Yunxiao was speechless. He had just parted with Ning Qiue and Tianxi, and now he had returned to this place full of the past. Luo Qingyun has been staying in Yanwu City, so Li Yi should be in charge of Crimson Moon City now. I wonder how Jiang Ruobing is doing. I should go to Crimson Moon City and take Jiang Ruobing back to Yanwu City. After making up his mind, Li Yunxiao turned into an evasive light and flew toward Crimson Moon City with Ling Mudi. After the Battle of Crimson Moon City, although Luo Qingyun and Li Yi had been in charge with Wei Qing's support, they couldn't stop the city's decline. Luo Qingyun was the city lord, but he didn't care about political affairs. He just focused on cultivation. As for Li Yi, he was obsessed with politics. He cultivated his cronies and suppressed his opponents. On the contrary, after the Immortal Realm, Luo Qingyun left Crimson Moon City and Li Yi took charge. The whole city looked completely different. At least, many of the buildings were new. It seemed that in order to change Crimson Moon City's declining image, Li Yi focused on the surface. He demolished all the old, broken, and small buildings and built many tall and big things. At the same time, he expanded the city, which was already declining in population, and forced all the people in the surrounding cities to move over. Instead, it showed a prosperous and thriving scene in a short period of time. Even the city lord's mansion was demolished and expanded by more than 5 times. Moreover, it was stipulated that all the buildings in the city couldn't exceed the city lord's mansion. At this moment, in front of the majestic city lord's mansion, a large number of guards surrounded the mansion so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. These guards were all awe-inspiring. The armors and weapons on their bodies were brand new profound-level weapons. Moreover, none of them were weak. These people were the trusted guards that Li had cultivated, and he was willing to spend money and resources on them. The crimson moon rises from Heaven City, between the boundless purple clouds. The wind blows for tens of thousands of miles, and the lonely city is 10,000 feet high. In front of the wide road, a horse carriage trotted over. There was a poetic sound coming from the carriage, and it was filled with infinite sorrow. The guards looked over in unison, and their faces were filled with anger. However, when they saw the emblem on the carriage, they were all shocked. So it's the Lord of Myriad Treasure Tower. The carriage arrived in front of the mansion, and a butler immediately came forward with a face full of smiles. The curtain was lifted, and a few people walked out one after another. At the front were two old men, and the one in front was dressed in a yellow robe. It was Xianxia. The old man behind him was dressed in coarse hemp clothes. His hair was white like silver, and his eyes were turbid, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling. Behind the two were several powerful martial artists, who should be their followers and subordinates. The butler hurriedly came forward and cupped his fists. Lord Xianxia, you've come from afar. Thank you for your hard work. Xianxia didn't look him in the eye. Instead, he said, don't talk nonsense. Quickly bring us in. Yes, yes. The butler retreated to the side humbly and led the way. Xianxia looked back at the silver-haired old man as if seeking his opinion. After getting the old man's affirmation, he stepped forward. The butler was shocked. He didn't know who this old man was, but his status seemed to be above Xianxia's. The group passed through several winding corridors, which were filled with gardens, rockery, flowing water, and even waterfalls. It was a scene of prosperity and wealth. Xianxia couldn't help but mock, Li really knows how to enjoy life. Is he still a martial artist? The butler smiled apologetically. He didn't dare to respond to such words. A moment later, they finally arrived in front of a large hall. Xianxia suddenly stopped and said, Ding Shan is already here? The butler hurriedly said, Lord Ding Shan arrived a few hours ago and is currently resting in the hall. Oh, then what about Li Yi? He's not in the hall? Why do I feel that there are many people in the hall? Xianxia said leisurely. No one could see his expression. Yes, there are some other lords. They are all heroes invited by the city lord, the butler said respectfully. Heroes from all over? Why don't I know any of them? Xianxia deliberately raised his voice so that everyone in the hall could hear him clearly. Only then did he step forward and walk into the hall. He was immediately blinded by a dazzling golden light. The tables and chairs inside, as well as the carved beams and painted pillars, were all made of pure gold. Although gold wasn't worth much in their eyes, this vivid image of a nouveau riche still made Xianxia feel quite dissatisfied. TSK. The silver-haired old man beside Xianxia revealed a look of mockery and disdain. He seemed to be quite emotional as he said, the crimson moon rises from Heaven City, between the boundless purple clouds. The wind blows for tens of thousands of miles, the lonely city of 10,000 feet mountain. TSK, is this Crimson Moon City still Crimson Moon City? Dozens of pairs of eyes in the hall looked over and landed on the few of them. Originally, with Xianxia's status and identity, many people would have come forward to greet him. But his disdainful tone from before had offended everyone in the hall. In addition, the silver-haired old man seemed to be dissatisfied with the current city lord. No one said a word, and everyone lowered their heads and silently drank their tea. However, they were all extremely curious, secretly guessing the identity of this silver-haired old man. Ding Shan sat at the seat of honor. His gaze immediately fell on the silver-haired old man. His pupils shrank and shot out a bright light. Haha, could this old man in coarse hemp be Lord Xianxia's ancestor? Ding Shan said with a fake smile. He stared at the two of them for fear that they were lying. You're really well informed. Xianxia snorted coldly, not concealing his murderous intent. Ding Shan said indifferently, I heard that the founder of the Myriad Treasure Tower, Lord Wan Xianong, also came out when the realm of immortality opened. I didn't know whether it was true or not, but it seems like it's true. His expression was incomparably calm. He picked up a cup of wine and drained it. No one knew what he was thinking. The founder of the Myriad Treasure Tower? This identity was like a stone thrown into a lake, causing a wave. All kinds of whispers and discussions were happening, and their gazes never left Wan Xianong. Although this name was extremely unfamiliar, the Myriad Treasure Tower had been famous in the continent for tens of thousands of years. Wan Xuanong's murky gaze seemed to turn and land on Ding Shan. He clicked his tongue and praised, so you're a sovereign realm cultivator. No wonder you're so confident. Wan Xianxia said you were only at the true immortal realm and had just entered it not long ago. It seems like the Myriad Treasure Tower is much weaker than you in terms of intelligence. Sigh, it's really getting worse with each generation. Bam! The wine cup in Ding Shan's hand was instantly crushed. He slammed it on the table and immediately turned into powder, his body was trembling slightly. He couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. He had only broken through to the sovereign realm after obtaining a divine elixir from the Pill Pagoda in the realm of immortality. He thought that no one would know, but Wan Xianong saw through it with one look. This meant that this Wan Xuanong's strength was definitely above his. Ding Shan's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions, and he was extremely upset. Originally, he thought that after breaking through to the sovereign realm, he could rely on his own strength to take down the Myriad Treasure Tower and unify the Commerce Alliance. Then, he would unite all the forces that had close cooperative relations with the Commerce Alliance, extended overseas, and even the demon race. He would unite all the forces that could be united, and finally, he would be able to stand against the Heavenly Martial Alliance, Xuanli Island, and the Sanctuary, becoming the fourth largest human force in the Heavenly Martial Realm. This was all his ambitious plan, but now there was a problem at the first step. The Myriad Treasure Tower inexplicably had an additional founder whose strength surpassed his. There was no need to mention how gloomy Ding Shan's heart was, to the point that under Wan Xuanong's gaze, he became somewhat oppressed. He had overcome all obstacles along the way to establish the Heavenly Essence Trading Company. Furthermore, he had hidden his courage and used all sorts of methods to achieve the situation he was in today. As for this Wan Xianxian, he was sitting on the huge foundation left behind by his ancestors, but he did not think about improving himself. He was muddle-headed and had low intelligence. He should have been swallowed up by him long ago, but he had survived time and time again. It hadn't been easy for him to obtain a divine pill from the elixir dispensary in the realm of eternal life and enter the divine sovereign justice realm. He had thought that his ambition would finally come true, but the other side had another powerful ancestor. Isn't the heavenly Tao too unfair? Ding Shan felt like 10,000 alpacas were running in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. They could eat the foundation of their ancestors, and now they could even eat the ancestors themselves. What could he do? Ding Shan could only sit there and drink alone to drown his sorrows. Wan Xianxian scanned the crowd. They were all people he didn't think were worth his time, so he didn't bother to greet them. With a snort, he sat down across from Ding Shan. He sat on it, while Wan Xianong stood beside him. Before the two of them came, they agreed that Wan Qianni was the master of everything. After all, Wan Qianni was the master of the Myriad Treasure Tower to the outside world. As for Wan Xianong, even though his identity was frightening, he was at most a grand elder. As soon as Wan Xianxian sat down, a large number of beautiful maids came in and served all kinds of wine and delicacies, filling the table. He casually ate and drank a little before feeling bored and called out, "Where's Lei? You invited us here, yet you put on such airs." A butler hurriedly said, "The city lord suddenly had something to attend to these past 2 days and is in seclusion. He said that he would come out today. There might be a slight mishap, but the time will not deviate too much." What? Is he in seclusion now? Wan Xianxian abruptly stood up and scolded, "What kind of joke is this? We're waiting for him here, but he's still in seclusion? Isn't this a little too comical? He really doesn't see us as humans." "Milord, calm down, calm down." The butler hurriedly said, "The city lord said that he would definitely come out today, so he should be here soon." Bang! Wan Yiqian kicked over a few tables and scolded, "Hurry up and arrange a room for us. We need to rest." Call us when Li arrives. In his eyes, Li was just an insignificant junior, a pawn of Wei Qing. Li did not have the right to invite him. He had only come to join in the fun when he heard that Ding Shan had come as well. Looking at the hall filled with people, he immediately regretted his decision. He felt that he had lowered his status too much. But even so, Li still dared to put on such airs, daring to make him wait. He was instantly enraged. The housekeeper was scared silly and didn't know what to do. He had never seen such a scene, and he also knew the identity of the person in front of him, so he didn't dare to call for others to attack. The rest of the people in the hall looked at him coldly. They were just here to watch a good show and couldn't wait to do something to kill their boredom. Moreover, Li was indeed inexperienced. Forget Xianxia, many of the people present were not convinced either. However, everyone knew that he was Wei Qing's favorite. Since he had a strong backing, everyone had to give him some face. But what was Xianxia? In his own eyes, he was more or less on the same level as Wei Qing. Naturally, he wouldn't care about a pawn under Wei Qing. So, he directly ignored the housekeeper and walked out of the hall. Xianxia didn't say anything and followed behind him like the other guards. Ding Shan minded his own business, eating and drinking as if nothing had happened. However, he was sneering in his heart. He thought to himself, this idiot wants to fight with me? Even if you have the support of your ancestors, I will sooner or later swallow up the 10,000 treasure tower and unify the merchant alliance. Just as he was thinking, a handsome man suddenly walked in from outside the hall. He had an extraordinary demeanor and said, Lord Xianxia, please calm down. Li will be here very soon. Xianxia was stunned. When he saw the person in front of him, he asked suspiciously, Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan nodded and said, that's me. Xianxia pondered and said, this gathering, could it be the sanctuary's idea? Qin Chuan shook his head and said, it's not the sanctuary's idea. I was only invited to participate. Xianxia's face darkened. He snorted and said, if it's not the sanctuary's idea, Li doesn't have the qualifications to put on airs in front of me. Qin Chuan sighed and said, Brother Li was also forced to do so. He suddenly went into seclusion when he was cultivating. Since that's the case, then we have nothing to complain about. After all, it's very easy for problems to occur in cultivation. No one can guard against it. Xianxia, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. Since he had spoken, Xianxia naturally didn't dare to object. He snorted and turned around to sit back down. His seat had already been rearranged by a group of beautiful maids, and all kinds of fine wine and delicacies were refreshed. Qin Chuan walked into the hall and nodded to Ding Shan with a smile. The two looked at each other and smiled. No one knew about their relationship as father and son, so it was convenient for them to work separately. As Qin Chuan took his seat, the hall no longer had the quiet atmosphere from before. Instead, it became noisy and clamorous. Not long after, a man suddenly came in from outside. He walked all the way to the front of the hall and said in a loud voice, everyone, the city lord has come out of seclusion. He is currently bathing and changing his clothes. He will come to see everyone soon. The man's face was calm and expressionless. He seemed a bit stiff, but his cultivation was not low. Many people looked at the man with strange expressions. Qin Chuan also said in surprise, you are brother Xianxia? The man's face twitched slightly. He turned around and squeezed out a smile with difficulty. It was even uglier. He grinned and said, hee hee, I didn't think that brother Qin Chuan would still remember me. It is indeed me. Crash. This time, the crowd was in an uproar. Who would have thought that the young master of the Four Extremes sect, the disciple of Emperor Wu Tingguang, and the one who had the chance to inherit the position of City Lord of Crimson Moon City, Xianxia, was still in Crimson Moon City and had even joined Li Yi. Back then, the Four Extremes sect was very popular. Not only was it a core member of the Commerce Alliance, but its leader, Tang Qing, was also in charge of Crimson Moon City. Xianxia's status rose with the tide and he became the most popular young master in the world. But who would have thought that with the passage of time, things would turn out like this? Many people could still vaguely remember the shocking marriage back then. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. The marriage that changed the fate of the Tang clan, the Four Extremes sect, the fate of Crimson Moon City, and even the state of the world, was all because of another person who could shake the world. Thinking of that person, everyone present could not help but gulp. Their palms were slightly sweaty. Ding Shan, Qin Chuan, and even the people of Thousand Treasures Tower revealed a serious expression. After Tang Xian's announcement, everyone had different reactions. He quickly regained his composure and stood quietly at the side, waiting for the arrival of the City Lord of Crimson Moon City. I have made everyone wait for a long time. I am really sorry. After a few breaths of time, a clear voice came from outside the hall, followed by a loud ha-ha laugh. The Lord only saw a flash in front of him, and a man in luxurious clothes appeared on the main seat of the hall. His face was delicate and handsome, but there was a hint of demonic aura around him. Ding Shan and the others looked over and could not help but be stunned. Then, they were slightly shocked. Li Yi's previous strength, according to their information network, was only at the level of high-level Emperor Wu. Now that they looked at him, it was actually blocked by a force, and they could not investigate him. But even so, the aura that came out from his body made a few people feel that he was at least a godly state expert. Li Yi sat on the seat with his hands on both sides, exuding the aura of a superior. He said loudly, "Thank you, everyone, for giving me face. I am very grateful. To show my sincerity, I have specially prepared the best blood tea in Crimson Moon City for everyone to use." Tang Xian, who was at the side, immediately extended his hand and clapped a few times. Immediately, 4 rows of beautiful maids walked in with steaming hot blood tea and served it to everyone respectfully. In an instant, the hall was filled with the fragrance of the tea, and the people who drank it felt relaxed and happy. Although the blood tea no longer had any effect on cultivation for most of the people present, it at least made them feel refreshed. Drinking it was still very comfortable. Li Yi silently looked at the people drinking the tea, and the corner of his mouth could not help but curl up. But soon, the smile disappeared completely because he suddenly remembered something. When he first came to Crimson Moon City, he could have had a cup of high-quality blood tea at the Wind and Moon Tavern, but it was drunk by Li Yunxiao. With his current status, he could even bathe in blood tea every day, but no matter what, it could not beat the taste of that cup. Every time he thought about it, he would be enraged, and he wanted to tear Li Yunxiao into pieces. Fortunately, he had many grudges with Li Yunxiao, so he did not mind it. After everyone finished drinking, Li Yi smiled and said, "What do you think of this tea?" "Good tea, good tea." Everyone was full of praise, and they could not stop praising it. "It's good tea, but it can no longer taste like Crimson Moon City." Suddenly, an extremely discordant voice rang out, and everyone's gaze fell on Wan Qian. He was the one who had spoken. "Oh? May I ask, Lord Qian, what does Crimson Moon City taste like?" Li Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at him coldly. Wan Qian was naturally unafraid. He sneered and said, "Crimson Moon City tasted fragrant, but it did not lose its dominance and taste. It had the demeanor of a king of tea. But now, the blood tea only has color and fragrance. Even the fragrance has changed, and there is something strange mixed in it." "Oh, I don't know what strange thing it is. Is there something wrong with Lord Qian's tongue?" Li Yi's expression turned ugly, and he said coldly, "Do you want me to find someone to take a look at your tongue? If it doesn't work, you can get a new one. Or, my blood tea was cultivated with Emperor Wu's blood as fertilizer. Do you want to try using the blood of a god-level master?" Bam! The tables in front of Wan Qian were flipped over and smashed to the ground. In an instant, the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Castellan is a hero indeed. Your thinking is different from ordinary people, seeking death at such a young age. Wan Qian's face was dark, his lips curling into a sinister smile, killing intent rising from his body. Li Yi's gaze shifted, especially on Wan Qianong. He suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said coldly, "I invited everyone here today not to cause trouble, but to discuss a great cause. Wan Xianxian, you've provoked me time and time again. This is intolerable." Wan Qian sneered, "You want to discuss a great cause? Aren't you overestimating yourself?" Before Li Yi could reply, Ding Shan slammed the table and said angrily, "Wan Qian, if you're unhappy, leave now. It'll be quieter without you. You're the one overestimating yourself." The conflict between North-South Commerce Alliance had reached an intense level and could erupt into a final war at any time. Therefore, Ding Shan had never thought of easing things. Now that Wan Qianni and Li Yi were in conflict, as long as he took the opportunity to intensify the conflict and make them incompatible like fire and water, it would only be beneficial to him. Moreover, standing out to support Crimson Moon City was a sign of loyalty. If he could ally with Crimson Moon City, there was hope of taking down Myriad Treasure Tower in one fell swoop. Ding Shan. Looks like we'll have to settle our grudges today. Wan Qianni vaguely thought of something, but he still looked down on Ding Shan and Li Yi. Although Commerce Alliance had suffered defeat after defeat, he had always thought of himself as the #1 person in Commerce Alliance and looked down on them. The few martial artists who came with the Myriad Treasure Tower immediately stood up, their auras pointing straight at Ding Shan, seething with killing intent. Good, good. Ding Shan sneered, if that's the case, then today in Crimson Moon City is the time for us to fight to the death. Castellan Li Yi, Qin Chuan of the Sanctuary, and all the heroes of the world as witnesses, I want to challenge Wan Qianni to a duel to the death. The crowd became rowdy, many people shouting, good. Good. Those who were watching the show were eager for a few people to die. Wan Qianqi's expression changed drastically. If this had happened in the past, he would have challenged Ding Shan alone. However, the old ancestor had just said that Ding Shan was now at the sovereign realm. How would he dare to challenge Ding Shan alone? Under the jeering of the crowd, he couldn't put down his pride. His face was as red as an eggplant as he said angrily, the North-South Merchant Alliance is in a life-and-death situation. Who wants to fight you one-on-one? This is a battle between two sects, not a personal grudge between us. Ding Shan said leisurely, oh, is that so? As the president of the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce, I really don't wish to see my subordinates fighting for territory all day long and wasting a large number of lives. Therefore, as the chairman, I'm willing to step forward bravely and challenge you single-handedly, Myriad Treasure Tower's Tower Lord Wan Yiqian. If you are still the Tower Master, if you still have the slightest bit of love for your subordinates, if you still have the slightest bit of dignity as a martial artist, then come out and fight me one-on-one right now. Victory or defeat will determine the future. Wan Qian's skin was extremely thick. He sneered, how old are you? Trying to goad him into action? How childish. Even if I fight with you, it should also be my Myriad Treasure Tower's founder. Old Ancestor is more qualified to represent the Myriad Treasure Tower to battle than me. He looked to the side humbly. Wan Xuanong's expression was calm from start to finish and did not make a sound. Ding Shan's gaze also landed on Wan Xianong, his face revealing a solemn look. Not only was Wan Xuanong's strength profound, which he could not surmise. Even that scheming did not reveal the slightest bit on his face either. This person is worthy of being the Myriad Treasure Tower's founder. As expected, he's absolutely not someone easy to deal with. Both strength and scheming are not beneath mine. Looks like it's really troublesome. Ding Shan secretly thought to himself. If he had to face Wan Xianong, he definitely would not be willing. These people were all people with deep scheming minds. They would never do things that they were not confident in. Inside the great hall became quiet all at once. No one uttered a sound. Finally, Wan Xianong opened his mouth. But he completely ignored Wan Yiqian and Ding Shan, these two people. He just turned to look at Li Yi and said, I'm a little interested in the important matter City Lord mentioned just now. I wonder if you can talk about it in detail. Old Ancestor. Wan Yiqian said in shock, he's merely an ignorant junior. What important matter is there to discuss? He probably just stabilized his position as City Lord and wants to show off a bit. That's why he's using this as a prelude to draw everyone over. He still looked down on Li greatly in his heart. Haha, Wan Yiqian, no wonder your ancestor was able to start a business, but you can't even protect your family business. Truly trash. Li Yi stared coldly at Wan Yiqian and said without the slightest trace of politeness. Since Ding Shan and Wan Yiqian lost all pretense of cordiality on the spot, Li Yi seemed to have also guessed some of Ding Shan's intentions. The two coincidentally agreed to directly lose all pretense of cordiality with the Myriad Treasure Tower. You stinking brat, what did you say? Wan Yiqian was so angry that his face turned purple. He roared loudly and was about to rush forward. the aura of that true deity realm erupted, immediately shaking the floor until it shattered. Everyone in the surroundings, apart from Wan Xianong, retreated one after another. Calm down. Wan Xianong said indifferently, and the berserk aura immediately disappeared without a trace. Wan Yiqian was greatly alarmed. He only felt an invisible force instantly choking all the meridians in his body. It was difficult for his origin energy to circulate anymore. He said anxiously, "Old ancestor, this little brat is insulting me." This scene fell into the eyes of Ding Shan and Li Yi, and they were also quite shocked. A sense of vigilance arose in their hearts. Wan Xianong said, "You underestimated him, so he will naturally scold you. You were in the wrong first. Be quiet for a moment and listen to what he has to say." Wan Yiqian was stunned, and he stood there in a daze. He never thought that the old ancestor would say that he was in the wrong. Although it wasn't a scolding, he still felt extremely humiliated in front of so many people. For a moment, he was ashamed and angry at the same time. He glared fiercely at Li Yi, then stood to the side and sulked, not saying a word. "Haha. Well said, Lord Xianong is indeed different from some people." Li Yi clapped his hands in praise and also responded to Wan Yiqian with a similarly cold gaze. Wan Xianong was still expressionless. He said, "I also didn't think highly of you, but I also didn't belittle you. I just want to hear about your important matters. If there is value, then there is no harm in discussing it. If there is no value, then our time is also very precious." "Understood, this one understands." Li cupped his fists and said, "If not for Wan Yiqian deliberately causing trouble, I would have finished speaking long ago." Wan Yiqian glared angrily, but the old ancestor's words were like an imperial edict. If he was told to be quiet, he didn't dare to make a sound. Li Yi said, "Everyone should be clear about the current situation in the world. The two sacred lands have undergone great changes, and they are no longer as glorious as they were in the past. The divine transformation sea has been directly destroyed, and only the broken sacred region is left." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Although the sacred region's decline was obvious to all, Scarlet Moon City was still under the sacred region's control. "Li Yi, aren't you also Wei Qing's people? Is it really okay to say this?" Everyone's gazes secretly swept towards Qin Chuan again. Qin Chuan was calmly drinking tea, and there was no expression on his face. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they seemed to feel that something was wrong. Li Yi continued, "On the broken sacred region, there are two new superpowers. One is Profound Separation Island, and the other is Heavenly Martial Alliance." "Humph, just talking about these two superpowers makes me angry. Heavenly Martial Alliance has sealed the rules of all directions, and only those who obey it can go to the southern region to comprehend. Isn't this making enemies of all the martial artists in the world? Even I, a native of the southern region, can't go back to my home now." He said angrily that Profound Separation Island is also infuriating. They should be supporting justice and destroying the Heavenly Martial Alliance, but in the end, they are in cahoots with evil. They only want to develop themselves, and they don't care about the lives of the people in the world. That's right. Heavenly Martial Alliance is too domineering. Everyone present started to discuss it. Those who were invited by Li Yi had not joined the Heavenly Martial Alliance. After hearing this, they were even more indignant, and they wanted to kill their way to the Heavenly Martial Alliance to uphold justice. Li Yi sighed and said, "So in this world, the weak will be bullied. That's why I invited everyone here today. Let's also form an alliance to fight against Profound Separation Island and the Heavenly Martial Alliance." "What?" As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked, and many people's faces turned green. It was fine for them to wave flags and cheer for the Heavenly Martial Alliance, but if they were to fight against Profound Separation Island and the Heavenly Martial Alliance with real swords and spears, they would pee their pants on the spot. Ding Shan's pupils shrank, and a sharp light shot out from his eyes. Li Yi's thoughts were actually the same as his. Li Yi looked around, and said, "Everyone, do you think that we are too weak and can't fight against them? I naturally understand this point. But things are always done bit by bit. When the Heavenly Martial Alliance was first established, who could have imagined its current scale?" Wan Xianong suddenly said, "If we form an alliance, how should we develop in the future?" Li Yi's eyes flickered with a sharp light, and he became spirited. He said excitedly, "I've thought about the future. As long as we unite, with the addition of the two major merchant alliances, we will become a force that cannot be ignored. Even if we cannot defeat Profound Separation Island and the Heavenly Martial Alliance, we can at least fight against the current sanctuary. This way, no one can ignore our existence. Now that the demonic tribulation is imminent, Profound Separation Island and the Heavenly Martial Alliance will surely tolerate our existence, and it is impossible for them to start a war against each other. Wan Xianong nodded and stroked his silver beard. He said, "What you mean is that when the demonic tribulation descends and the other three factions fight against the demons, we should properly develop ourselves?" "That's right. Old mister, you really have a divine foresight. You guessed my plan right away." Li Yi said excitedly, "Even if the sky collapses, they will be there to support it. We are not tall enough, so we should focus on developing ourselves, and let ourselves grow taller first. After they fight against the demon clan, both sides will suffer heavy losses, and we will become strong enough. We can then reap the benefits and unify the heavenly martial arts realm." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and he said coldly, "As for the demon realm, if we have a chance, we can go there and control the demon realm." These words caused everyone present to be dumbstruck. Never had they imagined that this young city governor would actually have such a great ambition in his heart. For ordinary people, resisting the demonic calamity and protecting the heavenly martial arts realm was enough. But Li Yi was so ambitious that he wanted to unify the heavenly martial arts realm first, and then unify the demon realm. After the shock, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Many people wiped their foreheads with their sleeves. "Ha ha ha." Wan Xianong suddenly laughed and stroked his beard. Wan Qianqi mocked, "Ancestor, I told you this kid is a fool. He only knows how to dream." Wan Xianong praised, "Not bad. Not bad. He has my demeanor in the past. If he didn't have great ambitions, how could he have created the world's #1 chamber of commerce like the Treasure Tower? But to unify the two realms, kid, you still have a long way to go." Wan Qianqi was petrified. He felt a cold wind blowing, and the weather was cold. Li Yi laughed and said, "I'm just imagining things. Who knows what will happen in the future? Let's take it one step at a time. But a good beginning is half the battle. What do you think?" Many people became silent. No one dared to answer. Once he said that, he basically showed he was on his side. Wan Xianong said, "That's a good idea. I agree." Li Yi was overjoyed and said, "So you agree to join the alliance?" Wan Xianong nodded and said, "Yes." Wan Qianqi was speechless. He felt like he didn't exist anymore. Even his embarrassment and anger were gone. He was petrified. Once the treasure tower expressed its position, the underground people started discussing, their faces grave. Li Yi looked at Ding Shan and said, "What about Lord Ding? If Lord Ding Shan also joins, the North-South Business Alliance will be one again." Ding Shan's face was also grave. He quickly calculated in his mind and said, "Even if I agree to join, the North-South Business Alliance won't be one. We'll still have our own leaders." Li Yi smiled and said, "We can discuss this internally after the alliance. As long as both of you agree, this path is promising." Ding Shan nodded and said, "If that's the case, I'll agree for now." "Ha ha ha, good, good." Li Yi's eyes lit up and he said happily, "With your two business alliances joining, the alliance is complete. What about the rest?" He swept his gaze across the rest of the people and said coldly, "What are you still hesitating about?" Everyone looked at each other. One of them stood up, cupped his fists, and said, "City Lord, an alliance is indeed a good thing. However, our Iron Fist school rarely interacts with the outside world, and we do not have much ambition. Therefore, we do not wish to join this alliance for the time being." One person stood up and immediately stirred up a large number of people. Many people began to nod lightly, preparing to find an excuse to shirk the responsibility. Another person stood up and said, "Our Scarlet Cloud Manor is weak and unsuitable to be involved in the continent's disputes. We will not join the alliance for now." Li Yi's expression immediately turned ugly. A few others were also tempted. He immediately said, "If you don't want to join us, I won't force you. After all, this is a personal choice. It can't be forced. Am I right, everyone?" Yes, yes. City Lord is really open-minded. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought that Li would be angry, but now, their hearts were at ease. Li continued, however, the alliance has to keep its own secrets. I've already told you my future development strategy. Such an important secret can't be leaked, and I've always believed that only the dead can keep secrets. Boom. There was a flash of light. No one saw how Li moved, but the Iron Fist schoolmaster was directly smashed into meat paste. He was stuck to the ground in a terrible state. Li said coldly, TSK, the Iron Fist school has become a discus school. Not bad. He had deliberately created this disgusting and terrifying effect. That was why he did not directly smash that person into meat paste. Ah. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. It was as if they had fallen from the mortal world into hell. Their faces all turned pale. Wan Xianong and Ding Shan revealed strange looks in their eyes. There was even some admiration in their eyes. They admired Li Yi's decisiveness in killing. I am willing to join the alliance. The Scarlet Cloud Manor's master knelt down with a thud. He kowtowed desperately and said, I am willing to join, I am willing to join. Didn't the Manor Master say that the Scarlet Cloud Manor is weak and unsuitable to be involved in the continent's disputes? Why are you willing now? I'm so confused. I don't understand. Are you willing or not? Li had a blank look on his face, but his eyes were cold and mocking. Yes. Of course I'm willing. The Scarlet Cloud Manor's master said eloquently, it is precisely because we are weak that we need the protection of a powerful alliance. Joining the alliance is the most suitable choice. Isn't that right, everyone? Yes. There was a chorus of agreement all around, and they were firm and powerful. Li sneered and said, but you are weak. Why should the alliance join? The Scarlet Cloud Manor's master's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Feeling Li Yi's cold gaze, he was so scared that he stuttered and said, I will definitely urge everyone to cultivate harder and improve their strength. We will contribute to the alliance. Alright. Since the Manor Master is so sincere, the alliance is more than happy to accept you. Li stretched out his arms and said with a smile, which other sects are willing to join us? I'm willing. I'm willing too. Voices of willingness came one after another. They were afraid that they would be drowned in the crowd if they were too slow. Li smiled and said, very good. I like your enthusiasm. Since the alliance is formed today, what name should we give it? Let's think of a name together, Ding Shan said lightly. The people in the main hall immediately began to discuss and come up with ideas and names. In the sky above the Castellan's residence, there was a slight tremor in the void. A figure walked out and said, what a bunch of boring people. Lord Moody, please continue listening. I'm going to look for Ruobing. This person was Li Yunxiao. Not far away from him, Ling Moody's figure also appeared. He smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect to hear such interesting things as soon as I arrived in Scarlet Moon City. Moreover, if these forces unite, it will be quite interesting. Li Yunxiao said, it's just a bunch of mobs. But it's a little strange. I feel a familiar aura in this Castellan's residence. Who could it be? He held his chin with one hand and looked like he was deep in thought. Ling Moody said, these people are not strong, but they have a great influence, especially the North-South Business Alliance. Li Yunxiao came back to his senses and nodded. Indeed. I didn't expect Wan Xianong to still be alive. Fortunately, I asked Ling to ask for the Great Rebirth Ultimate Bliss Formations diagram. Otherwise, if I asked for it now, I would most likely be rejected. Ling Moody sighed. The situation is becoming more and more complicated. That Li is right. At this time, we really shouldn't make a move against them. Perhaps his idea really will work. Li Yunxiao snorted lightly and said, even if it works, so what? He doesn't dare to take on the world's troubles and only wants to develop himself. Even if we let him unify the two realms, what's the point? What we pursue is the supreme path, not some worldly power. Ling Moody smiled faintly and said, what Yunxiao said is very true. This person is blinded by power. It will be difficult for him to achieve anything in the future. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly and said, now that you mention it, I suddenly thought of something. This person was my archenemy in the southern area, but he's still alive. Moreover, from what I observed, he unexpectedly reached the divine transcendence realm. It's really strange. Ling Mudi said, he only reached the divine transcendence realm. It's not a problem. If you're really worried, just pay more attention to him in the future. It's not a good time to kill him now. Li Yunxiao said, I know what you're thinking. Even though it's to preserve themselves, it's also to preserve the heavenly martial arts realm's power. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Ling Mudi pointed at him and said with a smile, Yunxiao understands me more and more. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, but I think it's too boring. You can continue eavesdropping. I'm going to look for Ruobing. After he spoke, his body flickered and he disappeared in the sky. Jiang Ruobing's residence was the forbidden area that Ning Qiyu had demarcated in the past. When Luo Qingyun was still alive, he had given her this place and given a strict order that no one could disturb her. Later, when Li came to power, he gave her enough space and didn't do anything to her. Young lady, you're hiding here and drinking again. Jiang Ruobing was quietly looking at the flowing water under a peach tree. She held a jar of wine in her hand, and its fragrance permeated the air. The maid, Little Snow, looked worried. She wanted to snatch the jar from her, but she was too weak, so she could only worry. The peach blossoms had already fallen, and only the branches were left swaying in the wind. A haggard face was reflected in the water. Jiang Ruobing drank a mouthful of wine and said, I don't want to drink. I just want to forget many things. I'm drinking to get drunk and forget my worries. Young lady. Little Snow stamped her feet anxiously, but she couldn't do anything about it. She could only say, I just went to Uncle Hongfeng's place. He said there might be some changes in the Red Moon City, and the future is uncertain. He wants to take you and the eldest young lady to the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance. The Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance. Jiang Ruobing trembled and stopped drinking. She couldn't help but cry. She said, if we go to the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance, will they take us in? Little Snow said, young lady, what nonsense are you thinking? Back then, young Master Yunxiao had such a good relationship with you. He will definitely take us in. I heard that the old city lord is also in the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance. She revealed a love-struck smile and cupped her cheeks with her hands. She said, young Master Yunxiao is now all-powerful. He's the #1 young master in the world. Jiang Ruobing had just become more spirited, but she suddenly became sad when she heard this. She said faintly, he finally reached the peak. I wonder if he still remembers Zue Wanchou in the Red Moon City and these peach blossoms. Xiao Shui said anxiously, miss. What nonsense are you thinking? Back then, he saved you from millions of people all by himself. How could I forget? Jiang Ruobing's eyes became misty as that imposing figure appeared again. Xiao Shui. Let's pack up and go to Crimson Moon City. Jiang Ruobing's eyes became clear, go inform my elder sister. We'll go together. Soon, Xiao Shui dragged Jiang Ruame down as well. Jiang Ruame snorted unwillingly, mother died not long ago. Are you going to abandon her grave and escape alone? Jiang Ruobing said, sister, we can't care about that now. Uncle Hang Feng said there's going to be a huge change in Crimson Moon City. He's already waiting for us outside. It's not your mother who died. Of course she'll say that. Jiang Ruame looked unhappy and turned to go back, you can go if you want. I don't have time to play with you. What huge change? Haven't there been a lot of changes over the years? Can changes be huge in just a few years? I've finally settled down in Crimson Moon City. I don't want any more changes. She sneered, if you go to Yanwu City, you'll have an old lover to protect you. But what about me? I'm the only one left. Where else can I go other than Crimson Moon City? I'm not going. I'll stay with mother. Jiang Ruobing blushed and said angrily, sister, how can you say such things at a time like this? You're the only one who's close to me in this world. Close to you? Do you still care about my life or death? If you go to Yanwu City and become the wife of the World Alliance leader, what about me? Can you help me find a husband as good as Li Yunxiao? Jiang Ruame was burning with jealousy. Her beautiful face twisted. Don't forget, the person who poisoned me and made me wish I was dead for more than 10 years was your reincarnated lover. Li Yunxiao was the reincarnation of Gu Feiyong. This was a well-known fact. Jiang Ruabing stomped her feet angrily. Are you coming with me or not? No. Jiang Ruame said firmly. She stared at her coldly with resentment. Follow me. In a fit of rage, Jiang Ruabing reached out to grab her sister. Pa. Jiang Ruame's palm technique was extremely heavy, and it shook off her arm. She then turned around and ran. Sister. Jiang Ruabing shouted anxiously, but Jiang Ruame didn't care. She ran straight into the pavilion and disappeared. Xiao angrily said, Eldest miss really doesn't know what's good for her. Since she won't leave, let's leave first. Otherwise, if we're delayed and Li Yi and the others notice, we won't be able to leave. Jiang Ruabing pondered for a while. She had no other choice but to go to Yanwu City first. If that person still remembered their past friendship, it would be the same if he begged him to send someone to fetch his sister. Then let's go. After making up his mind, he brought Little Snow to the place Ning Hangfeng had pointed out. Just as she turned around, she saw a figure pass by. Jiang Ruabing exclaimed, Uncle Hangfeng. Little Snow was also pleasantly surprised. Lord Hangfeng, why did you personally come? The two of them were rather surprised. After all, outsiders were not allowed in this place. Even if Ning Hangfeng came, he would notify them beforehand. The newcomer was Ning Hangfeng. He was much steadier than before. With a grave expression, he said, It's a little troublesome. Someone seems to be following me. I'm afraid that something might happen, so I came to help you. Where's Ruame? Jiang Ruabing said angrily, Sister won't leave no matter what. Ning Hangfeng said, We can't care about that now. Scarlet Moon City's situation is worsening by the day. I'll bring you to Yanwu City first. We'll talk about Ruame in the future. The three of them left in a hurry. Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of them. A cold voice rang out, Where are Lord Hangfeng and Miss Ruabing going? It's you. Hong Juanhuan, what are you doing? Jiang Ruabing rebuked angrily, This is my forbidden ground. No one is allowed to enter. Get out. One of the two who appeared was Hong Juanhuan, the hall master of 4 Extremes Sect's Emerald Cloud Hall. The other was also a hall master of 4 Extremes Sect, named Jiang Zhou. After Tang Qing's death, Scarlet Moon City was without a leader. The two stayed in Scarlet Moon City and were eventually subdued by Li Yi. Haha, Miss Ruabing still thinks she's Scarlet Moon City's princess? Hong Juanhuan sneered. The Castellan instructed us to keep an eye on Miss Ruabing. He said that she might be useful in the near future, so we can't let anything happen to her. So, miss, please return to your room and have a drink. Why you're spying on me? Jiang Ruabing was furious. She knew that the two of them had been spying on her for a long time. Haha. Jiang Zhou laughed wildly. Ever since Luo Qingyun left, the two of us have been responsible for Mrs. Safety. We can be considered hidden bodyguards. You two dogs of 4 Extremes Sect dare to call yourself Scarlet Moon City's people? Ning Hangfeng said coldly, I'll send you to see Tang Qing now. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword flashed out and stabbed at Jiang Zhou. Damn it. Jiang Zhou was shocked. He felt a chill on his neck and immediately used his footwork to avoid it. However, a bloody mark was still left on his throat, and his face turned pale with fright. Hong Juanhuan also roared, You're asking for death. He put his palms together and attacked Ning Hangfeng. The three of them were all high-level Emperor Wu cultivators. Originally, Hong Juanhuan and Jiang Zhou were far stronger than Ning Hangfeng. However, Ning Hangfeng had improved tremendously over the years, and they were evenly matched. However, after exchanging hundreds of moves, Ning Hangfeng started to fall into a disadvantageous position. He was in danger with every step, but his sword moves were swift and fierce, and he struggled to hold on. He shouted, Ruabing, leave first. Head south. My men are there. They will take you away. The two of them were furious. Jiang Zhou shouted, You're about to die, and you still want to turn the tables? Die. The attacks intensified, and Ning Hangfeng fell into a trap. Jiang Ruobing was in a hurry and refused to leave. Little Snow hurriedly said, "Miss, leave quickly. There's no point in staying. Go to Yanwu City and find young Master Yunxiao. Only he can come back to save my lord." Jiang Ruobing's heart steeled. She suddenly turned around and left, saying, "Uncle Hangfeng, just you wait. I'll definitely come back to save you." Big tears welled up in her eyes. She knew that she had to be strong at this moment. She had to make it to Yanwu City alive. However, as soon as she turned around, through her blurry tears, she could vaguely see a figure standing quietly in front of her. That figure immediately overlapped with the person in her mind, and it was hard to separate them. Jiang Ruobing was instantly stunned. She thought she was hallucinating, and she couldn't help but rub her eyes. Little Snow also cried out in alarm, "Ah!" Hong Juanhuan attacked fiercely while laughing sinisterly. "Speaking of which, it's really fate. Back then, old Master Tang was in charge of Scarlet Moon City. In order to prevent you from escaping, he sent me to intercept you. However, that Li Yunxiao ruined the plan and saved you. Now that time has passed, it's like a reenactment of the past. Who knows, maybe Li Yunxiao will suddenly appear to save you again." Ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally. Ning Hangfeng couldn't hold on any longer. In just a few breaths' time, he would be killed. He couldn't help but recall what happened back then, and his heart was filled with emotions. Suddenly, an inexplicable intuition made his heart skip a beat. He couldn't help but look to the side not far away. The laughter in his throat suddenly stopped, and his entire body froze. Ning Hangfeng was instantly delighted. He quickly withdrew from Jiang Zhou's attack, took a few steps back, and caught his breath. With their cultivation, even though Li Yunxiao was very close, they didn't notice him. Jiang Zhou looked at Hong Juanhuan angrily and said, "What's wrong with you?" Slap, Hong Juanhuan directly slapped his own mouth and said with a crying face, "Jinx. I'm going to slap you to death, you jinx." Slap. Slap. Slap, he slapped himself a few more times, and his mouth was almost swollen. Jiang Zhou was stunned for a moment, and said, "What's wrong with you? Are you bewitched?" "Ah? Li Yunxiao." Ning Hangfeng suddenly shouted, his voice filled with boundless joy and excitement. Jiang Zhou's body trembled. His back was facing Li Yunxiao, but he could tell from Hong Juanhuan and Ning Hangfeng's different expressions what was going on. His body couldn't help but tremble, and his face was drained of blood. He secretly exchanged glances with Hong Juanhuan, and the two of them suddenly exploded with an extremely powerful force, turned into a conveyance light, and fled into the distance. Childish. Li Yunxiao spat softly, and with a flick of his finger, electric arcs flashed on his fingertips, and with a bang, they shot out. A green light flashed in the sky, and the two of them screamed and fell from the sky, covered in blood. Jiang Ruobing was already in tears. She sobbed and said, "You finally came to find me," sob sob sob. Li Yunxiao sighed and said, "I didn't think it through, it's all my fault." Jiang Ruobing couldn't control her emotions any longer, and she threw herself into Li Yunxiao's embrace, weeping bitterly. Ning Hangfeng, who was quietly watching from the side, also had mixed feelings. As Li Yunxiao smelled the faint fragrance, he had mixed feelings. He didn't comfort her, and just let her cry bitterly, venting her grief and grievances. After a short while, her crying finally subsided, and only a low whimper remained. "Okay, it's okay now. From now on, no one can bully you anymore." Li Yunxiao gently helped her up, and revealed a bright smile. It was like a spring breeze, and it warmed people's hearts. Sob sob, his words touched Jiang Ruobing's grievances, and she couldn't help but cry again. Ning Hangfeng said, "Young Master Yun, as far as I know, Li seems to have some ulterior motive in inviting heroes from all over the world." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "In the current Heavenly Martial Arts realm, besides the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance, are there any other heroes?" Ning Hangfeng was taken aback, and as he looked at his confident expression, he nodded and said, "That's true. Your vision is already far beyond my reach. Young Master Yun, are my father and sister in the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance?" Li Yunxiao said, "Lord Kuei and Lord Qiyun are indeed there. Lord Hangfeng, do you have any acquaintances in Red Moon City? Come with me." Ning Hangfeng was overjoyed, and he said, okay. I'll go and gather people now. He turned his head and looked at Hong Juanhuan and Jiang Zhou, who were lying on the ground, motionless, and their faces ashen. He said coldly, it's better to kill these two to avoid future troubles. Their faces turned ashen and filled with despair. Li Yunxiao glanced at the two of them and said, now, the heavenly martial arts realm's geniuses are declining, and there's a shortage of young people. These two people are high-level martial emperors, and if you can keep them alive and do something for this realm, I can let you off and take you to Yanwu City to comprehend the 10 Directions rules. What? Is there such a good thing? Hong Juanhuan and Jiang Zhou looked at each other in dismay. Ning Hangfeng was also stunned, but since it was Li Yunxiao's decision, he couldn't interfere. Hong Juanhuan said in disbelief, you're really willing to let us go? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, if the demonic calamity hadn't befallen this realm, I would have killed you immediately. But it's different now. I, Li Yunxiao, am no longer Gu Feiyang. I'm the master of the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance. Ning Hangfeng nodded slightly, his eyes filled with admiration. Jiang Ruobing seemed to understand something. She remembered that her father had become much more docile after becoming the Lord of Red Moon City. Hong Juanhuan and Jiang Zhou were overjoyed. They knelt down and shouted, we're willing to serve this realm. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, since that's the case, get up. You should make a hard oath first, then I'll plant a seal in your bodies. If you go back on your word, your souls will be destroyed immediately. Hong Juanhuan and Jiang Zhou were nervous and felt suffocated. But if they didn't agree, their souls would be destroyed. They didn't have time to think, so they quickly swore. Then, Li Yunxiao flicked out a bolt of lightning that struck their chests. With a sizzling sound, 2 lightning talismans appeared on their chests and disappeared into their bodies. Hong Juanhuan and Jiang Zhou didn't look well, but they knew their lives were saved. Thinking that they could go to Yanwu City, they felt happy. After doing all that, Li Yunxiao said, all of you, come to my Universe God Monument. I still have a friend at the City Lord's mansion. I will go and meet up with him now. Jiang Ruobing hurriedly said, my sister too. Oh? Li Yunxiao thought of the fat woman and said with a smile, let her go with us. What about Lady Hongyu? Jiang Ruobing's heart trembled slightly, and both she and Snowy fell silent. What happened to Hongyu? Li Yunxiao's expression changed. Ning Hangfeng let out a long sigh and said, sigh, Ruan Hongyu has been absent-minded and depressed ever since the incident at the Scarlet Moon City. She finally left with the city lord half a year ago. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled. Endless sorrow and self-blame surged in his heart. Ning Hangfeng said, it's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. Li Yunxiao slowly closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, I already know about this matter. Lord Hangfeng, go and call your companions. Ruobing, go get Ruame. Jiang Ruobing said, sister is stubborn and unwilling to leave. She said that mother is buried here and she is unwilling to leave. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly and said, the Scarlet Moon City now is no longer the Scarlet Moon City of the past. I'm afraid something big will happen very soon. She must leave with me. Li Yunxiao lifted his head and looked at the buildings in the distance. His eyes turned slightly and a tinge of blood flashed in them. Suddenly, the space became blurry and Jiang Ruame was pulled over. What's going on? Jiang Ruame looked confused. When she saw Li Yunxiao, she could not help but let out an ah. Li Yunxiao said, follow me to Yanwu City. Then, a ray of white light descended and took her into the Universe God Monument. He did not bother to say anything else. Soon, Ning Hangfeng brought his own group of people over. Most of them were old people who had survived and some new people who had been trained recently. There were about 100 of them. Li Yunxiao took them into the Universe God Monument. Then, he teleported to the sky above the city lord's residence. The space rippled and Ling Mudi walked out of the void. He said, is everything done? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, yes. Did you hear anything new? Ling Mudi smiled and said, the only new thing is that they have decided on the name of the alliance. It will be called the Grand Hegemony Alliance, or Hegemony Alliance for short. Li Yunxiao said, what a lame name. Ling Mudi said, there will most likely not be any news in a short period of time. Next, it will be their own internal procedures and integration. But for some reason, ever since I entered the Scarlet Moon City, I have felt that something is wrong. Moreover, this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "My lord, you have this feeling too?" Li Yunxiao was quite surprised. He felt the same too. It was just that when he heard the news of Ruan Hongyu's passing, he thought it was because of this feeling. But since Ling Mudi had the same feeling, it would not be so simple. "Have you sensed it too?" Suddenly, a voice was heard. With a flash of green light, little Qing appeared in front of the two. "Little Qing." Li Yunxiao was startled. Then, he said in realization, "No wonder I felt a familiar aura. So it's you. Why are you in the Scarlet Moon City?" Little Qing said, "A friend asked me to come." He raised his head and looked at the endless blue dome of heaven. His face was full of worry and he said, "I had a bad feeling before. Now, this feeling is even stronger." Li Yunxiao was a little surprised at first. Little Qing was an evergreen tree. How could he have a friend? But he did not think too much about it. After hearing Little Qing's words, he was even more shocked. The wood spirit transformation's perception of the world was not something ordinary people could compare to. Even though he had an innate five-element spiritual body and cultivated the absolute beginning divine technique, he was still much weaker than Little Qing in terms of perception. Ling Mudi's pupils shrank as if he had thought of something. He suddenly looked up and said in a deep voice, "In your opinion, what is the situation?" Little Qing said, "I'm not unfamiliar with this feeling. I've experienced it many times. It should be a powerful external force piercing through space. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid a crack in the demon world is about to appear." "What?" Li Yunxiao was shocked. He was immediately dumbfounded and said in shock, "A crack in the demon world? Piercing through space? Could the crack between the two realms be torn open by itself? What kind of magical power would that require?" Although Ling Mudi was also shocked, he was clearly much calmer on the surface. This was because he had guessed the same thing in his heart. However, after Little Qing said it, it was even more confirmed. Little Qing said, "In theory, it's possible to forcefully tear open a crack between the two realms, but in reality, almost no one can do it. The crack must appear between the two realms and be torn open by various means. This is a common method used in the demon world." Li Yunxiao said, "If that's the case, it's definitely not a crack between the two realms." Little Qing glanced at him and said calmly, "I only said that a powerful force pierced through space and created a crack in the demon world. I didn't say that it came from the demon world." Li Yunxiao was a little confused. He was extremely depressed as he said, "Speak clearly. If it's related to the demon world, it's definitely not a trivial matter. Please explain it in detail." Ling Mudi suddenly said, "My friend, I understand what you mean. Yunxiao, did you forget that there is an independent space in the vicinity?" Li Yunxiao's expression changed greatly. He suddenly thought of something and took a deep breath. He said in shock, "Could it be?" Ling Mudi nodded and said bitterly, "I'm afraid so. Such a powerful force and oppressive feeling are the same as the arrival of the demons. It should be a crack that connects the demon world to the end of time, and it has been torn open. A large number of demons have descended from the end of time, and they are now bombarding the space from the end of time. They want to penetrate into the realm of heaven martial arts." Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening rumble came from the sky. A hole appeared in the sky, and a large amount of black smoke came out of it. It looked like ink was pouring down from the sky. Li Yunxiao looked at the hole in a daze. He had mixed feelings. He said, "Could it be that the whole world has been demonized?" Little Qing said, "Even if it hasn't, it's almost there." He could vaguely see the silhouettes of the demons in the ink-like demonic energy. Croaking sounds could be heard. Li Yunxiao felt a headache coming on. He said, "What should we do now? Should we mend the hole?" Little Qing said, "It's useless to mend this hole. If we want to mend it, we have to mend the crack in the end of time. But since it has already been pierced, and a large number of demons are occupying it, it will cost us a lot to mend it." Ling Mudi said, "My friend, you are right. Our greatest advantage is the realm of heaven martial arts. We can lure the demons into the realm of heaven martial arts to kill them. When they are almost eliminated, we can go in and mend the crack. Li Yunxiao was taken aback. He said, "You mean we should let the demonic energy pour down and infect the Red Moon City?" Ling Mudi nodded and said, "That's the only way. Let's send a message back and have people come over to seal the Red Moon City to prevent the demonic energy from leaking. Then, we can use the Red Moon City as an ambush point to kill the demons." Li Yunxiao was surprised. He said, "What about the people in the Red Moon City?" Little Qing said, "It's obviously too late to evacuate now. How many people can leave depends on their luck." Li Yunxiao felt a bit depressed when he had to abandon the people in the city. But what could he do if he didn't abandon them? He didn't have the ability to save everyone. Ling Mudi said calmly, "I will send a message back first. Your eye technique is good, so you should observe the crack and the situation of the demons. The demonic energy won't spread for a while, because the Hegemony Alliance is down there. They can resist it for a while." Li Yunxiao looked at the Lord's mansion below and suddenly felt pity for Li Yi. He had gathered a large amount of resources to form an alliance with great difficulty, but he hadn't expected that a hole in the demon realm would open right above his lord's mansion. The demonic energy gushing out of the Red Moon City finally reached the ground and started to disperse. Many people in the Red Moon City noticed it, and they started to cry out in alarm. The city was in chaos. "Who dares to make trouble in my Red Moon City?" Li Yi's angry voice came from the Lord's mansion. Then, hundreds of lights soared into the sky. Li Yunxiao and the other two people quietly hid in the void. They didn't want to contact them for the time being, so they went back to their own duties. "What's going on? Who poked a hole in the sky?" Li Yi turned pale with fright. He stared at the hole in the sky, completely dumbfounded. Xianxia exclaimed, This is demonic energy." Ding Shan was also shocked. "What's going on?" However, no one could answer them. They just stood there in a daze for a while. It wasn't until the demonic spirits flew over to bite them that they recovered from their shock. Li Yi's face darkened. He said coldly, "No matter what's going on, we must find out the reason. Kill all these demonic energy." Only the people of Scarlet Moon City responded and began to solemnly wait. Ding Shan and Xianxia were indifferent. Ding Shan said, "This is too strange. Maybe someone knew we were gathering here and purposely caused trouble." Li Yi was shocked. "That's a possibility. Who could be so vicious?" Ding Shan said calmly, "In today's world, there are only 3 forces above us that can do this." Li Yi said in a low voice, "The sanctuary can't even take care of itself right now. Lord Weiqing rarely shows himself. Moreover, this is definitely not Lord Weiqing's style of doing things." Xianxia said, "Although I haven't joined Xianli Island, I've stayed in the immortal realm for a long time and know some things about Xianli Island. Unless it's related to the demonic calamity, they won't interfere." Ding Shan said, "If that's the case, then it can only be." Li Yi thought of that person and roared in anger, "It really is you, Li Yunxiao. You just can't bear to see me like this? Only you can form an alliance and rule over the world, but I can't. Damn it, you and I are irreconcilable." He couldn't stay calm when it came to matters related to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao hid in the void and used his ocular ability to monitor the hole. He couldn't help but glance at Li Yi when he heard that. "When did I ever stand against you?" Xianxia smiled. "No need to be so impatient. Good things are strewn with setbacks. This is a good chance to test our alliance. We can use it as a touchstone." Ding Shan said, "Sir, you mean, to deal with these demonic energy?" Xianxia said, "Shouldn't we?" Ding Shan said, "Since we know it's Li Yunxiao's plot, we naturally can't let it succeed. Moreover, these demonic creatures were aggressive and had an extremely strange background. It was better to avoid them first and deal with them after understanding their situation. We should avoid them first and deal with them later." "Avoid? They're already pouring into Crimson Moon City, how can we avoid them?" Li Yi said angrily, "I can't avoid it, or else my Scarlet Moon City will be finished. How am I supposed to be the Castellan then?" Xianxia also said, "Even though Scarlet Moon City is no longer the same as it was in the past, it is still a place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the eastern region. It is the most suitable place to be the capital of the alliance." Ding Shan was a little depressed. With his personality, he would have long turned and left. But now that they were in an alliance, they had to consider the opinions of others. Xianxia sneered, "What a coward. Didn't you just say you wanted a third of the seats? Ha ha ha. In my opinion, whoever leaves today will be permanently stripped of their seat in the council." Li Yi's face lit up. "Good, this is a good plan. We'll use this plot as a consideration. Whoever puts in more effort will have more say in the alliance." Ding Shan sighed. "Since that's the case, I can't say anything else. Everyone, just tell us what to do. Heavenly Origin Commerce will do our best." Xianxia said, "In my opinion, this crack came from the end of time. I don't know what kind of teleportation method Li Yunxiao used to transfer so much demonic energy over, but it definitely can't be too much. We'll directly add a layer of seal above Crimson Moon City to prevent demonic energy from invading. We'll kill all demonic energy. It won't be long before Li Yunxiao's plot falls apart." Li clapped. "Old ginger is spicier. Sir, this is a good plan." Ding Shan thought for a moment and said, "This is a good plan. We don't have to risk entering that hole for now. Who knows what's inside?" After they finished speaking, they started to get busy. There was strength in numbers. Soon, they finished setting up a huge barrier that was 50 kilometers wide. At the same time, Crimson Moon City activated its strongest defensive formation. Several layers of light overlapped and blocked all the demonic energy, causing it to dissipate into the air. However, a large number of devil auras were like fish and prawns in the sea. As soon as they landed on the spirit formation, they began to frantically bite and tear at the spirit formation. The people from the Hegemony Alliance immediately flew around in the sky, clearing the area. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed. A different aura came from the hole. Something stronger than demonic energy was starting to appear. As the demonic energy poured down, several 10 directions vile souls appeared in the sky. Caught off guard, a few people were immediately torn apart. After screams, blood splattered in the sky. 10 directions vile souls. Ding Shan shouted, "Not good. Everyone, retreat." After the 2 large-scale demonic wars, the Heavenly Martial Alliance had spread some information about the demonic world. Therefore, everyone recognized it and hurriedly ran away in fright. Li Yi shouted, "Don't be afraid. They should be suppressed by the power of the boundary. They definitely don't have God Realm combat power." He took the lead and rushed towards one of the 10 directions vile souls. With a full blow, the 10 directions vile souls exploded and turned into hundreds of demonic energy. Sure enough, the people from the Hegemony Alliance felt relieved and became spirited. They secretly thought that the propaganda of the Heavenly Martial Alliance was true. "Damn Li Yunxiao, I will definitely not let you go." Li Yi was burning with anger. He still thought that this was Li Yunxiao's plot. In next to no time, those 10 directions fierce souls were completely wiped out. However, the demonic energy did not stop. Other than the Crimson Moon City, which was protected by the barrier, everything was black and began to gradually corrode people's bodies. Moreover, as the demonic energy increased, the pressure on the barrier increased. Fortunately, Li Yunxiao and Listening Moody carried out their duties. Little Qing did not stop either. After entering the city, she directly grabbed the commander of the guards and ordered everyone to leave through the teleportation formation in an orderly manner. Although only a small portion of people left, it was better to save as many as possible. It was better than doing nothing. Where did so much demonic energy come from? Something is not right. Ding Shan's thoughts were the most meticulous. He stared at the hole and said in shock, could it be that Li Yunxiao moved the entire demonic realm over? Xuanzang's opinion was not as firm as before. However, he was the one who said to stay and defend the city. If he changed his mind at this time, he would lose face after so many people died. Therefore, he snorted and said, whether it is Li Yunxiao's plot or not, we can't abandon the Crimson Moon City. Ding Shan said in a low voice, if this is really the crack between the 2 worlds, then we must abandon the city. Are we supposed to fight to the death here? Haha, crack between the 2 worlds, how is that possible? Li Yi laughed wildly. Did you not read the information that the Heavenly Martial Alliance distributed? The crack between the two worlds must have formed slowly, from nothing to something. Bit by bit, demonic energy seeped out and slowly grew. This is a huge hole that suddenly appeared. How can it be the crack between the two worlds? They did not expect the crack to appear in the end of heaven and earth. Ding Shan said in a low voice, the Heavenly Martial Alliance's information on the demonic realm may not be complete. Something unexpected might have happened. Li Yi glared at him and snorted. Is there such a coincidence in this world? Not only did something unexpected happen, it happened directly above the city lord's residence. Do you think it can be so coincidental? Wan Xianan also nodded and said, I still think that the possibility of a plot is higher. No matter what, we cannot abandon the Crimson Moon City. Let's persevere for a while longer. Ding Shan said, persevering like this is not a solution. Why don't we send people into the crack to investigate? Everything will be clear then. Li Yi thought for a moment and said, this method is feasible, but who is going? The few of them looked around. The people that they looked at all hurriedly turned their heads away or lowered their heads. Ding Shan said, our three major sects must defend the barrier, so we naturally cannot leave. Li Yi said, that's right. Then I will have to trouble everyone. He looked at the sect masters and elite disciples of the small sections. Those people's expressions all changed, and all blood drained from their faces. Li Yi directly stretched out his hand and pointed at 10 people. He said, go and take a look. The 10 people's faces were ashen, and their eyes were filled with hatred. Li Yi said coldly, what, do you have an opinion? With your insignificant strength, do you want to join the Hegemony Alliance only for the benefits and not the obligations? This is a critical moment. Anyone who does not listen to orders will die. Only then did the 10 people give up. They gritted their teeth and rushed into the hole. If they went in to investigate, they might have a way out, but if they disobeyed orders, they would really die. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, as long as they were not idiots, they would choose to investigate. After the 10 people flew into the hole, they were like 10 grains of sand thrown into the sea. There were no ripples at all. The people from the Hegemony Alliance waited for a long time. The demonic energy continued to pour down like a tidal wave. The barrier was almost at its limit, but there was no response from the 10 people. Li Yi could not wait any longer. He was extremely anxious and randomly pointed at 10 people and had them go in. The 10 people's expressions were as if they had lost their parents. They flew in resentfully. This time, they didn't have to wait for long. Finally, there was a response. More than 10 people flew out from the hole. Some of the 10 people from before were also among them. It seemed that some of them had died. Li Yi was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, what's the situation inside? Li Yunxiao was startled. He exchanged glances with Ling Mudi, their faces filled with worry. The dozen or so martial artists that had flown down had already been possessed by the demon race, and it was still unknown what level of existence they were. The only consolation was that these dozen or so people were not very strong, and after being possessed, the power of the demonic beings was also limited. Even so, it was enough to make the people from the Hegemony Alliance suffer. Hey, you're asking me what's the situation inside? You damned idiot, you don't dare to go in yourself, so you send us to our deaths? Haha, who would have thought that we would obtain a great opportunity? Now, we're here to take your life. The person in front revealed a fierce expression and swooped down while laughing wildly. Li Yi said in surprise, you guys are demonizing? The man in the lead had a ferocious look on his face as he roared and punched at Li Yi. At the same time, more than 10 people arrived at almost the same time. They landed around Li Yi and attacked together. A wave of demonic aura billowed, and a powerful force directly condensed into a barrier, trapping Li Yi inside. Damn it! Li Yi panicked and hurriedly attacked. A powerful demonic aura burst out of his body. He formed a seal with one hand and a fist with the other. In an instant, he punched hundreds of times in all directions, hitting the demonic light. The demonic aura condensed into a barrier around his body, resisting the joint attack of more than 10 people. Huh? Li Yunxiao, who was in the void, was rather surprised. His mystical spirit eyes could see through Li Yi's every change and movement. It was as if there was an ancient demon hibernating in his body. Terrifying demonic energy flowed out from every pore of his body, forming a cycle. Not only his aura, but even the surface of his skin also had a shocking change that was difficult to detect. Tiny white beads condensed from the pores and connected with each other, forming a transparent hard shell on his body, blocking all the energy and demonic power. Demonization? Li Yunxiao was suspicious. Li Yi's appearance did not change much, but the phenomenon brought about by the subtle change was shocking, far better than the effect of ordinary demonization. Boom! 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 The dozen people besieged Li Yi in an instant. The violent energy explosion sounded like a curtain of beads. The demonic aura barrier around Li Yi was finally shattered. 7 or 8 fists directly hit his body, and one of them directly hit his nose and face. Bang! Li Yi suffered a heavy blow. His body trembled and was sent flying, leaving a smear of blood in the sky. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly, and a look of shock flashed across his face. He clearly saw that the thin film condensed from the tiny beads was broken by the attacks of the demonic warriors. However, the power of the attack was instantly transmitted to each bead, and it was evenly distributed. In this way, he could protect himself to the greatest extent, and the particle armor would not be damaged. What was even more inconceivable was that the billions of shattered particles peeled off from the surface of his skin. At the same time, new particles were spat out from his pores and repaired the armor. Furthermore, the particles were so small that they scattered in the air when they were peeled off. It was difficult for ordinary people to detect them with their naked eyes. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that such a miraculous thing could happen in such a short period of time. As for the smear of blood in the air, it was from the punch that landed on his face and spurted out from his mouth and nose. Although he looked extremely wretched, he wasn't really injured. What Li Yunxiao was feeling right now could only be described as shocked. Li Yi must have undergone an unimaginable transformation, or perhaps he had obtained some kind of great opportunity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Li Yi to become so powerful as if he had been reborn. Somewhere in Crimson Moon City, Little Qing also quietly looked at the sky without saying a word. By his side was precisely Shang and Li, but both of them had taken the appearance of humans, and there wasn't the slightest bit of demonic qi left on them. It really is the power of the demonic ancestor. Little Qing lightly said, her face expressionless. But if one carefully listened to her voice, they would discover that there was a slight tremble in it. Shang faintly smiled, his eyes brightening. He said, the effect is far better than I imagined. He can actually transform external demonic strength into the strength of his mother's body. That is too amazing. If he has enough strength, he might be able to evolve to an existence infinitely close to his mother's. Li said, in theory, that is correct. But, the strength of his mother's body is too pure. Even if we sacrificed all of our strength, we would only be able to push him to the true divinity realm. If he wanted to return to the world king realm of his mother's body, I fear that even if we exhausted the entire strength of the monster race, we still wouldn't be able to do so. Little Qing was silent for a moment. Then, she said, everyone's lucky chances are different. Perhaps one day he really will be able to reach that step. I have already existed for countless years. Since the birth of the world, I have always stood tall. In these countless years, there have been countless extraordinary characters that have appeared. I have even seen many World King powerhouses. But in the great waves that wash away the sands, there are only a few that can truly leave an impression on me. The demonic ancestor is one of them. When Shang heard this, a smile appeared on his face. He said, then me wandering to this era can also be considered to have a great meaning. Little Qing said, no matter what meaning you have, now that the two of you have completely lost your strength and your cultivation is only at the martial king realm, you can no longer change anything. The turbulent winds and clouds of this world no longer have anything to do with the two of you. Shang smiled and said, this is good. From now on, Li and I will live in seclusion deep in the mountains. We will live in seclusion among the people of the city and live happily. Li's heart was moved. He revealed a hopeful smile and tightly held on to Shang's arm. Little Qing nodded and said, congratulations. From now on, we are even. I no longer owe you anything. If I have time, perhaps I will secretly come and see you. Haha, Little Qing. Shang stepped forward and patted his arm. He said, don't ever secretly look at us. You must show yourself. We will treat you to a drink. A rare smile appeared on little Qing's stiff face. He said, it's getting late. You should hurry up and leave. I'm afraid the barrier won't be able to hold for much longer. Xiang raised his head again and looked at the sky. He sighed and said, old friends, goodbye. This world belongs to you now. Although his voice was a little lonely, he was not unhappy. Instead, there was a sense of relief. The corner of Xiang's mouth curled up into a smile. He looked deeply at Li and the two left hand in hand. Little Qing watched the two disappear into the teleportation formation and stood there for a long time. At this moment, in the sky, Li Yi flew into a rage and roared, kill, kill. Kill all these demons. The demonic aura on his body exploded again. He rushed forward and punched out, instantly killing a demonic cultivator on the spot. The people of the Hegemony Alliance were also very shocked, especially Xianxia and the people of Crimson Moon City. When Li Yi was surrounded, they thought he was dead for sure. They did not expect him to be fine after being attacked from both sides. Ding Shan and the other God Realm experts were even more shocked. They realized that their evaluation of Li Yi's strength was greatly off. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the body of the demonic cultivator. It formed a seal in the air and pointed at Li Yi. Bang! Li Yi was caught off guard and was hit by the seal. A bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. Ah! Damn it! He was even more furious. In an instant, he sent out hundreds of punches, all hitting the demonic aura and smashing everything into smithereens. Li Yunxiao was hidden in the void. His eyelids twitched and he revealed a look of shock. That mysterious finger just now was not an ordinary attack. It was able to destroy Li Yi's particle armor with just a wave of energy. It should be a Demon King's attack. Li Yunxiao looked at the hole worriedly. Unfortunately, the world was too big and he could not see what was going on inside. At this moment, the dozen or so demonic cultivators exploded under everyone's attacks. However, screams could be heard continuously. Every time a demonic cultivator exploded, a wave of demonic aura shot out. Anyone below the God Realm died on the spot. What is going on? Li Yi's face was pale. Fear flashed in his eyes. He looked at the bloody hole in his shoulder and started to feel afraid. Wan Xuanong's expression was also ugly. He looked at the sky in shock and said, I'm afraid we are in big trouble. There might be a powerful Demon King inside. Demon King? Ding Shan said in a low voice, I heard that the Demon King is divided into two levels, corresponding to the Sovereign Realm and the Ultimate Realm. I wonder which level this Demon King is at. There seemed to be beads of sweat on Wan Xuanong's forehead as well. He said, to be able to seal the power of one finger on more than 10 martial artists and release it right before their deaths, I'm afraid he's no longer an ordinary heaven-mastering realm expert. Even if it is not the ultimate realm, it should be at the peak of the sovereign realm. Li Yi was shocked. Isn't it suppressed by the realm's power? How is it still so strong? Wan Xianon looked at him and said, if not for the realm's power, it can only be stronger. Li Yi shut his mouth immediately. His eyes were filled with shock. None of the people present had ever fought with the Demon Clan, nor did they want to fight with the Demon Clan. This sudden situation caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Ding Shan's face was gloomy. He seemed to be in a good state, but a few of his capable subordinates had died just now, so he was in a very bad mood. Ding Shan said, do you still want to stay at a time like this? Let's leave quickly. I don't think the barrier can hold for much longer. When the time comes, there might be a Demon King descending in person. It will be even more troublesome. Li Yi said in a low voice, if we leave, then Crimson Moon City is really finished. How can I, the master of Crimson Moon City, bear it? Ding Shan laughed coldly. Then you want to live and die with Crimson Moon City? Li Yi was stunned and kept quiet. Of course he would not live and die with Crimson Moon City. Ding Shan comforted him. Crimson Moon City can be rebuilt. Even if we don't rebuild Crimson Moon City, we can still build White Moon City, Yellow Moon City, Blue Moon City, and so on. If we lose our lives, we will lose everything. Moreover, you are now a member of the Hegemony Alliance. Perhaps you can become a Vice Alliance Master or something. Isn't that more impressive than the title of Crimson Moon City's Castellan? Li Yi frowned. Then who will be the Alliance Master? Hee. Ding Shan laughed. I was just saying. We can decide who will be the Alliance Master later. Who knows, it might be you. The most important thing right now is to retreat. Li Yunxiao cursed Ding Shan in his heart. His eyes flashed with killing intent. If they really wanted to leave, he would immediately go and take Ding Shan's life. Otherwise, he would cause endless trouble in the future. Li Yi was moved by Ding Shan's words. He nodded. Guildmaster Ding's words make sense. After all, the enemy is strong while we are weak. However, whether it is the demons or the Heavenly Martial Alliance, we cannot compare to them. Why don't we retreat first and preserve our strength for another battle? Yes. The Castellan and Guildmaster Ding are both right. The other small sects could not stay any longer. They wanted to turn around and leave. Wan Xianong said, since you all want to leave, I won't be stubborn. Let's go. Since the leaders of the three factions had spoken, everyone was delighted. Some were so excited that they were about to cry. TSK, you want to leave now? A black demonic shadow appeared in the sky, drifting like a cloud. A voice came from it, those in the divine realm, stay. The rest of you can leave. Who are you? Everyone was shocked. They looked up, but the sky was filled with pitch-black clouds. They couldn't tell where the voice came from. The stronger the demon, the more it needs a vessel. Otherwise, the power of the realm is too strong. The voice came again, however, you are below the divine realm. You aren't qualified to be a vessel. That's why I just sealed the energy in their bodies. Even so, some of you couldn't bear it and died. The voice was faint, sometimes to the east, sometimes to the west. It didn't even have an exact location. Everyone was bewildered, but those martial artists below the godly state were secretly delighted. Their faces revealed ferocious expressions as they waited to see how Li Yi and the others would die. Forcing them to join the alliance and randomly sending people to die, not treating them as humans. They were resentful. Li Yi said, I just entered the divine realm a few days ago. There's no point in being a vessel, right? Everyone was speechless. No, your body is very special. Not only is it meaningful, but it's also what I value the most. The voice in the black cloud had a mocking tone. Li Yi was furious. Damned demon, what do you think the experts of the heavenly martial arts realm are? I wanted to give you the Crimson Moon City, but it seems you are courting death. Wan Xianxian also said angrily, none of us will leave. We will fight to the death with you. Li Yi said righteously, that's right. All the members of the Hegemony Alliance are here, and we won't retreat. He looked around coldly. Those who were stared at by him felt a chill in their hearts. They all prayed that the demon would attack quickly and kill Li Yi and the other Divine Realm warriors. Haha, if that's the case, then no one can leave. All of you can stay. Loud laughter could be heard from within the black clouds. Following which, demonic chi churned and condensed into figures in the sky. This is... Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with shock. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared, and all of them looked exactly the same. Not only that, but these hundreds of people were all like evil spirits and fiends. Ah? This time everyone was dumbfounded. Under the pressure of the hundreds of immortal realm auras, many of Emperor Wu's experts were heavily injured and vomited blood on the spot. How could this be? Li Yi panicked as well. 100 god-level powerhouses that look the same? Isn't this too absurd? Ding Shan, Myriad Treasure Tower, and the rest were also dumbfounded, petrified on the spot. Hee hee. The sky was filled with the sinister laughter of that face. Li Yunxiao scanned with his divine sense and found out that there were a total of 101 people. The extra person was even stronger, at least at the demon lord level. As expected, the strongest person stood up and grinned, let me introduce myself. After all, it's my first time visiting your realm. It's my honor. My name is Lan. You can call me Demon Lan or Lan Jun Lan. Li Yunxiao and Listening Moody looked at each other and shook their heads. Obviously, they had never heard of him before. Li Yi was already scared out of his wits. He said, Lord Lan, then, what are the names of these 100 lords? Lan smiled, these are all my clones. Clones? Everyone gasped. The clones of 100 god-level powerhouses? Lan squinted his eyes and nodded, yes. Because the crack is still too weak, it's hard for my real body to pass through. I could only use this method to pass through the crack. However, I realized that the demonic chi was insufficient, and the suppression was stronger than expected. I couldn't condense my real body anymore. I can only wait until I return to the demon realm or this city is completely demonized. Only then can I condense my real body. Li Yi's face turned pale. He said, Lord Lan, you should go back to the demon realm to condense your real body. After all, the suppression of the heavenly martial arts realm's power is very strong. If something happens, it will be bad. We are just some small fries without any background. We didn't participate in the previous 2 demonic wars. Lord, don't waste your time on us. Hee, why don't you have any backbone? I plan to refine you into my main vessel. Don't you feel ashamed? Lan Mo said with a faint smile. Li Yi begged, as long as you let me go, I know a better vessel in the heavenly martial arts realm. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Although most people wanted to survive by hook or by crook, they couldn't say such shameless words. Even people like Xianxia, who cherished his life, found it difficult to say such words. Finally, someone said angrily, Li Yi. You are the lord of the Red Moon City. You even established the Hegemony Alliance. How could you be so spineless? You kneel down and lick the demon clan's boots. Even if you are strong, what's the use? You are just a parasite of the heavenly martial arts realm. Li Yi said coldly, I am a parasite, so what? If you have the guts, go ahead. Lord Lan Jun is standing here. If you have the guts, go ahead. Let me tell you, although this is the first time I have met Lord Lan Jun, we feel like old friends at first sight. If anyone tries to harm Lord Lan Jun, he will also try to harm me. I will be the first to kill him. Mo Lan was dumbfounded. The demon clan's people all had strong killing intent. They weren't scheming, so there were few shameless people. He had never seen such a shameless person. He was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Cough, cough. Ding Shan clenched his right fist and put it to his mouth. He coughed and said, what Li Yi said is not completely unreasonable. Besides, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Those who participated in the last 2 demon wars were all from the Heavenly Martial Alliance. My Heavenly Origin Chamber of Commerce and the Heavenly Martial Alliance are irreconcilable enemies. If that's the case, then the Heavenly Origin Chamber of Commerce and the Demon Clan should have the same goal and interests. So, we should be friends. Wan Xuanong's eyes opened wide. Although he also wanted to surrender and beg for forgiveness, he couldn't bring himself to be so shameless. Wan Xianxian couldn't bear it anymore. He said, since the Hegemony Alliance has been established, everyone should advance and retreat together. The 10,000 Treasures Tower will also stand together with you too. Li Yunxia was speechless. Although he knew that these people didn't have integrity, he hadn't expected them to change sides so quickly. At the same time, he became extremely solemn. Blue could actually split himself into 100 returnance experts, as well as the true body of a Void Prime. That was just too terrifying. Even Qiu and the Misty Rock Master didn't have such strength. The person in front of him was most likely one of the demon realm's 8 demon venerables. Mo Lan said, from what you said, do you plan to rely on me? Li Yi hurriedly said, if you don't think our strength is too low, we are willing to serve you. The others expressed their positions one after another. Only a few people couldn't open their mouths. Their faces were flushed. Mo Lan said, since it's like this, it's fine. It saves me some trouble. I originally didn't want these trash under the God realm, but since you want them, I'll let these evil spirits take shelter. As for you people above the God realm, you can take shelter in my clones. Take shelter? Li Yi was startled. He said in a trembling voice, are they the so-called carriers, like those 10 people before? Mo Lan nodded and said, yes. I really don't care about your strength. This is the only way you can display. some of your strength. It's not in vain for you to rely on me. I'll bestow you with supreme glory. F*ck off, B** starred. Even if I die, I won't let you off. Li knew that he had no hope of surviving, so he immediately regained his integrity. He angrily shouted, "You outsiders offended the heavenly martial arts realm. Everyone has the right to kill you. Let's attack together and kill him." The others also erupted with a powerful aura. They were on the verge of death, so they all wanted to drag some people down with them. They all glared at Lan, but none of them dared to attack him. "Hey, what's going on? Why are you all so angry?" Lan said with a smile, "Since you don't want to, forget it. You don't need to be angry. Let's get rid of these trash first. Then, we'll test your bodies. Let's see how effective the world resistance is." Immediately, 20 clones flew down. 10 of them went towards Li and the others, while the other 10 mercilessly attacked the martial arts experts. "Ah! Demons, you will die a horrible death." A large number of martial arts experts exploded in the sky. They were all killed instantly. Even Tang Xian couldn't resist a casual attack from one of the clones. She instantly exploded into a pile of flesh. In the whole Hegemony Alliance, only Li, Ding Shan, Wan Qianyuan, and Wan Xianong were God Realm experts. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the 4 couldn't care less. They didn't wait for the 10 God Realm experts to land, they turned around and fled. They had already calculated in their hearts. Lan had a lot of people, and if they fought, they would definitely die. However, these 100 people were only true immortals. If they wanted to run, it would be difficult for them to catch up. If we ran from the beginning, we might still have a chance. But right now, the surrounding 100 miles is filled with demonic energy. The reason why I came out now is to set up a formation. None of the living beings in this space can escape. Lan looked at the 4 people flying in different directions and disappeared in front of him. He didn't care and only smiled faintly. As expected, the 4 people flew in different directions. Soon, they encountered a huge barrier that blocked their way. Their faces immediately turned ashen. Lan said with a smile, "This barrier is not only used to prevent you from escaping. It also has an extremely important function. It can resist the world resistance to a certain extent." Among the clones, more than 10 figures flickered and flew in the direction of the 4 people. Except for Wan Xianong, who was still calm, the other 3 looked ashen and flew toward the Red Moon City. Rumble, the barrier couldn't bear the demonic energy anymore and collapsed. The demonic energy collapsed like snow on a mountain. Li and the other 3 hurried toward the teleportation portal. It was the only way to leave the devil blue barrier. Li Yunxiao frowned and directly teleported down from the void, landing in front of the teleportation formation. He threw 36 northern cold star swords, which turned into giant swords and stabbed into the ground. They connected with the sword realm and protected the teleportation portal. If the teleportation portal was destroyed, the Heavenly Martial Alliance's people would be in trouble. Well? The instant Li Yunxiao appeared, a shocked expression appeared on Lan's face. It was as if he couldn't believe that there was someone hiding under his watch. Li Yunxiao. Li and Ding Shan gasped, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Brother Feiyong. Wan Qianqi was overjoyed as if he had seen his savior. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Everyone, I trust you've been well since we last met." Li Yi shouted angrily, "Li Yunxiao. It's your scheme. Damn it. You just can't bear to see me well. How dare you collude with the demons? You're the Heavenly Martial Alliance's master." Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Don't waste time. The demon venerable's clones are coming." Li looked back and was scared to death. He said hurriedly, "Open the teleportation portal's barrier and let us leave." Wan Qianqi said anxiously, "That's right. Feiyong, open the sword realm. It's our only way to escape." "Escape?" Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "You're all elites of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. You're the pillars of this realm. How can you escape at this time? We should be fighting the enemy bravely." Li Yi said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, don't talk nonsense with me. Open the barrier." Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Ding Shan said solemnly, everyone, attack together and kill him, otherwise it will be too late. The dozen or so devil blue identities stopped in the distance and did not attack. They watched with interest as they conversed with cold smiles on their lips. All right. Attack. In a fit of rage, Li Yi's aura soared to its peak. He knew Li Yunxiao very well. He knew that if he didn't force his way through, the other party wouldn't give way, and the only escape route was right in front of him. Brother Feiyong, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Wan Xianxian panicked. Seeing the other three attack, he stood there, not knowing what to do. Wan Xianong glared at him and shouted, attack. Sigh. Wan Xianqi leaped into the air and sighed, Brother Feiyong, please forgive me. He immediately formed a seal with his hands and struck forward along with the other three. The four forces converged in the air like four flying dragons chasing each other. Li Yunxiao was shocked and hurriedly sent out a palm of wind and cloud. Kaboom! The four forces crashed into his body and exploded. Li Yunxiao and the barrier instantly disappeared. 36 northern sky cold star swords flew out of the ground with a clang. Haha, he's dead? Li Yi laughed in ecstasy and rushed forward. He flew into the teleportation point and hurriedly formed a hand seal. Wan Xianong followed closely behind and flew into the teleportation portal. Wan Qianqian was stunned for a while. He blinked his eyes in disbelief and said, he's really dead? How can? Wan Xianong frowned and said, what are you waiting for? Do you want to die? Wan Qianqian looked at the teleportation light rising up and suddenly shivered. Afraid that he would be left behind, he hurriedly flew over. Only Ding Shan was left standing outside the teleportation portal with a solemn and doubtful expression. Li looked at him coldly and sneered, Lord Ding Shan is really scheming. Are you afraid of a trap? Even if there is a trap, we just need to leave this place. Who cares about the rest? Ding Shan didn't say anything. He stared at the teleportation portal until the light was at its brightest. Only then did he instantly rush inside. Then, the teleportation light flashed and the four people inside disappeared. Emolan looked down coldly. Even the dozen doppelgangers didn't move. In the next moment, the sky suddenly flashed and the four people suddenly appeared in front of Emolan. They were only a few dozen feet away. Ah? The four people all cried out in shock. Their faces were ashen. Li Yi turned his head and saw that Li Yunxiao was still standing there. Moreover, the teleportation portal was firmly guarded by the 36 northern sky cold star swords. It didn't move at all. You are so ruthless. Li cried out resentfully and hopelessly. Li Yunxiao played dumb and said, what's ruthless? Aren't you guys leaving? I'm just sending you off. Wan Qian said with a sad face, Brother Feiyong, we are friends. How can you treat me like this? Li Yunxiao said calmly, when Brother Wan Qian attacked just now, we were no longer friends. Besides, it's our duty to kill demons and protect justice. You should contribute to the realm of heaven martial arts. Emolan looked at Li Yunxiao and suddenly said, it seems the realm of heaven martial arts is interesting. No wonder the barbarians lost last time. I'll take care of these minions first. Then, I'll play with you. I wonder how many rats are hiding in this barrier. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 clones flashed and surrounded Li Yi and the other three people. The four people's faces turned pale. They knew they couldn't escape this time. Boom. Boom, more than 10 clones attacked at the same time. The four people's defense was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But the clones didn't kill them. Instead, 4 of them flew into the 4 people's bodies and occupied them. Well, this body. Li Yi's expression changed. Li suddenly had a strange look on his face as he looked at his own body. He seemed to be deep in thought as his expression gradually turned solemn. He turned to look at Li Yunxiao and said, who is the owner of this body of mine? Li Yunxiao looked at his solemn expression and seemed to find it a little strange. He said, you've already taken over his body. Can't you just search his memories? Li grunted and looked at Ding Shan. Ding Shan nodded slightly and raised his hand. He made a hand sign and touched his head. Then, a demonic seal was sent into his head. Soon after, Mo Lan's clone separated from Ding Shan's body and hit Ding Shan's head with a seal. Ding Shan's body trembled violently, as if he was sifting chaff. Li Yunxiao looked at them calmly. He knew Mo Lan didn't want to hurt Li Yi's body, but he also wanted Li Yi's information. So, he searched Ding Shan's soul. Well? The doppelganger suddenly cried out in surprise, and a strange look flashed in its eyes. Then, he patted Ding Shan's body with his left hand. Bang! A hole appeared in Ding Shan's body. Then, he grabbed with his 5 fingers. Bang! Ding Shan's entire body exploded into minced meat and dissipated in the sky. As for the doppelganger, it was holding a shining sword in its hand. The clone gave the sword to Mo Lan. Mo Lan looked at it carefully and suddenly laughed. Haha, it's a fragment of the ancient god battlefield. TSK, this trash made a sword from a fragment of the ancient god battlefield. He's creative. I didn't expect to get such a fateful encounter in the realm of heaven martial arts. This is a good sign. Li Yunxiao stared at the sword and thought of the ancient god battlefield, which was a broken sacred weapon. He didn't expect Ding Shan to get a part of it. He was very lucky. However, those who were unjust were doomed. If they hadn't sneakily plotted to establish the hegemony union in the Red Moon City and wanted to take advantage of the demon clan's invasion, they wouldn't have gotten involved in this. It was a kind of divine punishment. After Mo Lan got the fragment of the ancient god battlefield, he was in a good mood. He said with a smile, "It's a good thing. Not only did I get a fragment of a sacred weapon, but I also got a body. God is really helping my clan. It seems like this holy war will be a success." Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and sneered. "You are so happy because you got a sword. Are the demon clans so pitiful? If you want swords, I can give you thousands of them. After you take them, you can go back to the demon realm. What do you think?" Mo Lan looked at him and said, "Lad, you are very arrogant." Li Yunxiao said, "If I don't be arrogant and act obediently and respectfully, will you go back to the demon realm and never come back?" Mo Lan said, "Of course not." Li Yunxiao said, "That's right." Mo Lan said gloomily, "You really know how to talk. I just don't know if you have the strength. You are protecting the teleportation formation and not leaving yourself. Reinforcements are coming, right?" Li Yunxiao said, "Take care of yourself. Why are you meddling in my business?" "Haha, interesting. But I don't like interesting things. So, you can die." Mo Lan said with a sneer. More than 10 doppelgangers surrounded him. Li Yunxiao raised his hand. Sword chi shot out and pierced through one of the doppelgangers. The doppelganger exploded and turned into countless demonic spirits. What? Devil Blue's main body and the dozen or so avatars were all taken aback. While they were shocked, Li Yunxiao attacked again and killed 2 doppelgangers. Mo Lan was shocked. He immediately sent more than 30 doppelgangers and flew away. But suddenly, the void twisted, and a silver light flickered from within, directly attacking Devil Blue's main body. Bang! Mo Lan pinched the silver light with both hands, but the sword shook and turned into a snake-like whip. It wrapped around his hands and tied him up. As expected, there are more people. Mo Lan looked at Mudi coldly. He didn't panic. His eyes were cold as he said, "Are there more people? Come out together." Ling Mudi said, "Li Yunxiao is right. It's none of your business. Take care of yourself." Mo Lan said angrily, "You are courting death." If they were in the demon realm, Li Yunxiao and Mudi wouldn't be able to hide from him. Unfortunately, they were in the realm of heaven martial arts. His 5 senses and 6 senses were suppressed along with his strength. He was quite depressed. The clones in the surroundings attacked furiously and bombarded listening Mudi. Humph! Mudi snorted coldly. He waved the inverse soul whip. Layers of sword light cut into Mo Lan's body. A large number of demonic spirits flew out. Boom! Boom! After Mudi injured Mo Lan with a sword strike, the large number of doppelgangers attacked in an instant, causing the sky to tremble. The listening shepherd flute turned around slightly and directly distorted space, escaping from the gaps of the attacks that filled the sky. Although Mo Lan's 100 clones looked terrifying, they were much easier to deal with than a manifestation realm demon sovereign. At the very least, if you wanted to leave, these true immortal realm clones wouldn't be able to suppress you. Even Mo Lan's main body was only at the void ultimate realm. Furthermore, it was suppressed by the world's power, so its strength was greatly reduced. Li Yunxiao also used his movement technique to avoid the main attacks. When there was a gap, he would attack and kill many clones. Li Yunxiao grinned. Looks like this demon sovereign isn't that great. We'll just have to work hard and kill them all. Shepherd Flute fared better, but Li Yunxiao moved like lightning. The clones couldn't keep up at all, so they could only wait to be slaughtered. After some of the clones were killed, the rest were covered in cold sweat. They soared into the sky, as if they had given up. Mo Lan's expression was unsightly. Even if it was just a clone, losing too many would hurt his main body. If all 100 clones died, he would probably fall from the demon sovereign realm. At this moment, a large number of people started running out of the teleportation formation. There were martial artists and ordinary people. Some were infected by demonic qi and were in great pain. However, they were all stopped by the sword world. Let us in. Let us in. I beg you. Those people struggled in front of the sword world and shouted with all their might. They looked at Li Yunxiao with all kinds of pleading eyes. Li Yunxiao frowned. Almost all the people in the city were rushing in this direction. More and more people were being demonized. Right now, the teleportation formation was the only path to the outside world. More importantly, the Heavenly Martial Union's people could only enter from here, so they couldn't afford to fail. However, the pleading faces made Li Yunxiao's heart tremble. His face was filled with struggle. Suddenly, Little Qing said, "Since you don't want to open it, then don't open it." Even if they opened the passageway, not many of them would be able to leave, and the goal of those demonic cultivators was to destroy this place. Once Crimson Moon City is completely devilized and becomes a stronghold for the fiend race to invade, then it will be troublesome. We won't. We just want to leave. We won't destroy the teleportation formation. Those people begged desperately, and a large number of people directly knelt down and kowtowed. Li Yunxiao gritted his teeth and said, "How much you can walk will depend on your own fate. If anyone tries to destroy the teleportation formation, as long as I discover even the slightest bit of intention, I will immediately kill without mercy." With a wave of his hand, the 36 northern sky-cold star swords were immediately absorbed into his body. At the same time, he formed a seal with one hand and struck out with the thunder seal. With a rumble, it turned into countless streaks of lightning that shot into the crowd. Those electric arcs were as thin as silk, and each of them shot into the bodies of those demonized people, killing them on the spot. It immediately caused great panic, and all kinds of wails and screams rang out everywhere. It was a mess. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Whoever yells again will die." Although his cold voice was not loud, it carried a sharp killing intent, and everyone shuddered. It had an immediate effect, and they immediately quieted down. Little Qing looked at him with praise and said, "I didn't expect you to also cultivate the innate lightning body. Your exquisite control over lightning is even better than mine." Although Little Qing was an innate wood spirit transformation, and her wood element talent was 100 times better than Li Yunxiao's, but the origin of wood was too vast, and it could not only evolve into lightning. Moreover, Li Yunxiao's thunder technique was tempered through hundreds of battles, so it was only natural that he could beat Little Qing. Li Yunxiao was not in the mood to listen to the praise, and his expression was extremely serious. He said, "Help me guard this teleportation formation. Kill all those demonized people and those who want to destroy it. I will go and break the barrier set up by the demon lord so that everyone can escape in all directions." He looked up at the sky and saw that Moody was no longer entangled with the clones. Instead, he flew down, and the clones could not do anything to him. Li Yunxiao said, "Lord Moody, look at this barrier." Moody said, "This barrier is also from the demon world. If you concentrate the purple lightning on one point and strike it, you will most likely be able to break it." Li Yunxiao said, "That's what I was thinking too." His figure flashed, and he teleported tens of thousands of meters into the sky. Lightning flowed on his body like water ripples. Li Yunxiao raised his hand, and his entire arm turned purple. Lightning flickered incessantly on it, and it gradually turned into a dragon. Emolan was not far away, and he looked at him coldly, as if he did not want to do anything. The dozens of clones all surrounded him, and they made the same hand seals with one hand, and they actually began to slowly fuse. Moody's expression suddenly changed. If Emolan formed his true body here, even if he was suppressed by the power of the realm, he would still be in the creation realm, and he would be in big trouble. Moreover, demonic aura continuously poured down from the hole in the sky, and all kinds of demonic creatures also formed in the sky. The purple dragon condensed on Xianxia's arm, and he slowly opened his eyes, projecting the power of rules. Even Emolan's expression changed greatly, and he looked at the purple dragon in shock. He seemed to feel that it could endanger his life, and he said in shock, "The power of the realm turned into a dragon." Ha! Xianxia fiercely punched out, and the purple dragon instantly smashed into the barrier. Rumble! A huge hole was smashed open. The demonic light that filled the sky flashed, and immediately dissipated into the void. The barrier that enveloped the Red Moon City was immediately shattered. Moody shouted with joy, "Quickly escape in all directions, don't crowd the transportation formation, the barrier is broken." His voice was like the waves of the sea, rolling in all directions. The Red Moon City was huge, and this time, everyone in the city was ecstatic, and they fled in all directions. "Humph, they're all ants, and it makes me uncomfortable looking at them." Emolan raised his hand, and directly pointed at an omnidirectional evil soul not far away. That omnidirectional evil soul's body twisted, and its face became extremely painful. Many cracks began to appear on its body, and it turned out to be a demonic face, which then rushed out of its body. Gua gua gua. A large number of demonic auras flew out of its body, and they tore at the ordinary people in the Red Moon City. Under Emolan's finger, that omnidirectional evil soul completely decomposed into demonic auras, without any waste of demonic aura, and completely decomposed. There were tens of thousands of them. Heh! Emolan sneered, and at the same time, stretched out both hands, and the other 10 omnidirectional evil souls were infected, and after struggling a few times, they also began to decompose. Damn it! Xianxia was shocked, and immediately made a move, and a wave of lightning shot towards those demonic auras. Hee, they're just ants, is there a need to be so nervous? Emolan sneered, and then several clones attacked the lightning, and instantly destroyed it in the air. At the same time, a large number of strange demonic beasts shook their heads, and rushed towards Xianxia. Among them were the head crane and prime elephant, which he had seen before, and some strange demonic beasts, and their strength was not low either. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of demonic auras simultaneously decomposed, and they flew towards the pitch-black ground, and then hid within. Soon, a large number of miserable screams rang out from all directions. The entire Red Moon City had already turned pitch black, and the miserable screams were shocking, but they were gradually drowned out by the darkness. Only a few cultivators of the Red Moon City were resisting, and they wantonly killed the demonic auras. Xianxia was shocked and furious. His divine sense was the most sensitive, and he immediately sensed that after the demonic auras rushed into the ground, the life in the city had disappeared in large numbers. That feeling made his hair stand on end. Under the siege of so many demonic beasts, he had no desire to continue fighting, and immediately flew back to the teleportation formation, secretly anxious. Without a powerful force sweeping through the Red Moon City, it would be impossible to expel these demonic auras and demons. Suddenly, a dazzling demonic light condensed in the sky, and slowly turned into a ball, and a figure emerged from it. Blue, it seems like you've encountered quite a bit of trouble. The person inside the figure looked at Blue, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile, with a leisurely look. Emolan's expression turned cold, and he said, "This seat is killing the enemies at the front, and you trash can't even come out of the crack, and you still have the face to make sarcastic remarks?" The demonic light ball was the other demon Venerable Gong, and he chuckled, "Calm down, I'm not making sarcastic remarks, but I hope you can speed up the process of clearing the obstacles. Trouble has come from the crack again." Emolan's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes emitted waves of coldness, and he said, "Those world-eater beasts still haven't given up." Demon Venerable Gong nodded, and said solemnly, "Moreover, there are more than 10 of them this time. You know, we're guarding the crack now, and we can't even escape, so we can only brace ourselves and fight. I was entrusted by someone else, and that's why I spent a great deal of power to descend here. Mo Lan snorted, really a group of troublesome things, I know, you can go back. Demon Venerable Gong said, we'll send another group of people to help you, but they've just passed through the crack, and if they come over, I'm afraid that independent space won't be able to bear it, and it will surely be destroyed. Mo Lan furrowed his brows, and said, without the buffer of that independent space, I'm afraid they won't be able to bear the power of the realm if they come over so suddenly. Demon Venerable Gong said, we don't have time to worry about that. Mo Lan said, fine, I didn't expect it to be this serious. I'll deal with these dregs as soon as possible, and destroy the teleportation formation first. I was planning to wait for their reinforcements to come, and destroy them together, so as to avoid future troubles. Demon Venerable Gong lowered his head, and when he saw Li Yunxiao and the others, he said with displeasure, Lan, you're really stubborn. This time, our 5 divisions have joined hands, and if we still can't take down a city in the heavenly martial arts realm, we won't be able to show our faces in the future. Mo Lan said impatiently, I know. These 2 people are a bit tricky, and my clones can't defeat them. Let's wait for your reinforcements. I'll destroy the teleportation formation first. He raised his hand, and commanded the demonic beast to rush toward the teleportation formation. Demon Venerable Gong took a look, and felt that there shouldn't be any problem, so he waved a hand sign with one hand, and disappeared in the sky along with the demonic light. Li Yunxia's expression changed, and he said, they want to destroy the teleportation formation, and we're in trouble. Ling Mudi held the soul-reversing whip in his hand and said in a low voice, we must defend. If the teleportation formation was destroyed, reinforcements would have to wait at least half a month. The fall of Crimson Moon City would be a matter of nails hammered into an iron plate. Li Yunxiao responded and shouted, everyone, retreat. He immediately threw out 36 Northsky Frost Star swords to protect the formation. At the same time, 12 rays of golden light flew out from his body and stood in the distance. The 12 puppets formed hand seals at the same time and formed a large formation. As for the people inside the formation, they were directly teleported far away by his mental power. Li Yunxiao, Ling Mudi, and Xiaoqing appeared above the formation and waited. Xiaoqing said, just now, I saw you use the purple lightning worldbreaker. It was very effective. It should be because it contains the power of the realm. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, yes, the purple lightning is condensed from the power of the realm and is very effective against these demons. Unfortunately, condensing it consumes too much energy. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened and his mouth fell open. He saw Xiaoqing's hands forming hand seals in front of him. Immediately, forearm-thick purple lightning bloomed from his body and circled around him, illuminating his entire body with purple light. This, Li Yunxiao was immediately dumbfounded. He thought about how hard he had cultivated, but in terms of refining and compressing lightning, he was still far inferior to Yiwood spirit transformation. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Heh. Xiaoqing glanced at him with a smile and said, the lightning element is just a derivation of the wood element. I cultivate the power of the wood element and can transform it into many wondrous techniques. However, he revealed a strenuous expression and said, however, condensing the purple lightning is still abnormally difficult. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. If this is called difficult, then isn't mine like a bull milking its milk? I can't produce anything even after a long time. Xiaoqing's body bent slightly and suddenly rushed into the sky. His hands grasped the air and controlled the 4-arm-thick purple lightning bolts to rise from the ground. A purple lightning storm surged in the sky and turned into a vortex that rushed toward the demons. Boom! The first few demonic beasts were pierced by the purple lightning and died on the spot. Under Little Qing's control, the purple lightning spun and enveloped all of the demonic beasts. Within the sea of lightning, under the illumination of the purple light, the magical beasts all let out miserable cries. Many of them couldn't hold on any longer and instantly exploded. Even the demonic energy was swept away by the purple light. Up in the sky, Missouri Land's eyes widened in horror. Who is this person? Li Yunxiao and Shepherd Flute were also stunned by Little Green's gorgeous move. The purple lightning spread out for thousands of feet. It was unprecedentedly beautiful. Unfortunately, it only lasted for a moment before Xiaoqing's strength ran out. the lightning scattered in the air and disappeared into nothingness. Even so, more than half of those devils were annihilated, and only a dozen or so powerful existences were left, but they were also heavily injured. Furthermore, the demonic energy within a radius of 1,000 feet was swept clean, and the surroundings became clear. Little Qing made a circle in the air and landed beside the two of them. There was still a slight electric current flickering on its body. "I can't hold on any longer." "Ha, you're really something." "That's enough," Li Yunxiao loudly praised. His eyes emitted a fierce light as he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew into the sky. He shouted, "Sir Shepherd Flute, you guard the ground below." Shepherd Flute originally wanted to fight as well, but seeing Li Yunxiao brimming with confidence, he stopped. After the attack, Little Green sat cross-legged in the air to recuperate. Unfortunately, the sky was filled with demonic energy and there was almost no Imu energy. If it were on a spirit mountain, its recovery speed would be extremely fast. Li Yunxiao rushed into the sky and unfolded a world of swords, transforming into millions of sword images that slashed at the demonic beasts. Roar! Several magical beasts that looked like giant rhinoceroses charged over and used their heads to ram into the sword light. Tens of thousands of bloody wounds instantly appeared on their coarse and dry skin. After taking a few more steps into the sword realm, their skin and flesh were sent flying. Very soon, their bones could be seen, and then they were completely turned into meat paste. At the same time, 3 injured-headed cranes cried and swooped down from the sky to grab Li Yunxiao. These demonic birds weren't any weaker than ordinary demonic kings, but they had just been injured by Little Green's purple lightning. Moreover, they were in the realm of heaven martial arts, so they were no match for Li Yunxiao. Bang! When the 3-headed cranes attacked together, Li Yunxiao's body of lightning exploded, but he instantly condensed behind one of the headed cranes. Then, he waved his sword and chopped off the headed crane's head. After the headed crane died, its body started to degenerate. It turned into several 10 directions ominous evil spirits, which pounced on Li Yunxiao. When the other 2 10 directions ominous evil spirits saw that the situation wasn't right, they screamed and tried to escape. Li Yunxiao's face was still cold. He released a sword light, and the 10 directions ominous evil spirits were immediately destroyed. As for the 2 fleeing cranes, a streak of golden light suddenly shot out from the void in front of them, directly piercing through one of them. The headed crane let out a blood-curdling screech and exploded with a ping sound. Goo-goo-goo-goo sounds were filled with devilish baleful chi. However, the golden light turned into a strong wind that shot out in all directions and killed all the demonic evil spirits. A vague figure gradually became clear in the sky. He was holding a halberd and standing there with a smile. "Shuaqing Fan." Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. He said, "Reinforcements have arrived?" Shuaqing Fan said, "Almost. I came to scout first." He looked around and couldn't help but look surprised. He said, "Red Moon City, this." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "It's completely over. Even if we manage to defeat these demons, we won't be able to recover our former glory." Shuaqing Fan could tell that the Red Moon City wasn't just being destroyed and massacred. More importantly, the demonic chi had corroded the spiritual energy and even entered the earth veins, destroying the earth veins. Without spiritual energy, there wouldn't be any big sects in this place. Shuaqing Fan sighed and said, "It seems like the Red Moon City will become history. You don't need to be sad. Since ancient times, such things have happened as many times as the grains of sand in the Ganges River. It's the law of history." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "I understand." Although his expression was calm, he was still feeling melancholic and lonely inside. At this moment, high up in the sky Missouri Lawn was already pale with anger. Looking at the head crane that flew back, he immediately smashed a palm over. The head crane let out a miserable cry and exploded into pieces. Shuaqing Fan looked up and said in shock, "These are all clones?" Li Yunxiao said, "Exactly. This person is very likely a demonic venerate level existence. Because the world power is too strong, he split himself to pass through the cracks." Demonic venerate? Shuaqing Fan was startled and said, "Then what are we waiting for? While he's alone and helpless now, we can eliminate him. The pressure in the future will be much less." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "How can a demonic venerate be so easy to eliminate? There's no rush for now. The most important task is to guard the teleportation formation and wait for everyone to come together. Also, I heard them say that there are still many powerful things behind. Shui Qingfan nodded and said, I see. It seems like he came from the end of time. Let's go and take a look. Li Yunxiao said in shock, be careful. Before he finished speaking, Shui Qingfan had already disappeared in front of him. The next moment, Shui Qingfan's real body appeared in the end of time. As far as the eye could see, he saw ruins everywhere. Everything had been seriously corroded by the demonic energy. This space. Shui Qingfan frowned. He could clearly feel that the structure of the end-of-time space was loosening. It could collapse at any moment. If the previous battle had taken place here, it would have collapsed already. He looked around and went in the direction where the demonic energy was surging. After a while, he finally saw the source. There was a huge crater in the ground. It looked like a ravine, and the demonic energy inside was surging like a fountain. It made him feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, many low-level demons came out of the demonic energy. Some of them went in the direction of the realm of heaven martial arts, while others discovered him and dashed over ferociously. Shui Qingfan was very depressed. His senses were greatly restricted by the monstrous demonic energy. He couldn't see what was going on in the crack. His great method of void could only travel within one realm. He couldn't go to another realm at will. I found prey as soon as I came out. Suddenly, a gloomy voice could be heard. A pair of gloomy eyes appeared in the boundless demonic energy. Shui Qingfan was surrounded by several low-level demons. He had just cleaned them up, and then he sensed danger. Boom, the place where he was standing exploded. The space shook violently and collapsed. It condensed into a dot and then disappeared. Eh? The voice in the demonic energy seemed to be in disbelief. A figure slowly condensed in the darkness. Its aura was so strong that it was at least a level 2 demon monarch. Suddenly, a golden beam of light split the demonic energy and fell from the sky. It was like a divine punishment was going to punish the demons. Bang! The halberd's light hit the demon monarch. It exploded into countless demonic energies, which flew in all directions. But in the blink of an eye, as if they had a mind of their own, these demonic energies condensed in the sky again. The demon monarch's true body shouted, die. The demonic chi that surged out from the crevice swept up like a shocking wave, engulfing Shui Qingfan. At the same time, the demon monarch formed a hand seal and shouted, seal. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, countless demonic runes flashed out of nothingness, sealing the void. Shui Qingfan was startled. He had indeed felt an abnormally powerful force lock down the structure of the space. Although it wasn't to the extent that he couldn't walk, it was much more difficult than usual. Moreover, he had no intention of escaping. He held the halberd in front of him and immediately formed a protective boundary. Boom! A terrifying force slammed into the boundary, causing his body to tremble. But it was still unbreakable. Oh? You have some skill, but that's all there is to it. I just can't get used to this sky for a while. The demon monarch suddenly appeared in front of Shui Qingfan. With a sinister smile, he slammed his palm into vast sea-like dust and immediately broke the boundary. Boom! The entire world trembled. The space where the two stood suddenly shattered. Shui Qingfan suddenly fell down. Heaven and earth also collapsed at this moment. In the sky above the Red Moon City, Li Yunxiao and Mo Lan were confronting each other. The hole in the sky shrunk and withered instantly. Then, the whole sky darkened, as if the sky had collapsed. Rumble! Mo Lan was shocked. He turned his head to take a look, but he was sucked into the darkness. A desolate and stale aura filled the sky. A lot of rocks and soil were floating in the air. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He could tell that these were things from the world of end and end of heaven and earth. Rumble! A huge tremor came from inside, and a monstrous demonic aura rushed out. The demonic king, who was suppressing Shui Qingfan, turned into a strong wind and shot down. Li Yunxiao's face became cold. He teleported and appeared behind the demonic king. Then, he stabbed him with his sword. The secret realm space was broken, and the demonic king, who had just entered the realm of heaven martial arts, was suppressed by the realm's power. Therefore, Li Yunxiao was slow to react. When he realized what was going on, the sword had already pierced through his chest. Puff, the demonic king spouted a mouthful of blood. Looking at the sword that had pierced through his chest, he said in shock, "This is..." In his eyes, the sword surged with boundless white flames, swallowing the darkness that filled the sky, and even his own body was swallowed. The demonic king was burned to ashes. Nothing was left of him. Li Yunxiao put away his sword and asked concernedly, "Are you all right?" Shui Qingfan was badly injured. His face was unsightly. He shook his head and pointed at the sky. Li Yunxiao raised his head and saw a giant fissure, which was hundreds of miles long, in the sky. It almost penetrated the whole Red Moon City. The monstrous demonic aura in the fissure kept surging like lava. It was like a black meteor falling on the ground, creating a deep hole in the city. At that moment, almost all the ordinary people in the Red Moon City who hadn't escaped were dead. Only some high-level warriors were still fighting against the demonic spirits. They were approaching the teleportation formation. They knew that their only hope of survival was to approach the teleportation formation. Listening Moody and Li Yunxiao looked at each other with deep worry in their eyes. Even if they drove away the devil race, it would be extremely difficult to seal such a terrifying crack. At the bottom of the rift, Devil Blue's figure appeared. The closer he got to the rift, the stronger he became. Dozens of clones fused together, until only 8 were left, and they were still doing their best to fuse together. "Since you're out, don't act on your own. Listen to my orders," Mo Lan said coldly. A few voices could be heard coming from the crack. "Yes," Mo Lan said, "it's the first time you've entered the heavenly martial arts realm, and the realm power suppression is difficult to ignore. There are still bodies here, you can use them for the time being." He threw out Wan Qianyuan and Wan Xuanong's bodies. Immediately, several demonic shadows rushed towards the body, and a few angry roars came from behind. "You scum, don't even think about fighting with me. Humph, you can't even compete with trash, and you still have the nerve to speak?" The 2 figures in front of them charged into Wan Qianyuan and Wan Xuanong's bodies. Behind them, several demonic auras appeared in the air, and they furiously attacked the 2. "Stop!" Mo Lan shouted angrily, "Whoever dares to attack one of our own will die." He was extremely imposing, and the demonic shadows immediately stopped, not daring to utter another word. TSK, this body is really trash. But it's much better than being directly exposed to the realm power, ha ha ha. Wan Qianyuan's body laughed wildly, and with a mocking expression, he swept his gaze over the few demons who didn't manage to snatch the body. "Don't be so arrogant, you have to work after taking the body. But with your strength, it's still not enough. Wait for more people to come." Mo Lan looked left and right, and a large number of demonic beasts and birds came out of the crack. Because they weren't feeling well, they seemed very irritable in the air. "Lord Lan, you're too cautious. Even though the few people down there are troublesome, they're just SOSO, Wan Xianong said slowly. With the few of us and these demonic beasts and birds, it's enough." Mo Lan sneered and said, "If this mission is too important, I'll send them to their deaths right now. Since I'm the highest commander, all of you shut your mouths." Wan Xianong's expression was somewhat gloomy, but he didn't dare to say anything. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he happily shot a golden seal into the sky. Immediately, a powerful light appeared on the teleportation formation, and a loud rumble came from the golden seal. Then, the space was shattered, and a huge golden light rushed in. A majestic 9th-stage warship appeared in the sky, with the Heavenly Martial Union's insignia on it. "Haha, great." Listening Moody was also wild with joy, and he couldn't help but become excited. Immediately, hundreds of figures flew out of the 9th-stage warship, all of them emitting powerful auras. Their auras merged together, causing the space to tremble, and the demonic energy to continuously retreat. Mo Lan and the others' expressions became extremely unsightly, and they almost all turned green. "Lord, you've waited for a long time." Beijing Nan appeared in front of Listening Moody and reported, "Apart from those who are in death seclusion, everyone else is here." Chu Hongyan also appeared beside Li Yunxiao and said softly, "Fei Yong." Li Yunxiao glanced at her cultivation and said in shock, "Void Extreme." Chu Hongyan revealed a blissful smile and nodded. she said, I didn't expect Fei Yang to also step into the void extreme. I still wanted to be ahead of you. Li Yunxiao lightly scratched the tip of her nose and said with a smile, I also just entered not long ago, but you're already ahead of me. Chu Hongyan said, this time, a total of 370 people came. Apart from Gu Qingqing and Mo Xia who have yet to recover, all the experts above the God realm are here. Li Yunxiao said in shock, they still haven't recovered? Chu Hongyan said, with Mr. AI's help, they have already been gradually dispelled, but they still need some time to fully recover. We can also leave them in Yanwu City to prevent any unforeseen events. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, that's fine too. He looked around and saw familiar figures everywhere. Even Xianxia had stepped into the true God realm and came along. There were also people from Profound Separation Island. The leader was one of the 4 kings, Mist Rock Lord. When Li Yunxiao saw him, he was immediately shocked. He didn't expect him to also come. However, he was more pleasantly surprised. With Mist Rock Lord here, this battle would be much easier. Chu Hongyan said softly, Lord Mist Rock Lord just came to Yanwu City not long ago. He was originally going to enter Death's Seclusion, but he just happened to receive Lord Moody's voice transmission, so he came along. Li Yunxiao didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly went forward to greet him. Mist Rock Lord glanced at him indifferently and said, you're indeed not bad. Even I might not be able to easily take you down now. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Lord, you think too highly of me. Mist Rock Lord was expressionless and no longer paid attention to him. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the crack. Li Yunxiao said loudly, it's hard to explain the details in a few words. But now, we have to expel the demon race and return peace to Red Moon City. When he said this, he noticed that Ning Kuei and Ning Qiyun were also in the crowd. Ning Kuei's expression was extremely gloomy. He stared at the ground and his entire face became extremely ugly. Old City Lord. Li Yunxiao called him and said, Ruabing, Rua Mei, and Lord Hang Feng are already in my world God Steel. Old City Lord and Lord Qiyun don't have to worry. The two heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked him. However, Ning Kuei couldn't sweep away the desolation on his face. He sighed from time to time. Everyone understood his feelings. No one would be happy in such a situation. Ning Qiyun said, I've already heard about my sister's matter from the Ocean Emperor and the others. Alliance Master, I wonder what happened next. Ning Kuei immediately reprimanded, you don't know the severity of the situation. What time is it now? You're still talking about this? It won't be too late to talk about it after we eliminate the demon race. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, it's indeed a long story. Let's talk about it later. In front of the crack, the demons' expressions were extremely ugly. Even the demon beasts and demon birds felt extremely pressured and let out restless roars. Mo Lan snorted and turned around to walk toward the crack. He said, everyone, retreat. What? Wan Qian was shocked and said, retreat, retreat? You can't, Lord. It wasn't easy for us to kill our way out. In order to suppress that world-devouring demon, many people died to get this opportunity. If we retreat, everyone's sacrifice will be in vain. Mo Lan looked at him with a cold smile and said, you're really brave. Then go down. There are so many people from the heavenly martial arts realm waiting for you. You can show off your skills. Wan Qian immediately shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything. Wan Xianong said in a deep voice, it's indeed not a good idea to fight it head-on. But if we retreat, it'll be even more difficult to come out next time. Mo Lan sighed and said, do you think I don't know? If we don't retreat, we'll all die. Does anyone have a good idea? Everyone didn't utter a word. Mo Lan snorted and said, then why are you still talking? Just go back with me. When the army was about to retreat, a demonic radiance flickered in front of the crack. Mo Gong's figure appeared again and said, no. Mo Lan sneered and said, if you can't, just descend with your real body. Don't send a projection to command us every time. Mo Gong said, I just need to persist for a while. Mo Lan couldn't bear it anymore and shouted angrily, are you F** King blind? There are more than 100 demon lord experts down there. Why don't you come and persist? If you can do it, then go ahead. If you can't, then don't act cool. Mo Gong extended his hand and opened his palm. He said with a smile, "That's why I brought this object to you." A small and exquisite model of a palace appeared on his palm. Mo Lan's pupils shrank and he said in shock, "Sacred Demon Palace?" Mo Gong nodded and said, "That's right. Only Lord Sacred Demon can make palaces and residences. They contain endless mysteries. There aren't more than 5 of them in the whole demon realm, and some of them are even incomplete." Mo Lan said in surprise, "If there aren't more than 5, why are you so generous?" Haha. Mo Gong laughed and said, "This is something Ho brought out for you. I don't have such a good thing. Moreover, this is only a high-grade imitation. But don't underestimate it. It can at least display half of the power of the real Sacred Demon Palace. Alright, with this, we might be able to hold on for a while longer, but we probably won't be able to hold on for long. I've already said that I definitely won't let myself get involved in this battle. If the situation goes awry, I'll immediately return to the Devil World." Mo Lan took the replica of the Saint Devil Hall over and started studying it. Mo Gong smiled, "Of course, don't worry. If we can't take down a city with the 5 of us working together, then we'll just have to stop playing and wait for death in the Devil World. As for this Saint Devil Hall, there's no need for any techniques." He casually passed on a chant before disappearing into the sky. Mo Lan said, "Looks like there's still some time to play." He formed a seal with one hand and chanted an incantation. At the same time, he threw the Saint Devil Hall downwards. The Saint Devil Hall expanded in the wind and instantly became several hectares in size. Just the might of its descent caused a large number of buildings in Red Moon City to collapse and be crushed into powder. "This is the Saint Devil Hall?" Li Yunxiao was bewildered. This palace's appearance was grand and strange. At first glance, it was extremely similar to the Devil Lord's Saint Devil Hall. But looking closely, there were still many differences in the details. Moody said, "It's not that Saint Devil Hall. It's probably a similar architectural profound artifact." Just when everyone was on guard, preparing to attack and destroy this hall, the Saint Devil Hall suddenly halted halfway down and floated in the air. Mo Lan formed seals with both hands and sent them into the Saint Devil Hall. Instantly, rays of intense light shot out and formed a barrier in the sky. It was like a castle in the sky, protecting the crack. Chu Hongyan said, "They can't be thinking of using this castle as a natural moat, right?" Duan Muyoyu said, "If that's the case, then it's really childish. No matter how strong the castle is, it can't stop so many of us working together." Li Yunxiao nodded, "Everyone attack together and shatter it." Mistrock Lord said indifferently, "If we attack together, I'm afraid the space won't be able to withstand the pressure. Many people will be swept into the spatial storm and blown away." Li Yunxiao said, "That's true. Then everyone from Xuanli Island, please stand guard. Everyone from Heavenly Martial Alliance, attack together with me." He raised his hand, and the Tushita Heavenly Peak slowly flew out, emitting a 6-colored radiance. Everyone gathered their qi and gathered their strength. Many of them took out their Xian weapons. A powerful aura spread out and connected into one. Most of the buildings in Crimson Moon City instantly collapsed into powder under this aura, and a deep pit appeared on the ground in the city. "Attack!" With a shout, Li Yunxiao hurled the Tusida Heavenly Peak into the sky. Hundreds of beams of light shot into the sky, each one extremely powerful. The sky shook violently the moment this power appeared, as if it couldn't bear the weight. Wan Xianong looked down in shock, and said in shock, "Lord, can we block it?" Mo Lan's expression was also grave as he said, "Let's just quietly watch. If it is really as Gong said, we should be able to endure it." The other demon lords all paled. They truly could not imagine how such a powerful force could be withstood. Boom! Finally, the 100 beams of light blasted into the protective barrier of the Saint Devil Hall, causing the wind and clouds to change as numerous energy whirlpools appeared in the surroundings of the Great Hall. What? Li Yunxiao and the others were all shocked. The protective barrier around the Saint Devil Hall had not been broken. Instead, it was like a swamp that sucked in all the attacks. Even half of the Tusida Heavenly Peak had sunk in, and the surrounding whirlpools seemed to be actively absorbing the power. What a strange defense. Even if it's an absorption-type formation, it can't contain so much power, Ling Moody said in shock, could it be? Li Yunxiao also nodded, and said, it should have shifted all the attacks away. The defensive system around the Great Hall is most likely formed from a large amount of space, and there are also large-scale teleportation formations. In other words, the Great Hall itself is a spatial passageway. Our attack just now actually missed. It actually has such a strange defense. Then what do we do now? Chu Hongyan asked in shock. If we can shackle the space it is in and directly shatter it, we should be able to destroy the Great Hall, but, Li Yunxiao turned and asked, Lord Bo Mu, that day in Crimson Moon City, that spectral light of laws I smelled, Bo Mu's eyes brightened before dimming again, and he said, you are indeed smart, immediately thinking of using the chains of laws to bind it. Unfortunately, I smelled it and gave it to Narcissus, and I am unable to use my power. The power of the Saint Devil Hall cannot be relied on just the power of the spectral light, unless it is the chains of laws. Li Yunxiao's thoughts stirred, and he said, then how can we use the chains of laws? Bo Mu smiled, if you are at the World King realm and also have the World God Steel, then you should be able to. Li Yunxiao was incomparably depressed. These words were as good as not saying anything at all. Bo Mu said, in truth, there is another way to bind it, and that is to use the iron chains of the 6 past demonic weapons. Li Yunxiao was startled, my lord, are you talking about a what Fansha? Bo Mu had been a servant of Mo Pu in the past, so he had a deep understanding of the 6 past demonic weapons. He nodded, the 6 past demonic weapons are also condensed from the laws, and even surpass the existence of the chains of laws. It shouldn't be a problem for them to bind the Saint Devil Hall. Li Yunxiao said, all right, I'll give it a try. Bo Mu smiled, but if I reveal the 6 past demonic weapons in front of these demons, I fear it will cause a considerable stir. Li Yunxiao humphed, how can I care about that? He immediately formed a seal and a demonic phantom appeared behind him. The true demon titan spirit grew larger and larger until it seemed as if it could prop up the heavens. It coldly stared at Mo Lan and the others on the other side of Saint Devil Hall. The demons were still immersed in their joy. As they saw the true demon titan spirit, all of them were left dumbfounded. Mo Lan was shocked, true demon avatar. The true demon titan spirit's complexion was cold. He formed a seal with one hand and a pitch-black vortex appeared above his palm, deep and bottomless. Mo Lan's expression was solemn. He had an inexplicable feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't think of any way the other party could break through the Saint Devil Hall's defenses. A lonely and desolate sound of chains came from within the vortex. It was as if a traveler was dragging the chains and strolling through the eternal void. In Mo Lan's shock, he saw the vortex directly spin in the true demon titan spirit's palm, turning into a boundless pitch-black chain that wrapped around the Saint Devil Hall. In an instant, the chain formed a giant spider web that seemed to connect the entire world. The Saint Devil Hall was like a tiny mosquito on the spider web. What? Mo Lan was shocked to find that his connection with the Saint Devil Hall had been severed. This chain. Moreover, he felt a terrifying aura from the chain. As he stared at it, his heart suddenly convulsed, and he cried out involuntarily, Xianxia? The other demon monarchs also trembled. They immediately understood what was going on and were similarly terrified. Just as Li Yunxiao used the chain to bind the Saint Devil Hall, the people of the Heavenly Martial Union below attacked again. Over 100 powerful beams of light bombarded them. Boom! Boom! Those beams of light bombarded the Saint Devil Hall, and the passageway's defenses were sealed by Xianxia. When the attacks landed on the Saint Devil Hall, a giant light wave exploded inside, shaking the heavens and the earth. The demon clan's people watched in horror as the Saint Devil Hall was destroyed. Mo Lan's whole body trembled, and he stared at Li Yunxiao. He was filled with regret. If he had known that Li Yunxiao could summon the 6 past demonic soldiers, he would have taken him down even if he had been seriously injured. But now, it was impossible. A large number of experts of the realm of heaven martial arts disregarded the Saint Devil Hall's shockwaves and surrounded them from all directions. Humph, let's go. Mo Lan's face was gloomy, and he snorted angrily. He flung his robe, turned around, and went toward the crack. His clones had all fused back into his body, but under the suppression of the realm's power and the siege of so many experts of the realm of heaven martial arts, he had no chance of winning. Do you really think that you can come and go as you please in the realm of heaven martial arts? An indifferent voice rang out. Emolan's footsteps suddenly faltered because an absolutely powerful aura had already locked onto him. If he took another step forward, he would definitely be attacked with an earth-shattering force. Ha ha ha. The Fate Realm? Emolan was shocked, and he looked over in surprise. A man was standing on his left. He looked like a towering mountain, and he was motionless. But he knew that once that man moved, the sky would fall and the earth would crack. Although you are suppressed by the realm's power, and you have an unfair advantage, at this moment, there is no need to talk about morality. That man was the Lord of Mist Rock. He took a step forward and shattered the void. He reached Emolan's side and punched him. A radiance appeared on his arm, and it almost turned into solid armor. Emolan's expression changed greatly. He waved his sleeve, and a towering demonic energy rose up, which turned into a wall. Bang! However, the demonic wall had just been built, and it was penetrated by a punch. The radiance was like a formless blade, and it cut the sky in half. A huge energy was compressed in the air, and a second attack shot out. Bang! Emolan kept retreating toward the fissure. He was caught off guard, and the energy hit him. His left shoulder exploded. At this moment, the rest of the demons were surrounded by the people of the realm of heaven martial arts. They were fighting fiercely. Although they were suppressed by the realm's power, they were strong enough, and there were many of them. The battle was very tragic. Lord Demon Venerable, since you like the realm of heaven martial arts so much, you should be buried in the sky. Then you can look at the land you yearn for day and night. The Lord of Mist Rock looked scornful. He took a step forward and chased after Emolan. Emolan's expression changed. He turned around and thrust his sword forward. The shining sword was extraordinary. It was a fragment of the ancient god's battlefield, the scattered world. Bang! However, the Lord of Mist Rock knocked it away with a punch. Then he rushed forward and attacked Emolan. Bang! His palm hit Emolan's chest and penetrated him. However, a black shadow shot out from behind him, and it turned into Emolan's figure. He held the scattered world and flew toward the fissure. A clone. The Lord of Mist Rock's expression changed. His palms were firmly held by Emolan's clone, and he was trying to buy time for his main body to escape. I will remember your appearance. The next time I come to the realm of heaven martial arts, you will die. Emolan said fiercely with a ferocious expression. Mist Rock Lord snorted. His body exploded with light, and countless blades slashed out, shattering the devil blue doppelganger in front of him. As for the main body in the distance, he had already arrived in front of the crack. He looked back, his face filled with killing intent. The scattered world in his hand hummed, venting the anger in his heart. Just now, an extremely powerful doppelganger had been destroyed. He would probably immediately go into seclusion after returning to the devil realm. Otherwise, his cultivation might be affected, and he might even drop a realm. Xianxia and the others also discovered Devil Blue's situation. They couldn't help but feel regret. They had trusted Mist Rock Lord too much. They didn't expect a devil sovereign to escape. He was unwilling and immediately teleported away. Devil Blue coldly leaped into the crack. However, just as his body soared up, he suddenly froze. Astral winds swirled in the scattered world, spreading out in front of Devil Blue. Like a torture device, his hands and feet were shackled. What? Devil Blue was startled. He discovered that the sword in his hand was no longer under his control. Large amounts of wind held out from within, gradually forming a figure. Not far away, Xianxia involuntarily cried out, Ding Shan. The figure formed by the astral winds was Ding Shan. He had not died from Devil Blue's explosion. Moreover, Ding Shan's figure was currently in a translucent state, formed by the astral winds. Only now did Xianxia realize that he had refined himself into a wind body. You wanted to kill me, but you didn't expect to die by my hands. Ding Shan's eyes widened in anger. Xianxia's guess was correct. Back then, when he obtained half of the crocodile, he began to cultivate a secret technique and fused the crocodile with himself, cultivating the astral wind body. He didn't expect to survive at the critical moment. Moreover, the scattered world had always been under his control. Devil Blue couldn't erase the brand on it in a short period of time. Even in his dreams, he didn't expect to be countered. Originally, Ding Shan planned to hide in the sword and come out after the battle. However, Devil Blue had to return to the Devil Realm. Once he returned to the Devil Realm, he would definitely refine the scattered world. If that happened, he would be completely finished. Not only that, but his own son Qin Chuan was also in the sword. He would definitely not be able to escape misfortune. In just a short moment, Li Yunxiao seized the opportunity and condensed purple lightning on his arm. Bastard! Damn it! Mo Lan was extremely anxious. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. This time, he truly felt the danger of death. However, his 4 limbs were shackled by the astral winds, and his movements were extremely slow. Furthermore, under Ding Shan's control, the scattered world was desperately swiping towards his neck. After all, with Ding Shan's strength, there was nothing to fear. However, Li Yunxiao's purple lightning condensed and shot towards his back. He immediately shuddered, and the shadow of death that he hadn't felt for many years once again shrouded his heart. Damn bastard! A thing like a whore in this seat's eyes also dares to touch me. Mo Lan let out a wild roar. All of his potential burst forth as he ferociously slapped forward. Bang! The scattered world suffered an extremely strong impact and actually exploded. Countless fragments of the world scattered, and a large number of rocks, earth, and trees, as well as the figures of humans and beasts, all of them exploded out. As for Ding Shan, he also suffered a heavy blow from the demonic technique. Violent demonic qi instantly filled every part of his body. Even his body of wind was constantly dissipating, his vitality fading away. Father! The scattered world exploded, and Qin Chuan was also shaken out. When he saw that Ding Shan was about to dissipate in front of him, he couldn't help but let out a wild roar as his eyes turned red. Ding Shan turned around and looked at him, revealing a smile as he squeezed out the words, "Hurry and run." Then, his consciousness completely dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Father! Qin Chuan let out a heart-wrenching scream, and was about to rush forward. However, at this moment, Li Yunxiao's purple lightning shot out and struck Mo Lan's back. It exploded, and a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions, directly sending Qin Chuan flying. There were also many martial artists that had been kept in the scattered world. At this time, all of them had blank looks on their faces, but it was quickly replaced by a deep sense of fear. Ah! Violent lightning and demonic qi scattered, and many people were sent flying. However, a large number of martial artists, most of whom were the elite assassins of the Heavenly Origin Trade Association, were sucked into the crack, and not even a speck of dust remained. Not far from the crack, there was a person with a dazed expression on his face. It was Li Yi, who had been kept in the scattered world by Mo Lan. He seemed to have been struck by a demonic technique and had yet to awaken. As the violent purple lightning rippled, a faint demonic light shot out, directly into Li Yi's body. Li Yi couldn't help but take several steps back, falling directly into the crack in the sky until he disappeared. Is the demon sovereign dead? Many people stared over, expressions of shock and joy on their faces. Li Yunxiao was also somewhat suspicious as he stared at the crack. Just now, he seemed to have seen a demonic light flash out and enter Li Yi's body, but he hadn't been able to see it clearly. However, Demon Sovereign Lan was indeed dead. Even if 1 or 2 clones had escaped, they definitely wouldn't be the Demon Sovereign anymore. Previously, the Mist Rock Master had killed most of Demon Sovereign Lan's power, and Li Yi's purple lightning had also destroyed the remaining demonic energy. Just now, a large amount of demonic energy had been released, and even if some clones had escaped, they were just ordinary demons. Li Yunxiao turned around and looked at Qin Chuan. He had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He hadn't expected that Qin Chuan would be Ding Shan's son. After all, Ding Shan had been annihilated, and before his death, he had made a great contribution to the heavenly martial arts realm. Everything that had happened in the past had vanished with his death. Qin Chuan knelt in the sky, sobbing silently as he faced the crack. Demon Sovereign Lan's death was a fatal blow to the demons who were still resisting strenuously. After a short while, the remaining demons were all eliminated. Only a large amount of demonic energy was still gathering in the sky, and the 10 directions evil spirits, which had spouted out of the crack from time to time, were easily killed. Listening Moody walked over and stared at the crack. He said, a large number of demons still want to come out. It seems they aren't willing to give up this position. If they continue to destroy it, it will be extremely difficult to seal the crack. Xianxia said, Lord, what do you think we should do? We can't let the demonic energy spout out unceasingly. If that happens, let alone the Red Moon City, the whole eastern region, and even the heavenly martial arts realm, will be finished. Listening Moody didn't have any good ideas, so he turned around and asked the others to brainstorm. Master Lan Yen suddenly said, in my opinion, it would be better for us to make the crack bigger so that these demons will come out and die. If a few more demon venerables die, they will probably behave themselves. Absolutely not. Listening Moody said hurriedly, this involves a very serious problem, and it's the demonization. If the crack is big enough, the demon realm will be able to swallow the heavenly martial arts realm space and demonize it into an environment suitable for demons to live in. At that time, the realm's power won't be of any use against them. Master Lan Yen said, then we have no other choice. We can only send people to guard this place and kill every demon that comes out. Everyone quieted down. This seemed like a clumsy plan, but it seemed like the only feasible one. Master Lan Yen said, set up several large direct passages here and be ready for battle at any time. At the same time, set up countless spirit gathering formations and gather more than half of the East Field spiritual energy here. Not only will it disperse the demonic energy, but it will also pour in through the crack. Xianxia said, this method is feasible in theory, but it's a huge project. If every crack that appears is like this, the heavenly martial arts realm won't have enough manpower. Master Lan Yen said, now, we can only take one step at a time and solve the immediate problem first. Then, we can think of a long-term plan. Moreover, there are big and small cracks. Even if the two realms collide to the extreme, there won't be many cracks that are big enough for demon venerables to pass through. Ling Moody said, I think this method is feasible. Although the heavenly martial arts realm's overall strength isn't as good as before, we have accumulated a large amount of experience. I thought about this problem before. We can create a city in the sky like the sacred demon palace and use it as a stronghold to guard every crack. We can use magic techniques to make up for the lack of manpower. Xianxia said gloomily, it's a pity that a large number of the heavenly martial arts realm's magic techniques geniuses died, and many of them are missing. They were most likely captured by Lu Congzi and taken to the realm of demons. Chu Hongyan said angrily, Lu Congzi is a sinner. Xianxia said, that day in the ancient demon well, Lu Congzi seemed to have created a kind of armor that could resist the power of the world. If that's true, then it's very likely that he captured a large number of arcane masters to the demon world to mass-produce this kind of armor. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and cursed Lu Congzi for dying a horrible death. Bomu said, no matter what, let's solve the problem of the Hong Moon City first. I think what you said is reasonable. I still have the sacred demon palace's Yang Hall. We can offer it as a stronghold to guard the Hong Moon City's crack. We can use it to monitor the realm of demons. After all, this crack can allow demon venerables to pass through. It's even more dangerous than the heaven-shaking mountain range. Ling Moody was overjoyed. That's great. All the higher-ups gathered in front of the crack and started discussing. At least half of the heavenly martial arts realm's fighting power was gathered here, so they weren't afraid of powerful people coming out of the crack. At this moment, a demonic light flickered in front of everyone's eyes. The sky quieted down. Everyone stared at the light and wondered why the demon clan was so daring and dared to come out so openly. The demonic light turned into a circle, and Mo Gong appeared inside it. He raised his hands and said directly, Sirs, please calm down. I'm not here to offend you. Xianxia said coldly, Oh? So you're here to be a bystander? Be careful. You'll get your lunchbox. Heh, even if I'm not here to be a bystander, I don't want to get my lunchbox. Mo Gong said with a smile, I'm here to issue you a challenge. A challenge? Everyone was taken aback and looked at him suspiciously. Mo Gong said with a smile, It's meaningless for our two realms to fight like this. Why don't we find a time and place to fight? The winner will be the king, and the loser will be the slave. What do you think? Xianxia nodded and said, What you said makes sense. I think so too. Why don't we find a time and place? Let's fight. Mo Gong was taken aback. Then, he burst out laughing. Haha, you killed Lan in this battle. Isn't that enough? TSK, TSK. Once Lan dies, the demon realm will be shaken. We won't have time to deal with you for the time being. In my opinion, why don't we gather the elites of both realms here in half a year and have a life and death battle? Li Yunxiao sneered. You said half a year, so it'll be half a year? Since the crack is open, can you come in and we can't go through? We can fight whenever we want. We appreciate your kindness, but let's forget about this agreement. Mo Gong's face darkened. He said with an unsightly expression, do you really want us to slaughter the whole realm of heaven martial arts? Don't think that killing Lan will affect the demon realm. It's just that the blue tribe's power will be reshuffled, and this will happen soon. Li Yunxiao sneered. Whether it will affect us or not, and no matter how important it is, we won't retreat. If you want to get the realm of heaven martial arts, you will have to step over our corpses. You will have to step over every expert of the realm of heaven martial arts. Even if we die, we won't let you get it easily. Whether we are enemies or not, this is our attitude. As the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance's master, he had to fight to the death. He would never yield. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he had to let the enemy know his position and determination. Mo Gong's expression turned cold. He snorted and said, since you don't know what's good for you, don't regret today's decision when your clan is exterminated. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and a large amount of lightning appeared. Mo Gong frowned and said, what? You want to kill me? When two countries fight, they don't kill the envoys. Don't you have any morals? Li Yunxiao sneered. The premise of not killing the envoys is that they have to respect the rules of the other country. You keep saying that your clan will be exterminated in front of me. Now, even if you are here with your real body, I will still kill you, not to mention you are just a projection. The lightning shot out and smashed Gong's projection with a rumbling sound. The lightning didn't slow down. It went straight into the endless crack. Humph. On the other side of the crack, a black shadow snorted angrily. He suddenly swung his arm that was forming a seal in front of him and angrily shouted, damn brat. Not far away from the black shadow stood a large number of devils. Looking at the black mass, there were actually over 10,000 of them. The entire space was surrounded by a massive ring of light, protecting the 10,000 or so people. There were also a large number of demon lords on guard, as if they were afraid that something powerful would charge out from the void. They did not dare to relax at all. Gong, did the negotiation fail? Another black figure with a powerful aura said slowly. He was Ho, one of the 8 demon lords. The 2 demon sovereigns had also gathered over. Their bodies radiated a vicious aura that resembled black flames, and the surrounding demons quickly distanced themselves, not daring to get close. On the other hand, Ji Yinshu was like a pool of stagnant water. Standing there, it was as if he did not exist. Gong nodded and said, they failed. Those people from the heavenly martial arts realm are really arrogant. Perhaps killing Lan made them even more confident. Not only did they not agree to the agreement, they even destroyed my projection. How rude. How dare they be so rude? Yan flew into a rage and shouted, if we retreat like this, we will not only become the joke of the whole demon realm, but even those lowly races in the heavenly martial arts realm will look down on us. Gong nodded and said, I agree with Yan. We must teach them a lesson no matter what. We can't lose our momentum and dignity. Yan snorted coldly and said, negotiating with them is an extremely shameful thing, and now they refused us and killed their emissary. This is the greatest shame of the demon realm in the past hundreds of millions of years. Ho and Ji Yinshu still remained silent. Gong said, don't forget that the goal of the 5 allied troops is to defeat the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance in one fell swoop. We want to occupy at least half of the Heavenly Martial Arts realm. What happened in the end? One of our demon venerables was killed before we even stepped out of the door. To tell you the truth, if you let this go today, don't come to me for anything in the future. Yan snorted and said, me too. I won't join hands with cowards again. Ho finally opened his mouth and said, it's not that the two of you don't understand the current situation. We need time to strengthen and stabilize the crack so that more powerful demons can descend. The realm-devouring demons here are much more terrifying than we expected, so we need time, at least half a year, to consolidate our position here and open the crack. Gong said, but the reality is that we don't have time. We can't be ready all the time. Now they are sitting on your head and shitting on you, and you are still waiting. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. After all, it was his projection that had been destroyed. Every time he thought of it, he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Ji Yunshu, who had been silent, suddenly said, "It's not that we don't have a way to avenge our previous humiliation, but we have to pay a great price." "What way?" Gong Heian asked immediately. Ho raised his head and said, "You mean to tear the crack open by force?" Ji Yunshu nodded and said, "If the four of us work together, we can tear the crack open even bigger. At least in the short term, it can allow demons below Demon Venerable to pass through smoothly. But the four of us will be restrained, and our cultivation will drop greatly after this. But it will only be a temporary drop, and we can recover in half a year." "Drop cultivation?" Gong Heian's expression changed drastically. They looked at each other and kept quiet. The law of the jungle was very prominent in the demon realm. Power was the foundation for everyone to stand in the world. Once their cultivation dropped, the next half a year would become an extremely dangerous period, and they had to consider it carefully. Ho said, "I have thought of this method. If the two of you are willing, I will risk my life to accompany you." Ji Yunshu said, "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Even if we drop, we will still be at the peak of Demon Monarch. Very few people can threaten us. Or for the next half a year, our four divisions will work together and go into seclusion. We can look out for each other." "All right. We will do as you say." Gong said in a deep voice, "Even if we are in danger, I will make them pay." Although Yan was still hesitant, he didn't have any objections. He said, "Let's make arrangements first. After we tear open the crack, the demons of the 5 divisions, except for those who are maintaining the barrier, will all rush out. Even if the realm's power suppresses us, we have a lot of people, and we are much stronger than them. We can still cause a great impact." Ho nodded and said, "That is the only way. Thinking about Lan's tragic death in the realm of heaven martial arts, I feel guilty, and I can't explain it to the Blue Tribe. Now, we will give them the opportunity to take the lead, so that they can take revenge for their king." The corner of Gong's lips curled up into a cold smile. "That's how it should be. Let the Blue Tribe get their revenge first." 1/5 of the demons in the distance were from the Blue Tribe. When they heard him, their expressions changed, and they became extremely unsightly. The devils from the other 4 tribes all revealed expressions of schadenfreude. The law of the jungle forced them to accept the arrangement of the 4 demon venerables. If you don't have power, you don't have the right to speak. This had always been the case in the boundless world. After the 4 demon venerables had a discussion, they left the crowd and stood in front of the crack. Ho took out a magical weapon and held it in his palm. It was in the shape of a ring, and it was covered with demonic marks. There was also a snake-like beast head carved on the top. As long as my Zhonglin dragon ring has enough power, it can open the crack to the greatest extent. How long it can last depends on the power of the 4 of us." After saying that, he opened his mouth and spat out a string of obscure words. At the same time, he tossed the earth dragon hoop out. Several hand seals landed on the ring, and the snake mark on it immediately began to spin, as if there was a strange snake slithering around it. "Start!" Ho shouted loudly and thrust his palms forward. A monstrous demonic might gushed out of his body, and the snake head on the ring opened its mouth and sucked. The ring immediately became several times bigger, and it swelled up in the crack until it blocked the space around it. Rumble, a violent tremor came from the crack, and a large amount of terrifying power gushed out of it. It stirred and formed a whirlpool, which looked like lava. But this power was quickly washed away by the demonic chi. The other 3 demon venerables also attacked at the same time. An astonishing amount of demonic chi poured into the earth dragon ring, and the crack started to strengthen. "Hee hee." Gong grinned hideously and shouted, "All tribes, listen up. Use your power to teach those bastards in the realm of heaven martial arts a lesson. People of the Blue Tribe, fight first. Avenge your king and wash away the humiliation you've suffered. Avenge. Avenge. Everyone shouted excitedly. Only the people of the Blue Tribe looked gloomy, but they had no choice but to rush into the crack. In order to motivate themselves and stimulate their power, they closed their eyes and shouted, "Avenge! Avenge!" After shouting a few times, their whole body was filled with hatred, and their fighting prowess rose. At the same time, on the other side of the crack, in the realm of heaven martial arts, the huge sacred demon palace was standing in the sky. It was the Yang Palace that Bomu had contributed. In order to not be affected by the Yang Palace and to avoid affecting the demonic chi in his body, he had already erased the brand in the Yang Palace, making it an ownerless object. The others started flying to the surroundings of the Hong Moon City and setting up a large number of spirit-gathering spell formations. They attracted the spiritual energy from all directions to fight against the demonic chi. Ning Ku was the one who understood the situation of the Hong Moon City and its surroundings the most, so he took on the role of designing the spell formations. Moreover, some people were dispatched back to Yanwu City, and they started looking for alchemists to set up a fixed passage to the Hong Moon City. Everything was arranged according to the previous plan, and everything was carried out in an orderly manner. There was a person stationed at every 1,000 feet in front of the crack, and they were closely monitoring the state of the crack. They also organized patrol teams to sweep away the demons that were coming out of the crack. Right at this moment, a martial artist who cultivated a spirit eye secret method was the first to discover that something was wrong. He abruptly widened his eyes and stared blankly at the rift, cold sweat oozing out of his forehead. "The demons are invading!" that martial artist roared. His voice was like an explosion. Everyone was shaken by it. What? For a moment, the sky was in an uproar, especially when a large number of martial artists flew out of the Saint Devil Hall. Even the martial artists setting up the spirit-gathering formation in the distance were shocked and hurried back. Countless demons rushed out of the cracks, led by a large number of demon lords. The most numerous were the 10 Directions evil souls. There were more than 1,000 of them. They were accompanied by all kinds of strange-looking demons. Their intelligence was not high, but they were unusually fierce. There were also some bat-like demonic insects mixed in with them, making buzzing noises as they flapped their wings. It was very annoying to listen to them. Demon horde dance. Ling Mudi said in shock, "This is the most complex group of demons. They are launching an all-out attack without a care for anything else. There's also the dark red demonic fog, which is different from ordinary demonic fog. It can reduce some of the suppression of the world's power. It's the most common means of cover for the demons when they launch large-scale attacks." Li Yunxiao said, "In that case, it's very important to destroy this demonic fog." He looked back at Xiaoqing and said, "Can we use that large-scale attack a few more times?" Little Qing said, "But if we do it again, how many times? Do you think I'm a realm king?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Once is fine. I'll let everyone retreat to the Saint Devil Hall. When those demons approach, you will attack them first." Little Qing nodded and took out a pile of spirit wood, sucking in all the spirit chi within it. These were all things Li Yunxiao had just given him. He originally wanted to keep them, but he didn't expect them to come in handy so soon. Li Yunxiao said, "Lord Mudi, in your opinion, can we withstand this attack with our current strength?" Ling Mudi said in a low voice, "We can naturally withstand this wave of attack, but we don't know how many demons there are behind. They should be determined to charge over regardless of anything. Perhaps it's because one of the demon sovereigns was killed, and because you destroyed his projection clone just now, so he's furious." Li Yunxiao said, "Then, just in case, Shuqing Fan, return to Yanwu City now and do your best to gather everyone here." Shuqing Fan was startled. "Are we going to fight to the death?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "I once heard from a demon monarch that there are a total of 8 demon sovereigns in control of the demon realm. The one who just died should be one of them, so there are still 7 demon sovereigns in the demon realm. Judging from the current situation, there must be more than one demon lord behind this crack." They clearly knew that the crack wasn't stable enough, and they couldn't overcome the suppression of the world's power, but they still launched such a large-scale attack. It was clear that they were determined to cut off all means of retreat. Perhaps the most tragic demonic war is just around the corner. Shui Qingfan's face turned solemn as he nodded and said, I understand. He formed an incantation with one hand in front of him. Just as he was about to leave, Mistrock Lord suddenly turned around and tossed over a token. He said, go to Mystically Island again and inform the island lord of this matter. I'm sure he has other arrangements. Yes. Shui Qingfan received the token. There were some simple cloud patterns engraved on it. There was nothing special about it. Then I'll make a move first. Everyone, be careful and wait for my good news. Shui Qingfan's figure flashed and disappeared from the Saint Devil Hall. Ben Tingfeng looked ahead worriedly and said, Lord Haofeng is still in Yinwu City, as well as some other people. If only they could come together. Mistrock Lord looked ahead quietly, there was no expression on his face. Li Yunxiao shouted loudly, everyone, retreat to the Saint Devil Hall. With this order, those martial artists who were in formation and preparing to face the enemy were all startled. But at such a critical moment, no one dared to disobey Li Yunxiao's orders. Immediately, the front formation was abandoned. Over 100 beams of light shot down and landed in the Saint Devil Hall. Xiaoqing adjusted her breathing for a moment before opening her eyes and slowly flying out from the Saint Devil Hall. Li Yunxiao said, there are too many devils. I'm afraid that a single attack won't be effective. I'll replenish them later. Little Qing let out an end sound, and a large amount of lightning erupted from his body. Under his exquisite control, the color of these lightning gradually turned purple, condensing into 4 light pillars as thick as an arm. The devil monarchs at the front immediately sensed the danger. All of them stopped in their tracks and stood in the air in bewilderment. He allowed those demons with lower spiritual intelligence to continue charging forward. Violet Emperor Flight. Xiaoqing lightly spat out, and a large amount of purple light soared into the sky. Rumble. The faster devils at the front were immediately impacted. The 4 beams of light were like meat grinders, spiraling upwards in a double helix shape. Everywhere they passed, a large number of devils exploded. Almost all devils below the deity realm were wiped out by this move. Even existences like the 10 Directions savage souls were continuously struck by the purple light. Their bodies were constantly exploding as they began to degrade. Only the devil monarch level existences condensed a ball of demonic mist around them and desperately resisted the purple light's attack. Listening Moody said solemnly, the range of this move is too large, causing its power to be greatly reduced. It can even take on a level 1 devil monarch. It seems to be inferior to the previous time. Li Yunxiao said, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, there are too many devils, and Xiaoqing doesn't seem to have fully recovered. But this time, not only did we eliminate all the low-level devils, we even cleared out the demonic mist that resisted the power of the world. The effect is great. Listening Moody nodded and said, the remaining ones are hard to chew. Everyone, prepare yourselves and attack together with me. He took the lead and held the soul-defying whip, ready to charge at any time. Li Yunxiao also took out sword Death Redblade and held it in his hand. He said, this time, it's our Heavenly Martial Alliance's turn. Lord Mistrock, please hold the line for us. Mistrock nodded and said, don't worry. Don't go too far. These are just the vanguard of the devil race. I can see that there's a steady stream of demonic light flashing through the crack. I'm afraid there's still a large number of devils hidden, waiting to attack at any time. Mistrock Lord's words caused Li Yunxiao to feel somewhat worried. He could also sense that the other side of the crack wasn't simple, but he had to hold on no matter what. If the devils were to take down Red Moon City and establish a stronghold, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiaoqing's purple emperor fluttering in the air for a moment, and all the lightning dissipated. Xiaoqing's entire body flashed, and he directly teleported back to the Holy Devil Palace. Kill! Li Yunxiao shouted and rushed out with Ling Moody at the same time. More than 200 people from the Heavenly Martial Alliance followed closely behind, charging towards the remaining devils. At the front of the crack, Gong's projection appeared again. When he saw the scene in front of him, his face turned ashen. His gaze passed through the battlefield and landed on Xiaoqing. He had already listed her as his number 1 enemy. She had killed more than half of his army with a single move. Such a terrifying method would definitely cause even more devils to die at her hands in the future. Is that the innate wood spirit body? What a disaster. In the crack, a magic mirror appeared in front of the four demon venerables, and it displayed the battlefield in front of them. When the four demon venerables saw Xianxia's power, their expressions became unsightly. Yan snorted and said, "Compared to the Ewood spirit body, I'm more interested in the lad with the six-pass demonic weapon." TSK. The Monogatari's demonic ether is the only thing that can contact the six-pass demonic weapon. His eyes shone. Yan, you're trying so hard to fight. I don't think it's because of your dignity, but because of the six-pass demonic weapon. Gong looked at him coldly. TSK. Who doesn't want the six-pass demonic weapon? That's the main reason, but I also want to get back at them so that they won't become a laughingstock. Even if the Monogatari's demonic ether hadn't appeared, I would still deal with these bastards. Yan said angrily, staring at the magic mirror gloomily. Ho said, I didn't expect the Monogatari's sacred demon palace to be taken by the heavenly martial arts realms people. I can take this opportunity to take it back and make up for my previous losses. Yan's expression changed slightly. He said, this sacred demon palace is real, and yours is just a replica. Do you want to use the real one to make up for the replica? How can the two be compared? Ho said, although mine is a replica, it was made by a great demon's ancestor countless years ago, and its power is ranked first among all replicas. It's not much weaker than the true sacred demon palace. But this palace outside doesn't seem to be complete, so I can use it to make up for my losses. Gong said impatiently, are you done yet? The battle has just started, and the outcome has not been decided yet, but you're already thinking about dividing the spoils? Whether we can take it or not is still a problem. Let's talk about it after we kill these bastards and occupy the city below. Yan snorted coldly. He didn't say anything and continued watching the magic mirror. In the mirror, although the two sides were fighting intensely, the people of Blue Tribe were clearly not a match for them. Most of the people of Xuanli Island didn't take action, but Ben Tingfeng and the other God Realm experts flew into the battlefield and killed the level 2 demon monarchs. Very quickly, the demon race showed signs of collapsing. Gong looked coldly and said, they are still at a disadvantage because of the suppression of the world. Even the level 2 demon monarchs can be killed by them. How frustrating. Otherwise, we would only need one group to easily take down this city. Ho said, actually, the density of the demonic chi outside is already not lower than the demon world. It's just that the process of demonification requires a process. The battlefield now is much better than before. Next, send out the heaven-raising giant demon to defeat the sacred demon palace. Isn't it too early to send out the heaven-raising giant demon? We should at least send it into the middle of the battlefield, right? Gong was shocked. Yan's expression was also filled with disagreement. Only Ji didn't say anything. Ho said, no need. These people's strength is limited. They won't be able to withstand our attacks. Let's push the battle to its climax earlier. Gong nodded and immediately passed down the order. Within the halo of the camp, there was a commotion of shock. Everyone was discussing. There were a few demon monarchs in front. They arranged themselves into the shape of a formation and started making hand seals. A strange formation immediately formed in the middle of them. Rumbling sounds came from within the formation. Then, a few demonic lights flew out and shot towards the crack. A huge tremor came from the crack, as if the passage was shaken. The expressions of the four demon venerables changed. They made hand signs at the same time to stabilize the passage. Several giant demons moved forward slowly in the crack. All the demons around them screamed in fear and fled in all directions. Outside the crack, a large number of Blue Tribe demons ran back. They hid at the mouth of the crack and didn't dare to fight anymore. Those who retreat are a disgrace to our tribe. When we return, they will all be beheaded. Gong's projection stood in front of the crack, supervising the battle. He looked coldly at the retreating demons. Your Excellency Gong, we are already fighting with all our might. Although the Blue Tribe is leading the charge, why haven't we seen the other four tribes? Aren't they sending us to our deaths? A demon king was filled with grief and indignation. He didn't care about offending Gong's dignity. He said angrily, although Lord Lan is dead and we have no one to rely on, we are still a force of the demon realm. Can't you think of the bigger picture? Will you only be satisfied when we are all dead? Gong looked at him coldly. Suddenly, he broke the ice and laughed. He said, everyone, please calm down. Don't get the wrong idea. How can we send you to your deaths for no reason? If you look back, you will know that we won't abandon our position. The demon kings looked back and saw a terrifying aura coming from the crack. It was as if a giant demon was moving forward. Every step it took made the crack tremble. That is, a demon king suddenly shouted. Sky-reaching giant demon. What? It's a sky-reaching giant demon. Why are they moving out so soon? The other demon kings also cried out in surprise. They looked delighted. And there is more than one. Haha. Gong laughed wildly. He said, this time, we sent 7 sky-reaching giant demons. Cooperate with them and kill the bastards of the realm of heaven martial arts. Avenge Lan and prove your worth. The demon king's expressions changed slightly, but they weren't as depressed as before. They said hurriedly, we won't let you down. The figures of the 7 gigantic devils gradually appeared, and they walked out of the crack. The people of the blue tribe followed them closely. They were all murderous. They wanted to take revenge. Outside the crack, the people of the Heavenly Martial Union were cleaning up the battlefield. Aside from killing all the demonic baleful demons, they also had to use secret techniques to clear out the demonic chi and send it out of Crimson Moon City. They used the purifying power of the mountains and rivers to purify the demonic chi. Suddenly, Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he looked at the crack. His eyes were filled with shock. A huge pressure came from the crack, as if mountains were being moved over. Everyone felt an indescribable pressure. Demon Lord? Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they immediately thought of this possibility. Even if a second-level demon lord descended, it would not be able to bring about such a massive pressure. Is the demon sovereign going to appear? You would rather bear the pressure of the heavenly martial arts realm's world power and risk your life to show yourself and fight? In the Saint Devil Hall, Li Yunxiao mumbled to himself, his face filled with shock. The others also grew nervous. Lin Mudi immediately summoned everyone back to the Saint Devil Hall. Even Mistrock Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. He had been brooding over the fact that he had nearly allowed Devil Blue to escape from his grasp. Now that he could finally see the Demon Lord again, his blood started to flow faster. That is. While everyone was guessing, a giant head came out of the crack. Its eyes were as red as rubies, and its body was covered with veined patterns. It had a horn on its head. Rumble, the giant demon stepped out of the crack. It seemed as if its whole body was formed by a giant stone, and it was indomitable. Roar, a loud roar came from the sky-reaching giant demon's mouth, and it shook the whole world. The sky-reaching giant demon's face became ferocious, as if it was being suppressed by the world power. It seemed extremely irritable, and it kept shouting at the sky. When it saw the Saint Devil Hall below, its eyes turned scarlet, and it rushed over. The expressions of everyone in the Saint Devil Hall changed greatly. They all felt a powerful pressure, and the Saint Devil Hall could not help but shake. Is this the might of a demon sovereign? Even though it is being suppressed, it is still comparable to half a Fate Realm expert. Li Yunxiao was horrified. Mudi's expression was solemn. He shook his head and said, this is not a demon sovereign, but an abnormally powerful demonic creature in the demon world. It is called the sky-reaching giant demon, and its strength is below that of a demon sovereign. However, because its intelligence is not high, it is an excellent killing machine. Li Yunxiao said in shock, this is not a demon sovereign? But the feeling it gives me is not inferior to the demon sovereign from before. Mistrock Lord said, because that demon sovereign had too many avatars, he used up too much power. If this demon was placed in the demon world, it would be comparable to a Fate Realm expert. But right now, it is still lacking a bit. His figure flashed, and he charged towards the sky-reaching giant demon. As Mistrock Lord moved, the impact from the sky-reaching giant demon immediately disappeared. Mistrock Lord's entire body emitted a faint light, and a faint layer of armor formed. Without any fancy moves, he directly punched towards the sky-reaching giant demon's body. Rumble, the two extremely powerful shockwaves collided, immediately causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to cave in. The world sank into darkness without any light. Except for Li Yunxiao and some experts who practiced the spirit eye secret technique, everyone else's vision went black, and they couldn't see anything. They could only rely on their divine senses to distinguish between the two. The sacred demon palace was like a small boat swaying in the wind under the impact of the energy's repercussions. What? Gong's projection, who was in front of the crack, was shocked. His pupils opened wide, and shock flashed in his eyes. The other 3 demon sovereigns in front of the demon mirror were also shocked. Yan's face became hideous, and he said in shock, "Fate realm." Countless cracks appeared on the sky-reaching giant demon's body, and wherever the fist's wind hit, it cracked like a spider web. The cracked skin and muscles turned into pieces of rock, and they burst out. I didn't expect that the heavenly martial arts realm also had a fate realm expert. D***it. How is this possible? Yan was shocked, and his face became gloomy. He clenched his teeth and said, "The information we got isn't like this." Ho and Ji were also shocked. Ho said in a deep voice, "This is troublesome. If the heavenly martial arts realm still has a fate realm expert, and we can't solve the problem of the suppression of the realm's power, we will be in a passive position. TSK. Those informants are a bunch of good-for-nothings. When I go back, I will twist their heads off." Yan's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, "Now, the most troublesome thing is, how many fate realm experts does the heavenly martial arts realm have? If we don't know their numbers, we will lose this battle without knowing why." Ji said, "Don't be impatient. The heavenly martial arts realm has lacked the 10 directions rules for 100,000 years, and this is certainly true. Moreover, look at this guy. He is transformed into a void light armor, so he must have cultivated his body to the fate realm. He is different from ordinary fate realm experts. In my opinion, the heavenly martial arts realm doesn't have anyone who has cultivated to the fate realm. At most, there are 1 or 2 people like this guy, whose body has reached the Dharmakaya realm." The Dharmakaya realm? What's that? Yan asked. Moreover, are you sure that there are only 1 or 2 people like this in the heavenly martial arts realm? Ji explained, although the realm of the heavenly martial arts realm corresponds to the realm of demons, their cultivation is completely different. Even in the heavenly martial arts realm, there are 2 systems. One is to comprehend the rules of heaven and earth and reach the fate realm, which is similar to us. The other is to develop one's own potential. You should know that this universe is holographic, and every body is actually a universe body. They don't need to comprehend the rules, and they can just temper their bodies to have the same power as the fate realm. In the heavenly martial arts realm, they are called Dharmakaya. Dharmakaya. So, it's similar to the sky-reaching giant demons. Ho frowned and pondered for a moment. Ji nodded and said, "You can say that. They both rely on the strength of their bodies to fight. As for how many Dharmakaya realm experts there are in the heavenly martial arts realm, we can find out from the 7 sky-reaching giant demons." Ho also nodded and said, "That's right. If there is an expert who can contend against the 7 sky-reaching giant demons, we will retreat immediately and make a further plan. If there are only 1 or 2. After the 7 sky-reaching giant demons, we will send 2 groups of people, and they will be able to conquer this city." The other 3 people nodded and started to observe carefully. The sky-reaching giant demon's strength wasn't as strong as a demon venerable's, but because the realm of demons was at a higher level, it was almost as strong as a fate realm expert. However, it was in the heavenly martial arts realm, and it was exposed to the realm's power for the first time, so it was suppressed by the Mist Rock Master. After the punch, the sky-reaching giant demon's shoulder was shattered, but it didn't die. Its red eyes emitted 2 beams of red light. The Mist Rock Master's expression changed. He also realized that this creature wasn't easy to deal with, and its vitality was beyond his imagination. Bang! Bang! The Mist Rock Master waved his hand, and the virtual light condensed into a blade in his palm. He slashed forward and smashed the 2 beams of red light. Soon after, his body flickered, and he rushed forward again. He used the virtual light blade to attack the sky-reaching giant demon's head. Li Yunxiao was shocked when he saw this. Even though he could condense a fleshly body's virtual light blade, he was still far from being able to use it as freely as the Mist Rock Master. At this moment, his heart thumped, and he instinctively turned his head to look at the crack. The sky-reaching giant demon's head appeared in the crack, which was several acres wide. Moreover, there was more than one. Ah! This, Li Yunxiao was startled, and he cried out involuntarily, "Everyone, be careful. It's coming again. Oh my god, are there more of these things?" The sacred magic palace's martial artists all shivered, and they looked over in fright. 6 sky-reaching giant demons came out of the crack one by one. The appearance of each of them caused the world to tremble, and their terrifying pressure condensed into black clouds in the sky that surged downwards. The demonic kings that had previously fled also came out, and they all wore evil smiles on their faces. The pleasure of revenge was growing in their hearts. However, the heavenly martial arts realm's people didn't care about these demonic kings. Everyone's gazes fell on the 6 sky-reaching giant demons, and they were all filled with fright. The Mist Rock Lord was equally shocked. Killing the one in front of him was extremely taxing, and the 6 new ones were not any weaker than the one in front of him. Distracted, he was almost hit by the giant demon in front of him. He was so frightened that he hurriedly focused on the battle. Li Yunxiao swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His mind was a little muddled as he said, "This thing can be mass-produced?" Ling Mudi's expression was also ugly as he shook his head. Back then, the demon sealing war lasted for decades, and I only saw a dozen of these existences. The other party was able to summon 7 of them at once. It's obvious that the existence behind the crack is even more terrifying than these 7 giant demons. Li Yunxiao said in shock, "Could it be that the other 7 demon sovereigns have also gathered here?" Ling Mudi said, "That's indeed possible. What should we do now? Fight or leave?" After seeing the 6 giant demons, Ling Mudi lost his composure and even began to waver. He began to hesitate. "Fight. Of course we have to fight." Li Yunxiao's expression was resolute as he said without hesitation, "If we retreat now, then all our previous resistance and sacrifices will be in vain. If we want to take back Crimson Moon City, it will be 10,000 times more difficult." Well said. Ning Kuei also had a resolute expression as he said in a deep voice, This old man's battlefield, and this old man has retreated from this battlefield too many times, to the point that I can no longer return. In today's battle, I will not retreat even half a step. I will live and die with Crimson Moon City." Ling Mudi also abandoned the thought of retreating and praised, "Not bad. Previously, we expressed our attitude and determination to the demon realm. Now is the time to use blood and strength to defend this determination." The three's aura and conviction immediately infected everyone. Everyone was unafraid of death as they looked coldly at the sky. After putting down life and death, the burden in their hearts immediately disappeared, and they became relaxed. Li Yunxiao said, "These 6 giant demons, I can deal with one by myself. How should we distribute the rest?" "What? Absolutely not." Chu Hongyan immediately objected, "This is an existence that even Lord Mist Rock Lord can't deal with. Fei Yang, don't show off. Let Lord Ling Mudi and I work together with you to deal with one." Mudi and many others from the Heavenly Martial Alliance agreed. After all, Li Yunxiao wasn't just Li Yunxiao anymore. He was the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance's master. If anything happened to him, it would be a great blow to the entire alliance, or even the entire Heavenly Martial Arts realm. Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "I know what I'm doing. Do you think I'm a reckless person? With my strength, it won't be a problem to deal with one. You'll have to think of a way to deal with the remaining 5. Chu Hongyan still wanted to protest, but Li Yunxiao put 2 fingers on her lips. He smiled gently and said, "Trust me." Chu Hongyan's face was full of bitterness. She held his fingers and forced a smile. "Promise me, don't force yourself." Li Yunxiao nodded before he flew up and headed towards the sky. Chu Hongyan felt a tug in her heart and worry was written all over her face. But she understood that at this moment, the best way to help him was to let him go and focus on killing the enemy. Mudi turned around and looked at someone. He said, "Pani, are you confident?" Pani frowned and said, "I can't deal with it alone. But if I join hands with others, I can still fight." Mudi looked at him deeply and said, "What if I join hands with you?" Pani thought for a while and said honestly, "You're not strong enough." It's useless to join hands with you. Mu Di was quite frustrated. This familiar face had said such words in front of him. He really wanted to punch him. Bei Chunnan said, "What if I join hands?" Panny looked at him and blinked. He said, "You're also at the void light realm. But your body is incomplete. You're far weaker than me. If we can join hands with another divine realm void realm expert, we can deal with one." Someone wanted to volunteer immediately, but Mu Di stopped him. He said, "We don't have enough people. There are only 3 of us and my mount. We can't take more than that." Panny looked at the Sky Patrol Bull and said, "This thing is basically useless. But since you want to try, you can try." Moo. The Sky Patrol Bull trembled in anger. It took a few steps forward and used its horn to poke him. "Haha, stop fooling around." The listening shepherd flute pulled the heaven patrolling bull over to prevent it from going berserk. Chu Hongyan said, "The Divine Cloud Palace will try to deal with one." Mi Jihan and the others' expressions changed. They all felt the pressure was too great. Luo Chunru criticized, "Palace Lord, aren't you being too inconsiderate?" Chu Hongyan said, "The Grand Supreme Elder and I are both at the Divine Realm Void Realm. With everyone here, we can manage." Luo Chunru was unwilling. She shouted, "Have you thought about it? If we don't command properly, the Divine Cloud Palace's tens of thousands of years of history will be destroyed." Chu Hongyan was furious. She scolded, "I'm the Palace Lord. I don't allow you to talk nonsense in the face of battle. If you say another word, I'll kill you right now." Her expression turned cold. She gathered her murderous aura and suppressed Luo Chunru. If this was any other time, she wouldn't care about this person. Even if her dignity was damaged, she wouldn't care. But at this moment, a military order must be obeyed. The sect leader's words could not be disobeyed, especially at this critical moment. Luo Chunru's expression changed. She felt the coldness and knew that Chu Hongyan was really angry. She didn't dare to speak anymore. She looked at Mi Jihan pleadingly. But Mi Jihan also knew that the matter was serious. She blamed Luo Chunru for causing trouble. She didn't give the sect leader any face. She glared at Luo Chunru to make her shut up. Chen Duantian stepped forward. "The Saber sect is willing to help." Lu Yuan, the Long family elder, quickly said, "The Long family is also willing to help." Mu Di said, "That's good. With the 3 of you, even if you can't win, you can at least hold one back." Chu Hongyan wanted to refuse, but since Mu Di had spoken, she couldn't. Mu Di said, "Everyone, be careful. Follow Palace Lord Hongyan's orders. I hope you can cooperate." "Yes." Everyone shouted in unison. Chu Hongyan was the strongest among them in terms of strength and prestige. Moreover, they were all part of the 7 major sections. Although they didn't have a good relationship with each other in the past, now that there were so many experts, the high and mighty pride of the major sects was long gone. Chu Hongyan said, "Thank you for your trouble." She turned and flew out of the Saint Devil Palace. There were more than 10 people following behind her. They were all experts from the 3 sections. Even the weakest among them was in the God realm. Bo Long said, "Those giant demons are not to be underestimated. Let me help Palace Lord Hongyan." He and Hua Xiao turned into 2 rays of light and flew out. From the Ocean Emperor's bloodline, only the 2 of them and Bomu had come. Because Narcissus cultivated the true solar mantra, and the way I heard, she was trapped under Yanwu City by Bo Long with a restriction, forcing her to cultivate. She would not be able to escape without reaching the godly realm. The experts from Xianli Island saw that 3 of the giant demons were taken away, leaving only 3 giant demons. Ben Tingfeng was overjoyed, "Leave the remaining 3 to us." Ling Mudi was also overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Good. Thank you for your trouble. Also, be careful of those demon kings." Ben Tingfeng cupped his fists and said, "You are too polite. Be careful. We will send experts to trap the 3 giant demons. The rest of us will deal with the demon kings." The Heavenly Martial Union still had many experts left. They volunteered to join the team to deal with the demon kings. Bomu said, "Be careful. If you can't defeat them, return to the Saint Devil Palace immediately." With the firmness of the palace, if it is destroyed, it can resist the giant demon's attacks for a while. Good. Everyone, be careful. Go. Ling Mudi shouted and rushed out. Nearly 300 rays of light flew out of the Saint Devil Palace and confronted the giant demons and demon kings. Gong's projection was still standing in front of the fissure. She sneered and said calmly, "You came out in full strength? Heaven martial arts realms bastards, let me see how strong you are." The 6 giant demons were attracted, and the whole world started shaking. The sky had already turned into nothingness. Apart from the teleportation formation protected by restrictions, the rest of the buildings in the Red Moon City had already turned into ashes. Not a single brick or tile could be seen. It seemed like the city had always been desolate. Li Yunxiao and the Mist Rock Master were fighting fiercely. When they saw that the battle had erupted and the remaining giant demons had been attracted, they couldn't help but become anxious. The Mist Rock Master had already cut a large part of the giant demon's body. But the giant demon didn't die. Its vitality was unbelievably tenacious. Li Yunxiao didn't dare to confront the giant demon head-on. He relied on his nimble body techniques to cut off the giant demon's body. However, the giant demon's body was like a mountain. He couldn't cut off any blood. Only a large amount of rubble fell. When Li Yunxiao saw the battle erupt in the distance, he became anxious. He took a risk and teleported in front of the giant demon's head. He slashed his sword at its eyes. No matter what kind of existence it was, the eyes would always be its weakness. The giant demon's eyes focused, and a red light shot out of them. Bang! The sword energy was extinguished. However, Li Yunxiao's body flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the giant demon's right eye. His left arm was covered with a large amount of lightning, and he attacked. The previous sword attack was just a feint. He wanted the giant demon to attack him with its eye light to create a gap so that he could use his thunder fist. Boom! His whole arm covered with lightning pierced into the giant demon's right eye. The giant demon's ruby-like eyeball suddenly cracked. It let out a deafening roar. It was in great pain. As expected, it works. When the giant demon's palm was about to slap his face, Li Yunxiao teleported away again. The giant demon's palm slapped him hard, and the sky trembled. The next moment, Li Yunxiao appeared in the sky above the giant demon's head and looked down coldly. In his eyes, the giant demon was strong, but it lacked wisdom and agility. It was about to die. The skypiercer roared in pain, one hand covering his eyes while the other slammed into the void. Just that energy alone was enough to compress space to the point of freezing. Normally, powerful experts like this, especially those lacking in agility, would have powerful spatial suppression abilities. The light around Li Yunxiao's body flickered like a candle, and his right eye turned blood red. The faint laws of space transformed into the ancient Maha characters that revolved around him. If it were anyone else, it would be very difficult for them to escape from the shackles of this palm. All they could do was brace themselves and take it head-on. The Mistrock Lord had been fighting head-on all this time. The palm slammed into the place where Li Yunxiao had been standing, instantly shattering space and creating a bottomless crater. However, Li Yunxiao had already teleported above the skypiercer, and he raised his hand and pressed it down. The 6-colored light revolved in his palm, and the Tusada heavenly peak suddenly expanded to the size of a mountain. The skypiercer seemed to turn his head in shock, and his scarlet eyes flashed with shock. With a loud roar, he raised his hand to protect his head. Rumble! The Tusada heavenly peak came crashing down, and the skypiercer lifted it up with both hands. Although his entire body was bursting with energy, and he seemed to be having a hard time doing so, he had actually managed to hold on, and stably at that. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he quickly descended to the top of the mountain. He formed a hand seal with one hand. Immediately, circles of ancient Maha characters began to revolve around him, and the 6-colored light above the Tusada heavenly peak began to glow with golden runes. Faint earth-type elemental energy appeared in the sky, condensing into a vortex that continuously flowed into the Tusada heavenly peak. Boom! It was as if the weight of the mountain had increased by quite a bit. The skypiercer's body trembled, and his arms seemed to tremble as well. However, he still stood there with both hands raised, as if he was unable to move. Li Yunxiao was also extremely shocked. Apart from the boundless gravity of the Tushita heavenly peak, he had also used the Maha divine art to condense the power of the earth elemental rules of order to create an extremely strong gravity that kept pressing down, but the sky-piercing giant demon was able to withstand it. The sky-piercing giant demon's body shook a little. It struggled to lift the mountain, as if it wanted to throw it away. However, every time he tried to gather his chi, a bolt of purple lightning would strike him from above, shattering his chi and making it impossible for him to break free. Gong also saw this scene from above and scolded, "Idiot." He then ordered the Blue Tribe Devil Lords to kill Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao frowned. There were more than 10 demon lords flying over. Their strengths varied, but all of them were injured. He casually threw out the Luding and Liujia, which instantly formed a formation in the air. A golden light covered a radius of 10,000 feet, trapping all the demon lords within. At the same time, his glabella flashed, and the World God Monument turned into a ray of white light, shooting into the formation. 3 heads and 6 arms appeared on Li Yunxiao's body again. One of his Dharma aspects was weaving seals to condense the power of earth to suppress the Skypiercer. Another Dharma aspect was controlling the Luding and Liujia 12 divine beings killing formation. The last Dharma aspect was continuously using the Great Universe God technique to activate the World God Monument. The runes on the monument circulated and the power of the world shone brightly. It was released in the heavenly divine beings killing formation and shone on every demon lord. A level 1 demon lord, who was already severely injured, exploded with a bang under the attack of the power of the world. He disintegrated into a few 10-direction evil spirits. The expressions of the other demon lords changed greatly, and their eyes were filled with terror. At the same time, the Luding and Liujia weaved seals and condensed golden giant spirits, which charged into the formation. The demon lords' expressions changed drastically. If they were not injured before, they would be able to charge out of the formation easily by joining forces. However, they were powerless now. They could only clench their teeth and fight the golden giant spirits. What? That thing in the formation can release the power of the world? In the crack, in front of the demonic mirror, Yen looked at Li Yunxiao's 3 heads and 6 arms transcendence golden body and the universe god steel in the 12 heavenly divine beings killing formation. Even the expressions of Ho and Ji, who were usually calm, changed greatly. Their eyes opened wide. Heavenly Saint Artifact. That is the Heavenly Saint Artifact of the Heavenly Martial Arts realm. Ji said in surprise, "What is going on? The Heavenly Saint Artifacts of the 2 realms are in the hands of one person? Something is wrong. There must be something strange." Ho said in a deep voice, "In this battle, we must capture this person. His importance is even greater than occupying a city." Ji said, "This is unbelievable. In the countless years of the 2 realms, I have never heard of such a thing. The Heavenly Saint Artifacts of 2 realms appeared in the hands of one person at the same time. Moreover, look at the 3 heads and 6 arms transcendence golden body. He must have received the inheritance of the Monogatari." Yen said in a cold voice, "We must take back the 6 paths demonic weapons, and we must kill this person. It is time to send the forces of the 4 divisions to battle, right? I am afraid that the heaven-reaching demon will not be able to hold on for much longer." Ho looked at the other 2 and nodded slightly, agreeing with Yan's words. Ho then said, "All right, the heaven-reaching demon was originally used to sweep the battlefield and release it in the middle of the battle to defeat the enemy's fresh troops. But now, it is also used to deplete the enemy's strength. Let the 4 divisions do the sweeping. Moreover, it is not easy to get these 7 heaven-reaching demon. Try to preserve them as much as possible and do not let them die." Gong nodded and once again created a projection, which began to deploy troops in the crack. Actually, with the battle power of the 7 heaven-reaching demon, they had already filled the entire battlefield of the Red Moon City. Any more troops would cause chaos. Even if the people of the 4 divisions attacked, they could only assist the 7 heaven-reaching demon and attack the people of the Heavenly Martial Alliance in the cracks of the battle. Therefore, Gong selected a few demon kings from the 4 divisions and brought a large number of demons into the crack. There were not many demons in this batch, less than a quarter of the total. But in the eyes of the demon sovereigns, this number was enough. In the advancing troops, other than the 10 directions vicious souls and fiends, there were 2 types of demons that were very eye-catching. Almost all of them were sent. One of them was oval and slowly moved in the passageway. At a glance, it looked like a black ball of meat. It seemed harmless and did not have any battle power. The other type was wrapped in black feathers and flew, only revealing half of its head. Red runes constantly flashed on its wings. It was a type of extremely fast devil bird, and was known as the Silly Bird. Silly Bird's strength was on par with the 10 Directions' vicious souls and fiends, but she was very agile. She was very suitable to fight with strength-type demons like the heaven-reaching demon. Previously, because Little Qing's Purple Emperor dance had instantly killed a shocking number of demons, the 4 demon sovereigns did not dare to send the Silly Bird out. But they did not see Little Qing move, and the 7 heaven-reaching demons were in a deadly battle. This was the best time for Silly Bird to fight. Other kinds of demons were sent in, but not a single one of those strength-type demons was sent. A strangely shaped troop, mainly made up of lightly armored demons, slowly crossed a boundary under the lead of a demon with short purple hair. The purple demon didn't just have purple hair and beard, even his eyes were a deep purple. He walked at the very front of the troop, his face expressionless. Gong looked at him and said, "Purple, even such an astounding battle cannot make the blood in your body excited?" The demon wasn't just completely purple, even his name was purple. He said coolly, "A battle without any suspense, will you feel excited? It's just cleaning up the trash after the battle." The surrounding demon sovereigns frowned slightly, but no one made a sound. They only thought, Purple's words are so impolite, and there is not a single word of respect in his tone. In the 4 divisions, he is probably the only one who dares to speak like this to the 4 demon sovereigns. At this time, far away in Yanwu City in the southern region, several giant formation lights flickered in the sky above Yanwu City, and a 9th-grade warship was teleported away. Ding Linger looked at the disappearing warship and clasped her hands in front of her chest. She prayed, "Everybody, you must hold on. The reinforcements will arrive soon." Shuqing Fan didn't look as carefree as usual. Now, he looked serious, which was rare for him. He said, "I don't want to comfort you. This battle is unprecedentedly desperate. Everyone who joined the battle didn't have the confidence to come back alive." Ding Linger's body trembled. She said with fear, "Then why didn't we retreat? We knew the situation was desperate, and we might not be able to defend it. Why didn't we retreat? We still have a long way to go, and we can still fight." Shuqing Fan glanced at her and said, "Even so, we still have to fight to the death. Because we have no way to retreat. Once the Red Moon City falls, the demons will have a great stronghold in the realm of heaven martial arts. Moreover, the eastern region doesn't have any strong existences, and the Red Moon City is the leader. The demons' power will quickly spread to the whole eastern region." He said seriously, "So, if the Red Moon City falls, the whole eastern region will fall. 1/4 of the Tianwu continent's territory will be occupied by the demons. At that time, the demons won't need to invade the other 3 regions. They just need to spend some time demonizing the whole eastern region so that they can adapt to the realm power of the realm of heaven martial arts. Then, we will lose." "But," Ding Linger said in a trembling voice, "if everyone dies in battle, even if we defend the Red Moon City, what will we do if the demons come again?" Shuqing Fan sighed and said, "If we can defend the Red Moon City, the demons will suffer heavy losses. They won't be able to launch another large-scale battle in a short time. As for the future, hee. If we don't have the present, how can we talk about the future?" Ding Linger was experienced in the business world. She had seen many things and experienced many things. She wasn't like an ordinary girl. She quickly calmed down and nodded. She said, "I understand. Since this is Brother Xianxia's decision, it's also everyone's decision. I will stick to it. I just hate that my power is limited. I can only pray here and hope everyone will come back soon." Shuqing Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Everyone will come back safely." Ding Linger smiled, but it was a forced smile. She suddenly asked, "Ding Shan. Is he really dead?" Shuqing Fan nodded and said, "He's really dead. Wan Qianni of the Treasure Tower is also dead." The confrontation between the North-South Business Alliance and the North-South Business Alliance will become history. If we can defend the Red Moon City, Miss Ling can join hands with the Money Gang to merge the two great chambers of commerce and form the only business alliance in the world again. Ding Ling nodded and said, if that's the case, I'll handle this matter now. Because I firmly believe that everyone will come back alive. Shui Qingfan said, don't be anxious. Now that all the experts in Yanwu City have left, the void in the city is tight. We still need Miss Ling to manage the city's defense. Don't forget that there are still some unstable factors in the city. Ding Ling frowned and said softly, are you talking about the demon clan? Shui Qingfan's eyes narrowed and he said, yes. Although the demon clan is declining now, don't forget that Yanwu City is also empty. Ding Ling frowned even more and said, I believe Mr. AI is not someone who hits people when they are down. Moreover, the Battle of the Red Moon City concerns the lifeline of the entire realm of heaven martial arts. Mr. AI will not act recklessly. Shui Qingfan smiled faintly and said, I also believe in Mr. AI's character. But he is not a demon emperor. Although he is a person of virtue and prestige, whether he can control all the demon clan, even Mr. AI himself is not sure. Ding Ling said, my lord, I understand. Let's postpone the business of the business alliance. For now, I will focus all my energy on the city's defense. Shui Qingfan sighed and said, the evil technique on Gu Qingqing and Mo has not been removed. Otherwise, with the two of them joining us, we will have a greater chance of winning. But leaving them in Yanwu City is also good. If the city is really empty, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ding Ling said resolutely, my lord, don't worry too much. Lord Haofeng led the Xuanli Islands people to support them. They will be fine. As soon as she finished speaking, a red light flickered in front of them and fell into the teleportation formation below. She said hurriedly, send me to the Red Moon City. When they looked, they were overjoyed. Ding Ling exclaimed, my lord Mo. The red light was Mo. He stood in the teleportation formation and nodded, I'm fine now. Ding Ling said happily, then, Master Gu Qingqing. Mo faintly smiled with a hint of ridicule in his eyes as he said with contempt, how can that woman compare to me? She wants to fully recover and lie in bed for a few more years. Although Mo's words were a little exaggerated, Gu Qingqing was indeed still unconscious. Although she would wake up from time to time, she could not fight for long periods of time. Ding Ling quickly said, I'll get someone to activate the teleportation portal now. Soon, Mo disappeared into the teleportation light. Ding Ling and Shui Qingfan were in a good mood. With Mo's help, their chances of winning were much higher. Furthermore, the aura that Mo was emitting was no longer the same as before. Even Shui Qingfan felt apprehensive standing before him. During the battle at the Five Cloud Mountain, Mo had absorbed a large amount of blood from the monster and human warriors. He had stepped into the ethereal extreme immortal realm. After that, he cultivated the Brahma Demon's sacred art, and during the battle in the sea forest, he sucked all the blood of the elites of the four seas dry. Even if Desolation and Shang were still around, their strength was far from Mo's. Shui Qingfan said, I'll also go first. I still have to go to the immortal realm. The space in the immortal realm is a little complicated. It will take some time to find Xianli Island. After saying that, his figure turned into a light smoke and disappeared. Ding Ling looked in the direction where Shui Qingfan disappeared and was silent for a while. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. Who is it? Who touched the teleportation portal? Then, a teleportation light soared into the sky from the noisy place, illuminating a part of the sky. Ding Ling was shocked. She turned around in exasperation and thought to herself, the experts of the city have just left, and now someone is here to cause trouble. But within the light, there was a hazy white figure. She could not see the figure's face clearly. Then, the figure slowly disappeared from the city along with the teleportation light. Ding Ling hurriedly flew over and asked, who was that? The people in charge of the teleportation gathered around and looked at each other in dismay. The leader in charge felt even more guilty and blamed himself, my lord, we couldn't see who that person was. Please punish us. Please punish us. The warriors in the surroundings were all ashamed and lowered their heads. Ding Ling looked at the teleportation portal and said, since this person came from the city, he must have been hiding in the city for a long time, but we did not discover him. She frowned. Now, the Yanwu city was full of good and bad people. Although the management was strict, it was impossible to know all the warriors' information. It was normal to miss one or two, especially those powerful warriors. If they wanted to avoid the supervision of the Yanwu city, it was possible. Ding Ling asked, the direction that person was teleported to is, the leader hurriedly said, the direction has not been adjusted. It should be the Red Moon City. The Red Moon City, Ding Ling nodded and said. Alright, it's alright. You can go back to your duties. Let's pretend nothing happened just now. She felt relieved. No matter what that person's identity was, since he went to the Red Moon City, he was still a strong warrior of the realm of heaven martial arts. In this turbulent era, although everyone had their own goals and ideals, under the common disaster of the realm of heaven martial arts, they could still let go of their former enmity and strive toward the same goal, even at the cost of their lives. It was like this 100,000 years ago, and it would be like this 100,000 years later. Ding Ling stood in the wind. The cold wind messed up her hair. She gently stroked her hair and said to herself, unstable factors in the city. There seems to be one more person. She recalled that when she went to look for that person, she had been refused at the door. Maybe I didn't explain it clearly enough, and Wei Qing doesn't have a comprehensive understanding of the situation in the Red Moon City. If he could understand the danger he's in, perhaps he would help. So many experts are risking their lives in the front, and I was refused several times. It's not a big deal to lose face. Ding Ling immediately made up her mind to persuade Wei Qing to help. She would not give up until she persuaded him. After a while, Shui Qingfan's figure appeared in the eternal world. He glanced around, and all he saw was a boundless void. It seems that it will take some time for the eternal world to merge with the realm of heaven martial arts completely. Shui Qingfan took out a pointer and held it in his palm. The pointer was diamond-shaped, and its two ends were different colors. It rotated rapidly in the air, then stopped and pointed to the south. The south. I don't know how far it is, Shui Qingfan muttered to himself. Then, he disappeared. After a while, on a giant floating continent in the eternal world, the space trembled slightly, and Shui Qingfan appeared again. That continent had no end. It was full of hills, and it emitted an old and decaying aura. It was like an abandoned world, and there was no sign of life. But the spiritual energy and energy on this continent were much more abundant than in other places. It should be here. Shui Qingfan was delighted. He hurried to fly down. He stopped when he was less than 10,000 feet away from the ground. His pupils shrank slightly. He immediately sensed that the barrier power in front of him was very dangerous. However, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his figure disappeared from the void. In the next moment, he directly stepped onto the land of Xuanli Island. Well? A surprised voice came from the void. Then, a strong man more than 9 feet tall appeared in front of Shui Qingfan. He frowned and shouted, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Shui Qingfan didn't want to talk nonsense. He took out the token given to him by the Lord of Mist Rock and showed it to the man. He said, "I need to see the island lord." Fourth king. The man was surprised when he saw the token. After confirming that there was no mistake, he said, "It's about 50 miles to the southeast." Then, the man didn't want to talk nonsense with him. He flashed and disappeared. Shui Qingfan also disappeared from where he stood. Almost in an instant, he appeared more than 25 kilometers away. A simple and unadorned white palace appeared before him. There were some buildings around, but they were so quiet that one could hear a needle. It seemed they were all empty. Almost all the strong men who had woken up on Xuanli Island had gone to Yanwu City. This place, which had been deserted before, was now even quieter. "I am Shui Qingfan. I pay my respects to the island lord of Xuanli Island." Shui Qingfan shouted a few times, but there was no reply. Just as he was feeling surprised, a voice suddenly came. "No need to shout. There's no one here." A ball of light appeared in front of him and slowly turned into a figure. The figure's back was facing him. He could feel the vicissitudes of time from that slightly hunched back. An invisible aura of a king descended on the world appeared in front of him. Shui Qingfan was shocked. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Are you the island lord of Xuanli Island?" The figure said indifferently, "That's me. What business do you have here?" Shui Qingfan tidied up his clothes and said respectfully, "There's an urgent battle. I'm here to report to you, my lord." Immediately, he briefly reported the Battle of the Scarlet Moon City to Yi Qingyu. Although it was only a few paragraphs, he clearly described the importance of the battle and the urgency of it. Yi Qingyu remained motionless when he heard this. He seemed to be thinking about something. Shui Qingfan was a little anxious. After all, the battle on the front lines was ever-changing. It would take a lot of time to rush over from Xuanli Island. "I hope my lord can send more strong men." Yi Qingyu said, "2 of the 4 kings of Xuanli Island have already gone. Isn't that enough? Only a dozen people have woken up on Xuanli Island. Some are still sleeping on the island, and we don't know when they'll wake up." Shui Qingfan said anxiously, "Is there no other way?" Yi Qingyu said, "Most of the strong men of the realm of heaven martial arts have gathered in Scarlet Moon City. If they can't defend it, it will be difficult to deal with the demonic calamity." Shui Qingfan said, "The Battle of Scarlet Moon City is a serious matter. We don't dare to be careless. If there are no more strong men on the island who can help, I will take my leave and rush to the battlefield." Shui Qingfan saluted and turned to return to Red Moon City. "Wait." Yi Qingyu suddenly said, "When you entered Xianli Island just now, did you use the Great Void technique?" Shui Qingfan's expression changed slightly and he was inexplicably shocked. However, there were many people who knew about this technique, so there was nothing to hide. He said, "Yes." Yi Qingyu nodded and raised his head to look at the endless void. He sighed and said, "It really is the Great Void technique. This technique is so wonderful that there are no records of it in the long river of history. But coincidentally, I happen to know someone who used to use this technique." Shui Qingfan's expression changed drastically. His body could not help but tremble and he became absent-minded. Yi Qingyu's old body slowly turned around. At the same time, his aura began to change. The vicissitudes of time gradually dispersed like dust, and a young and delicate face appeared in front of Shui Qingfan. "Ah?" Shui Qingfan exclaimed and could not help but take a step back. He seemed to be shocked by the youth of this face. Yi Qingyu smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. It's just a secret technique." Shui Qingfan cupped his fists and said, "Yes." Yi Qingyu said, "Although that person unintentionally passed down many magical powers, I have studied them carefully and did not find the Great Void technique among them. I am very curious, where did you learn this technique?" Shui Qingfan's expression changed several times. Finally, he said, "I learned it by chance." "Haha, since you don't want to tell me, then I won't force you." Yi Qingyu smiled faintly and said, "I have a question in my heart. Is that person still alive?" Shui Qingfan's expression changed drastically. "Island Master, what you are saying is so strange. Forgive me for my lack of knowledge, but I really don't understand." "Haha, alright, alright." Yi Qingyu laughed and said, "I won't try to trick you into talking. As for the Battle of Red Moon City, I still have about 7 or 8 people that I can use. I will send them over right now." Shui Qingfan was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "May I know how strong those 7 or 8 lords are? Does Lord Island Lord intend to fight them personally?" In his heart, he wanted to drag Yi Qingyu over. Yi Qingyu was once one of the 4 great region monarchs. Back then, he was already at the creation realm. Now, he was even more unfathomable. Just a projection in front of him made him feel a great deal of pressure. He even guessed that Yi Qingyu might have already reached that realm. Yi Qingyu laughed and said, "Haha, this old man still has something to deal with and can't leave for the time being." The strength of those 7 or 8 people varied, but they were all at the god realm. "I was supposed to stay behind to guard this island, but there's no need for that anymore." Shui Qingfan was extremely curious about Yi Qingyu's strength and could not help but probe. "My lord has been in seclusion on Xuanli Island for 100,000 years. His strength should be much stronger than before. If my lord leads us, we will definitely be invincible. Haha, I won't embarrass myself with my meager strength. This sky no longer belongs to us old people." Yi Qingyu sighed. Then, he waved his hand and said, "The war is urgent. Hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time here." "Yes." Cold sweat appeared on Zhuo Qingfan's forehead. He immediately realized that his probing just now was extremely impolite. Fortunately, Yi Qingyu did not take it seriously. He turned around and disappeared from Xuanli Island. In Crimson Moon City, the shocking battle was still brewing. Terrifying ripples spread out in circles. There was no sign of the city at all. It was as if a battle was going on in a barren land. Other than the Lanyan sect leader and Li Yunxiao, who were steadily suppressing the heaven-reaching troll, the other 5 battlefields were abnormally strained. Especially the 3 major sects and Braun and his disciple. They suffered heavy casualties. In order to save a Divine Firmament Palace elder, Mi Jihan was heavily injured by the heaven-reaching troll. She could barely hold on. Chu Hongyan was the only Void Prime powerhouse left. She had to divert the heaven-reaching troll's main attack. Fortunately, Li Yunxiao had trapped the remaining 10 or so demon lords of the Blue Tribe. This allowed Qianxia and the other powerhouses to free up their hands. Before they could rest, they rushed over again. Only then did the pressure of the 3 sects slightly lessen. In terms of fighting prowess, the heaven-reaching troll wasn't as strong as a demon venerable. It was just as strong as an ordinary Fate Realm expert. However, due to the suppression of the realm's power, the Heaven Martial Arts realm could only display the fighting prowess of the peak of the Void Prime realm. It wasn't impossible for them to deal with the heaven-reaching troll. The key was that the Heaven Martial Arts realm's defense and life force were too strong. So, they couldn't defeat the Heaven Martial Arts realm after a long time. In another battlefield, Ling Mudi, Bei Chennan, and Pani were fighting with ease. Although they didn't have the upper hand, they didn't seem to be defeated. It was almost a tie. The heaven-searching bull had been flattened by the heaven-reaching troll's palm. Now, he only dared to stand in the distance and control the Jiutian Dolu ring to harass them from a distance. The 3 of them all had strong bodies. As long as they didn't confront the heaven-reaching troll directly, they could rely on their movement techniques to avoid danger. But it was also difficult for them to win. At least, they couldn't determine the winner in a short time. The 3 heaven-reaching troll were trapped by the Xuanli Island people. They were also fighting hard. Some people died from time to time. Some of the Xuanli Island's experts were about to die, so they became even more courageous and fearless. They sacrificed themselves for justice. This was why they were fighting the most. The heaven-reaching troll that the Mist Rock Master pinned down was almost turned into a human stick, but it still didn't die. This is the last attack. I've lost my patience. Die. The phantom light in the Mist Rock Master's hand enlarged, and the blade light became twice as big. The Mist Rock Master's face suddenly turned pale. It was obvious that he had poured all of his power into the blade light and attacked the slender heaven-reaching troll. Rumble, a loud sound came from the heaven-reaching troll's body. The phantom light turned into 3 in the air and cut the heaven-reaching troll into 4 pieces. The heaven-reaching troll fell from the sky. It seemed like a mountain had collapsed. With a rumbling sound, it fell on the ground and turned into a pile of rocks. This attack was earth-shattering, and it shocked everyone present. It gave the Heaven Martial Arts realm's people great encouragement. The Mist Rock Master's pale face still hadn't recovered. His red veins could still be seen, and his aura was extremely low. Li Yunxiao was also overjoyed. In the current battle, the Heaven Martial Arts realm's side couldn't defeat them. The Mist Rock Master's victory might be the beginning of breaking the stalemate. While he was excited, he suddenly raised his head. His pupils of different colors trembled, and he looked at the crack in shock. Amidst the surging devil chi, human heads began to move. It was a sign that a large number of devils had gathered. Gong coldly looked down and said, "Finally, one of them died? That's good. I'll give you some space in this crowded space so you can move around." Hee hee. Fiendish laughter echoed out of the demon energy. Purple looked down indifferently and spat out 2 words, "Boring." Gong coldly snorted and said, "I don't care whether you're interesting or not. It's your mission to eliminate these bastards." Purple waved his hand, and those oval-shaped demons, who looked like black meatballs, came forward. A few of them jumped in front of the crevice and slowly moved their bodies. Then, they lost their balance and fell into the crevice. 1, 2, 3, those black meatballs jumped down from the crack one after another, and they fell on the ground. Li Yunxiao, the Mist Rock Master, and the others, who weren't fighting, were watching in shock. They didn't understand what was going on with those demons. Soon, hundreds of oval-shaped black meatballs jumped down from the sky. Finally, one of them fell on the ground. Boom, a dull sound came from below. When the black meatball fell on the ground, its body exploded, and it created a hole with a circumference of several hundred feet. Moreover, the hole was filled with a large number of strange plants, which the heaven martial arts realm had never seen before. Those plants were pitch black, and they were breathing demon energy. They started to spread out, and their range expanded from several hundred feet to hundreds of feet. Bang, bang, the sound of the meatballs falling on the ground echoed. In an instant, the ground was covered by all kinds of demon plants. At this moment, the demon energy in the Red Moon City was more abundant than in the ordinary areas of the realm of demons. Those plants were extremely excited, as if they had sucked blood. They spread out, and many of them intertwined with their leaves. Soon, a forest was formed. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sudden change in front of them. Although the change was shocking and earth-shaking, it happened in just a few breaths' time. They didn't even have time to react. Li Yunxiao was also dumbfounded. Now, except for the teleportation formation, which was guarded by people working together to weave seals to resist the invasion of the plants, the whole Red Moon City had become a forest. The area covered by the forest was even larger than the original Red Moon City. The appearance of those plants made the terrifying accumulated demon energy circulate immediately. Through the breathing of the plants, the forest became a small environment suitable for the demons to live in, and it simulated the realm of demons. Gulp, Li Yunxiao swallowed with difficulty. He still felt like he was dreaming. At this moment, he seemed to find a more serious problem. The sky-reaching giant demon, which had been suppressed by him, seemed to have gained strength. It started to roar and push up the Tusada heavenly peak. Not only the sky-reaching giant demon under his mountain, but the other 5 sky-reaching giant demons also became stronger and more violent. The realm of heaven martial arts started to have a large number of casualties. D***it. So that's what happened. Li Yunxiao's eyes were ice cold, and he was furious. The demonic energy self-circulation system in front of him simulated the most basic living environment of the demonic realm, and it had a strong resistance against the realm power of the heavenly martial arts realm. If the sky-reaching giant demon wasn't suppressed by the realm of demons, its fighting capacity could be compared to the Fate realm. The only thing that didn't change was the demon monarchs, who were suppressed by the 12 divine beings killing formation. The demon energy circulation system of the realm of demons was excluded, and the formation was filled with the realm of demons world's power. The demon monarchs were in great pain, and the number of them killed by the golden light giant spirits decreased sharply. There were only 5 or 6 of them left, and they couldn't hold on for much longer. But Li Yunxiao didn't care about that. 6 existences at the Fate realm were enough to kill them all. He shouted loudly, "Everyone, retreat! Lord Bo Mu, use the sacred magic palace to protect everyone." Purple looked down coldly and mocked, "Oh, you want to escape now?" The large number of silly birds behind him disappeared from the cracks and rushed down. Almost instantly, they appeared beside the many martial artists. The wings that wrapped around his body spread out and emitted a metallic luster. They were as hard as iron and swept across. Chi! Chi! Several elders of the 3 sects were immediately sliced into 2 and blood splattered across the sky. Chu Hongyan cried out in shock. The purple firmament sword turned into a field of light and the earth fiend Chi was stimulated to the limit. It formed a dense sword net in the sky and protected everyone. She shouted, "Leave quickly!" Bang, bang, bang. Over 10 silly birds' iron wings struck the sword net and created waves of light. "Master!" Luo Yunshang was also covered in blood and said anxiously, "Leave with us." Chu Hongyan berated, "You will be in charge of bringing everyone back to the Saint Devil Hall. Don't be sloppy." She waved her left sleeve and a strong force shook Luo Yunshang away. Luo Yunshang was very anxious, but she also knew that she couldn't let her emotions affect her decision at this time. She quickly turned around and went down. The martial artists of the 3 sects had suffered heavy casualties. Close to a third of them had already died. After the large number of silly birds appeared, another third died. The remaining people were also heavily injured. Only over 10 people escaped and flew back to the St. Devil Hall. But they knew that even returning to the St. Devil Hall didn't mean that they were safe. It was just a short break to catch their breath. The intensity of this battle was far beyond their expectations. At this time, no one had any hopes of returning alive. Thus, everyone's expression was very calm as they waited for a breather before fighting again. Chu Hongyan desperately used a move to cover everyone's escape. She was just about to withdraw the sword net. But suddenly, a black shadow appeared. That huge demon's palm slapped down. Under the strong wind, the space within a radius of 300 meters was shackled. She was shocked. It was already too late to escape. She could only force the remaining true power into the sword, making the sword light even brighter. It shrunk from 20 to 30 meters and condensed into a space of a few feet in front of her. Boom, the palm of the giant demon slapped the sword light, and the light immediately collapsed. An incomparably violent aura struck Chu Hongyan's body, and blood spurted out from the sky. A peerless figure fell down together with the luxurious purple firmament sword. Master! Luo Yunshang's shrill cry pierced through the sky. Her figure flashed and she rushed out, flying in the direction where Chu Hongyan fell. The silly birds were extremely fast and caught up with them in an instant. Their faces were filled with strange ferocious expressions. They spread their iron wings and attacked Chu Hongyan and Luo Yunshang. Li Yunxiao, who was suppressing the colossal troll and the demon monarchs in the distance, originally planned to kill the remaining 3 blue tribe demon monarchs before returning to the Saint Demon Hall. However, he was startled by Luo Yunshang's scream, and he abruptly turned around. He happened to see the scene of Chu Hongyan falling, together with the purple cloud sword, and the dark red blood staining her dress and sword, all stinging his eyes. He felt his scalp go numb, and his brain almost went numb. His figure flashed on the Tusada heavenly peak, and he teleported to Chu Hongyan's side. Accompanied by a large amount of lightning, he attacked the silly birds that surrounded him. Blow thunderstruck. Rumble. Lightning bloomed on his body and turned into countless lightning dragons under the wind from his fist, piercing through the silly birds. More than a dozen silly birds screamed and died tragically under the lightning, their bodies exploding. Luo Yunshang took the opportunity to fly over and catch Chu Hongyan and the purple firmament sword. She said softly, "Yunxiao," her heart suddenly trembled. Li Yunxiao's back was facing her, and she couldn't see his face clearly, but she felt an inexplicable fear. The black figure appeared in the sky again. The colossal troll raised his mountain-like fist and smashed it down from the sky. Wherever the fist and arm passed, the void was completely shattered. A large amount of light surged from Li Yunxiao's body. The light was like a golden body, and it turned into armor that covered his body. He also changed into 3 heads and 6 arms, and each of them formed a seal. The Dharma idol behind him was facing Luo Yunshang. That cold face was like ice that had been deposited in the deep sea for millions of years, and it emitted a chill that made people's hearts go cold. Luo Yunshang's body trembled. She knew that if she stayed here, she would only cause trouble for Li Yunxiao. She immediately said, "Be careful," and flew towards the Saint Devil Hall. Almost everyone's eyes gathered on the colossal troll's fist. It was like a meteorite falling to the ground, and the entire sky was pressing down on it. The whistling wind from the fist even penetrated Li Yunxiao's body, and the ground of the Red Moon City cracked for thousands of miles. Is he crazy? Everyone's heart trembled, and they looked on in fear. Facing such a terrifying fist, Li Yunxiao didn't seem to have any intention of dodging. Instead, he kept increasing his strength. Gong Yi stared at him and said in shock, "Could it be that he wants to take that fist head-on?" Purple frowned, revealing a look of surprise. His lips couldn't help but curl up as he chuckled. "Finally, something interesting has happened." Within the Saint Devil Hall, before the demonic mirror in the crack, the Mist Rock Lord, and even Moody and the others who were still fighting, were all shocked. The Mist Rock Lord stared at the sky and muttered to himself, "Because the woman he loves is injured, his anger stimulates his limitless potential? A brat who just stepped into the void light realm can actually transform into a void light armor? Humph." That final muffled sound seemed to be expressing his dissatisfaction, but there was no dissatisfaction in his tone at all. Li Yunxiao quietly stood in front of the meteorite-like fist. His 3 Dharma idols were as cold as steel, without any expression. Suddenly, he raised his 6 arms and formed hand seals. Rays of golden light appeared in the hand seals. These were the 3 great hand seals he had created. The golden light turned into swimming dragons, spiraling and condensing above his head. 3 hand seals as one, die. The boundless angry roar was like a volcanic eruption, or like a boulder being thrown into a lake, creating ripples. His face, which was as cold as steel and as calm as a mountain, suddenly became abnormally angry and savage. It was as if all his anger was pouring out at this moment. A layer of misty white flames faintly appeared on the void light. It was the fiendish heart flame. It erupted with his emotions and mixed with the void light. Rumble. The 3 hand seals as one turned into a dragon and coiled around the arm of the Dharma idols in front of Li Yunxiao. It struck out to meet the mountainous fist force. Rumble. The colossal demon's fist landed in front of Li Yunxiao's hands. A terrifying spiritual pressure exploded in all directions. Circles of light turned into a barrier that swept through the sky above Red Moon City. The areas that were still fighting were all swept up by the shockwaves of the realm's power. Many injured martial practitioners died on the spot, vomiting blood. More than half of Silly Bird's bodies exploded under the shock of this attack. Even the other 5 sky-piercing demons seemed to be affected. They stopped fighting and turned their heads to look over. The shockwave turned into a barrier that shook in all directions. All the surviving martial practitioners of the realm of heaven martial arts hurried to escape into the sacred magic palace. Bo Mu's face turned pale. He activated the sacred magic palace's defense to the highest level to resist this terrifying power. The ground was already covered with cracks. All the demonic plants within a radius of several thousand feet had been swept away. However, the ground there had turned black. It had been demonized thoroughly. Gong's eyes opened wide like bronze bells. He looked down in shock. After the shockwave dispersed, the colossal demon and Li Yunxiao's figures appeared. Their fists were confronting each other. Impossible, impossible. Gong lost his composure and shouted in surprise. The colossal demon's attack reached the level of the realm of heaven martial arts fate realm. How could he resist it? How could he resist such a powerful attack? Well, it's not that strange. Purple twirled her hair and analyzed, the colossal demon's strength isn't his offense, but his defense. Moreover, he has been fighting for a long time, so it's normal that his strength has decreased. Although the simulated environment can eliminate some of the realm's power, it isn't the real environment of the realm of demons, so the degree of elimination is limited. Moreover, this lad's magical power is very powerful. With such a powerful explosive power, it's normal for him to resist this attack. Normal? Ji, who was in front of the magic mirror, muttered, even if it's normal, this lad should be heavily injured. He shouldn't be able to fight anymore. The battle in the whole Red Moon City stopped. It became strangely quiet. Everyone was looking at the 2 people confronting each other in the sky. One was as majestic as a mountain, while the other was peerless and alone. The colossal demon growled in a low voice. It seemed he was very dissatisfied with this result. He tried to pull his fist back, but he found that his fist bones were firmly grasped by Li Yunxiao's arms. He tried to shake his fist a few times, but he still couldn't move it. Roar. The colossal demon's angry voice came from his mouth, as if it was a great humiliation for his fist to be restrained by such a small existence. *CK your roar. Didn't you hear me tell you to die? After a short moment of silence, endless roars and curses erupted from Li Yunxiao's tall body again. The light on his body brightened again as his anger erupted. A huge demon shadow appeared behind him. It also transformed into the true demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 faces were the same as the real body. They were all unusually angry, and their 6 eyes were like copper bells. They shot out cold light that penetrated their bodies. What? The moment this Dharma body appeared, all the devils were shocked, and they revealed looks of horror. What made them even more panicked was the black cloud that surrounded the true demon. A barrier that looked like a ring of stars appeared in the void, and a terrifying aura came from it. The demonic weapon of 6 paths. This lad is going to use the demonic weapon of 6 paths again. In front of the magic mirror, Yen shouted in shock. The expressions of the others also changed. Gong Shuang's eyes were hazy. He gritted his teeth and said, he just took a blow from the colossal demon. How can he still have the strength to use the demonic weapon of 6 paths? In front of the crack, Purple's expression was also grave. However, the light of excitement in his eyes was even brighter. The true demon extended a hand and made a grabbing motion. The sound of metal clanging came from the ring of stars. The Amorluan treasure's 12 fortune wheels revolved and let out the cry of 1,000 birds. It slashed forward. Rumble. The sky trembled in fear. The sky-reaching giant demon's crimson eyes were also filled with fear. The greatest fear was not Amo'Lubao's power, but the supreme suppression from the demonic world's heaven-sent weapon. It made his heart tremble in fear. The giant demon raised his arm and blocked in front of him. Rumble. Amo'Lubao's huge sword shadow fell and hit his arm directly. Large amounts of rubble shot up and turned into powder. Hundreds of deep cracks appeared on the sky-reaching giant demon's entire arm. It was a tragic sight, but he had withstood the demonic weapon's attack. Phew. In front of the demonic mirror, the demon supremacies all heaved a sigh of relief. It was as though a stone had been lifted from their hearts. If the sky-reaching giant demon had been killed in one blow, it would have been too terrifying. On the contrary, the people in the sacred devil hall were disappointed. Swish, swish. Just as everyone was thinking, a metal chain came down from the sky. After a few shuttles, it turned into a sky full of chained shadows and completely bound the sky-reaching giant demon. A huge black metal net appeared in the sky, connecting in all directions. The sky-reaching giant demon's arms, legs, torso, and neck were all bound tightly. Black runes kept appearing on the chains. The true devil body pulled the air with one arm, and the sky full of chains shook. The sky-reaching giant demon seemed to be in extreme pain and let out a low moan. So noisy. I'm telling you to die. Didn't you hear me? Li Yunxiao roared angrily again. His voice was even more intense and furious than the previous 2 times. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened in his body. One of his eyes had turned crimson red, while the other was pitch black and bottomless. From his forehead to his entire body, apart from a large number of demonic patterns, there were also protruding green veins. Every blood vessel and meridian carried boundless pain and anger. This is the 3rd time. You must die. There will be no next time. Li Yunxiao roared coldly. He raised his arm and clenched his fist with his palm facing the sky. The true devil body did the same. A black vortex formed behind the body, and a battle axe slowly emerged from the vortex, pointing at the sky-reaching giant demon. What? The 3rd 6 paths demonic weapon. The 4 demon sovereigns in front of the demon mirror were completely confused. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The passageway that was supported by the 4 of them also trembled because of their emotions. Controlling 3 demonic weapons at the same time. Oh my God, am I seeing things? Yen cried out involuntarily, no longer able to control the emotions in his heart. His face was filled with shock and even fear. Ho's face was dark as he said in a cold voice, this person will definitely be a great calamity to the fiend world. He must be killed. He must not be allowed to live. A cold light flashed past Gong's eyes. He nodded and said, I agree with your point of view. The next battle must be focused on killing this person. The importance is far above occupying Red Moon City. At the same time, somewhere in the Elder Devil realm, there was a pitch-black bottomless pond that was deathly silent. All of a sudden, the surface of the pond began to ripple. Crash! The black jade-like surface of the pond exploded and turned into a water dragon that soared into the sky. A figure emerged from the pond and floated above the water. His face was filled with shock and gloom. It was Dijia, who had returned to the fiend world. He looked into the distance and muttered to himself, his comprehension of demonic weapons has improved so quickly. In the heavenly martial arts realm, on a nameless island in the North Sea, a large number of corpses of sea beasts floated around the island. They were covered with white poison. A man was making corpse puppets. Corpse chi filled the sky and filled the sea. Suddenly, the man was startled. He quickly flew to the island and saw a woman in white standing on a rock. She was quietly looking to the east. Jingqi quickly flew down and bowed. He said, Lord Tianjia, you have come out of seclusion? Lil Red didn't say anything. She still looked to the east and stood there for a long time. However, a large amount of demonic qi appeared on her beautiful face. It turned into many lines that were imprinted on her skin. The blood in her body seemed to be stimulated by some kind of power. It flowed even faster. In the sky above Red Moon City, everyone's gazes were attracted by the true demon clone. One of the arms was holding a sword and slashing at the giant demon. One of the arms was holding a chain, while the other was raised high. The Xianxia battle axe appeared from the black shadow behind it. Die. Don't make me say it again. Li Yunxiao shouted. The true demon clone grabbed the Xianxia battle axe and thrust it forward. Crash. The Xianxia battle axe stabbed into the giant demon. A large amount of rocks exploded. The demon weapon pierced through it. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. The vast battlefield of Crimson Moon City was filled with turbulence in the void. Terrifying power constantly appeared in the sky, but it was as quiet as a ghost city, without the slightest sound. Gulp. A gulping sound echoed in the sky. It was Gong's projection. He looked in horror at the giant demon that had been slashed by the Xianxia battle axe, bound by Xianxia, and pierced by the Xianxia battle axe. Although the giant demon looked miserable, it was the first time in 100,000 years that it was treated by 3 six-paths demonic weapons. Boom! The colossal demon's body suddenly exploded, turning into millions of pieces of rubble that were swept up by the violent black hurricane, directly shooting into the sky. Not good. The demons in front of the crack were shocked. The hurricane was rushing towards them. Many demon lords immediately scattered, opening a path. However, there were still some demons who could not react in time. Many of the 10 directions evil spirits at the back were hit by the hurricane and exploded. The power was endless, sucking in everything within 1,000 zhang around Li Yunxiao. The entire process lasted for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. A huge whirlpool seemed to have formed around him, sucking in everything and then spitting it out. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the people of the 2 sects did not move, quietly watching. The eyes of the remaining 5 giant demons flashed red, revealing deep fear. They could not help but take a step back. Only then did they feel the pressure in their hearts lessen. In the sacred devil palace, everyone's eyes were filled with shock and joy. However, Mistrock Lord, Moody, and the others were worried. Li Yunxiao had clearly used an attack that exceeded his potential. Usually, such an attack would have a very long time to weaken. After the true demon giant spirit used the 3 six-paths demonic weapons to destroy the giant demon, he immediately turned into a demon's shadow and dissipated in the air. Li Yunxiao also retracted his 3 heads and 6 arms. The light around his body dissipated, and he stood in the air desolately. But then, green lightning flashed on his body and he disappeared from the spot, returning to the Saint Devil Hall. Luo Yunsheng and the others were treating Chu Hongyan's injuries. There were also many powerhouses who were seriously injured. Divine Firmament Palace's Grand Elder Mi Jihan was also seriously injured and died. Li Yunxiao did not say anything and directly bent down to check Chu Hongyan's injuries. Luo Yunsheng said, Yunxiao, Master's life is temporarily not in danger. It's just that all the meridians in her body have collapsed, and she has fainted. I'm afraid she won't be able to fight for a long time. Li Yunxiao turned a deaf ear. He did not believe in anyone else's judgment, only his own judgment. After a short examination, it was indeed the same as what Luo Yunsheng had said. He heaved a sigh of relief, and the coldness and seriousness on his face dissipated. However, fatigue replaced it. However, in an instant, he swept away all these dispirited emotions, and he became spirited. He said, Everyone, enter the World God Monument. Many people's expressions changed slightly, but most of them were dejected. Mistrock Lord said in a low voice, Are we really going to retreat? Li Yunxiao looked at him and said, If we don't retreat, everyone will die. Someone shouted, Then didn't our comrades just die for nothing? That person was filled with resentment, and he said hatefully, If we want to retreat, why didn't we retreat earlier? At this moment, I don't want to retreat anymore. I'd rather die in battle here. The hall was silent, and everyone's expression was different. Many people had already started to express their dissatisfaction, but the majority still remained silent. Ling Mudi sighed and stood out, saying, even if we don't retreat now, we will still lose Crimson Moon City, and we will also lose our lives for nothing. Moreover, retreating is only temporary. After all, with our current strength, we are unable to withstand their attacks. Let's wait for reinforcements to arrive before fighting again. At this moment, unity was more important than anything else. If there were any conflicts and divisions, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. Therefore, Ling Mudi stood out to speak for Li Yunxiao. With his qualifications, everyone was willing to listen to him. Mistrock Lord also understood the relationship between the two. He nodded and said, let's retreat first, and wait for reinforcements to arrive before fighting again. Li Yunxiao took out the World God Monument, and it was like a huge door that stood in the center of the hall. White light radiated from it, and he said, everyone, enter. Someone was still dissatisfied, and he snorted, then when will the reinforcements arrive? Li Yunxiao said, with Shui Qingfan's speed, it should be soon. They are definitely in the tunnel. Later, I will destroy the teleportation formation to prevent this place from being surrounded by the demon race, and let them be surrounded by enemies on all sides. After destroying the teleportation formation, the reinforcements will appear in a more random location. Ling Mudi nodded and said, this is a very thorough consideration. Everyone, quickly enter the World God Monument. At this moment, people started to enter the monument one by one, especially those who were severely injured and had no more strength to fight. They all entered. Consciously. Luo Yunshang also carried Chu Hongyan, and followed the crowd into the World God Monument. Bo Mu suddenly said in a deep voice, hurry up, those demon race are gathering their troops again, preparing to attack. In front of the demon world crack, a large number of demon race swarmed out, and formed a formation in the sky. The 5 heaven-supporting demons also adjusted themselves, and started to continuously roar, transmitting simple messages, and encouraging each other. Gong stood in front of the crack, and said coldly, I will gather another group of forces. This time, no matter what, we must occupy this city. More importantly, we must kill that person just now. Purple, can you do this? Purple squinted his eyes and nodded with a smile. He said casually. Gong stared at him with a gloomy face. He was furious. How could he have such an attitude in front of such a major event? Gong thought to himself that he would teach him a lesson after returning to the demon realm and make him pay for his arrogance. But at this moment, he had to put up with Purple's attitude. He nodded and said, I hope you won't disappoint the lords. Purple suddenly exclaimed. He opened his eyes and looked at the teleportation formation on the ground. He became excited and said, it seems more interesting. What? Gong was shocked. He looked at the teleportation formation and saw the space was rotating. A giant vortex was formed, and a warship slowly appeared. Reinforcements. Gong's expression changed. He clenched his teeth and said angrily, D***it. I should have destroyed the teleportation formation earlier. I made a mistake. I thought all the experts of the realm of heaven martial arts had come. I didn't expect there to be more. The warship kept appearing in the void. It emitted a strong aura, which pushed away the demonic plants in the surroundings. A giant vacuum with a circumference of several thousand feet appeared. Purple laughed and said, it's more interesting this way. We can get rid of all these bugs at once. It will save us trouble in the future. His face was filled with an excited smile. He seemed to be much more interested than when he came out of the fissure. A figure suddenly appeared in the sacred demon palace. He said, reinforcements are here. You don't have to leave. Shui Qingfan. Li Yunxiao cried out in surprise. His face was filled with joy, and his voice was trembling slightly. His eyes were even brimming with hot tears, and he was on the verge of crying. Shui Qingfan didn't look calm anymore. He nodded heavily, as if he hadn't failed Li Yunxiao. He couldn't stay calm in the face of such a tragic scene. His heart was heavy. Almost all the forces of Yanwu City have been sent here. Lord Haofeng is leading the Xuanli Island. All of them are here. I even went to the Xuanli Island and met Lord Yi Qingyu. He is using the last of his forces. He will send them here. These words were very encouraging, and the eyes of everyone in the hall immediately lit up. The cheerful atmosphere swept away the oppressive and solemn atmosphere. Ha, ha, that's great. My death is not to be regretted, but before I die, I will contribute a little more strength and kill a few more scapegoats. An expert from Xianli Island laughed hysterically. His entire body was covered in blood, and most of his life force had dissipated. After laughing maniacally, he coughed a few times and suddenly stopped. He sat cross-legged on the ground and his head drooped down. He was dead. Lord Shijun. The other expert beside him cried out in grief and indignation, but Shijun had already lost all signs of life. The fighting spirit and excitement that had just been aroused was once again swept away by the oppressive atmosphere. Everyone looked at Shijun in silence, as if they could see their own endings. Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn as he bowed deeply towards Shijun's body. Only then did he look at the crowd, his gaze sweeping across them one by one. He said, "Don't be sad, everyone. The earthen pot never leaves the well. It's inevitable that the general will die in battle. For this senior, this might not necessarily be the best place to return to. Actually, before we came out, who didn't prepare themselves for death? That's right. Before coming out, I never thought of returning alive." The elder beside Shijun recovered from his grief and said resolutely, "This time, we will throw our lives away in Crimson Moon City and let those bastards of the demon race know how powerful we are." Xianxia was also covered in injuries and was contaminated with large amounts of demonic qi. He seemed to be prepared to die as he said in a deep voice, "Alliance leader Yunxiao, please lead us into a battle to our heart's content. Please lead us into a battle to our heart's content." The hall was filled with people volunteering to fight. Everyone wanted to fight to the death with the demon race. Many of them were heavily injured and hard to recover from, especially people like Xianxia who had been heavily contaminated by demonic qi. Even if they didn't die, they would most likely fall into the demonic path. It was better to resolve to fight to the death. Li Yunxiao was also infected by this momentum. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right. I will lead everyone into a battle to the death with the demon race." Under the command of Z, the devil army moved towards the Saint Devil Hall. The heaven-suppressing giant devil closest to them flew towards the Saint Devil Hall while the other four flew towards the battleship. Their eyes gleamed with red light as they shot towards the battleship. Rumble. The demonic Saint Hall was attacked by the giant demon. It instantly changed shape and the space inside shook intensely. Li Yunxiao said angrily, "Charge out and fight to the death with them." He immediately turned around and left. Those who could no longer fight were taken into the universe god steel. Those who followed behind him still had the power to fight or were prepared to die. More than 100 people charged out and caught the surrounding demons off guard. A huge impact instantly created an opening. Among them, the Lanyan master's body flashed and he charged towards the giant demon. The giant demon's defense was too strong. The previous battle had consumed a lot of his energy, but at the moment, only he could withstand the giant demon's attack. Otherwise, if the others fought against the giant demon, they would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Li Yunxiao led the crowd and charged out. He immediately threw Luding and Liujia out. A huge barrier condensed and instantly enveloped all the demons in the vicinity of the demonic Saint Hall. The people of the realm of heaven martial arts turned around and charged into the formation to fight against the demons. In the 12 divine beings killing formation, the power of the universe god steel's world suppressed the demons. The power of the world suppressed the demons instantly. Moreover, there was also the suppression of the 12 divine beings killing formation's barrier, which weakened the demons' power. Oh? That formation seems to be quite something. Z looked on coldly from above. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Gong's face did not look too good. He said, "The most important task this time is to kill that person. How could you dispatch so few devils over? Do you really put your mind on this battlefield?" His tone was full of reproach. Z said with a smile, "There's no rush. This battlefield is a meat grinder. Killing that person is important, but it's also important to destroy the realm of heaven martial arts." His purple eyes shone with a cold light, and his voice suddenly became cold. He said, "I want to kill every single one of them." Gong was shocked. He said angrily, killing that person is the most important task. This is an order passed down by the 4 demon venerables. If we use the battlefield as a meat grinder, our people will also suffer heavy casualties. Z said calmly, we have already suffered heavy casualties. What's more, we don't need to be afraid of more casualties. Moreover, the realm of demons has produced many idiots over the years. There are too many useless things. We can take this opportunity to kill some of them. This is a battlefield that kills many birds with one stone. Gong was so angry that his face turned ashen. If it weren't just a projection, he would have killed him on the spot. In the crack, in front of the magic mirror, Ji said, Gong, just let him go. This man is as scary as we are. Let him play to his heart's content. I believe he will give us all a pleasant surprise. Gong's true body said coldly, this so-called surprise may mean killing half of the people of the 4 divisions, or even more than 3/4 of them. Yen said, if we can kill all the elites of the realm of heaven martial arts here, we can accomplish the task in one fell swoop. Even if we lose 3/4 of our people, it's not a big deal. Gong said angrily, what are you talking about? If we lose 3/4 of our people, our position in the realm of demons will be in jeopardy. On the surface, the realm of demons is led by us 8 demon venerables. Have you been flattered for so long that you think you are the rulers of the realm of demons? Yen snorted and said, how is that possible? Not to mention other things, the realm-devouring demons that opened this time are frightening. We don't know how many of them there are in the realm of demons. The other 3 became silent and didn't say anything. Ho suddenly said, if there is a way to make those realm-devouring demons deal with the races of the realm of heaven martial arts, that would be great. Ji said, it's impossible now. I don't know whether it will work in the future. After all, we know too little about the realm-devouring demons. Ho nodded and said, indeed. We should pay more attention to these ancient beings. Their conversation came to an end, and they began to focus on the battle outside. The battleship of Yanwu City had just appeared when it was attacked by a powerful attack. It was smashed into pieces instantly. The 100-odd cultivators all charged out, seething with rage. However, when they looked carefully, there were more than 1,000 demons filling the sky. Furthermore, there were 4 heaven-suppressing beasts. Just the might of these demons made it hard for them to breathe. How come, there are so many? Everyone was dumbfounded. Although they knew that the battle in Hong Moon City was urgent, they didn't expect it to be so frightening. Hao Feng shouted suddenly, don't be in a daze. Hold your heads in your hands. Kill. He was the first one to unleash a blade radiance. The terrifying blade turned into a giant blade and swept across the sky. It killed more than 10 demons in an instant. All the other warriors were aware of the seriousness of the situation. Without saying a word, they took out their profound level weapons and charged forward. It was just as Hao Feng had said. The moment they attacked, no one thought of going back alive. Luo Qingyun was among them, and as soon as he saw Li Yun show up in the sky, he pulled out his spear, which emitted a deafening rumble. With a casual flick, he killed one of the omnidirectional banes, which then transformed into countless devilish banes. His movements were very light. The strength of each spear attack was just right. He didn't dare to waste a drop of genuine essence. He knew that the battle had just begun. If he saved a drop of genuine essence, he might be able to kill one more demon. While Luo Qingyun was thinking, a dark mass suddenly appeared above his head. It was the giant demon. He raised his palm and slapped it toward the crowd. The powerful palm energy directly suppressed the surrounding space, and a large number of martial artists were directly shackled, unable to move at all. Ah! Just how powerful is this monster? Everyone's heart sank. A chill spread in their bodies. They felt like the end of the world. Hao Feng's expression changed. He had discovered that the 4 sky-reaching giant demons weren't weaker than him, and he was the only one among them who could resist one of them. Hao Feng raised his vitality nirvana blade, and the blade streaked across the sky. A crack appeared in the surging pressure. It was like a deflated balloon, and the air let out a sizzling sound, which was ear-piercing. The friction created huge sparks. As soon as the pressure was broken, the people of the heavenly martial arts realm flew up and used their escape magical powers to escape. Boom! When the palm landed on the ground, a huge crater immediately appeared, and a powerful demonic aura scattered in all directions. Although this palm didn't injure many people, it was too shocking. All the warriors of the heavenly martial arts realm turned pale. Li Yunxiao also noticed the situation below, but he couldn't even take care of himself. Within the 12 capital heaven divine evil formation, apart from Lu Ding and Liu Jia, who still possessed extraordinary battle prowess, the numerous experts of the heavenly martial arts realm were obviously unable to hold on for much longer. While he was anxious, the universe god monument suddenly shone with a red light. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a fire phoenix, which emitted an ancient sound that echoed in the formation. Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. A red figure appeared on the jade-like universe god monument. Then, fiery butterflies filled the sky and scattered in the formation. Those fiery butterflies were as big as a palm, and they were very lifelike. They flapped their wings, and there was a symbol on each of their wings, which emitted a terrifying power. Those fiery butterflies appeared around every demon and gathered around them. Oh, no! Several demon kings also discovered the problem. They were surprised, and they used their demonic techniques to attack those fiery butterflies. Li Yunxiao shouted, "Everyone, retreat!" The people of the heavenly martial arts realm had a premonition when they saw the fiery butterflies. When they heard Li Yunxiao's words, they scattered quickly. At the same time, Li Yunxiao made hand signs, and the power of the 12 divine beings killing formation descended. It turned into many beams of light, which pressed down on the demons. Bang! A fiery butterfly exploded under the attack of a demon. The flames turned into a circle, which spread like waves and hit the demon king's palm. The impact was not strong, but the demon lord only felt a burning sensation in his palm. However, his complexion became abnormally ugly. This was because the wings of the fire butterflies within 100 feet of him had been set ablaze by the impact of the explosion, and the 2 runes on their wings were emitting a dazzling radiance. Boom! 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 Several explosions rang out, followed by a chain reaction. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of fire butterflies exploded. The entire heavenly divine fiend formation immediately condensed into a sea of fire. However, under Fei Ni's control, the sea of flames only occupied a large area at the center of the formation, and it didn't injure all the people of the heavenly martial arts realm. A large number of miserable screams rang out from within the sea of flames, and the terrifying power of the flames directly burned up the demonic qi. The demons were turned into nothingness within the sea of flames, and not even a speck was left behind. Li Yunxiao was both surprised and happy. Fei Ni's current posture was like that of a god, sacred and inviolable. When he probed it with his divine sense, he felt like he was facing an abyss. It far surpassed his own strength. Could it be the blessed realm? This term appeared in Li Yunxiao's mind, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. If Fei Ni stepped into the blessed realm, she would be able to turn the tide and change the situation of this day's battle. What's going on? These flames. Gong looked down from the sky, and he couldn't help but be shocked. A powerful person came out from the universe divine monument. A heavenly saint artifact. Zi's eyes focused, and she clenched her right fist and stared at her chin. She pondered and said, "Could it be that there is an expert in the heavenly saint artifact? Why did she only appear now? It doesn't make sense." Gong said coldly, "Maybe she has been in seclusion all this time, and now that the situation is urgent, she has to be summoned. Judging from this power, it is extremely likely that she is an expert in the blessed realm. This is a big problem." The blessed realm? No, she is not in the blessed realm yet. Zi's eyes brightened, and she said, "Maybe she has touched the threshold of the blessed realm, but she is definitely not in it." Alright, even if she is not, it is still a big problem for us. Now that the war is even more complicated, Z, don't you think you should consider taking action personally? Gong looked at Z coldly, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with the current situation of the war, as well as Z's frivolous attitude. Z said in surprise, "Me taking action? Why? I didn't think of taking action personally." Gong almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and he roared furiously, "What did you say?" He looked like he was about to pounce on him and bite him to death. Z chuckled and said, "Why is Lord Gong so angry?" We still have so many demons that we can use, so why do we need to take action personally? Isn't the reason why we have so many subordinates to deal with the current situation? Gong roared furiously, alright, you are really awesome. After this war, I will wait for you in the demonic realm. I would like to see how awesome you can be. Gong flicked his sleeves angrily, and he turned and disappeared into the sky. He didn't want to see Z's face anymore, and he went to the demonic mirror to watch the battle. He didn't want to project himself out either. Z smiled faintly and didn't pay attention to him. He waved his hand, and a large number of low-intelligence demons in the crevice rushed down. Their target wasn't Li Yunxiao, but the battlefield down there. Fei and I had appeared in Li Yunxiao's area, so it would be difficult to kill all of them. Z's current plan was to kill as many of the heavenly martial arts realm's forces as possible. As he had said, he wanted to turn this battlefield into a giant meat grinder, and all the forces that entered this battlefield would be crushed mercilessly. Li Yunxiao was frightened, and when he saw the demons flying down like raindrops, his heart sank. Hao Feng and the others were all surrounded by numerous demons, and because of the sky-reaching giant demon's power, they were dying and getting injured very quickly. Even Hao Feng had a hard time fighting a sky-reaching giant demon alone, and there were also countless demons harassing him, so he was quickly injured. Li Yunxiao hurriedly stopped the heavenly divine killing formation, and Lu Ding and Liu Jia quickly flew down to save the others. The heavenly martial arts realm's experts in the sky also rushed down after catching their breaths. In their minds, they didn't have the concept of rest or life anymore, and they only had the thought of killing their enemies. Bonu also drove the sacred demon palace, and it turned into many golden beams, which covered the sky like a golden rain, and shot down. When the golden rain hit the demons, it passed through them, and they built a giant invisible palace on the ground. It didn't have any substance, and it was made up of many golden beams. Fei and I. Li Yunxiao looked at Fei and I, who was standing in front of the universe god Steel and was staring at the sea of fire coldly, and called her softly. Fei and I turned around, and her ice-cold face turned into tenderness. She said, "Husband." After a short conversation, they understood each other's thoughts. Fei and I didn't care about the demons in the flames anymore. She turned into a phoenix and flew down from the sky, bringing the boundless sea of fire into the battle. Purple looked at the figures covering the sky and couldn't help but laugh. Oh, it's the celestial phoenix. No wonder. It said that the heavenly martial arts realm has the true dragon, the leader of all creatures, and the celestial phoenix, the king of all birds. The celestial phoenix is already half a step into the creation realm, so the true dragon must have reached the creation realm, but I don't know why it hasn't come, or maybe it has already come, but is hiding? As soon as Fei and I left, Li Yunxiao turned into a lightning bolt, and rushed into the boundless sea of fire. He used the sword Death Red Slash to kill the remaining demons. Screams rose and fell in the sea of fire, and soon, they were all extinguished. The flames became smaller, and Li Yunxiao rushed out of the sea of fire and went down to the ground. His eyes were red and bloodshot. Many familiar figures were being devoured by the demons below. Qianxia, Chen, Duan Tian, Huashang. The elders of the three factions were almost all dead. Even the experts of the Shuji Divine Realm, Xing Chen, Star Abyss, and the other seniors of the Xuanli Island died one after another. Hao Feng and Ben Tingfeng were also on the verge of collapsing. They didn't have any divine awareness left, and they could only numbly kill, rumble. After Fei and I rushed down, she turned into a giant pillar of fire and hit the head of a sky-reaching giant demon. The pillar of fire exploded, and it spread in all directions. Under her exquisite control, the flames avoided her own people as much as possible, and burned towards the devils. Heavenly fire barrier. She landed on the head of the sky-reaching giant demon and put her feet on its head. She quickly started weaving hand signs. Many walls of fire rose from the ground, and they were 300 meters tall. The walls of fire were centered on the sky-reaching giant demon, and they spread in all directions. They quickly spread to dozens of miles, and formed a giant maze of fire. What was even more alarming to the demons was that the flames directly burned the demonic plants on the ground to ashes, severely damaging their simulated environment and causing everyone's overall strength to drop. In front of the magic mirror, Yen said in surprise, "As expected, it's the celestial phoenix." Gong's face was gloomy. He said coldly, I have a bad feeling. Purple is completely unreliable. I suggest we replace him. Yan said, it's a pity that we are restricted by this passage. Otherwise, if one of us could get out, we would crush them to ashes. He sounded reluctant. Ji said, don't look down on the people of the realm of heaven martial arts. For so many years, the two realms have fought many times, but they still haven't destroyed the realm of heaven martial arts. Even a genius like Lord Monogatari failed to conquer the realm of heaven martial arts 100,000 years ago. Gong said coldly, Ji, are you looking for an excuse for our next failure? Purple is your subordinate, but if we lose this battle, I won't let him go. Ji said, you think too much. Although the celestial phoenix has appeared, and even if the real dragon comes out, I don't think they can turn the situation around. Moreover, I believe in Purple's power. Ho said in a deep voice, it's not a good time to launch an all-out attack. If we could wait for half a year and let the crack stabilize by itself, we would have been able to descend to the realm of heaven martial arts, and Blue wouldn't have died so mysteriously. When Blue's death was mentioned, they all looked unhappy. Ji said, we can't control the development of this matter. Even the existence of these realm-devouring demons is beyond our expectation. We can only take one step at a time and try our best. Above Crimson Moon City, when Li Yunxiao saw Fei and I release the heavenly fire barrier, he could not help but be overjoyed. The heaven-raising troll directly became the center of the barrier. It was suppressed by the powerful flames to the point that its limbs were trembling, but it was unable to escape. It could only accept the fact that it was constantly being roasted, and its body was being burned to pieces. Purple frowned, and a hand seal appeared. The remaining two heaven-raising troll immediately had a mark appear in front of them, and they immediately rushed towards Fei and I. Although the heavenly fire barrier was powerful, it could only block a large number of ordinary demons. It was not of much use to the heaven-raising troll. Furthermore, after setting up the fire wall and suppressing one of the troll, Fei and I was currently stepping on the head, unable to move. Therefore, it was the best target. In addition, there were still two troll that were being held back by Mistrock Lord and Hao Feng. After the fire wall was established, Hao Feng led the heaven-raising troll into the fire wall and continuously burned its body, which could be considered a form of support. After the heavenly fire barrier appeared, the people of the demon clan panicked for a while, but they quickly calmed down and began to attack through the fire wall. Moreover, because the barrier was too large, its power was not very strong. A large number of demon clan endured the burning and directly passed through. The two heaven-raising troll arrived in front of Fei and I in a few moments. Seeing this, Li Yunxiao was alarmed, and hurriedly arrived in front of Fei and I, raising his sword to gather qi. Suddenly, a zing sound broke through the air. A cold light flashed in the sky, and a huge circular profound artifact flew down, stabbing into the neck of the heaven-raising troll with a zing sound. Nether wheel. When Li Yunxiao saw this, he was immediately overjoyed. He immediately understood who it was, and the sword in his hand immediately stabbed towards the other side. 9 white lotus flowers bloomed on the sword light, striking the body of the heaven-raising troll one by one. They exploded like firecrackers, but only left shallow marks. After fighting continuously, Li Yunxiao's true essence was almost exhausted, and he was completely relying on his willpower to hold on. After the other heaven-raising troll was slashed by the nether wheel, he angrily roared and grabbed the nether wheel, desperately pulling it out. Azure light flickered on the wheel, and countless runes flew out, forming a netherworld wheel grand array around the heaven-supporting giant devil. A red figure flickered and appeared above the formation. He formed a seal with one hand, and his eyes were cold. It was Mo. The array light spun, constantly cutting into the giant demon's body. Large amounts of stones were shattered from its body. Li Yunxiao was pleasantly surprised. To be able to directly materialize the wheel array formation, it was evident that Mo had completely mastered this profound level weapon. Moreover, the nether wheel was indeed the best weapon to deal with the giant demon. Just as he was thinking, the last free Colossus demon roared and charged at Li Yunxiao and Fei and I. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew, causing the fire pillars around Fei and I to flutter. Li Yunxiao and Fei Ni's expressions changed at the same time, their faces full of shock. Unless it was the primordial astral wind, how could an ordinary gale blow the heavenly fire away? Li Yunxiao said solemnly, that wasn't the wind just now, Fei and I also felt it. He nodded and said, it's killing intent. A killing intent that could blow the heavenly fire away. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with shock as he looked towards the sky. In the pitch-black void, he seemed to see something, and his body could not help but tremble. A ferocious and terrifying face seemed to sweep across the sky, as though there was a terrifying existence walking in the void, coming from an endless distance. Eh? That is. Purple's expression changed, and he looked at the void in shock. Although the 4 demon lords in front of the demon mirror could not see the truth of the void through the mirror light, they could see Purple's expression, which was pale with fright. What did Purple see? How could it make him show such an expression? Ji found it hard to remain calm. Purple was his subordinate, and based on his understanding of Purple, he must have seen something unbelievable. Humph. Gong snorted. Although he did not want to see Purple's ugly face again, he could not help but flash his body, and directly projected himself outside the crack. Gong's projection followed Purple's gaze, and saw a huge figure slowly appear in the void. Its body was covered in purplish-black scales, and there were 2 white horns on its head. Its face was thin and abnormally repulsive. That is, Gong lost his balance and shouted. His face was full of shock, and even a trace of fear. At this moment, the other 3 demon lords in front of the demon mirror also saw the situation clearly, and they could not help but be shocked. Ho was even more shocked, and he said, Ramayana. What? Ji was shocked, and said, the legendary god of slaughter? Yen was shocked, and said, isn't that something in the legends? Rumor has it that it resides outside the heavenly cycle stars, and within the rules of the universe, it is born from an unknown power. How can its true body descend? While they were shocked, in the boundless void, following the god of slaughter step by step, there was also a pure white figure in the distance. Wherever the figure passed, the vast sky turned into boundless darkness. Li Yunxiao was surprised and happy, and he finally saw the person clearly. In his mind, the figure that came and went in the sky above Nuyan City appeared in his mind. And the words that person had said in the sky above Nuyan City, the night shadow will always follow the mirage, but from today onwards, wherever I go, there is boundless night shadow. Ling Bai's face appeared in the void, and he took a step down. Ramayana's true body followed closely behind, and with a ferocious expression, he raised his purplish-black hands. The sharp claws seemed to be covered with boundless poison, and they were black and shiny. Ha! Ramayana grabbed down, and with a whoosh, his 5 fingers directly pierced into the giant demon's head. Roar! The giant demon roared violently, and it struggled with all its might. It grabbed Ramayana's arm with both hands, and it forcefully tore it apart. An eerie and terrifying ferocious smile appeared on Ramayana's face, and he directly bent his huge body, opened his mouth, and bit down. Ah! Everyone was shocked by this terrifying scene. They saw Ramayana directly bite the giant demon's head into his mouth, and then he grabbed the giant demon's body with both hands, and kept stuffing it into his mouth. Ramayana's body was more than twice the size of the giant demon, but even so, the way he devoured the giant demon was very eerie and ugly. Even the demons with low intelligence were deeply shocked by this scene. In the entire sky, apart from the heavenly fire boundary that was still burning, the only thing left was Ramayana's figure devouring the giant demon. Not long after, Ramayana also stuffed the giant demon's shoulder and chest into his mouth. As he continued to devour, his body also slowly grew, and he became even larger than before. Gulp. Li Yunxiao swallowed with some fear. He felt that Ling Bai's entrance was too shocking, but at this moment, he liked it very much. After a while, Ramayana finally ate the entire sky-piercing troll. His body grew by more than a third. A satisfied smile appeared on his eerie and terrifying face, and it made people's hair stand on end. How do we fight this? Among the demons, all the demon lords with intelligence were completely dumbfounded, and their expressions were uglier than if their parents had died. Even the demons with low intelligence were scared out of their wits and didn't know what to do. Ramayana's completely inanimate gaze swept across the battlefield as he uttered a strange syllable, and the eerie smile on his face deepened. Ling Bai had been standing in the sky the whole time. Although he was spotless and as clean as snow, he was hidden in the shadows of the night, and it was difficult to see his true body. Enough. You can go now. Ling Bai ordered coldly. Ramayana uttered another strange syllable as if he was dissatisfied, but he didn't go against Ling Bai's will. He stepped out into the void. After another step, his figure became much smaller, and after a few steps, he seemed to have returned to an infinite distance. Only the eerie and terrifying aura remained on the battlefield, and it was terrifying to hear. Why? Why don't you let that thing eat all the demons before leaving? Li Yunxiao rebuked with extreme dissatisfaction. His reproachful voice pierced through the sky, and only then did everyone come back to their senses. When the demons heard him, they all quivered and almost lost their will to fight. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to escape from this battlefield as soon as possible. They had all come from the crack, and there was still a terrifying realm-devouring demon on the other side of the crack. In order to conquer the crack, many of them had died. However, no matter how terrifying that realm-devouring demon was, it couldn't be compared to Ramayana. How could that be the power of the human world? Even the 4 demon venerables in front of the magic mirror were trembling. Yen said in a trembling voice, How can we fight against this? Who is this person? He is even more terrifying than the owner of the sacred artifact of the 2 realms. There was silence in the crack. Ho said in a low voice, that Ramayana has left. Yen was terrified, and he screamed, so what if he has left? It must be that person who summoned it. If he summons it again, all of us will be killed. That thing must be at the Realm King realm, and only the Holy Demon realm can contend with it. Ji said in a serious voice, in my opinion, that thing won't come back. Now, the people of the realm of heaven martial arts are obviously at a disadvantage. If that person can summon Ramayana at will, why not let him kill us before leaving? This kind of summoning must have a time limit, and he must pay a huge price. Ho said, Ji is right. There must be a time limit and a price. Otherwise, with a Realm King realm thing following him, that person in white would be invincible. Yen said in a trembling voice, even so, isn't it too terrifying? Ji said, there are many terrifying things in this world. Don't forget why the 4 of us joined hands to conquer the realm of heaven martial arts. Isn't it because of that person? Compared to that thing, that person should be even more terrifying, right? TSK, damn it. Yen clenched his teeth, and his eyes emitted flames of anger. He shouted, then let's go all out. We can take advantage of the time limit to kill that person and the owner of the sacred artifact of the 2 realms. Gong also nodded. He looked back and said, besides maintaining the crack and resisting the power of the realm-devouring demon, send all the other forces. We must kill those people. Ha ha ha. In front of the fissure, Purple laughed wildly all of a sudden. He looked excited and bloodthirsty as he stared at the void and chuckled. You summoned that thing just now, didn't you? In the void, Ling Bai glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. His figure floated down and directly flew into the boundary of heavenly fire to kill those demons. As soon as the 6 injuries purple sword chi appeared, the devils screamed miserably. The screams pierced through the sky and woke up the people from both sides, and they went back to the tragic fight. Because that scene just now was too terrifying, the hearts of all the devils were covered with a layer of shadow. Moreover, the heavenly phoenix fire burned almost all the devils on the ground. Thus the simulated environment in the devil realm was directly destroyed. Due to the realm's power, the devils were suffocated. Moreover, Ling Bai was unstoppable. Tragic sounds were heard everywhere he went, and devils flew up while shrieking. Even so, the devils' ranks were too low, thus they turned into nothingness as soon as they touched the heavenly fire. Purple stood in front of the crack. Seeing that Ling Bai was ignoring him, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he laughed sinisterly, haha, finally something interesting. All of a sudden, a black shadow was condensed inside the fissure, and it slowly turned into a burly Devil King with a calm look on his face. The Devil King was also wearing a rare black armor. As soon as he appeared, he said, Purple, your commanding authority has been revoked by the 4 sirs, so I, the Devil Record, will replace you now. Boring thing. Purple scoffed, then he turned into a devil light and fell to the ground like a meteor. He was heading toward Ling Bai. Boom. The meteor landed inside the heavenly fire and exploded, causing the entire boundary to shake. Fei Ni's face changed. She swallowed the salty taste of blood that gushed out from her throat. Initially, the boundary had consumed all of her powers. After burning all of the Devil Realm's plants, its range was reduced by more than a few times. Even so, maintaining the spirit formation's power to kill all of the demons and suppress the colossal demon beneath her feet was already taking a toll on her. Now that Purple had forced his way into the barrier and caused a huge tremor, the backlash had even injured her body. Her internal organs were all injured. Purple One appeared within the barrier, and a sinister smile appeared on his face as he pointed a finger toward Ling Bai. Bam! The finger energy pierced through the void, creating layers of ripples. Ling Bai's expression changed. His figure flashed repeatedly on the ground, and he used several movement techniques in succession to avoid the attack. However, Purple had already closed in and appeared right in front of him. He formed a seal with one hand and slapped down. Clang! When the demonic seal struck the 6 injuries violet edge, it created a cone-shaped light that forced Ling Bai to continuously retreat. Li Yunxiao took the time to glance at the two of them. Ling Bai had already stepped into the emptiness realm, but compared to Purple, although he had the power of the realm to suppress Purple, he was still slightly inferior. Although Ling Bai did not say anything, he now understood that there must be a limit to summoning Ramayana. As he was thinking this, Purple and Ling Bai were sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. All sorts of attacks of light exploded between the two of them, but Demon Shine clearly had the upper hand. Ling Bai was being suppressed to a great extent. At this moment, he didn't have the mood to care about Ling Bai. Instead, he looked at the sky in shock. The person in front of the crack had been replaced by the majestic Lu. Around him, there were demonic shadows gathering everywhere. It seemed that they were gathering their strength to organize the next wave of attack. Damn it! Just how much strength does he have left? Li Yunxiao was anxious and angry. Let alone another wave of attack, he couldn't even withstand the current one. The power of the heavenly fire was also gradually weakening. Its range had already shrunk to 1,000 feet. And there were still hundreds of demons left. The suppression of the Saint Demon Hall was also beginning to collapse, and the golden light that formed the Yang Hall was slowly dissipating. Bo Mu could no longer care about that. His body was covered in blood, and his face was expressionless. But he still hadn't displayed any strength that surpassed his current level. It seemed that he would rather die than become a slave again. Li Yunxiao glanced at Fei Yanai and shouted, "Get out of the way." Fei Yanai looked up and saw Li Yunxiao throw the Tusida Heavenly Peak at him. He was immediately overjoyed. He turned into a ball of flames and flew down. With a bang, the flames fell on the body of a 10-direction vicious soul, directly blowing it to pieces. The Tusida Heavenly Peak rumbled, suppressing the giant demon in place of Fei Yanai. Previously, the giant demon had been burned by the heavenly fire, and now, after being crushed by the giant mountain, a large part of its body was turned into stones and shattered. Li Yunxiao teleported to the top of the Tusida Heavenly Peak and sat cross-legged. He started to form hand signs to gather earth elements. He planned to crush the giant demon in this way. The giant demons had already been weakened by the joint attack of the realm of heaven martial arts experts. They couldn't bear the weight of the mountain anymore, and they started to show signs of exhaustion. Fei Yanai, who wasn't far away, didn't need to suppress the giant demon anymore. His vital energy turned into a raging fire, and the heavenly fire barrier lit up again. Many walls of fire shot toward the demons. In another place, Mo was quietly standing on the netherwheel formation. He was using the power of the formation to cut it down bit by bit. A large amount of stones fell from the giant demon's body, and thousands of deep cuts appeared on it. Mo's gaze was attracted by little Qing, who was fighting in the distance. A celestial instrument was floating next to little Qing. It was the armillary sphere, and its power was unceasingly spreading out and attacking the demons. He recognized at a glance that it was the demon clan's sacred artifact, the armillary sphere, and he concluded that Shang must have died. Otherwise, this profound artifact wouldn't have fallen into the hands of an outsider. If the situation hadn't been so special, he would have tried to snatch it directly. Mo. Li Yunxiao shouted and looked at him anxiously. Mo was the most relaxed person on this battlefield. It was good to use the formation power of the profound artifact to cut down the giant demon. He could achieve the greatest effect with the lowest price. Unfortunately, it took too long. If he continued at that speed, he wouldn't be able to kill the giant demon even after the time it takes for several incense sticks to burn. Xianxia wanted him to finish the battle quickly, so he could deal with the other demons. They exchanged a glance. Mo understood Xianxia's intention. He nodded slightly and changed his hand signs. Then, he flew out of the formation light. A large amount of blood appeared around Mo. As he changed his hand signs, the blood turned into all kinds of birds and beasts. They rushed into the netherwheel formation and bit the giant demon. Boom, boom, every blood bird and beast hit the giant demon like a heavy hammer. Combined with the slashes of the nether wheel, the giant demon's life was consumed at a faster rate. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. Mo was using the mystique recorded in the Brahma demon's sacred art. It was rumored that Brahma was the first demon born of the ancestral demon and the one who had followed the ancestral demon for the longest time. Many of the mystique skills and mystiques in the Brahma demon's sacred art were passed down from the ancestral demon, and many were comprehended by the first-generation Brahma demon. For example, the blood art manifestation that Mo was using was actually the comprehension of the first-generation Brahma demon when the ancestral demon evolved the 5 insects, 7 birds, and 9 beasts. In an instant, there were hundreds of blood art manifestations around Mo. There were all kinds of birds, beasts, and even fish and insects. The giant demon's body gave off a loud cracking sound, attracting the attention of many warriors and demons. Everyone understood that the sound signified the death of another giant demon. Both sides were in completely different moods. In front of the fisher, Lu stared down with a cold look in his eyes. He said, "Damn it. Everyone, gather up and rush down. I want to see how long they can resist." Gong projected himself and asked worriedly, "Are we going to send everyone down?" Lu cupped his fists and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." Looking at Gong's face, he asked, "Are you worried?" Gong nodded and said, "If this attack is not as good as killing all the enemies, what should we do?" Lu said, "It's not possible. Even if we don't send more people down, we might not lose by relying on the demons on the battlefield. Moreover, we still have the last batch of people, right?" Gong said, "If we send more people down, we will have sent 3/5 of the 5 tribes' forces. Now there are 2 forces in the fissure. One of them has to maintain the barrier to prevent the World Eater from appearing. There's still one last batch of power left. I hope to preserve them as much as possible." Lu said with a smile, "Your Excellency, you have filtered them. This batch is enough." Gong said, "If there are only people left on the battlefield, I won't worry at all. I'm just afraid that the realm of heaven martial arts will send more terrifying forces. That will be troublesome." Lu said, "I get it. Then let's try our best to end this tragic battle as soon as possible." Lu's eyes flickered with killing intent. He waved the expert's hand and shouted, "Kill." "Huh!" Thousands of powerful demons shouted in unison. Their voices shook the land. On the ground, the mood of both sides changed. The demons were overjoyed, while the realm of heaven martial arts side looked ashen. Courageously facing death will lead to death. Dragging out an ignoble existence will lead to 2 lives. Ben Tingfeng shouted and rushed forward triumphantly. He rushed into the demons and detonated his dantian. Boom! A huge explosion spread and engulfed all the demons within a circumference of several hundred feet. They turned into ashes and disappeared. "Your Excellency Ben Tingfeng." Several miserable screams echoed. Everyone was mournful. Xianxia's face was pale and unsightly. He clenched his fists so hard that they almost bled. Many familiar faces fell in front of him and turned into wisps of green blood that dyed the sky red. Boom! The giant demon besieged by Mo couldn't hold on any longer. He was cut into hundreds of pieces by the nether wheel. He turned into a pile of rocks and fell. After Mo killed the giant demon, he grabbed the nether wheel and rushed into the battlefield. The extremely tragic scene had also stunned him, and over 100 blood spell manifestations also followed suit, charging toward the demon race army. With Mo's addition, the situation immediately turned for the better. However, Xianxia's face was filled with despair. He lifted his head to look at the sky and the densely packed figures. Every single one of them emitted a powerful aura. They were like a pitch-black meteor shower that scattered down to the ground. Cough, cough, I say, with so many demons, aren't they just sending us to our deaths? Yeah, it's too scary. I think we should go back. This old man would rather continue to sleep on Profoundly Island than get involved in this mess. Fuck, I must have offended Qingyu somewhere. Just as Li Yunxiao was in despair, a few extremely discordant voices came from below the meteor shower-like sky. Tens of thousands of meters in the sky, Mist Rock Lord is fighting the Skypiercer. 1 man and 1 demon are like arrows at the end of their flight. Suddenly, the space next to him trembled. Moreover, the trembling started from one place and spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 10 figures appeared. One of them said in surprise, "Hey, isn't that the 4 kings?" Another cried out, "Oh, he looks like he's about to die. He's about to become a death monarch." Mist Rock Lord's complexion changed slightly, anger faintly visible between his eyebrows, and he glanced over with a fierce gaze. One of them, a grey-robed old man, placed his hands behind his back and said solemnly, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and attack." Yes. Only then did the other 9 people immediately take action. 9 powerful attacks slammed into the sky-towering troll. The sky-towering troll, which was already on its last legs, exploded with a rumble and turned into powder that scattered in the air. Mist Rock Lord stared at the grey-robed old man and said coldly, "Li Mongshan." One of Profoundly Island's 4 kings, the monarch of light, Li Mongshan. Li Mongshan just said indifferently, "Mist Rock Lord, be careful not to take the lunchbox." He raised his hand, and a ball of golden light appeared in his palm. Immediately after, it shot out like a rain of arrows. The ball of light illuminated the entire sky and land as if it was daytime. It was a true radiance. The thousands of demons that fell like rain suddenly seemed to stagnate within the light, and their bodies became sluggish. Moreover, demonic light immediately surged from each of the demons and condensed around them to resist the strong light, proving that it was extremely harmful to them. Lu's expression turned grave, and he said solemnly, "Barrier of light?" Gong was also shocked. One of the 2 great boundaries of light and darkness that transcends the 9 elemental boundaries and is on par with the laws? Someone in the heavenly martial arts realm has mastered this path. Lu's eyes were dark as he said, "This person's strength," Gong said in a deep voice, "You will deal with this person. Just in case, send a few second-level demon monarchs to accompany you." Lu nodded and said, "That's fine too. If it wasn't for the suppression of the realm's power, I alone would be enough. Just in case, the more people the better." He immediately made an inventory of nearly 20 people, called all the middle and second-level demon monarchs, and then flew down. "King of Light, someone is coming to kill you. We will protect you." When the 9 Xianli Island experts saw the 6 people flying over, they immediately spread out in front of Li Mongshan, forming a triangular formation. Li Mongshan took a look and said, "There are 17 of them. Can you kill them all?" One of them cried out, "Aya, I'm scared too, but where there's a will, there's nothing we can do." Li Mongshan nodded and said, "Thank you all for your hard work." He formed a seal with one hand, and the light that filled the sky began to revolve like a huge furnace. The light turned into thousands of sharp blades. All the demons used their protective demonic light to resist the sharp light blades. Sizzling sounds could be heard from their bodies, and large amounts of black smoke were emitted as they disintegrated under the boundary of light. Li Yunxiao looked up and was overjoyed. Li Mongshan's strength had exceeded his expectations. He was able to trap over 1,000 demons by himself, and he could even cause them some damage. Morale was immediately boosted. At this moment, the giant demon at the foot of the Tusada heavenly peak had finally reached its limit and collapsed. With a boom, it was crushed into countless gravel and powder, and the ground was covered in dust. Everyone was overjoyed. At this moment, only Haofeng was struggling to hold on. A black shadow appeared above the giant demon's head. It was the Tusada heavenly peak. After killing one, Li Yunxiao instantly threw the Tusada heavenly peak over. Boom! The Tusada heavenly peak smashed into the giant demon's head, and countless pieces fell off. This time, he didn't try to suppress it. Instead, he lifted the peak and flew over. The giant demon was in pain. It knew how powerful this thing was. Moreover, it had fought with Hao Feng for a long time, and it had used up a lot of its demonic qi. It didn't want to collide with the peak, so it turned to leave. In the end, it was hit in the back by the peak, and it directly fell forward, smashing into the ground with a boom. The Tusada heavenly peak flew up again and smashed down. Hao Feng also took advantage of this opportunity. With a flash of saber light, a huge transparent saber appeared in the sky and fiercely slashed down. The giant demon's body was clumsy, and after falling, it could only take a beating. After being hit by the saber and the mountain, it also fell to the ground and broke into two, unable to get up again. At this point, all 7 giant demons were dead. Li Yunxiao and Hao Feng's faces were pale. They stared at the giant demon's corpse. How many experts had died under the hands of these 7 giant demons? Finally, all of them had been killed. Hao Feng's whole body was covered in blood. He had been hit by the giant demon twice, and the bones in his upper body were almost broken. He was relying on his willpower to support himself. At this moment, he didn't have the strength to support himself anymore. The Origin Nirvana saber fell on the ground, and his whole body fell backwards. Lord Hao Feng! Li Yunxiao was shocked. He teleported over and collected Hao Feng and the Origin Nirvana saber. In fact, he was also an arrow at the end of its flight. He also wanted to fall down, regardless of whether he lived or died. After all, he was too tired. But he couldn't, because he was Li Yunxiao, the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance's master. The whole realm of heavenly martial arts had been defeated, and they had all returned to the Heavenly Fire Ward to resist. Mo was the only one left, and he had killed more than 100 demons. All of a sudden, a golden beam of light descended from the sky and appeared in the sky above everyone. It turned into a shining golden seal, which suddenly fell down. Li Yunxiao's eyelids twitched. He was overjoyed. He knew that some experts had come to help. It was because 2 words were carved on the seal, which were shining with a golden light, in ancient seal script: "Overturn the heavens, rumble." The seal fell and struck the center of a large number of demons. It instantly killed a large number of them. Soon after, 2 people wearing armor appeared in the sky, and they looked down coldly. They were the 2 brothers, Zhan Yu and Zhan Ho. 2 cyan figures also appeared in the sky with them. They were Wei Qing and his son. Li Yunxiao was gratified. You also came. It was the first time he felt that the 2 brothers, father and son, were so cute. He felt lucky that he hadn't killed them. Humph, since we made an oath, we will naturally abide by it, Zhan Yu said coldly. Then, he glanced at the sky and the ground. He and Zhan Ho turned into 2 golden beams of light and flew down. In the sky, there were too many demons in the Ward of Light. The 2 brothers couldn't resist them alone, so they had to kill the scattered demons on the ground first. Wei Qing was expressionless. He said coldly, if someone hadn't knelt in front of me and begged me, I wouldn't have come. Li Yunxiao was surprised. Anger appeared on his face. The good impression he had of Wei Qing also disappeared. Wei Qing didn't care about his expression. He raised his head and frowned. Why are there so many demons? Were you just doing nothing? Li Yunxiao snorted. He didn't want to talk to him. Ling Mudi said, no matter what the reason is, since Lord Wei Qing has come to this battlefield, he is our comrade. Moreover, when you looked at the demons in the sky, you were surprised, but you didn't panic. I guess you were confident. Wei Qing snorted. What a joke. Demons? Do you think I'm a savior? A realm king? Although his face was full of disdain and sarcasm, he didn't hesitate. He took out a silver bottle and threw it into the sky. As he kept casting hand seals, the bottle started to rotate. It turned into yin and yang energies, which were twirling around the bottle. They seemed to have the pattern of Tai Chi Gong's eyelids twitched. He cried out involuntarily, yin and yang dual chi bottle? The other demon venerables in front of the magic mirror were also shocked. Yen said in a deep voice, it's yin and yang dual chi bottle. The fragments of the ancient god's battlefield also appeared, and 3 of the 6 paths demonic weapons appeared. I didn't expect that most of the weapons of Lord Monogatari were on this battlefield. The funny thing is that they became the weapons of the realm of heaven martial arts experts. they didn't feel good about it. It wasn't only because those magical weapons came from the realm of demons, but also because the Monogatari was very famous. He had been the idol of all the demons for 100,000 years. Now, seeing the weapons of his idol in the enemy's hands, they were obviously in a bad mood. The yin and yang dual chi bottle rotated in the sky. Many figures flashed out of it. They were all weapons of slaughter. Soon, 300 or 400 of them appeared, which made the demon king's faces even more unsightly. After Wei Qin poured out all the weapons of slaughter, he didn't put the bottle away immediately. Instead, he continued to cast more spells to make the yin and yang dual chi bottle bigger. Soon, the mouth of the bottle was several acres large. A faint 8 trigrams pattern appeared on the mouth of the bottle. Then, wind and clouds surged around the bottle. A large amount of demonic energy turned into many demonic dragons, which were sucked into the bottle. As soon as this technique was used, the sky above the Red Moon City was filled with demonic energy that turned into dragons. They flew from all directions and were sucked into the bottle. The people of the two realms were all attracted by this astonishing vision. They were all shocked. Absorbing demonic energy wasn't a big deal, but the speed and the scope of the vision were really shocking. Gong was a little stunned. He said in a daze, "Is he going to absorb all the demonic energy?" At this moment, a large amount of demonic energy was still gushing out of the crack, but the yin and yang dual chi bottle's absorption speed was dozens or even hundreds of times faster. Ho said in a deep voice, "That's not good. I heard that the yin and yang dual chi bottle can not only contain people, but also the sky and the earth. This person probably wants to absorb all the demonic energy, so my previous demonization will be in vain." Although the plants in the realm of demons were eliminated by the heavenly phoenix fire, as long as there was a large amount of demonic energy, the demonization would continue, but at a slower speed. If the demonic energy was absorbed by the bottle, the demonization would be over. Damn it! Why are there so many damned things in the realm of heaven martial arts? Yen shouted angrily. I really want to go out and tear them all to pieces. Ji said in a deep voice, calm down. If we go out, the crack will collapse, and we won't be able to bear it. If we are not careful, we will follow in Lan's footsteps. Yen said angrily, then what should we do? Look at the current situation. Every time we think we are going to win, something goes wrong. Now the yin and yang bottle has appeared. I don't know how many strange people will show up later. Ho said, the realm of heaven martial arts is so big. There are countless strong people. We attacked with our full strength, but it seems we were too reckless. Gong said coldly, don't you think it's too late to say that? We started this battle first. Even if we die, we have to eat it. It's just a yin and yang bottle. How could it make you change your belief? Don't forget that the demonic weapons of the 6 paths appeared before. They were just SOSO. Ho said, although I regret it, I don't want to stop. The yin and yang bottle is different from the demonic weapons of the 6 paths. The key is that the power of the demonic weapons of the 6 paths is limited. If he could use the demonic weapon's full power, it wouldn't be so troublesome. He would have destroyed the crack and killed us. The yin and yang bottle is a very strange ancient treasure. It is ancient and has strange functions. Except for the demonic weapons of the 6 paths, it is one of the top 3 treasures in the whole realm of demons. Yen said, it's just a sacred artifact. It can absorb everything. What's so strange about it? Even ordinary sacred artifacts can do that. Ho said, ordinary sacred artifacts can absorb everything, but they can't absorb everything. Do you understand the difference? Yen was startled. His face revealed a shocked expression as he asked, what do you mean by absorbing everything? Ji and Gong seemed to have thought of something. They didn't look good. Ho looked at the magic mirror and said, that's what you are seeing now. What I am worried about is that this bottle can only absorb demonic chi. If it can absorb demons, we will have to retreat. Suck the demons in? Yen was shocked. He said in surprise, no way. Ho said, the yin and yang bottle does have this ability. It is said that it once absorbed divine demons. Haha, what nonsense. Yen retorted with a smile, if he really is that strong, then let's hurry up and escape. Haha. Ho said, this rumor is indeed a little exaggerated, but it is absolutely true that it can absorb demons. However, there's one thing. A saint artifact is only an artifact after all, and its strength has a limit. If the thing it absorbs exceeds its own strength, then this bottle will be useless. Gong said, if that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. Although the holy fiend is enough to kill over 1,000 demons, the overall energy these demons contain is even greater than the holy fiend's. If the Yin Yang Twin Qi bottle really absorbs them, it will definitely be destroyed. Ho said, even though that's the case, if this bottle has really absorbed several hundred demons, coupled with the current power of the heavenly martial arts realm, the outcome of this battle won't be optimistic. These words immediately caused the other three to become silent. Moreover, judging from the heavenly martial arts realm's character, experts were continuously joining the battlefield. Only heaven knew whether more experts would join the battlefield in the end. The four of them could not hide the worry in their eyes. At this moment, above the Red Moon City, the Yin Yang Twin Qi bottle was like a divine pagoda, standing in the middle of the sky. The strange phenomenon around it was astonishing. The demonic energy turned into roaming dragons, and they kept merging. In the end, they turned into 8 giant tornadoes, which spiraled into the mouth of the bottle. Not only the demonic energy, but even the light of the Light Ward and the fire of the Heavenly Fire Ward couldn't escape the fate of being absorbed. Li Mongshan and Fei and I were both shocked, and they hastily withdrew their barrier power. The Yin Yang Twin Qi bottle's current state was still absorbing energy, and it couldn't directly absorb living beings. Wei Qing waved his hand and gave an order. The hundreds of slaughtering weapons immediately emitted a strong murderous aura, and they rushed toward the 1,000 demons in the sky. These slaughtering weapons didn't have any personal feelings. They only had the power to kill and indomitable loyalty. The people of the two realms collided, and the sky immediately fell into chaos. Wei Wuya also rushed into the enemy's formation to kill the enemy's Demon King. The Demon King's strength wasn't necessarily the strongest among the demons. But he was a smart one, and he was more difficult to deal with. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed, and he shouted madly, let's finish this quickly. Everyone on the ground became spirited again. Fei and I didn't use the elemental ward anymore, and he rushed into the Demon King's formation to kill them alone. Zhan Yu and Zhan Xiao joined the battle, and Mo's terrifying magical power also joined the battle. The situation was completely reversed, especially after the destruction of the simulated environment, and now the demonic energy had been absorbed by the Yin Yang Twin Qi bottle. All the demons were exposed to the realm power of the heavenly martial arts realm, and they couldn't defend themselves. They could only rely on themselves to resist. The number of demons on the ground started to decrease, and they were quickly eliminated. But in the realm of heavenly martial arts, except for the Divine Realm Void Realm experts of the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance, there was almost no one who could fight. Li Yunxiao put all the injured people into the Divine Steel, and only Zhan Yu and Zhan Xiao, Fei and I, Mo, Xiaoqing, Mudi, Bei Chennan, and Pani were left. The first few had joined the battle relatively late, while the last few had strong bodies, and their strength wasn't weak, so they still had life force and fighting capacity. Li Yunxiao said, can you still fight? Humph. Zhan Yu snorted mockingly, then ignored him. He turned into a golden light beam with his brother and soared into the sky. Killing the demons on the ground didn't consume much of their strength. Mo also didn't say anything. He disappeared on the ground with a flash of red light. Xiaoqing sighed and said, since we've come this far, I can't leave. After all, I'm more attached to this realm than you are. He held the armillary sphere in his hand, and his body flashed and appeared in the sky. Bei Chennan suddenly said, young Master Yun, have you thought about using the yo-yo? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, I thought about it before, but I can't do it now. The demonic energy's resistance is very strong. Neither your poison nor my blue lightning can hurt it. Only Fei Ni's heavenly phoenix fire with the realm power, and Li Mongshan's light barrier can weaken the demon's power. Bei Chennan sighed. You're right. In addition to our powers, I'm afraid it'll be hard for us to unleash the yo-yo's power. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, after this battle, if you and I are able to survive, we must think of a way to increase our strength. If we can fuse a few types of poisons, and if I can unleash Xiaoqing's purple lightning, it'll be a fatal move for the demons. Ling Mudi grinned. Don't worry, we'll definitely go back alive. The others smiled bitterly. It was bitter, but they had no regrets. Faye and I grinned. Even if we die, we won't have lived in vain if we can all die together. Don't be so pessimistic, we have a high chance of winning. Xianxia laughed. Everyone knew very well that even if the devils only had this much power, they would not have a high chance of winning. Besides, nobody knew what other beings were coveting the battlefield from the crack. The others didn't waste any more time. They soared into the sky and attacked the demons. Lu led more than 10 devil monarchs and clashed with the 10 people from Xuanli Island. Because Li Mongshan had retracted the light barrier, a ring of light appeared on his arm, as though it had materialized and struck towards the group. When the halo attacked, a demon king exploded and died. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 people were killed. Li Mongshan's cultivation was not good, but he had obtained an exotic treasure, the heart of Qiqiao Linglong. His fighting power was not inferior to that of the Mist Rock Master. Because of the heart of Qiqiao Linglong, which could gather light power, he could control light at will. Lu Sha was shocked. If they were in the demon realm, he would be able to fight against Li Mongshan. But now, everyone was exposed to the realm of heaven martial arts. They were suffocated by the realm's power, and they could only watch helplessly as they died. Sir! A demon king couldn't take it anymore. He shouted in fear. Lu understood what he meant. He wanted them to retreat. But before Lu could reply, the demon king's head was hit by Li Mongshan's halo, and he died on the spot. Li Mongshan smiled and said, "We can't retreat anymore. Die." He made a gesture of scattering flowers with his hands. Then, countless halos flew out and attacked the demon kings. Bang! Bang! The demon kings died instantly. Lu was caught unprepared, and he was injured. He didn't care about anything else, and he quickly turned around to escape. But the other 9 experts wouldn't let him escape. They chased after him and killed him. In the blink of an eye, the 20 most elite demon kings were killed. Li Mongshan withdrew the light that filled the sky. His calm expression became grave, and a faint golden light appeared on his chest. It emitted a faint light, and a transparent heart could be faintly seen revolving. The Mist Rock Master said, "Congratulations, your power has increased again. You have already reached the creation realm, right?" Li Mongshan smiled and said, "I've already touched it. But I don't have the 10 directions law. It's just a touch. After this battle, if I can survive, I will go to Yanwu City to break through to the creation realm." Humph, the Mist Rock Master snorted coldly and said, "You have the battle prowess of the creation realm. Unless another heaven-raising demon comes, who can kill you?" Li Mongshan laughed and said, "Haha, I hope so." His body emitted a powerful golden light, and with a flash, he disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, 10 experts from Mystically Island joined the battle. After adjusting his breathing for a moment, Mistrock Lord also stepped into the fray. However, he didn't condense any more void light blades. Instead, he casually walked around the fray and punched out with his bare hands. Every time he punched, a demon would explode. Gong's expression became increasingly ugly. The 2 commanders, Lu, had already died, and Purple was still fighting with Ling Bai. Originally, he still had the upper hand, but as the demon chi was sucked dry by the yin-yang twin chi bottle, the situation gradually reversed, and he began to fall into a disadvantageous position. After losing Lu and the other top demon kings, the strength of the demon kings in the battlefield was limited. Zhang Yu and the others almost killed every time they attacked. Every time they attacked, a demon would die. Li Mongshan's moves were sharp. He threw out halos as if they were free. A large number of demons were killed. In front of the magic mirror, the 4 demon venerables looked gloomy. They were watching the realm of heaven martial arts experts devour them. The 4 demon venerables were like wooden statues. They were lifeless. The oppressive atmosphere made it hard for people to breathe. After a while, the defeat was almost certain. "What should we do?" Ho Ho asked. No one could answer this question. At this moment, there were only 2 groups of people left in the crack. One group was guarding the battlefield and couldn't be used. If they sent the last group of people into the crack, they would have no more people to use. The most important thing was, Could they win if they sent the last group of people? The 4 demon venerables weren't sure. The demons were killed one after another. Even Purple had been seriously injured by Li Yunxiao's sneak attack and killed by Ling Baiyi's 6 injuries. Purple foam. Li Yunxiao's idea was simple. He wanted to kill Purple as soon as possible and release Ling Baiyi's power so that Purple wouldn't consume too much of it. However, Ling Baiyi was very dissatisfied. He slashed his sword at Li Yunxiao. Crazy! Li Yunxiao flew into a rage. Ling Baiyi was still acting willfully at this moment. He moved and turned into lightning to fly back. How can you meddle in my business? I won't let you do it again. Ling Baiyi warned Li Yunxiao, then floated up and headed towards the battlefield. Next time? Li Yunxiao cursed angrily. If there weren't demonic culpa, I would have killed you. If you weren't weak and couldn't defeat me, I wouldn't have had to sneak attack you. Do you think I like sneak attacks? Pa. That hurts my dignity. Ling Baiyi didn't pay attention to him. He felt bored and continued to fly into the battlefield to fight. An indescribable joy appeared in everyone's heart, as if victory was in sight. At this moment, no more demons appeared from the crack, and the sky was quickly swept clean. Wei Qing put away the yin-yang dual qi bottle. The entire sky was filled with only the gasps of the crowd and the slaughter weapons. It was eerily quiet. The ground was full of black potholes, and the ground was cracked beyond recognition. There was no trace of a city at all. Is it over? Did he win? These 2 questions lingered in everyone's mind. Li Yunxiao raised his head and looked at the crack, his pupils constricting. Ling Mudi said coldly, I don't know if it's over or not, but the fiend race's side must be chilled by the killing. This battle is not any weaker than the great battles of 100,000 years ago. I'm afraid there are several demon sovereigns behind the rift. Otherwise, it's impossible for a single demon sovereign to mobilize so many demons. Are you disappointed? A cold light flickered in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, if not for the fact that I'm exhausted right now, I really want to rush into the crack and kill those bastards. Everyone took out all kinds of pills and swallowed them, trying to recover as much as possible. This battle had also made Li Yunxiao realize the importance of alchemists. If he could develop a type of armor that could resist demonic qi, as well as weapons that could attack the demonic race, as well as a large number of pills that could quickly recover quintessential essence, then the number of casualties in this battle would definitely be reduced by more than half. In front of the magic mirror, Yan couldn't help but roar, what are we going to do now? Which one of you is the one speaking? Ho, you gathered everyone here. What do you think we should do now? Ho sighed and said, AI, in my opinion, we should retreat. What? Yanjin said angrily, at this time, you want to retreat? At least 4,000 elite demons died on this battlefield, and now we want to retreat? Ho said, then what do you think? Yan said angrily, how should I know? Am I not asking you? Ji also sighed and shook his head, there is no more power to advance. We have to retreat. What? Even you think we should retreat? Yan angrily rebuked and turned to look at Gong, what do you think? Gong rolled his eyes and said, you don't have an opinion, but you don't agree with others. What are you trying to do? Yan was taken aback and said, then you also agree to retreat? Gong said, we have already fought to this point. Don't say that we don't have the power to take this city. Even if we do, we don't have the power to defend it. If we want to defend the city, we have to defend this place as well. Otherwise, we will be cut off and die. Ji said, that's right. To defend these 2 places, we need at least 2,000 elite demons. Right now, we only have 2,000 left. Even if we take this city without wasting a single soldier, it is just right. Yan's face darkened and said, then the 3 of you agree to run away with your tails between your legs? Gong angrily said, a loss is a loss. Don't forget that you are also a part of this. Why do you want to embarrass yourself when you speak? Yan snorted and didn't say anything else. Ji said, although this battle is desperate and we have suffered great losses, it is not completely useless. The casualties of the heavenly martial arts realm's people cannot be ignored. We will open this crack here and continuously dispatch low-level demons to this place. We will release them through this crack and let them gradually demonize the external environment. Demonize? They have the yin and yang dual energy bottle. As long as they absorb it, everything will be gone. Yan was very unhappy and couldn't help but open his mouth and roar. Ho said, gee, this is a good idea. The person with the yin and yang dual energy bottle can't guard this place for a long time. Moreover, there is another important function of releasing demons. It is to attack the crack and make a change continuously. I believe that in the near future, the four of us will be able to go there with our real bodies. At that time, no one will be able to escape death. Gong sighed and said, we can only do this for now. After the four of them had reached an agreement, they immediately withdrew their demon power. They felt that their bodies were empty, as if they had been hollowed out. He waved his hand and the blue land dragon ring returned to his hand. It flickered on his arm and disappeared. The crack in front of them started to shrink. Its color changed from bright to dark, and a vague pressure appeared. In the sky above the Red Moon City, Ling Mudi stared at the crack for a while and suddenly said, the demons have retreated. They retreated? Everyone was shocked and looked at the sky with complicated expressions. They didn't know what to feel. Suddenly, the crack moved like a human wound. A large amount of demon energy gushed out of it and poured down. Li Yunxiao and the others saw the demon energy pouring down. It wasn't very strong. When it fell on the ground, it flowed like water. It seemed like it was nothing to them. They didn't feel anything about the demon energy. There were many low-level demons mixed in the demon energy. They flowed along with the demon energy and flew everywhere. Fei Yanai waved her hand and a flame immediately flew over and burned those demons. She said suspiciously, the high-level demons are all dead. So they are sending these low-level demons to fight? Ling Mudi shook his head and said, no, the high-level demons have already left. These demonic creatures were either remnants that had escaped on their own, or they were tricks left behind by the demon race after they left, constantly releasing demonic creatures to disturb the surrounding environment in the long run. It's a helpless move, but it also shows their determination to not give up. Li Yunxiao said, then what should we do? It's such a big crack, and we can't seal it. We can't just let it open. Ling Mudi said, let's follow our previous plan and build a mobile fortress to monitor the crack. Li Yunxiao said sorrowfully, but the casualties are too high. Half of the elites of the Heavenly Martial Alliance and Xuanli Island died on the battlefield. Even if we can build a mobile fortress, I'm afraid we won't have enough people. Ling Mudi said, your worries are not unreasonable. But don't forget that this is a war between two realms. The Heavenly Martial Realm isn't just populated by humans. Li Yunxiao was taken aback. He said, but the human race is supreme. The monster race is not as strong as before. The four seas have been slaughtered, and the world is in chaos. Ling Mudi said, don't forget about the four seas. Don't forget about the land. Don't forget about the aristocratic families living in seclusion overseas. In this world, the power is far more complex and powerful than what we see on the surface. Also, don't forget about the coordinates that Yui Bailuan gave you. Li Yunxiao's heart stirred. He said, true dragon. Ling Mudi nodded and said, although I don't know about time and space, I can foresee that a new generation of true dragons will be born soon. At that time, with an additional world king, the situation will be different. Li Yunxiao wasn't the only one who heard this. Everyone present felt their spirits rise. Li Mongshan said, Lord Mudi is right. Also, many experts on Xuanli Island are still sleeping, but they are gradually waking up. Lord Island Master is also mysterious and unfathomable. Li Yunxiao's spirits rose. He said, since that's the case, let's not delay. We will return to Yanwu City first and discuss about building the mobile fortress. Also, I have some ideas. He remembered the Mu family's Skirich Island. It was a huge mechanical puppet. If they could build a dozen of such islands, it would be very useful for the Heavenly Martial Realm to guard the crack. Fei Yanai said, then what about this place? Are we just going to ignore it? Li Mongshan said, everyone is injured or dead. We will guard this place for a while. He pointed at the other 9 people. The 9 people immediately cried out in grievance and refused to do it. We also want to go to Yanwu City to comprehend the rules. That's right. It wasn't easy to leave Xuanli Island. The conditions here are even worse. Who wants to stay here? Aren't we injured? Where did the blood on my face come from? Li Mongshan's face darkened. He shouted, if you don't want to do it, then go back to Xuanli Island and serve Yi Qingyu. Whoever dares to talk to me can get lost. Li Mongshan was enraged. With a shout, the nine's expressions changed and they didn't say a word. Actually, they were used to fooling around. Plus, they joined the battle late and didn't experience the painful environment before, so they looked much more relaxed. The others couldn't relax and even wanted to cry. Li Yunxiao said, you just came out of Xuanli Island and should go to Yanwu City to comprehend the laws of the 10 directions. However, we are short on manpower, so I'll have to trouble you for now. When the manpower is here, I'll immediately send someone to bring you back. Li Mongshan quickly cupped his fists, of course. Alliance leader Yun, don't listen to their nonsense. I'll let them stay here forever. The 9 of them looked like they were about to cry, but they looked very honest. Li Yunxiao and the others waved their hands and left dejectedly, leaving only the 10 desolate figures in the sky. In a deep pool in the demonic world. With a bang, the pool exploded again, even more violently than before. All the water vapor evaporated and turned into nothingness. Dijiao rushed up with a gloomy face and landed on a mountain peak. He looked coldly at the pool with an ugly expression. Who is it? Dijiao shouted and looked into the void. He seemed to have sensed that someone was there. Hee, Lord Demon Lord, how have you been? A white silhouette slowly appeared from the void. His lips curled into a smile as he looked at Dijiao quietly. This person's eyes were light blue, like a pool of water, bottomless. Dijiao shouted, who are you? I don't think I know you. The figure smiled, Lord has been sealed for 100,000 years and your memories are incomplete. It's normal for you to forget me. I'm half a demon now. You can call me Hu. Who? Half a demon? Dijiao said solemnly, so you weren't a demon before? Hu smiled and said, it's been too long, I've also forgotten about it. Dijiao snorted, it's good that you forgot. Otherwise, your memory will be too good and your life will be too tiring. Dijiao pointed at the pool and said coldly, did you take away the things I left here? Hudu laughed and used his finger to lightly knock on his head, saying, too much time has passed, I really have forgotten. You forgot? Looks like I'll have to make you remember. Dijia's face turned cold. He leaped into the air from the peak of the mountain and clawed at the air with his hand. Slowly, he pulled out the bone-chopping knife, which emanated a boundless demonic aura. Hu looked at the saber and revealed a longing expression. He licked his lips and smiled. The demonic weapon of 6 paths. To think that it is still in your hands after 100,000 years. It's truly the weapon of a loyal minister. Oh, it seems like you are very interested in this demon weapon. Dijiao raised his blade and admired it for a while. Suddenly, without saying a word, he teleported in front of Hu and slashed down, who did not have anything in his hand, but he raised his hand to grab the demon weapon. Arrogant. Dijiao was furious. For thousands of years, no one had ever dared to catch a demonic weapon with their bare hands. This was simply unimaginable and unheard of. Are you a madman and an idiot? Chi. The bone-chopping knife fell and directly chopped off Hu's entire arm. Ha ha ha, good saber, really good saber. Not only did Hu not feel pain, but he laughed even more excitedly. He licked his lips with his red tongue and stared at the knife. Since you like it so much, then I will use this saber to send you to the afterlife. Dijia's saber flashed and slashed horizontally, aiming for Hu's head. Hu's face revealed a sinister smile. He took a step back and formed a one-handed seal. The bone-chopping knife fell and slashed into Hu's body, piercing right through. Suddenly, an array pattern appeared on Hu's body. The array pattern spun and gathered on the blade. This array. Dijiao suddenly shuddered and cried out involuntarily, who the hell are you? He pulled out his saber and was about to retreat. But it was too late. Hu's remaining arm reached over and with a bang, his fingers dug into Dijia's shoulder like claws, not letting him go. Dijiao was extremely anxious. He quickly chanted a spell and manifested 3 heads and 6 arms. The true demon giant spirit appeared behind him and formed a seal with all 6 arms, whose face was filled with a sinister smile. He also chanted, and a giant spirit slowly formed behind him. It was also the Dharma form of 3 heads and 6 arms. No. Impossible. Dijiao looked at the Dharma form and felt an inexplicable fear. He seemed to have lost his composure. Nothing is impossible in this world. Who looked at him coldly and said, the true demon form and true demon body, these 2 great mystiques, were originally born with the 6 paths demon weapons. It's not only you, the demon master emperor, who can have them, I can also have them. Whose Dharma form behind him formed a seal and attacked forward. The 2 enormous spirits fought endlessly in the sky. Strands of devilish light shot out in all directions and shook the heavens to the point of collapsing and splitting the earth. The battle between the 2 seemed to be equally matched, but Dijiao was extremely anxious. This was because he knew that Hu was stronger than him. They seemed to be equally matched because Hu had put most of his effort into the raising bone cleaver. The raising bone cleaver seemed to be enchanted and continued to penetrate deeper into Hu's body. Dijia's heart turned cold as if he had fallen into an abyss. He could clearly feel that his control over the raising bone cleaver was becoming weaker and weaker. Haha, looks like the rumors are true. Hu Quan laughed, and his eyes became even bluer from excitement. Rumor has it that the 6 paths demonic weapon is an item without a spirit. One must sacrifice their body to the weapon and turn themselves into the weapon spirit of the demonic weapon in order to communicate with the demonic weapon and become its master. Oh, no, I was wrong. It should be the slave of the demonic weapons. Hu laughed proudly and said, because a heavenly saint artifact represents the highest law of a world, and it's even formed from the law itself, it's impossible for a heavenly saint artifact to be controlled by a spirit within the world. Only by sacrificing oneself to the artifact and becoming the artifact slave, the artifact spirit, can one truly control and display the greatest power of the heavenly saint artifact. Am I right or not? The king of the west, Bei Jinghong. After Hu finished speaking, he looked into the distance. Dijiao was slightly startled. Everything Hu said was true, and it made him feel very uneasy. He hadn't felt this uneasy even when the heavenly martial arts realm's experts had sealed him. As long as the heavenly saint weapon existed, he wouldn't die. Because he was the weapon spirit of the heavenly saint weapon. Once he died, the demonic weapons of the 6 paths would open an entrance to the demon realm in the heavenly martial arts realm and merge the 2 realms. Therefore, the heavenly martial arts realm's experts couldn't do anything to him. They could only suppress him separately. But now, he suddenly felt the threat of death, because this was the demon realm. If he died in the demon realm, the demonic weapons wouldn't react. But the person in front of him not only had the power to kill him, but he also had the technique to subdue the demonic weapons. The formation around the raising bone cleaver was a formation for sacrificing oneself to the weapon. Who was using the formation to turn himself into the raising bone cleaver's weapon spirit so that he could snatch the raising bone cleaver away. In the sky not far away, ripples appeared, and Bei Jinghong's figure appeared. His eyes were filled with panic, and he looked at Hu in fright. You are, Hu grinned and said, hee, my old friend still hasn't forgotten me. Bei Jinghong vigilantly took out the magical tree golden wheel to protect himself. Gnashing his teeth, he said, it's really you. The Lord of the Earth Realm, Shuakuan. What? Dijiao trembled. Looking at the person in front of him, he seemed to recall something. 100,000 years ago, he was one of the heavenly martial arts realm's 4 realm kings in the war between the 2 realms, and he was the Lord of the Earth Realm. Dijiao gnashed his teeth and said, why did you come to the demon realm? And why did you demonize yourself? Hu said with a smile, it's a long story. A look of reminiscence flashed across his face. He said, but I'm too excited now, and I'm not in the mood to talk about the past. Lord Demon Lord, you're one of the most powerful beings in the world, and now you're about to vanish. What do you think? What do you think? You want to kill me? In your next life? Dijiao shouted angrily. He poured all his demonic power into the Akama blade. At the same time, his 4 arms behind him weaved hand signs. He wanted to summon another demon weapon. Shuakuan smiled faintly and said, with your power, you can't summon another demon weapon. Besides, I can only digest one for now. Don't waste your effort. Shuakuan's light blue eyes flickered, and Dijia's whole body was enveloped in a blue radiance. The demonic energy he gathered started dissipating. Netherworld fire? Dijia was shocked, and he cried out involuntarily, you're already a demon. How can you still use an item with the heavenly martial arts realm's power? Bei Jinghong was also shocked. He made a prompt decision and took out the magical tree golden wheel. With a clanging sound, it turned into a huge wheel and flew over. Bang! An extremely powerful force blasted over, hitting the golden wheel and sending it flying. Bei Jinghong looked around in panic and shouted, who is it? His divine sense didn't detect anyone, but his sense of smell told him that there was a faint fragrance. He suddenly discovered that a woman was standing 300 feet away from him. She was looking at him with a sneer on her face. Bei Jinghong's face twisted, and his body couldn't help but shiver. That woman was just standing there quietly, but he couldn't detect her. This proved that she was much stronger than him. Bei Jinghong spat out 2 words with great difficulty. He clenched his teeth and said, Demon Venerable. The woman nodded and said, the Reverend of the Yuan tribe, Yuan. She introduced herself politely, but Yuan's eyes were filled with disdain and coldness. It was as if she was looking at a dead man. Bei Jinghong said angrily, Shuakuan, you were the leader of the heavenly martial arts realm in the past, but you degenerated into a demon and colluded with the Demon Venerable. Haha. Shuakuan laughed wildly and said, Bei Jinghong, there's one good thing about the demon realm. The people here are relatively honest. They rarely see people like you, who say one thing but mean another. You're quite righteous, so why did you come to this deep pond? Also, I've seen the master of the universe god steal. It seems like he can't control it. You probably didn't tell him the truth about the artifact spirit because of your selfishness, right? Humph. Bei Jinghong's face turned pale. He knew that he couldn't get Shuakuan's attention anymore. He snorted coldly and turned into a beam of light. He wanted to leave. What a headache. Are all the heavenly martial arts realms people as brainless as you? Yuan patted her head and said, you're only at the void level in the heavenly martial arts realm, and you're suppressed by the demon realm's power. How stupid do you have to be to escape from a demon venerable? Shuakuan said, Lady Yuan, don't talk nonsense. Kill him quickly. The golden wheel of the magical tree in his hand is a good thing. Yuan nodded and disappeared on the spot. Bei Jinghong had just run several thousand feet away when he felt a great pressure descend from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying aura of death. Damn it! Bei Jinghong shouted angrily. The golden wheel of the magical tree started spinning in his hand, creating a world. Yuan's figure appeared in the sky, holding a spear in one hand. The red tassel fluttered in front of the spear, and she thrust it down. Bang! The spear pierced into the world. The golden wheel of the magical tree trembled violently, but it still couldn't stop the spear. Bei Jinghong's expression changed drastically. He knew that this was the difference between their strength. As for the suppression of the demon realm's power, it didn't affect him much. After all, he had coexisted with the demon lord for 100,000 years in the 33 heavens. He had absorbed a large amount of demonic energy and practiced demonic techniques, so he had a certain resistance to the power of the realm. But at this moment, even if the pressure was small, it was still a great burden. Rumble, the barrier of the golden wheel of the magical tree collapsed, and Bei Jinghong spouted a mouthful of blood. He used the golden wheel as a hidden weapon, and he turned into a beam of light to escape. Yuan smiled faintly. Her graceful figure flickered, and she grabbed the golden wheel of the magical tree in her hand. At the same time, she thrust her spear forward. Time seemed to stop in front of her. Bei Jinghong's body strangely paused, and the spear pierced through him. Blood splattered in the sky. Bei Jinghong spouted a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were ferocious. His gaze was complicated. It was unknown whether it was resentment, regret, recollection, or unwillingness. But no matter what it was, he didn't have the life to maintain that emotion. His body was nailed to the ground by the spear, and his blood flowed out. He died quietly. Yuan waved her hand, and the spear flew back to her, flashing in her hand and disappearing. Beijing Hong's corpse fell to the ground, and soon, a large number of low-level devil race creatures came over to corrode it. Digga's heart sank. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Yuan had already finished her battle, and was playing with the magical tree Golden Will not far away. His true demon body was also at a disadvantage. His power was completely suppressed by the netherworld fire, and it was burning his whole body. His devil essence and even his will began to crumble. Zhuokuan lost control of the bone-cleaving knife and began to refine it. After a while, Dijia's expression became dazed as his life force continued to drain away. Li Yunxiao, who was in the distant heavenly martial arts realm, was on his way back to Yanwu City. Suddenly, he was shocked, and an indescribable feeling spread from the bottom of his heart. That feeling was abnormally real, as if something had been extracted from his body. What happened? At the same time, he sensed that Dijia's life force was getting weaker and weaker. Dijia. Six Paths demonic weapon. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with shock. What the hell is going on? Ling Mudi and the others noticed that something was wrong with him. They stepped forward and asked with concern, "Young Master Yun, what's wrong?" Li Yunxiao remained silent for a while, then a sad look appeared on his face. He said sadly, "Just now, I suddenly felt that Dijia is already dead." Dijia? The Demon Lord? The others were all startled. Fei Yanai smiled and said, "Isn't it better for him to be dead?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then, he nodded and said, "Maybe. But, after all, I had a great fate with him. We were both enemies and friends. I'm still sad about his death." Ling Mudi said, "You shouldn't be sad. Too many people died this time. To you, to me, and to the whole heavenly martial arts realm, their deaths are much greater than Dijia's." Only then did Li Yunxiao become serious. He nodded and said, "Lord Mudi, you are right." Ling Mudi said, "But, after all, Dijia was the Demon Lord's clone. It's hard to imagine how he died. Maybe the demonic world is also undergoing some unexpected changes. Let's just go with the flow." Li Yunxiao nodded and said no more. But, deep down, he was very confused about Dijia's death. Lil Red, who lived overseas, was also very confused. She was also very shocked. Jingqi couldn't help but frown. He said, "Celestial Venerable, you are uneasy again. Did Li Yunxiao use the demonic weapon again?" Lil Red shook her head and said, "I can't continue cultivating. I want to go to the Tianwu continent." Jingqi's face was very unsightly. He said, "You want to find Li Yunxiao?" Lil Red's face became cold. She stared at him and said coldly, "Who I go to find has nothing to do with you. If you don't like it, get lost." She didn't show any politeness. After scolding him, she turned into a beam of light and left. She didn't care about Jingqi at all. Jingqi's face became like a zombie's. He was full of hatred and anger. But then he stamped his foot, and a golden coffin flew up. He landed on the golden coffin and chased after Lil Red. After several hours, Li Yunxiao and the others finally came out of the passage and returned to Yanwu City. But as soon as they appeared in the realm of heaven martial arts, everyone's expression changed. They saw a monstrous demonic energy gathering in the sky above Yanwu City. It was like a storm was coming. The demonic energy was like clouds, and it was pressing down. How can this be? Did a crack appear here too? Beijing Nan said in shock. He was very vigilant. Everyone was on high alert as they looked around. They saw that Yanwu City's defense formation was activated to the maximum, and a faint golden light was spreading out of the city. Although it looked faint, it actually hit an extremely powerful killing move. The experts in the city floated in the air and watched quietly. It seemed like they were waiting for the moment when the demonic energy would hit them. Ding Ling was in the Arts Refinery Institute. Her face was pale and worried. At this moment, the inside of the city was almost hollow, and the remaining people were all powerhouses below the divine Tao. If the devil race attacked, they could only rely on the city barrier array to defend, but she had no idea how long the array could defend. Tian Jiaozi comforted her. "Since we are already here, we should take things as they come. This formation is a combination of dozens of different formations. It can be considered the strongest formation in the world. If we really can't handle it, we can send the unfinished 12 gold men to defend them for a while. Ding Linger nodded and said, I'm not afraid of the city being destroyed. I'm also not afraid of dying. I'm just afraid that the foundation that Big Brother Yunxiao spent so much effort to build will be destroyed. When he comes back, I won't be able to explain it to him. Yuan Gaohan furrowed his brows and said, I really don't understand what's so good about him. He is full of flaws, but he can still deceive girls. They follow him without any complaints or regrets. Ding Linger smiled faintly, but her smile was a little bitter. Li Yunxiao's figure appeared in her mind. She didn't know if she could see him again in this life. Tian Zhaozi said, although this demonic aura is huge, we still haven't seen any demon. It might not be as bad as we think. If it's just the invasion of demonic aura, it will be completely fine. Ding Linger sighed and said, I hope so. That being said, no one knew in their hearts that there wouldn't be such a monstrous demonic aura appearing for no reason. There had to be a crack in the surroundings, or there was a plot against Yanwu City. In the void, Li Yunxiao stared at the demonic aura. His eyes turned into different colors. After staring for a while, his expression became uglier and uglier. Oh no. This isn't an invasion of the demon race. This demonic aura. Demon Lord Pu's seal is finally loosening. Li Yunxiao said in shock. A thought flashed in his mind, and he suddenly came to a realization. He said, Pu must have also sensed Diga's death. That's why he broke the seal in a rage. Ling Mudi asked curiously, aren't they sworn enemies? Why would he be angry? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, the relationship between Diga and Pu is extremely delicate. Both come from the same source. Now, not only Diga's death, but also the loss of the Agama bone-chopping saber must have made Demon Lord Pu exceptionally angry. Fei and I said in shock, with our current strength, can we withstand Mo Pu's rage? Li Yunxiao immediately said, I don't know. But with the city barrier formation and the addition of us, we should be able to barely do it. After all, we weren't the ones who killed Diga. If Pu really wants to investigate, he will have to return to the demon realm. Let's return to the city first. With that, the few of them hurriedly flew down. Li Yunxiao immediately saw Ding Linger in the scholarly arts courtyard. He said anxiously, Linger, quickly open the city barrier formation and let us in. Ding Linger trembled when she saw him. Then, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. She even sobbed softly, tears of joy. Quickly open the formation and let Big Brother Yunxiao and the others in. Ding Linger hurriedly passed down the order. Because she was too anxious, she seemed a little flustered. No. Yuan Gaohan suddenly stopped her and said in a deep voice, why would Li Yunxiao and the others suddenly return at this juncture? I suspect it's a trap. And these people are very likely to be illusions created by the demon race to deceive us. Once the city gates are opened, we will be in danger. Ding Linger was stunned for a moment. Then, she shook her head and said, but what if it really is Big Brother Yunxiao and the others? Yuan Gaohan said, you need to be rational. How can Li Yunxiao return at this time? Ding Linger raised her head and stared at the sky for a while. Then, she said firmly, I believe that it's really Big Brother Yunxiao. Yuan Gaohan frowned and said, based on what? Ding Linger said firmly, intuition. Intuition? Haha, in front of a great enemy, don't you think it's funny to rely on intuition? Yuan Gaohan couldn't help but scold her. It's not funny at all. Ding Linger said calmly, you don't even have intuition. How can you determine that it's not real? In a situation where I can't confirm it, I will treat it as real. Yuan Gaohan's expression changed slightly. He said, if you can't determine whether it's real or fake, shouldn't you treat it as fake? Ding Linger suddenly smiled and said, that's because you are concerned about the safety of Yanwu City, while I am concerned about Big Brother Yunxiao's safety. As for Yanwu City, without Big Brother Yunxiao, I can't be bothered to care about it. I give the order to open the city barrier formation. Ding Linger shouted, and the order was sent far away. Yuan Gaohan panicked and wanted to stop her, but Amaterasu Z stopped him and shook his head slightly. In the sky, Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, Yuan Gaohan, you idiot. How dare you say that I am a fake? I haven't told anyone about you masturbating in the Universe God's Monument, at the foot of minuscule mountain. Pfft. Yuan Gaohan spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He roared, damn it. You're slandering me. Humph, you know very well whether I'm slandering you or not. Li Yunxiao said coldly, staring at him mockingly. Yuan Gaohan felt that he had been wronged. The gazes of the people around him became strange, and they seemed to be mocking him. Even Amaterasu Z, Master, there's no such thing. Li Yunxiao is slandering me. Yuan Gaohan said with a trembling voice. Amaterasu Z coughed and interrupted, all right. I naturally believe that he is slandering you. But this person is most likely Li Yunxiao. Only he would be so ridiculous. Yuan Gaohan was no longer in the mood to care about whether Li Yunxiao was real or not. He only felt that the gazes of the people around him had changed. His heart sank, and he felt his limbs turn cold. Cough cough, Lord Yuan Gaohan, there's no need to be so depressed. We're all men, we can understand. Mu Zhuang coughed and said seriously, is everyone right? Can you understand? Yes, we can understand. We're all men, hee. The surrounding artificers all agreed. It was fine, there was no need to be afraid, and they could all understand. Pfft. Yuan Gaohan spat out another mouthful of blood and fell backward, landing heavily on the ground. His mind was still somewhat clear, and he could hear all sorts of voices. He's really injured. He fell just like that. There's an ancient saying, minor masturbation is pleasurable, major masturbation is harmful, and forceful masturbation will turn you into ashes. The ancient people never bully others. Sigh, who would have thought that even a master of alchemy couldn't escape from this cliché? Nonsense, Lord Yuan Gaohan is also a man, unless you are castrated. Yuan Gaohan, who was lying on the ground, felt his vision go black. He could no longer hear anything and directly fainted. Soon, the great city barrier formation was opened. Li Yunxiao and the rest came down one by one, all flying into the academy. Eh? What happened to Lord Yuan Gaohan? Li Yunxiao asked in surprise, looking innocent. Pfft. Ding Ling couldn't help but burst into laughter. She covered her mouth and giggled. He fainted because you exposed his shortcomings. Li Yunxiao shook his head and sighed. This psychological quality. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Tian Jiaozi looked at the heavily injured people and was shocked. Where are the others? He asked with a trembling voice. Everyone's expressions immediately darkened. Li Yunxiao said solemnly, other than a few heavily injured comrades who are still in my world god steel, the rest are all dead. The academy became strangely quiet. No sound could be heard. A heavy and indignant atmosphere spread throughout the academy. Everyone felt their hearts being strangely oppressed, and they couldn't breathe. Ding Ling covered her mouth in shock. Where are Sister Hong Yan and Sister Yun Sheng? Li Yunxiao said, they are only injured and recuperating in the world god steel. He then took out the world god steel and said, there are about 30 injured. Thank you, Lord Tian Jiaozi, for taking care of them. Everyone's heart trembled. This number was less than they had expected. Almost all the deity realm powerhouses in Yanwu City went out to battle. More than 400 people went out in total, but less than 1/10 of them came back. Gulp. Tian Jiaozi also felt his throat go dry. He knew now was not the time to grieve. He immediately said, don't worry, young Master Yun. Leave these people to me. As long as they are not dead, they will not die. He immediately ordered his subordinates to bring all the injured to a secret chamber to recuperate. Li Yunxiao said, Lords Tian Jiaozi, Mu Xing, Mu Zhuang, I have some ideas to discuss with you. Tian Jiaozi said, whatever ideas you have, we can talk about it later. The sky is filled with demonic aura. I'm afraid another war is about to break out. Li Yunxiao shook his head. This demonic aura is not the invasion of the demonic race. Mopu is about to break out. What? Everyone was shocked. They looked at each other. Tian Jiaozi hurriedly said, then what should we do? Li Yunxiao said, the demon lord will break out sooner or later. There is no way to stop it. We can only take it one step at a time and wait for Mopu to completely break out. Right now, only the demonic aura in his body has been released. I don't know how long it will take for him to completely condense his true body. Tian Zhaozi frowned. Are we just going to let him go? Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. We can't even take care of ourselves. What can we do? Compared to the invading demonic race, I feel that Mo Pu is much less dangerous. Tian Zhaozi said, young Master Yan's words are not without reason. If it's just a demon lord that has been sealed for 100,000 years, it might not be as dangerous as we think. We should be on guard and wait for Mo Pu to appear before talking to him. Li Yunxiao nodded. He turned to Mist Rock Lord and the others behind him and said, you guys go and rest. There might be a war later. Mist Rock Lord and the others did not stand on ceremony. Ding Ling hurriedly sent someone to bring them into seclusion. Only then did Li Yunxiao start chatting with Tian Zhaozi and the other arcane masters. He told them about the mobile fortress and the demonic armor in detail. Tian Zhaozi's eyes brightened. Then, he said, the demonic armor is not difficult. The difficult part is how to suppress and defend against demonic aura. Mu Zhuang also said, the Tongtian Island structure is extremely complicated. It is not something that can be built in a short period of time. The Mu family has only had this Tongtian Island for countless years. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, I know it is difficult, but the two of you don't have to be so harsh on me. As the saying goes, human effort is the key to success. As for the demonic armor, there is one person and one item that might be able to help. Under Tian Zhaozi's curious gaze, the world deity monument flashed and a figure staggered out. His limbs and neck were bound by thin golden stripes. They were the chains of law of the world deity monument. Many people seemed to recognize the person in front of them and exclaimed, Bo Yuqing? Bo Yuqing looked around and his expression changed slightly. He said in a deep voice, where is this? What are you doing? Li Yunxiao took out another item and handed it to Tian Zhaozi, saying, this is the demonic aura lock passed down from Qi Xingfeng's lineage. It can seal demonic aura. However, it was damaged in the previous battle. This person is Qi Xingfeng's disciple, he must know something about it. Tian Zhaozi was overjoyed. He held the demonic aura lock in his palm and studied it carefully, with this as a reference, and Bo Yuqing's help, we should be able to research the corresponding armor in no time. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, I will leave this Bo Yuqing to you. Do not break the seal on him. If anything happens, I would rather kill him than let him escape. Bo Yuqing's expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, I do not know about this demonic aura lock. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, so you are saying that Brother Yuqing is worthless? He said to Tian Zhaozi, if this person is worthless, gather a group of alchemists and search his soul. Every piece of his memory must be extracted. Bo Yuqing's face turned ashen. He roared, Li Yunxiao, you beast. His face immediately distorted as he roared. It was extremely hideous, and demonic patterns covered his entire body. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, Brother Yuqing, don't be angry. I am currently researching the method to remove the demonization. If I succeed and you are still alive, you will be the first to use it. At this moment, Mu Xing suddenly said, I have also observed the structure of Tongtian Island. It is indeed time-consuming to completely refine it. However, if it is only for monitoring the crack and using it in battle, it can be simplified. I will make a few models as soon as possible and start mass production as soon as possible. Without waiting for Mu Zhuang to speak, Mu Xing immediately ordered, have everyone from the Mu family come to Yanwu City. Bring Tongtian Island here too. Mu Zhuang was startled. He could not help but smile bitterly. Since the old ancestor had spoken, he could not object even if he wanted to. Furthermore, the current situation was extremely urgent. The Mu family also had the responsibility to take responsibility in this time of crisis. He immediately replied, all right, I will do it now. Everyone busied themselves. Ding Ling said, Big Brother Yunxiao, you are also very tired. Rest well. If Demon Master Pu comes, I will immediately call you. Only then did Li Yunxiao look at his body. He found that his injuries had all healed. However, the quintessential essence that he had consumed would not be able to recover in a short period of time. He was not in the mood to rest. Instead, he was thinking about Mo Pu. He did not know what kind of trouble he would cause. As he was thinking, the demonic chi in the sky suddenly became turbulent. Mo Pu's face slowly appeared. It was as faint as smoke and gazed into the city. The martial artists in the city were all startled. They began to panic. Li Yunxiao was also startled. He flew into the sky and faced Mo Pu's face under the city protecting array. Mo Pu's gaze fell on him. He immediately burst out with a fierce expression and shouted, "Li Yunxiao." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Lord Pu, I trust you have been well since we last met." "City Lord. It is Lord City Lord." When those martial artists saw Li Yunxiao appear, they instantly exclaimed. The panicked atmosphere was swept away. Mo Pu stared at him with a sinister gaze and said, "Dijia is dead. Don't tell me you don't know?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "I also sensed it, but I couldn't confirm it. It seems to be true. Isn't Lord Pu and Dijia enemies? Why do you seem so angry?" "Humph." Mo Pu snorted angrily and said, "I don't care whether Dijia is dead or not. He's just a clone of Dijia. But the key is that he lost the 6 paths demonic weapon. Do you understand the meaning?" Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "Not really." Mo Pu scolded in exasperation, "Trash, I knew you don't understand anything. Do you know how to possess the 6 paths demonic weapon?" Li Yunxiao was stunned. He pondered and said, "I really haven't thought about this. In my impression, if you obtain the Emperor's devil essence and can absorb the inheritor within, you can use the 6 paths demonic weapon." "Humph, shallow." Mo Pu said coldly, "I don't mind telling you that the reason my demonic avatar can summon the 6 paths demonic weapon is because we are demonic weapon spirits. The 6 paths demonic weapon is a heaven-sent weapon of the demon world. It cannot be refined. Only by sacrificing one's body to become a weapon spirit can it be used. This used to be a big secret in the demon world, but there is no need to keep it a secret anymore. I just found out that the raising bone cleaver has been lost." Li Yunxiao's heart trembled. With a thought, a large amount of information immediately surged into his mind. He was shocked at the loss of the raising bone cleaver, but he also thought of the world god steals. They seemed to be connected. Mo Pu continued, "The 6 paths demonic weapon sacrificial method is very strange. It is a very strict divine art. Speaking of which, true demon body and true demon image are also divine arts passed down from the sacrificial method. I thought I was the only one in the demon world who knew about it. I didn't expect someone else to learn it. That person must have lured Dijia to summon the demonic weapon and used the chance to refine the raising knife." Li Yunxiao nodded, "Sir's analysis is reasonable. But since the demonic weapon is lost, there is nothing we can do about it. We can't be angry." "Childish." Mo Pu said angrily, "If it was just the loss of the demonic weapon, I wouldn't be so angry. Don't forget that once Dijia dies, my demonic willpower will be obtained by him. If he refines my inheritance and takes out the other 5 demonic weapons, then..." Li Yunxiao shuddered and immediately understood what Mo Pu meant. Mo Pu looked at his shocked expression and sneered, "Now you finally understand the seriousness of the matter? If we don't find and kill this person soon, the 5 demonic weapons will be lost one after another. We won't be able to get them back in this lifetime." Li Yunxiao said, "Even if we kill that person, we won't be able to get them back." Mo Pu said, "Unless he summons the 6 paths demonic weapon and I refine them one by one. If he dies without summoning them, as the weapon spirit of the demonic weapon, the 6 paths demonic weapon will be scattered all over the demon world. It will be difficult to find them one by one. Back then, in order to collect these 6 artifacts, I spent far more effort than you can imagine." Li Yunxiao said, "Now that you've said it, I'm very clear. If the 6 paths demonic weapons are taken, it will be a great loss to me. What's more troublesome is that if the 6 demonic weapons fall into the hands of another great demon, it will be a great disaster for the heavenly martial arts realm." He raised his head and said, "Pu, we seem to be on the same side now." Mo Pu said coldly, "That's why you must immediately come here and undo my seal, and follow me into the demon world." "Enter the demon world?" Li Yunxiao was shocked. He shook his head and said, "It's impossible for me to enter the demon world. You are more than enough to kill that person. I won't be of much help." Mo Pu said mockingly, "I think you're afraid?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Whatever you say." If I follow you into the demon world alone, I'm afraid I'll be swallowed by you as soon as I enter. Emopu said, how could I be so inconsiderate at such a critical moment? I just want you to be my helper. Li Yunxiao said, there's no need for me to enter the demon world, but I can release you from the sealed land. Emopu was silent for a while, then suddenly said, do you think you'll be suppressed by the power of the realm if you enter the demon world? Li Yunxiao frowned and said, I've never thought about going to the demon world, so I've never thought about this. Do you think I won't? Emopu laughed and said, ha, ha, what a joke. You have the magical inheritance of my willpower, and you have the 6 paths demonic weapons. Even if the demons will be suppressed, you won't. So, are you still worried about going to the demon world with me? With your current magical cultivation, if I have any ill intentions, it should be easy for you to escape. Li Yunxiao was stunned. He really hadn't thought about this, but he couldn't enter the demon world at this time, even if the 6 paths demonic weapons were taken. Say no more. I'll release you now, sir, but I won't go to the demon world with you. After Li Yunxiao finished speaking, he turned around and looked at them. It was Listening Moody, Mistrock Lord, and the others. Although they hadn't recovered, they had rushed out the moment Emopu appeared. When they saw Li Yunxiao's gaze, they understood what he was thinking. He wanted them to go with him to prevent any unforeseen events. The few of them soared into the sky and disappeared into the sky above Yanwu City with Li Yunxiao. Emopu's face also started to fade above the city protection array. The demonic chi that filled the sky scattered and gradually disappeared. In the next moment, several hundred kilometers away from Yanwu City, a shocking demonic light shot up from the ground, shaking the surrounding area to the point that everyone within several hundred kilometers could feel the tremors. The powerful demonic chi turned into a pillar and rushed into the boundless sky. Emopu's figure condensed in the sky and looked coldly at Li Yunxiao and the others. That powerful aura contained ruthlessness and killing intent. Li Yunxiao and the others were secretly on guard. He said coldly, Sir, you've already come out of the seal. Don't tell me you want to stay in Yanwu City to enjoy the scenery? Mo said in a deep voice, you really won't go to the demon world with me? Li Yunxiao said, of course. Mo had a complicated expression. He snorted angrily and turned to leave. The demonic chi that filled the sky also disappeared with his figure. After a long time, after confirming that Mo had left, they heaved a sigh of relief. Listening Moody said, I didn't expect such a big change to happen in the demon world. I don't know if it's good or bad for us. Li Yunxiao said, it's good to lure Mo back to the demon world. If the 6 paths demonic weapons were really gathered in the hands of others, it would be a huge disaster. It's really a blessing in disguise. Let's take it one step at a time. Everyone sighed slightly. The current situation was too chaotic. No one dared to say that they could control the future. They could only take it one step at a time. Listening Moody also nodded and said, no matter what happens in the future, just do your best. Li Yunxiao said solemnly, I will always remember Lord's teachings. I will do my best until my death. They returned to Yanwu City dejectedly. Li Yunxiao asked Listening Moody to stay behind. After everyone left, he took out Feng Yali's physical body from the World Divine Monument and placed it in the secret room. He said, is this physical body useful to Lord? Listening Moody said in surprise, Huado's real body? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, do you remember the prisoner Dharma body in the North Sea? I wanted to take that physical body for Lord to use. However, prisoner is the son of the true dragon. It's probably very difficult to refine. Huado's real body is actually not much weaker than the prisoner Dharma body. Listening Moody looked at the physical body. His eyes shone. No one knew what he was thinking. Li Yunxiao didn't rush him. He quietly waited for Listening Moody's decision. After all, this was a major matter that concerned his future cultivation. Once he changed his physical body, it would be difficult to change it again. After a long time, Listening Moody said, actually, this Huado's real body is really suitable for me. At least, it's more suitable than the dragon's body. Any soul that tries to take over a body will be rejected by the original body, unless it's an extremely special existence like the evil spirit. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the backlash. If you ask me to take over the prisoner Dharma body, I might not succeed. If I don't do it well, I might lose my life. However, this Hudo's real body is different. Li Yunxiao was also very knowledgeable. He understood what Mudi meant after hearing his words. He said, this Hudo's real body was first taken over by Fengyali. The will of the physical body has already been scattered and expelled. Now, it's much easier for Lord Mudi to put it in. Listening, Mudi smiled and said, that's right. Li Yunxiao said, all right, then let's not delay. Lord, hurry up and use this physical body. I'll let the evil spirit take over the prisoner Dharma body. That way, we'll have another expert in the Dharma body realm. The evil spirit was still in the body of one of the 8 demon clans. Its strength was only at the peak of the martial path. It was almost impossible for it to be of any use. If it were to take over the prisoner Dharma body, it would immediately become one of the top forces in the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Listening, Mudi said, that's good. I'm afraid I'll need some time to refine this body. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you in subduing the prisoner Dharma body. Li Yunxiao said, don't worry, Lord. The prisoner Dharma body won't be able to escape. That stupid crocodile is still watching it. Listening, Mudi nodded and said, before I go into seclusion, I still need to help young Master Yun do something. Li Yunxiao was stunned. What is it? Listening, Mudi said, subdue the demon race and integrate them into the Heavenly Martial Alliance's attack and defense system. We can't let them just enjoy the benefits and not contribute. Li Yunxiao fell silent. The battle in Crimson Moon City had been extremely tragic. Apart from MOY, he hadn't seen any demon race. Although the demon race was on the decline now, they should indeed contribute. Li Yunxiao said, I'll let MOY handle this matter. With his current strength, it's an indisputable fact that he'll become the new demon emperor. However, this matter requires AI's approval. If he agrees, things will be much simpler. Listening, Mudi said, AI is indeed an important figure. He also knows the big picture. It would be great if he could join our Academy of Arts. Li Yunxiao said, this shouldn't be difficult. The two of them immediately headed for the demon race's territory in the city. Along the way, many demons were in awe of the two of them. Because Ding Ling had given the order to specially designate an area for the demon race, humans were not allowed to enter and disturb them. As a result, they didn't see a single human martial artist along the way. Soon, news of the two's arrival spread, and AI personally came out to welcome them. Alliance Masters, please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. You actually have the time to visit my demon division despite your busy schedule. Li Yunxiao and Listening, Mudi exchanged a glance. Li Yunxiao then said, Mr. AI, the situation is urgent, and we don't have much time. Thus, we won't stand on ceremony and will directly state our intentions. AI was slightly taken aback. As if he had guessed something, he hurriedly said, there's no need to be polite. Please come in. The three of them entered the guest hall. After AI had the servants serve the bejeweled nectar and fruits, he waved his hand and dismissed the servants. He then asked, may I know what business the two of you have here? Li Yunxiao went straight to the point, Lord Demonic Emperor Desolate has fallen for a long time, and the demonic race is weak now. Although Mr. Desolate is the leader, Mr. Desolate is still an arcane refiner and cannot rule for long. In my opinion, we should choose a new demonic emperor. AI was startled. He pondered for a moment before asking, Alliance Masters, do you mean to recommend MO as demonic emperor? Li Yunxiao smiled, actually, even if we did not say it, Mr. AI should have this intention. AI nodded, I do have this intention, and I will also be straight to the point. The key is that MO is young Master Yun's subordinate. His gaze turned sharp as he stared at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao and Mudi understood what AI meant. AI could accept MO as demonic emperor, but he could not accept a demonic emperor controlled by someone else. Li Yunxiao smiled, haha, Mr. AI is overthinking. My agreement with Mr. Mo is only to resist the demonic calamity. I will not trouble him with other matters. AI shook his head, unless you can remove the contract with Lord Mo, this matter will be difficult. This does not only involve the dignity of the demonic emperor, but also the fate and benefits of the entire demonic race. I cannot take this risk. Li Yunxiao said, although we have been cooperating with MO in recent years, we are bound by the contract. If the contract is removed and Mo changes his mind, it will not only be a huge loss to the Heavenly Martial Alliance, but also a disaster. Forgive me for not being able to comply. AI frowned and did not say a word. The hall fell into silence. The negotiations seemed to have reached a stalemate. Cough cough. Li Yunxiao coughed twice to break the silence and said awkwardly, Mr. AI, the demonic calamity has descended and the world is in chaos. All races should unite against the demonic calamity. At this moment, I would like to inform Mr. AI about the rules of Yanwu City. AI was startled. He had a bad premonition and asked, what rules? Li Yunxiao said, Yanwu City is the center of the world's spirit energy, the best cultivation ground. AI nodded slightly. Yanwu City's environment was much better than their illusory star and moon. Many people broke through not long after they arrived. If the demon race could stay here for a few decades or 100 years, they would definitely be able to regain their strength. But, Li Yunxiao's next words immediately interrupted AI's beautiful dream. The rule of Yanwu City is that you either join the Heavenly Martial Union or swear to join the demonic war. Otherwise, no one else is allowed to enter. AI was stunned, and her expression became ugly. She angrily said, Young Master Yun, aren't you bullying me? You deliberately forced us into a dead end. Li Yunxiao looked at him calmly and sighed, Mr. AI, the rules of Yanwu City are written in black and white. Everyone in the city knows about them. You can go and ask around. I am not lying to you. Ling Mudi nodded. Everything young Master Yun said is true. AI's face turned blue and he said angrily, if that's the case, then I'll leave with the demon race. No matter how big the world is, I don't believe that there isn't a place for my clan. Li Yunxiao nodded. Then I'll have to trouble everyone. Let's set off in the next few days. I've already made an exception for everyone for a long time. Many people are still dissatisfied. It's also quite difficult for me to be the alliance master. I can't lose my fairness, right? AI sat gloomily on a chair. He didn't know whether to leave or stay. After drinking a few mouthfuls of tea, AI asked, then how can we stay? Li Yunxiao raised his brows. Naturally, we'll be like everyone else. We can stay as long as we fulfill the conditions. AI said, the demon race is weak in numbers. If we send them to participate in the war, it will be a fatal blow. Does young Master Yun want to end the demon race's bloodline? AI's voice was filled with sorrow and tears. Ling Mudi sighed. Young Master Yun, you see, Li Yunxiao said, as long as we leave Yanwu City, won't we be fine? Ling Mudi said, young Master Yun makes it sound simple. The world is in chaos now, and every sect is trying to protect themselves. How can they accept the demon race's massive numbers? The illusory realm of stars and moon has also been destroyed, so they can't return. Unless they find a random place where even birds won't poop, the spiritual chi there will definitely be thin. I'm afraid it will be impossible for the demon race to recover their strength. AI's heart skipped a beat when he heard that, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. He had previously considered that if he couldn't convince Li Yunxiao to stay, he would just find a random place to recuperate. He would be able to slowly recover. Now that he heard Moody's words, he couldn't help but consider the problem of spiritual chi. The demon race's decline was also related to the fact that they had been forced to live in the illusory realm of stars and moon for so many years. If they could occupy the spirit mountains like the humans, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Li Yunxiao said, then what can we do? We can't just give 55 points to 55 of the 56 races, right? As the Heavenly Martial Alliance's alliance master, I naturally have to treat everyone equally. Ling Mudi said, strictly speaking, Mr. Mo is also a member of the demon race. If he participates in the war, it will also be the demon race participating in the war. When AI heard that, he immediately came to a realization. He said loudly with dissatisfaction, Li Yunxiao, after going around in circles, you still want to talk about the demon monarch? Just say it. Why go around in circles? Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and said, I got straight to the point the moment I arrived. It's just that Mr. AI doesn't agree. AI said, do you think I'll agree just because you went around in circles? Li Yunxiao extended his hand and made a pleased gesture. He said, anything is fine. I'll get straight to the point again. If you do not agree, then please scram. Yanwu City does not support freeloaders. You. AI stood up in anger, his body trembling violently. Ling Mudi sighed and said, Mr. AI, Yanwu City does have such a rule. You can't blame young Master Yun. One of them had a red face while the other had a pale face. This caused AI's anger to be suppressed in his heart, with nowhere to vent it. The hall once again fell into an awkward deadlock. AI's complexion slowly recovered, and he said slowly, young Master Yun has stepped into the realm of technique God for a long time. Li Yunxiao said, Mr. AI, why are you suddenly asking this? AI said, I want to make a bet with young Master Yun on technique refinement. If I win, I'll let the fiend race stay in Yanwu City for free, never to be driven out. Also, I'll offer the things I refined to Yanwu City as the price. If young Master Yun wins, I'll agree to support Mo to become this generation's demon monarch. I wonder if young Master Yun dares to make the bet. AI Fingrui stared at Li Yunxiao with unparalleled confidence. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly. He didn't expect AI to make such a request. All these years, he has been running around everywhere. His cultivation has improved greatly, but he rarely has time to study Formula Dao. He only relied on the power left behind by the evil god to directly reach the realm of Technique God. Although AI has cultivated Technique God's light, he is still not in Technique God. Both of them have their own strengths and weaknesses. Once they compete, the outcome will be hard to predict. What is it? What is young Master Yun worried about? The corner of AI's mouth rose, revealing a faint smile. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, okay, I agree to it. How and when will the competition be held? AI's eyes lit up, and he said, the location is in Yanwu City, and the time is in 3 months. Seeing that Li Yunxiao was a little doubtful, he hurriedly said, I need 3 months to gather the materials. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, okay, I'll get Ling to cooperate with you. AI smiled and said, many thanks, then. 3 months from now, let's have a showdown in Yanwu City. After the agreement, Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi did not say anything else and left together. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Ling Mudi finally couldn't help but ask, young Master Yun, are you confident in this battle? Li Yunxiao pondered for a while, then said, I'm not confident, or rather, I have a 50-50 chance. Ling Mudi sighed and said, originally, a 50-50 chance is nothing. However, you are now the Heavenly Martial Alliance's alliance master, and the location of the battle is in Yanwu City. If you lose, the impact will be too great. In my opinion, it's better to change the location. Li Yunxiao said, if I'm already planning to lose before the battle, how am I supposed to fight? Let's do it in Yanwu City. I need to adjust my condition and think about what I'll be refining in 3 months. Ling Mudi said, since you've already made up your mind, then I won't say anything more. However, you can ask Amaterasu and Master Muxing to come over and discuss it together. Li Yunxiao said, that's good. Ling Mudi said, then I'll immediately gather everyone here and discuss it together. After all, this is a battle between the top arcane refiners of both races. Apart from the Heavenly Martial Alliance's own interests, it also involves the honor of both races. We can't be careless. Ling Mudi was also an arcane refiner. He was the one who refined the Tusa to Heavenly Peak, so he attached great importance to it. Soon, more than 10 of the world's top arcane refiners gathered in a secret room. Everyone's expression was grave, and they began whispering to each other. Ling Mudi said, everyone knows the whole story. I hope that young Master Yin will win. What do you all think? Amaterasu sighed and said, it's really sad. I feel like I've returned to the past, when I was in the clouds of the Divine Transformation Sea. Back then, there were many geniuses in the field of arcane refiners. Now, only a few of us are left. Li Yunxiao said, everything has its ups and downs. As long as we can get through this demonic tribulation, we'll be able to develop the heavenly martial realm for another 100,000 years. But if we can't get through it, we won't have a future. Everyone's heart shuddered, and they started discussing the refining that would take place in 3 months. Amaterasu said in a deep voice, AI Yun has the arcane god's light, and he stayed in Yanwu City for a long time. I'm afraid he's already reached the arcane god realm. In the competition in 3 months, it's highly likely that a sacred artifact will appear. If young Master Yun doesn't want to lose, he must at least refine a sacred artifact. Refine a sacred artifact, Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, who can tell me how to refine a sacred artifact? I'm afraid such a thing has been lost for a long time. Ling Mudi nodded and said, that's right. Refining a sacred artifact's recipe was extremely rare even 100,000 years ago, let alone now. Amaterasu said in surprise, even Lord Mudi didn't have one? Ling Mudi said, even though I didn't, there's someone who definitely had one. Li Yunxiao asked, who? Ling Mudi looked at him and said slowly, the Realm King of the past. The Realm King? Li Yunxiao exclaimed, didn't he get his lunchbox 100,000 years ago? Ling Mudi glared at him angrily. It was obvious that his words were disrespectful. Although the Realm King died, the storage ring he used was a peerless item. It should have formed its own space and sunk into the heavenly martial arts realm. Li Yunxiao said, that's too vague. It's hard to find it. Ling Mudi said, it might be hard, but don't forget that there's someone who might be able to find it. A light flashed in Li Yunxiao's mind, and he immediately understood the person he was talking about, Duan Muyoyu? Ling Mudi said with a smile, that's him. The knot of 100 wheels can even deduce the birthplace of a real dragon. It shouldn't be hard for Duan Muyoyu to deduce the location of the Realm King's Ring of Secret Collection. Tian Jiaozi said, I think that's a good idea. After all, no one has the refining method of a divine artifact. If we can get the Ring of Secret Collection, we'll have a good chance of winning. Li Yunxiao said, okay, let's not waste any more time. I'll go find Duan Muyoyu immediately. The short meeting came to an end. Ding Ling sent someone to find Duan Muyoyu and tell him why he was there. Duan Muyoyu was surprised. He hadn't expected the Realm King to have a Ring of Secret Collection. However, after hearing about the magic method competition between the two clans, he became interested and started to deduce. The 9-star staff appeared in his hand. A large amount of golden light shone from the staff, illuminating the hall. As Duan Muyoyu kept making hand signs, a large number of ancient Maha characters flew around the staff. Li Yunxiao focused and looked at it, continuously reflecting it with the divine art in his mind, deepening his understanding. As Duan Muyoyu was deducing, Li Yunxiao was lost in thought. He also made hand signs with one hand. A golden light appeared on his fingertip. He sat opposite Duan Muyoyu. After a while, the golden light in the hall returned to the staff. Duan Muyoyu was confused. He was lost in thought. What's wrong? Ding Ling couldn't help but ask. Duan Muyoyu said, according to my deduction, the Ring of Secret Collection should be in the southern area, not far from us. There's such a thing? Li Yunxiao muttered to himself for a moment. The World Deity Monument had also appeared in the southern region. Moreover, the southern region was the battlefield of the Demon Sealing Master. It was extremely normal for a Realm King to die here and leave behind the secret trove ring nearby. Then can you deduce the specific location? Duan Muyoyu nodded and said, the general direction is fine, but not the specific coordinates. Unless I sacrifice my life to deduce it, how can it be accurate? Li Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, thank you, young Master Yu. He knew that Duan Muyoyu's recommendation must have consumed his lifespan. Duan Muyoyu smiled and said, you're too polite. Let's go find the secret ring. I'm also very curious about it. Not long after, more than 10 rays of light flew out of the city lord's mansion and headed in a certain direction. After flying for thousands of miles, Duan Muyoyu suddenly stopped. He looked around and said, it should be nearby. The surroundings were barren mountains and wild ridges, and there were only a few weeds. Apart from some rats gnawing on the stalks of grass, there were no other living creatures in sight. Most of the southern region was a wasteland like this, and it was very common. However, Li Yunxiao frowned and said, there's indeed something wrong with this place. It's indeed unusual to see such a desolate scene in the surroundings of Yanwu City. Ever since the transformation of Yanwu City in the past few years, the area within a radius of thousands of miles had become a treasure land. This place was so barren that it was a little desolate, and it was indeed a little incompatible with the surrounding environment. Li Yunxiao raised his hand and slashed out with his sword fingers. The The space shattered into countless pieces with a ripping sound. His crimson-red eyes gazed at the fragments, but he discovered that everything was normal, and there was nothing special about them. Ling Mudi said, "Do you want to try the Universe God's monument?" Li Yunxiao nodded and raised his hand. The Universe God's monument turned into a ray of white light and flew up. It stopped in the air and shot out 10,000 rays of light. Under the illumination of the light, Li Yunxiao looked at the spatial nodes in detail. All the nodes showed a regular spatial structure, and they were arranged in an orderly manner. Under the observation of the wondrous spell spirit eyes, he was astonished to discover that there were thousands of nodes that formed a spatial ring. It repelled the light of the Universe God's monument and formed a ring-shaped pattern. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed and said, "It's here." He walked over and extended his hand to touch the ring-shaped pattern. He raised his finger slightly, and an opening immediately appeared. He could vaguely see a space. The others saw it as well, and they crowded over in delight. The opening made by his fingertip kept on forming a strange pattern, and it was getting bigger and bigger. What made Li Yunxiao feel strange was that the space that his eyes saw was clearly moving, but it was motionless under his perception. Tian Jiaozi also revealed an astonished expression and said, "Transcending profound space?" Li Yunxiao's heart stirred, and he said, "What is a transcending profound space?" Tian Jiaozi's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "No wonder it can survive for so long and hide its traces. So it's a transcending profound space. This kind of spatial structure is beyond our knowledge, and it can only be simulated by 3 experts who have a deep understanding of spatial secret techniques." Ling Mudi said, "That's because this kind of spatial structure is beyond our knowledge, so it needs to be simulated. This is the first time I've seen such a static state." Li Yunxiao said, "Since it's so mysterious, I'm afraid it's also very dangerous. Why don't you all stay outside, and I'll go in alone?" "No." Tian Jiaozi immediately objected. "If we don't go in and experience the transcending profound space, we won't be able to die in peace." The others were also eager to give it a try. Even if they weren't alchemists, when they thought about how this was something left behind by a world deity, they couldn't help but feel respect for it. Moreover, there were bound to be many treasures inside, and if they could obtain 1 or 2, they would benefit greatly. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "But this is a storage space, after all. Forcefully entering it will cause great harm to oneself, and at the same time, it will be a test of the stability of the space." Ling Mudi said, "Young Master Yun's words make sense. Although the transcending profound space isn't an ordinary storage space, its repulsive force toward living beings is also extremely strong. Especially since everyone here is extremely strong, I'm afraid the space will instantly collapse if we enter it together." Hearing this, many people revealed looks of disappointment, but they could understand, so they volunteered to stay. After the selection, it was decided that Li Yunxiao, Ling Mudi, Duan Muyoyu, and Tian Jiaozi would enter. Li Yunxiao stepped into the space first, and the other 3 followed closely behind. As soon as Li Yunxiao stepped in, his body trembled as he felt an incomparably powerful pressure bearing down on him. He immediately used the void light to protect his body. The 2 forces immediately collided, and a thunderous rumble rang out, causing light to radiate in all directions. An ancient sound came from within the space, like the vibration of metal. Not good. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He discovered that the moment he stepped in, cracks began to appear in the space. It was a sign that the space was about to collapse. Ling Mudi and the others followed behind and immediately noticed the situation. They exclaimed, "Quickly find the refinement recipe and leave quickly." Tian Jiaozi's heart skipped a beat. What a pity. Everyone began to carefully observe the space. Apart from the increasing number of cracks, there were also some star-like lights flickering in the space. Ling Mudi was ecstatic. "Haha, there are indeed many good things. These are the treasures of the Universe God." He immediately teleported to the nearest starlight and grabbed it in the air. The starlight landed in his hand. Ling Mudi was overjoyed, but before he could take a closer look, the starlight exploded with a powerful force, directly shattering the space. Boom! Ling Mudi's entire body sank, and he was directly thrown out of the secret ring. "Master Mudi!" The people guarding outside suddenly saw a crack appear. They were shocked when they saw the listening Mudi scrambling out of it. Ling Mudi was shocked. He looked at his hand and saw that it was a jade box, but he did not know what was inside. Without a word, he flew to the entrance and wanted to enter again, but he was directly blocked by the force, and was forced back a few steps. What? Ling Mudi exclaimed. One-time passage? Oh no, we're in trouble now. Ding Linger asked. What is a one-time passage? Ling Mudi's face turned pale. There is a saying that goes, one person can never enter the same river. Do you understand this principle? Ding Linger nodded. That's because there is a flow of time. Ling Mudi nodded. This so-called one-time passage is also based on this principle. This passage is no longer the previous one, and people can no longer enter it. What's more troublesome is that it seems that as long as you touch the item inside, you will be directly thrown out. This means that the remaining 3 people only have one chance. Ding Linger was stunned. One chance? You're right. Are there many things inside? Ling Mudi said. There are as many as the stars in the sky. The worst thing is that Li Yunxiao and the others do not know that they can only touch one item, so they will casually take it. This way, the probability of obtaining the recipe is too low. Ling Mudi's words depressed everyone. It wasn't that the probability was too low, but that it was almost zero. Ling Mudi sighed. I hope that young Master Yun is talented enough to be enlightened by me being thrown out. That way, there might be a glimmer of hope. Ding Linger clasped her hands in front of her and prayed. Big brother Yunxiao can definitely do it. Inside the secret treasure ring, Li Yunxiao and the others were shocked to see Ling Mudi being thrown out. They cried out in unison, but the sound of the flute could no longer be heard. All that was left was a pitch-black passage. Tian Jiaozi was shocked. What happened? Did something happen to Master Mudi? Duan Muyoyu hastily performed a series of hand seals and divined. Don't worry, Master Mudi has probably been transported out. His life is not in danger. Only then did Li Yunxiao and Tian Jiaozi feel relieved. Amaterasu Z said worriedly, to think that this space is so fragile. Master Mudi only used teleportation for a moment, and he was blasted away. I'm afraid it can't withstand any elemental energy fluctuations. Let's walk over slowly and retrieve the item carefully. Li Yunxiao raised his head and looked around. This place was as silent as a dead land, but with his ingenious spirit eyes, he could see that the space around him was flowing slightly, as if it was surrounded by a stream. His spirit eyes also glowed with a golden luster. He had used the True Sun mantra that Bo Mu had taught him to cultivate a trace of the Eye of Truth. Seeing that Amaterasu had already taken a few steps forward, Li Yunxiao reminded him, the space here might not be weak, but there are some phenomena that we cannot understand. Lord Amaterasu, you must be careful. Amaterasu's body froze, and he couldn't help but frown. Phenomena that we cannot understand? Li Yunxiao nodded. Perhaps this is a problem with the transcendental space. I have a feeling that Lord Mudi's position is not affected by the elemental energy fluctuations. Everyone, please be careful. Then we do need to be careful. Amaterasu slowed down and walked toward the starlight. He stopped in front of one of them, and his pupils shrank. The starlight was only the size of a thumb, and he could faintly see that there was a rectangular box inside it. It seemed to be a sword case. Amaterasu's breathing quickened. An item left behind by a realm king might be some kind of sacred artifact. He stretched out his hand and slowly grabbed it. The starlight flashed and landed in his hand. Immediately, the light dissipated, and it turned into a 3-foot-long box. The box was embedded with jewels and gems, and it was overflowing with color. Li Yunxiao's sharp senses noticed that after the sword sheath appeared, there was a formless sword while spreading around Tian Jiaozi. His heart skipped a beat. Haha, it really is a problem with the elemental energy fluctuations. Amaterasu excitedly raised the sword case in his hand and smiled proudly. There's no problem now. Hardly had his voice died away when he heard a loud boom. The space where Amaterasu Z was standing collapsed, forming a half-meter-wide black hole. Caught off guard, he fell into the tunnel and disappeared from the secret ring in an instant. Li Yunxiao. Duan Muyoyu. Duan Muyoyu wiped his sweat and said embarrassedly, looks like there's still a problem. Duan Muyoyu calculated with his fingers and frowned. Lord Amaterasu has also been teleported out, and his life is not in danger. It looks like you're right, young Master Yun. Li Yunxiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. You're right, that's troublesome. If my guess is correct, this space can only allow you to take one item and leave. There's no way to take a second item. Duan Muyoyu exclaimed, how could this be? Li Yunxiao looked at the specks of starlight and asked in a low voice, young Master Yu, can you tell if there is a recipe there? Duan Muyoyu shook his head. Young Master Yun, do you really think I'm a god? Li Yunxiao stared at him and said, you are at least half a step away from becoming an immortal, right? Duan Muyoyu smiled bitterly and said, young Master Yun is overpraising me. The only thing I can deduce is that there is indeed a fortuitous encounter in this space. Whether or not you can grasp it is entirely up to you. I'll go test it out and see if I can get 2 items. Li Yunxiao nodded. Go ahead and try. You can verify my guess. Alright. Duan Muyoyu raised his arm and clawed at the void. In an instant, it turned into a huge palm shadow and swept towards the specks of starlight. Hoo-hoo. The palm shadow pressed down on the space, forming a curved arc that was visible to the naked eye. It produced a sizzling noise as if it was burning. As soon as it touched the speck of starlight, it froze and couldn't move any further. It was as if time had stopped. In just half a breath's time, Duan Muyoyu disappeared from the secret ring along with the speck of starlight. Li Yunxiao watched the whole process calmly until Duan Muyoyu disappeared. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, this is troublesome. They want to find the recipe from these hundreds of specks of starlight. Aren't they purposely making things difficult for me? He used arcane spirit eyes to look at the starlight one by one. Inside each of the starlight were boxes made of various materials. In the end, Li Yunxiao chose more than 30 specks of starlight that were most likely to contain jade slips. I wonder if the Realm King left any useful information behind. Otherwise, the probability of choosing 1 out of 30 is too low. It's almost impossible for me to win anything. Li Yunxiao thought to himself. He gave up observing the 30 specks of starlight and started to study the space. After several hours, he let out a long sigh. He was completely disappointed. This space was much more complicated than he knew. Moreover, he suddenly recalled that the secret ring had sunk into the realm of heavenly martial arts after the Realm King died in battle. He wouldn't have had the time to leave any information behind. What's wrong with this space? It's completely different from the rules of the realm of heavenly martial arts. It doesn't make sense. How can everything in the world escape from the rules? As Li Yunxiao looked at those specks of starlight, his eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, outside the secret ring, a yellow light was flowing on the ground. It formed a ring of light and spread out. It was like a stone falling into a calm lake, creating ripples. What's this? Ling Mudi stared at the jade box in his hand and examined it carefully. There was a sugar-like object in the box. It was yellow in color and looked quite spiritual. Light kept flowing out of the yellow object. It looked like bubbles spouted out of a fish's mouth. It spread out in the air and turned into a yellow halo that could cover an area of several hundred feet. Everyone gathered around it. They were all confused. Tian Jiaozi sighed and said, there are so many treasures in the world that we can't count them all. The wonders of creation are endless. We can't count them all. He didn't know anything about this object. He didn't even have a clue about it. Ling Mudi closed the jade box and put it away. He looked around at the crowd and said, since it's a treasure, we'll figure it out sooner or later. We'll figure it out when we have time. Ling Mudi looked at Tian Jiaozi and Duan Muyoyu and said with a smile, what did you get? Tian Jiaozi smiled and said, the thing I got is more valuable than Lord Mudi's. But I'm more envious of Lord Mudi's natural treasures. He took out the sword box and held it in his hand. As soon as the sword box appeared, a layer of hazy sword light flowed out. There seemed to be a sword barrier covering the sword box. What a powerful sword! Everyone was shocked. They knew that it must be a peerless sword within it. Ling Mudi trembled and suddenly cried out, Light Concealment Sword. This is the Light Concealment Sword. Author's note, why do I feel that the word concealment is a little dirty? Ling Mudi raised his hand and walked forward. He bent down to examine the sword carefully. He was just short of snatching it. Ling Mudi's expression was unusually serious. The light in his eyes became more and more excited. He laughed and said, "Haha, it really is the light concealment sword. You can open it and take a look. But be careful of the sword qi." Tianjiaozi nodded. His right index finger flicked the switch on the sword case. With a pop, the case opened. A sharp light spread out and turned into a sword barrier that spread in all directions. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly circulated their yuan qi to block the sword barrier. The sword realm wasn't strong, but it formed a realm out of thin air. Such spirituality was sensational. Tianjiaozi held the sword box with one hand and was the first to feel the power of the sword. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Although the sword box was sharp, the sword light inside was like water. It was so bright that people could not open their eyes. The entire sword was like a giant drop of mercury that flowed automatically in a mold. The sword is like flowing water, hidden in the light. Ling Mudi looked at the surprised crowd and nodded slightly. After listening to the flute, the crowd immediately understood the meaning of concealing light. Although Tianjiaozi had the sword in his hand, he did not know its origin. He quickly asked, "Master Mudi, what is the origin of this sword?" Ling Mudi retracted his admiring gaze and said, "This is the sword of Lord Kai. Lord Kai is not a sword user and has never used this sword in battle, but he likes to carry it with him at all times. This is enough to prove that this sword is extraordinary." Tianjiaozi sighed. "Unfortunately, I am also not a sword user. I will give it to young Master Yun later." The rest of the people were extremely envious. This gift was really big enough. Ding Ling quickly stepped forward and smiled sweetly. "Ling thanks you on behalf of Brother Yun Xiao." Tianjiaozi smiled. "It's my duty." Ling Mudi looked at Duan Muyoyu. "What did Mr. Yu obtain?" Everyone looked at Duan Muyoyu. Duan Muyoyu looked like he was about to cry. "Both of you got something good, but I got something strange." Duan Muyoyu stretched out his hand and spread his fingers. There was an orange-red misty object in his palm. It looked dreamy and illusory, as if it did not have a physical body. Tianjiaozi looked at it and scanned it with his divine sense. He could not help but be shocked. This thing is neither solid nor liquid. What a strange feeling. It feels like it is formed by the laws of nature and does not exist. Duan Muyoyu said, "My lord, you really have a good eye. Although it is in my palm, it does not feel like a physical body." Listening Mudi's eyes were full of solemnity. He shook his head and said, "This is troublesome. This thing is called whirling sun. It is the rule of mutual selection between spaces. If you take it out, then this secret ring space." Duan Muyoyu was shocked. He quickly said, "Is it formed by the laws that connect the secret ring and the realm of heaven martial arts? This thing originally existed in the secret ring." Ling Mudi's eyes lit up. He said, "It should be. Moreover, the laws of nature are necessary to refine sacred artifacts. This whirling sun is also very rare among the laws of nature." Duan Muyoyu was moved. He said, "In that case, I can give it to Li Yunxiao to refine a sacred artifact." Tianjiaozi smiled. "Li Yunxiao is really lucky. We can't use our things for ourselves, so he can only take advantage of them. I just don't know if he has the chance to obtain the recipe. Otherwise, this whirling sun will be useless." As he spoke, the space not far away suddenly trembled. The space, which had been flowing strangely, suddenly stopped. Then, it collapsed in the middle, as if something was pulling it in the middle. Instantly, it condensed into a black dot. Boom! The black dot let out an earth-shattering boom. It was as if an explosion had occurred, but no energy was released. Only a black ring was left in the air. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, the black ring only lingered for half a breath before disappearing. In its place, Li Yunxiao's figure slowly appeared. "Young Master Yun. Big Brother Yunxiao." The 10 or so people exclaimed in surprise and surrounded him. Li Yunxiao stood there quietly, a dazed expression on his face. Then, the haze in his eyes dissipated, and his eyes became clear again. "How is it? Did you get the recipe?" Ling Mudi asked anxiously. Everyone's gazes were focused on him, filled with anticipation. Li Yunxiao suddenly smiled. That confident and smug look on his face was like a ray of sunshine, warming everyone's heart. Haha, that's great. Ling Mudi clapped his hands and laughed. This is really the spirit of the Kais. The heavenly Tao is on our side. Amaterasu's face was full of hunger. Quick, let me see the recipe. Li Yunxiao smiled. I didn't get the recipe. A strange silence fell. There was not a single sound. Huh? What did you say? Ling Mudi was stunned for a moment. You're joking. Li Yunxiao spread his hands. I really didn't get the recipe. Not only did I not get it, but all the items were destroyed. Everyone, Amaterasu was stunned. Then why are you so happy? Li Yunxiao glared at him. What else can I do? Cry myself to death? Everyone was speechless. The atmosphere was a little gloomy. Li Yunxiao looked at everyone and scolded, What are you all doing? All of you look so dejected. Do you think I'm going to lose without the recipe? Don't forget who beat him back then. Amaterasu sighed. Sigh, let's all go back. It's not like anyone died. At most, we lost the competition. Why are you all so sad? Li Yunxiao, Ding Ling hurriedly said, They haven't started yet. Besides, Big Brother Yunxiao has a high chance of winning. Duan Muyoyu took out the whirling sun and passed it to Li Yunxiao, an item condensed from the laws of space, an essential material for refining saint artifacts. It's a gift to you, no need to thank me. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He stared at the whirlpool and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, thank you, young master you. He put it away without hesitation. His face was filled with joy as if he was too excited. Amaterasu Z took out his light concealment sword and said, A treasured sword should be given to a hero. This is for you too. Li Yunxiao was also overjoyed. He couldn't bear to part with the sword and played with it. Thank you, my lord. Tian Jiaozi laughed, Of course. You don't have to worry about the Formula Path showdown, it's just a competition. Generally speaking, the demon war is the most important task at hand. Li Yunxiao said gloomily, From what you're saying, it sounds like I'm definitely going to lose. Haha, of course not. I'm just telling you to let go of everything. The showdown isn't that important. Amaterasu Z patted his shoulder. The others also said, Yes, yes. They kept comforting him. Li Yunxiao raised his middle finger and said disdainfully, I can't be bothered with you guys. Everyone returned resentfully. Although they had obtained a few treasures, most of them still seemed a little lonely. After all, the battle between the two races concerned the dignity of the two races, and the demon race was currently weak. After returning to Yanwu City, Li Yunxiao was going into seclusion. Ling Mudi seemed to still be in a daze. He pulled him and secretly asked, You really didn't obtain the refinement recipe? Li Yunxiao said gloomily, My lord doesn't believe me? Ling Mudi said leisurely, It's not that I don't believe you, but you don't look depressed at all. Even if you didn't obtain the refinement recipe, you probably obtained something good, right? He looked very confident. He was very sure of his judgment. Haha. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, Lord Mudi knows me well. He secretly said, I obtained the transcending profound space. What? Ling Mudi was shocked and said in shock, Obtained the transcending profound space? What do you mean? You obtained Lord Realm King's secret treasure ring? All the treasures inside. Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, No, all the treasures inside were destroyed. The secret treasure ring was destroyed too. I only obtained the transcending profound space. My lord will understand once you see it. He formed a seal with one hand and a white light shot out from his brow, projecting in front of him. It was the scene inside the World Divine Monument. In between heaven and earth, there was a strange space that kept twisting. It was as if countless rays of light were mixed together. Ling Mudi was completely stunned. He said in a daze, This is possible. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, There are too many treasures inside the secret treasure ring. Let's not talk about whether there is a refining method or not. Even if there is one, it is almost impossible to choose. The probability is the same as being hit by a meteorite while walking on the road. Ling Mudi nodded and said in agreement, that's right. That's why you chose the space when you could only choose one item. His expression was full of praise. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, that's right. At first, I thought that if I took away the space, I would be able to take away all the treasures. But in reality, I couldn't. When I took away the space, all the treasures were sucked into the spatial storm. I don't know where they went. Ling Mudi sighed and said, it is indeed a pity. However, treasures have spirits and will find their true owners. Even if it's just a piece of primordial stone, it's also determined by fate. Li Yunxiao continued, even if I didn't find the refining method, I am still quite confident in this competition. It is all because of this transcending profound space. Do you remember Fengyali's sword? Ling Mudi frowned and thought for a moment. You mean the cold sword's frost? Li Yunxiao made a grabbing motion with one hand and the cold sword's frost landed in his hand. The surrounding temperature immediately dropped, and the sword emitted cold air. Li Yunxiao stared at the sword. He had an indescribably complicated feeling. He had regained what he had lost, but this sword was no longer as close to him as before. After all, it had been completely refined by Fengyali. Now that Fengyali was dead and the restrictions on the sword had been removed, it would be much more difficult for Li Yunxiao to refine it than it was before it was a saint artifact. That's right, it is the cold sword's frost. Li Yunxiao stared at the sword and said seriously, back then, Fengyali sealed the entire snow country into the sword and refined it into a saint artifact. Back then, I combined the star's annihilation, dawn, and demon-slaying swords into a quasi-saint artifact. Actually, they are different methods of achieving the same result. Ling Mudi said, I understand. You want to fuse the transcending profound space into the profound artifact and imitate Fengyali to refine it into a saint artifact? Li Yunxiao nodded. That's about it. Ling Mudi said, how confident are you? Li Yunxiao shook his head. I'm not confident. Maybe, 20 to 30%? 20 to 30%? Ling Mudi said gloomily, that's not enough. Li Yunxiao smiled. It's not a question of whether it's enough or not. I'm already satisfied that there's a chance. Also, everyone, including Lord Mudi, knows that I'm not AI's match in terms of formula path. Even I know this. If I hadn't been opportunistic back then, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Ling Mudi sighed. This person is indeed a rare formula path genius. We won't make things difficult for you. Just do your best. He took out the treasure from the secret treasure ring and said, I don't know what this is. Take it. It might come in handy one day. Li Yunxiao opened the jade box and was stunned. He didn't know what it was, so he put it away and said, I'll do my best. After returning to the secret room, Li Yunxiao entered the World Divine Monument and sat in front of the transcending profound space. He closed his eyes and pondered. Soon, he entered a meditative state. After Ding Ling returned to Yanwu City, she started to get busy. AI had made a long list of materials, and most of them were extremely time-consuming. She thought of tampering with the materials, but she immediately rejected the idea. She knew Li Yunxiao wouldn't agree to it. Li Yunxiao would definitely value the pride of an expert more than the result of a competition. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere in Yanwu City became lively. The streets were filled with discussions about the technique. In the past 3 months, the region where the demon race was located was shrouded in a layer of auspicious clouds every day. AI seemed to be refining something powerful. A large number of materials were constantly being transported in, but no one knew what they were. Tian Jiaozi couldn't suppress his curiosity. After promising to keep it a secret, he was allowed to go in and take a look. When he came out, he sighed repeatedly, feeling very uncomfortable. This made Ling Mudi and the others even more worried. In the past 3 months, many experts came to Yanwu City. Tingguang also came out and joined the Heavenly Martial Alliance to study the Great Rebirth Extreme Bliss formation. After the battle at Red Moon City, the demon race seemed to have quietened down. Only a few low-level demons appeared in the cracks. The first mobile castle that was modeled after Tong Tian Island also appeared in the sky above Yanwu City. It was majestic and 3,000 meters wide. It was the perfect place for the two races' technique competition. After 2 months of seclusion, Li Yunxiao came out and sought out Lai Bomu for a detailed discussion. Bomu had once refined, so I am hearing, so he had experience in refining sage artifacts. He was more or less inspired. Is it finally going to start? Ding Ling looked up at the sky. The first rays of dawn shone down on Yanwu City, signaling the beginning of a new day. She looked at the demon race's tribes. The colorful light that had been brimming in the sky had only dissipated yesterday. I believe AI is already fully prepared. What about Big Brother Yunxiao? She looked in another direction, but it was still silent. Don't worry. AI was defeated by Feiyang back then. Today is just a reenactment of the past. Chu Hongyan's voice sounded. She had already appeared behind Ding Ling. Big Sister Hongyan. Ding Ling hurriedly said, is Big Brother Yunxiao really confident? Chu Hongyan smiled and looked in that direction. She nodded and said, if even he can't defeat AI, there won't be a second person in the world. Ding Ling clenched her fists nervously and prayed, let's hope so. Humph, you only know how to use tricks all day long. You're a glib-tongued and impatient person. How could you have any chance of winning? A cold voice sounded from behind. Galhan, don't say that. How can we know who will win before we even start? Amaterasu Z's voice rang out. Chu Hongyan and Ding Ling quickly turned around and bowed to the two. Yuan Gaohan's face darkened. His enmity with Li Yunxiao had been sown, but when he saw Chu Hongyan, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He snorted and said, Master, in the bet that Gu Qingqing set up, you bet everything on AI to win. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Amaterasu Z covered his face with his hands and scolded, what do you know? Even though I bet all my assets on AI, I support Li Yunxiao with all my heart. Li Yunxiao will win. He clenched his right fist and raised it high, full of confidence. Chu Hongyan. Ding Ling Amaterasu Z regained his composure and stroked his beard. Let's go to the spell site first. The Mu family's mechanisms are indeed impressive. Such a magnificent structure can be completed in such a simple manner. The first mobile fortress floated quietly outside Yanwu City. From afar, it looked like it was protecting the city. Ding Ling said, after today's spell is completed, this fortress will be sent to Crimson Moon City to be used as a base to monitor the crack. There are a large number of puppets and arrays on it. I'm afraid it is the most complicated puppets in the world other than Tongtian Island. Does this city have a name? Amaterasu Z asked. Ding Ling blushed a little and said softly, this city is called Big Black Lady. Ah? What? The three of them were stunned. They thought they had heard wrongly. Ding Ling also felt embarrassed, and her palms were sweating. She explained, before Brother Yunxiao went into seclusion, he said that his first sword was named Black Girl when he was in the Tianshui Kingdom. After the first mobile fortress was built, he named it Big Black Girl. Yuan Gaohan said angrily, the moment I heard the name, I knew it must be that bastard who came up with it. This is a great insult to the arcane master who built such a magnificent golem. Cough cough, did Master Mu Xing and Master Mu Shuang agree? Amaterasu Z asked. Ding Ling said, the people from the Mu clan don't have any objections. They all agree that the name is good. Yuan Gaohan, Tian Zhaozi coughed and said, as long as they like it, it's good. It's already dawn. I'm looking forward to the start of the competition. His eyes lit up as if he had seen something wonderful. He was extremely excited. Yuan Gaohan said in a muffled voice, Master must be looking forward to the bet. Because of Master's bet, almost everyone in the city is betting on AI to win. Amaterasu Z's face turned serious and he scolded, the bet is just a worldly possession. The spell formulas are related to the dignity of our clan. Moral support is the greatest support. It's getting late, let's go wait for Big Black Girl. The two of them turned into a ray of light and shot toward Big Black Girl like a rainbow. Moments after the two of them left, rays of light started flying in the city, all in the direction of Big Black Girl. Ding Ling looked at the Yanwu city that was breaking the dawn. Her eyes became bright and clear, and the number of rays of light that shot into the sky increased rapidly. No one wanted to miss this earth-shattering battle. Master Amaterasu Z has seen Mr. AI make it, and even he. Ding Ling couldn't help but worry, Humph, what can that old man know? Chu Hongyan was displeased and she snorted. Back then, he was a coward who didn't dare to face AI head-on and let Fei Yang take the blame. Therefore, his words can't be trusted because he is a coward. This time, he will lose everything. Sister Ling you have a lot of resources in your hands, right? Ding Ling said, what do you mean, sister? Chu Hongyan smiled and said cruelly, bet on Fei Yang to win, and let Gu Qingqing, the banker, and those who bet on Fei Yang to lose all their money. Ah? Ding Ling was shocked and she covered her mouth, but what if we lose? Chu Hongyan looked at her and said, you also think that Fei Yang will lose? Ding Ling was stunned and immediately regretted her words. She hurriedly said, I understand. Brother Yun Xiao will definitely win. Even if he has to use his life to support him, he won't hesitate. Furthermore, it's just some money. It's just smoke. Chu Hongyan said with a smile, don't worry, he will make a lot of money for you. Yes. Ding Ling nodded heavily. The knot in her heart was solved and she was no longer worried. She suddenly found that Chu Hongyan, Luo Yunsheng, Narcissus, and Fei Yanai all had a strong sense of trust in Li Yunxiao, even if the basis of this trust was not solid. She had been in the Chamber of Commerce for many years, so she had a stronger sense of rationality. She could always analyze the success rate of things, which helped her achieve great success in her career. But now that she realized this, she felt a little ashamed of her own inferiority. Let's go and find a good seat first. It will be crowded when there are too many people on the big black girl's platform. Also, we can help maintain the order. After Chu Hongyan said this, the two of them turned into conveyance lights and left. There were already thousands of people gathered on the big black girl's platform, chatting and laughing in groups of 3 to 5. In a corner, a large number of people gathered. It was Gu Qingqing's gambling house, which was very lively. There was a formation pagoda every 300 feet in the city. Even if the whole defense was broken by the Devil Clan, the formation pagoda could still play a very strong role in attack and defense. Moreover, the crisscrossing roads in the city also contained some kind of power of rules, which could suppress the Devil Clan to a certain extent. Lady Gu Qingqing, have you considered the impact of this? Ding Ling said angrily as 2 conveyance lights flew in front of the gambling house. Chu Hongyan also stood aside coldly. Impact? Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes and said, I only know that blocking one's way to wealth is like killing one's parents. If you want to bet, hurry up. If not, get lost. She lowered her head and kept recording all kinds of bets. She was very busy, and her face was red, so she had no time to care. Chu Hongyan said angrily, Lady Gu Qingqing, as an ancestor of the Divine Firmament Palace, the Divine Firmament Palace has always been responsible for upholding the righteous path and upholding the interests of our race. You are gambling with such great fanfare, and I see that all your bets are on AI to win. This will affect the morale. Gu Qingqing said, why can't I bet on AI to win? Can I only bet on Li Yunxiao? Is there any fairness in that? Besides, Mr. AI is my benefactor. I like to bet on him to win. Yeah, why can't you bet on AI? I think Mr. AI will win. Yes, even Master Amaterasu has bet all his wealth on Mr. AI. Damn, really? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll triple the amount. The crowd was bustling, and everyone was squeezing to bet on AI. Be it humans or demons, they were all squeezed together happily. Ding Ling was depressed, and she slammed a token on the table and said loudly, Yanwu City's Chamber of Commerce, bet all of its assets on Big Brother Yunxiao to win. After a moment of extreme silence, the entire casino exploded with a hua sound. Did I hear wrongly? Everyone was shocked, and they whispered to each other. Yanwu City's Chamber of Commerce was now the largest in the world, and its assets were immeasurable. Gu Qingqing was also stunned, and she said in a daze, are you serious? Ding Ling nodded and said, of course. If you win, Yanwu City's Chamber of Commerce will be yours. If you lose, I want to see how you will compensate. Gu Qingqing narrowed her eyes and said with a light smile, little girl, are you trying to scare me? Let me tell you, Li Yunxiao is bound to lose. Just wait for the Chamber of Commerce to belong to me. She grabbed the token and shouted, once you've made your purchase, leave. Wait. Ding Linger said in a deep voice, if I lose, I can afford it. At worst, the entire Chamber of Commerce will be gone, but if you lose, what will you compensate with? Gu Qingqing sneered, I won't lose. Chu Hongyan said, my lord, are you acting shamelessly? Everyone is looking at you. You can't take this bet at all, but you still want to take it. Obviously, you are prepared to act shamelessly. Gu Qingqing spread out her hands and said, looks like you came prepared. Tell me, what do you want me to bet? Don't tell me you want me to be Li Yunxia's wife? Haha. Everyone burst into laughter, as if a pot had exploded. Pfft. Ding Linger blushed, and said angrily, if you lose, you will have to listen to me for the rest of your life. The laughter stopped abruptly because the stakes were far too high. Gu Qingqing looked at her coldly and said mockingly, a mere chamber of commerce, and you want to take my life? Ding Linger sneered, didn't you say you won't lose? Gu Qingqing said, not losing doesn't mean you can take advantage of me. Ding Linger's face turned red, and she gritted her teeth, if I lose, not only will the Chamber of Commerce be yours, but I will also listen to you for the rest of my life. Ling-er. Chu Hongyan shouted anxiously. Ding Linger seemed to have made up her mind. She stared at Gu Qingqing and said, do you dare to bet with me? Gu Qingqing shook her finger and chuckled, your entire life isn't as valuable as mine. Ding Linger said angrily, then how do you want to bet? Gu Qingqing said, your whole life is not valuable in my eyes, but in Li Yunxia's eyes, it is a treasure. The value is very high. She raised her index finger, 1 year, your whole life plus the Chamber of Commerce can only be exchanged for 1 year of mine. If you are willing to bet, then bet. Fine. 1 year it is. Ding Linger gritted her teeth and agreed. Chu Hongyan was anxious, and she pulled Ding Linger, don't be ridiculous. How can you bet with such a lunatic? Ding Linger looked at her, sister, you told me to have confidence in brother Yunxiao, but why are you not confident in yourself? Well, Chu Hongyan was taken aback, and then she calmed down and nodded, you are right, we will win for sure. There is nothing to worry about. End of chapter 2192. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.